Reborn into the world of Naruto, has one become the first leader of the Akatsuki organization, who was once tragically pierced by kunai. Fortunately, upon arrival in this realm, I brought along a village building system. I shall establish the Akatsuki Hidden Village from the ground up. My ambition is to ascend step by step to the pinnacle of power. Nagato, at the dawn of a new day, the rays of sunlight pierce through the clouds. As long as our generation draws breath, we shall not permit those noble lords to enslave the common folk. Yahiko, you are a cloud basking in the sunlight, while I am the murky water in the soil, evaporating to shield you. The crimson ideology spread across the 5 great nations. Uchiha Itachi remarked, "On that day, not a single clan member was willing to follow me." It is well known that 2 primary philosophies reign in the ninja world, the ideology of Yahiko and that of Madara. Chapter 1. The second uncle of Nagato's mother. The sunlight is shining brightly. The rooster crows thrice. Across the endless expanse of land, industrious men toiled, with lower-ranked ninjas adorned in headbands emblazoned with clouds, rolling up their trousers as they worked in the rice fields. The flames of the second great ninja war seemed not to have reached this place. The villagers and ninjas stood united, each face beaming with the hope of a brighter tomorrow. Labor is the highest honor, and the village chief has penned a beautiful song. The taste of mackerel pike, the cat wishes to understand. In the fields, a charming little girl with lavender hair hummed a tune as she carried food to visit someone. Upon noticing her, the busy villagers promptly pointed her in the right direction, their faces lighting up with warm smiles. Every day at this hour, Conan would come to visit Yahiko, undeterred by rain or shine. "Yahiko, I've come to see you." The orange-haired boy, with a hint of dirt on his face, was sweating in the fields when he looked up at her call. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the cafeteria?" Yahiko immediately set aside his sickle and made his way toward her. "Yes, yes," Conan replied, exuding a mix of exasperation and affection. "Today in the cafeteria, they have your favorite sweet and sour ribs." She raised a lunchbox and smiled gently at Yahiko. "The cafeteria has meat today. Truly, are we not in dire straits?" Yahiko's eyes sparkled as he discreetly swallowed, clearly having gone without meat for quite some time. Upon reflection, today marked the 3rd anniversary of his arrival in the Naruto world. 3 years ago, he awoke to find Conan crying. While he had become the unfortunate Yahiko, who bore the face of a protagonist yet met his end with a mere kunai. It turned out that his predecessor had been excessively hungry, caught while trying to borrow fish, and was nearly beaten to death before he soul transmigrated. Having not fully healed, he had helplessly relied on Conan's kindness for several days. True to the original plot, he and Conan stumbled upon Nagato, who had fainted from hunger while accompanied by a dog. The 3 of them, along with the dog, successfully became disciples under Jiraiya. It was only a year ago that his system activated, the nation-building and village-strengthening system. The stronger the village, the stronger Yahiko would become. The system would enhance his physical talents, based on the overall strength of the ninjas in the village. For instance, if a regular Uchiha joined the village, it would grant him a 1 chance of awakening the Sharingan. Should a Manjiki Sharingan Uchiha join, it would ensure a 100 chance of awakening at least 1 Tomo. While not overwhelmingly powerful, the potential for accumulation was formidable, allowing Yahiko to eventually rise to the level of a sage. His mother would no longer need to worry about him being slain by a kunai. Thus, he bade farewell to Jiraiya with Conan and Nagato and established a village at the confluence of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. Named the Akatsuki Hidden Village, it symbolizes the dawn of hope and peace for the ninja world. The village was established, yet Yahiko soon realized the haste of his decisions. Being a village leader was no simple task. They lacked finances, manpower, and knowledge, essentially everything. Overall, life was relatively stable. Even with the second great ninja war reaching its climax outside, the Akatsuki Hidden Village, fragile as tender shoots, had not yet attracted attention. Perhaps some higher-ups turned a blind eye, favoring Nagato's eyes? After a year of steady development, they began to attract homeless refugees. The population now exceeded 700, including 17 lower-ranked ninjas and 4 middle-ranked ninjas. Furthermore, both he and Nagato, at the tender age of 10, possessed the combat prowess of elite ninjas. defending against wandering samurai and rogue ninjas posed little challenge. However, facing the villages under the banner of the Five Great Nations, or even the neighboring splintered grass hidden village, could easily lead to the Akatsuki Hidden Villages. Obliteration. Conan gently brushed away Yahiko's furrowed brow, instructing, "No wandering thoughts during mealtime, but by the way. Nagato has returned. He even found his mother's second uncle." Conan opened the lunchbox to reveal fragrant sweet and sour ribs and rib soup. The portion was scant, barely enough for one. Alas, the Akatsuki Hidden Village was impoverished. As harvest season approached, the village chief had to lead by example. Nagato still has relatives alive? Indeed. When the land of whirlpools was destroyed, Nagato's mother was separated and ended up in the rain-hidden village. According to Nagato's mother's second uncle, the refugees from a land of whirlpools were deceived by the grass-hidden village. Yahiko took a few bites, exchanged greetings with the villagers harvesting crops, and then departed. With the village newly established, he had countless matters to attend to. Conan, resembling a gentle wife, tidied up the remnants and followed Yahiko. The men in the fields watched, wishing they could alleviate some of the burdens from their village chief, who was only 10 years old. Presently, the third Kazekage was still alive, and Raza had yet to seek fortune in the desert. In the eyes of the villagers, 10-year-old Yahiko was a paragon of diligence in the ninja world. He worked tirelessly, personally recruiting refugees, cultivating the land, and improving irrigation. Each task reaffirmed that he was a village chief of unparalleled excellence, rivaling even the so-called god of ninjas next door. Regrettably, the Akatsuki Hidden Village lacked the foundation of the Five Great Nations, rendering it inherently weak. "You all keep busy. It seems I must attend a meeting. Yahiko, let's go together. You all hurry along. Don't delay the affairs of village chief Yahiko." That moment, several lower-ranked ninjas bid farewell to the villagers, preparing to attend the village meeting. In Konoha, only elite ninjas were eligible to participate in village meetings. Yet they, the Akatsuki, welcomed all. With an open heart, Yahiko expressed, "Regardless of who you are, if you possess wisdom and courage, you are welcome." In the meeting room of the earthen-walled building, after cleansing his body with water release and drying himself with wind release, Yahiko, accompanied by Conan, hurriedly arrived at that moment. The other significant figure of the Akatsuki Hidden Village, Nagato, awaited in the meeting room alongside an elderly man with red hair. Having been engaged in secret missions, Nagato's once fair face had tanned to a golden hue. Seated in the deputy position, he smiled and nodded at Yahiko as he entered toward the main seat. Yahiko felt a surge of joy upon seeing this. What to do when the village lacks talent? Borrow, not steal. Days prior, Yahiko had instructed Nagato, in his capacity as the new leader of the Uzumaki clan, to recruit talent from outside. During the Second Great Ninja War, the land of whirlpools was feared by various nations due to its formidable sealing techniques, leading to its downfall and the scattering of its people. Could the Uzumaki clan, with a population sufficient to establish a nation, truly be diminished? While it was unclear why Konoha had only managed to retrieve Kushina, Nagato's slightly upturned lips indicated that he had discovered numerous surviving clansmen during his travels. "May I inquire your name? Please, take a seat and speak." Yahiko gestured for the elder behind Nagato to sit. The old gentleman appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. "Goodness, how many treasures must he hold within, Lord Yahiko?" The elder behind Nagato spoke somewhat timidly, uncertain of the character of the 10-year-old village chief of Akatsuki. However, he had heard Nagato speak highly of Yahiko throughout their journey. "I share a bed with Nagato. We're like brothers. As you're Nagato's elder, simply addressing me as Yahiko will suffice." Yahiko offered a warm smile to the elder of the Uzumaki clan. The humble demeanor and respectful attitude of Nagato eased the anxiety of the elder from the Uzumaki clan, who had initially felt apprehensive standing behind him. He had been brought here by this young lad from the grass village, where the Uzumaki clan had endured relentless humiliation. Many members of the Uzumaki clan possessed a unique constitution. A mere bite from one of their kin could heal both external and internal injuries. In the past, the grass village had summoned them at will, treating them as mere tools, and they had endured this subservience. However, their exploitation had intensified, with even the slightest injury prompting demands for a bite. disregarding the substantial life force expended in the process, as if they were less than human. Moved by Yahiko's heartfelt sincerity, the elder's murky eyes brimmed with tears. Although Yahiko's smile was simple, to the elder, who had not seen kindness from outsiders since the fall of their nation, it was akin to witnessing an angel. "I am the elder Uzumaki Shin," he introduced himself. Chapter 2. The Grass Village is a place where everyone has faith. That Kusa-Amang is a beast, truly a beast. For the next half hour, Elder Shin recounted countless grievances. The people in the conference room clenched their teeth in anger. How dare such a small place as the Grass Village act so brazenly? Konan's eyes were red, and she tugged at Yahiko's sleeve emotionally. Yahiko nodded solemnly, reflecting on what Hashirama had protected. "It's been a long time since I've seen the village chief with such a fierce gaze. This is the first time we've witnessed our chief so unrestrained in days. The last time was during the famine." A twitch crossed Yahiko's lips. "Fight on, Chief. Chief, the clan members aiding Nagato are suffering greatly outside. We can no longer stand by idly. The weaklings from Konoha should relinquish the Hokage position to you." Yahiko shot a pained glance at the speaker. "Rally the ninjas of the village," he commanded, slamming his hand on the table. Though the village had barely 30 ninjas, he still summoned a spirit more formidable than Sarutobi Hiruzen had shown when preparing for war against the Rain Village. "If we do not avenge our brothers, what is the worth of our village, no matter how vast?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, as if the diminutive Grass Village was inconsequential. Chief Yahiko had once proclaimed that he would bring hope to the entire ninja world if one feared death, and so did another. What hope remained in this world? Even if they fell, as long as their deeds were remembered, countless you and I would rise again. Whenever they recalled Yahiko's heartfelt teachings by the campfire, tears of inspiration would flow. Even though Yahiko had not paid them for a year, nor provided military funds, they were willing to strive for the chief's ideal of a world where all were equal. "This is the power of faith." Nagato gazed intently at the imposing Yahiko. "It is precisely this aspect of you that makes me willing to submit." A mysterious smile graced his lips. Behind him, Elder Shin was already in tears to consider avenging his kin based merely on Yahiko's words. Was this the romance of brotherhood? Though everyone present, aside from Yahiko and Nagato, might struggle to match even this elderly man in strength, and some lacked chakra altogether, Elder Shin was not deterred. By Yahiko's audacity, rather, he was moved, profoundly moved. True feelings exist in this world, warming every heart. He vowed that as long as he, Uzumaki Shin, lived, no one could harm his chief or his villagers. "Chief, Shin wanted to suggest, discussing this later. The Grass Village had over 1,000 ninjas, not to be underestimated, and it was commendable that Yahiko had such intentions. However, he found the words of refusal weighed heavily on his tongue. He wished for the chief to rescue his kin, yet he did not want these foolish youths to sacrifice themselves for those they had never even met. His emotions were tumultuous. "Nagato's family is my family." Yahiko's words were brief, yet struck a chord with Elder Shin's heart. "I understand," Shin murmured, his tears staining his clothes as he made a significant decision. He would employ a technique called the Corpse Demon Seal. If peril struck, he would risk his life to take down 3 powerful foes in exchange. Next, Nagato revealed the intelligence he had gathered. During the First Great Ninja War, the Grass Village had survived by selling information. If all had been truthful, it would have been one thing. However, the majority of what they sold was false, serving as a catalyst for the war. They informed the great nations that Senju Tobarama of Konoha only mastered water techniques, and that the Nine Tails was the weakest-tailed beast. With the death of Senju Hashirama, the nations of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Amagakure, who had temporarily set aside their hatred, united to eradicate the Grass Village. Now, the Grass Village was fractured, with numerous factions vying for control over a minuscule territory. The Uzumaki clan members were imprisoned by a man named Kusuramang, who commanded over 300 ninjas. It was fortuitous that Elder Shin had been out when Nagato, who had been waiting for a long time, brought him back. After deep contemplation, Yahiko chose to engage. It was not that he was reckless, rather, he had the confidence to do so. Whose eyes belonged to Nagato? The owner of those eyes was still alive. Could he bear to watch him lead Nagato to his demise and lose the eyes? The Kimui Bridge lay within the Grass Village. That Great One resided beneath it. "Chief," Everyone has arrived. Just then, a ninja reported that the ninjas tasked with aiding the villagers in building their homes had gathered outside. All right, everyone, let us embark on our first battle, Yahiko proclaimed, his ambition radiating as he surveyed the crowd. Elder Shen looked gratefully at Yahiko before sensing the ninjas of the grass village. What did he perceive? Including the blue-haired girl, there were only 23 ninjas in total. Wait, I have a plan. Shen sighed. The passionate youth was difficult to dislike. Yet, the young lacked experience, and this old man felt compelled to impart his wisdom. Shen borrowed the forehead protector of the grass village from Yahiko. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others, he invoked his powerful transformation technique. Bang! Instantly, an abstract leaf appeared on the forehead protector. Yahiko paused, puzzled. What was Elder Shen doing by transforming into a Konoha forehead protector? Oh, indeed, experience is invaluable. Before Elder Shen could explain, Yahiko had an epiphany. Grandpa Shen, please take a seat. Ahem. Look at this photograph. The man with yellow hair who resembles me, and the red-haired woman beside him. Right? Nagato and I cannot achieve such a degree of realism in our transformations, one that even the three-demo Sharingan might struggle to discern. This is Nanako. The youth learned quickly, even employing analogies that in Kusaramang's stronghold, a filthy refugee area, the pallid members of the Uzumaki clan sat numbly against the walls. The few remaining squatted on the ground, silently weeping. They were far too naive. Initially, they had believed Kusa Amang's deceitful words at the dawn of the alliance between the land of grass and the land of whirlpools. They had established friendly relations, claiming that they were all one family, united as one as long as they could heal the gravely injured villagers. Proving their good intentions, they could join the village. Starving, they accepted the fragrant bread offered by the grass village, believing in its goodwill. Yet after draining their life force and succumbing to exhaustion, the scoundrel revealed his true colors, capturing the clan's capable elites for execution, leaving only the weak, elderly, and ill as mere blood banks. The second elder may have also fallen victim to that scoundrel's treachery, lamented a frail elder of the Uzumaki clan, tears of regret streaming down his face. Damn it. Just a few years ago, we were all part of the land of grass. How could they be so ruthless in this temporary division? At that moment, a dirt-streaked jonin entered, accompanied by several chunin, all nursing their wounds. One of them seized the despondent Uzumaki clansman by the arm, marred with bite marks, and took a savage bite. He shook himself in satisfaction before forcibly dragging a few others outside, intent on sharing the spoils with his injured comrades. Silence enveloped the scene as these red-haired individuals were treated like mere commodities in their hands. Among those taken were men and women, all utterly devoid of combat prowess. Even those who might have had strength were rendered powerless after enduring such inhumane torment for so long. The elder who had wept earlier wore a face full of bitterness, reflecting on the first Hokage's legacy. What had he truly protected? No, this is not good. Reinforcement from Konoha are here. A panicked chunin rushed in, disregarding his lower status as he hurriedly swatted away the hand of the leading jonin that gripped the Uzumaki clansman's arm. The jonin, glaring fiercely, barked, "What do you think you're doing? They sent someone from Konoha to demand the return of these people. What did you say?" Meanwhile, at the main gate of the Grasamang stronghold, Minato stood with Kushina, who was sobbing uncontrollably, his leg shaking in impatience. Behind him stood a line of over 20 Konoha chunin clad in vests and adorned with headbands, advancing with an air of overwhelming force, as if ready to flatten the stronghold. The leader of Grasamang, along with his subordinates, arrived shortly after the commotion began. The two factions faced each other, with the Grasamang clan holding a numerical advantage. However, when compared to the well-equipped Konoha ninjas, the Grasamang fighters appeared painfully underprepared, clad in coarse garments that seemed inadequate against a barrage of shuriken. Minato regarded the rugged man at the forefront with disdain, as well as his lackeys, who seemed feeble enough to be easily dispatched by a single strike from a skilled combatant. Like Wang shouting, "Return my clansmen at once," Nagato exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation as he pointed accusingly at Grasamang's leader. The phrase "at once" was a catchphrase taught by Yahiko, and it was a curious coincidence that Konoha's Kushina was also familiar with it. How could Yahiko have known? Nagato was filled with confusion. From the opposing side, The sight of the small girl's flushed face and her current silence suggested she was seething with rage. Chapter 3. The destruction of Konoha and the healing of Amigakure. Uncertain of the intentions behind the arrival of Konoha ninjas in my village, Kusa's Amang feigned ignorance and questioned. Young lady, how did your kin end up in our Kusa village? Enough of this. Do you not recognize me? I am Namake's Minato. If you wish to avoid conflict with Konoha, you must release our people at once. Allow me to inform you that it was Lord Shimura Danzo who orchestrated the demand for the Uzumaki clan members. Minato, casually adjusting his ear with his pinky finger, let his golden hair hang loosely as he regarded Amang with a nonchalant demeanor. Beside him, Kushina felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing she could discreetly dig a hole to hide. Nagato swore that he would never again pretend to be a couple with Yahiko. Conan had initially considered impersonating Kushina, but refrained, fearing she might not do justice to the role. Now, she felt relieved. The transformation Minato underwent, almost akin to a perfect disguise, left no room for suspicion. The other Amigakure ninjas mirrored this confidence. How dare a small village like Kusa imprison our allies from Konoha? Do they seek death? With the weight of Konoha's name upon us, we could not afford to appear weak. The intimidation tactic worked. Amang was visibly shaken. Yahiko silently resolved that Konoha would embody destruction while Amigakure would embody healing. Except for Nagato and the bashful Conan, who lingered at the back of the group. The rest displayed menacing grins, resembling a den of villains. What a fine representation of Konoha. Uzumaki Minato felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, he was a capable leader. By exerting pressure, he rendered the opposing leader and his subordinates speechless. Amang's lips quivered. Konoha sure is impressive. Is this how Konoha speaks to me? By the way, who sent you? The dark side of the ninja world. Shimura Danzo. This is a misunderstanding. Let us converse civilly. Lord Bairuho and I are close friends. Our villages have shared a bond for many years. Amang plastered a smile on his face, though internally he felt heavy with dread. He had no doubt that should he refuse this time, the next encounter might involve Danzo himself. Kusa village was on the brink of division, and perhaps Danzo sought an excuse to attack Kusa by sending this brash golden-haired ninja as an envoy. Should I, in a fit of rage, expel this golden-haired fool without returning the Uzumaki clansmen, it would be evident that Konoha's dark side was indeed relentless. However, Amang was no fool. He saw through the enemy's schemes and would not provide them with leverage. Submission was necessary. Speaking of Bairuho, the man who had requested bloodline limits was conveniently conducting human experimentation nearby. Very well, I shall summon Lord Bairuho to mediate, Amang whispered to his trusted aide. As soon as the aide departed, a perceptive genin arrived, bringing with him the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Upon seeing the Konoha ninjas, the members of the Uzumaki clan displayed expressions ranging from numbness to hostility and confusion. Why? In the past, we fought alongside each other against the Uchiha, pouring our strength into the battle. It was only when they noticed the smiling elder Uzumaki Minato that a flicker of hope ignited within them. Though they were unaware of Amang's conversation with his aide, their hearts ached for their ragged kin. Yahiko and Nagato were still linked arm in arm, and Nagato choked out words to Yahiko. He may not know his clan well, but they all shared the same blood. Had it not been for Yahiko saving him and the little one back then, would he not have shared the same fate as these clansmen? Lost in thought, Nagato realized his bond with Yahiko had deepened. Yahiko sighed softly, patting Nagato's hand as a means of comfort. At the back of the group, Conan remained oblivious to Yahiko's inner turmoil. She was sulking, for from her perspective, Nagato was Kushina. The two were so intimate. How could this be? Uzumaki Minato observed the two with a maternal smile, thinking, my clan has a promising future. Wait a moment, isn't little Nagato male? Minato regarded the two with a complex expression. Amang could not comprehend the tangled emotions before him, placing his hopes in Bairuho's influence. The unification of Kusa village was within reach. He did not wish to hand Danzo an opportunity to exploit them. Now, the situation was such that Uzumaki Minato had rallied his clan, and Amang, feeling guilty, sought to leave. Are you seeking war? Yahiko retorted angrily. Do you wish to perish? Minato, realizing the precariousness of the situation, called out. No, Lord Minato, wait, just wait. Amang feigned a jovial demeanor while his heart seethed with resentment. He was utterly exasperated with this audacious Namake's Minato. Was he still acting? This despicable man. Indeed, Danzo's intentions to undermine him were relentless. Wait, Namikaze, Minato, and Danzo of Konoha. How pitiful. You don't even carry the dignity of the greatest lord of Kusa. Were it not for Kushina's presence beside Yahiko, he might have offered his beloved up willingly. In a small nation struggling for survival, there was no room for principles. After a prolonged silence, Yahiko grew impatient, while Amang's envoy finally arrived. Bairuho, dressed in a flowing white robe with silver hair tied in a ponytail, unfortunately, was a man. He had developed a technique called Oni Yagura, which could fuse nin beasts or bloodlines. What is the matter? Bairuho, brought in by Amang's aide, was in a foul mood as his experiments had been interrupted. However, without Amang needing to explain, Bairuho's pupils dilated. Namikaze and the Jinchuriki. Yahiko echoed in disbelief. Kusa, a type of plant. The imposter Konoha had stumbled upon the traitor in the village. How could Bairuho be here? How could Minato be present? Both sides were bewildered, their minds racing with countless thoughts. Given Bairuho's past actions, even Danzo would be enraged if he learned of this. Amang, completely oblivious, rubbed his hands together and smiled. Ah, Lord Minato, what a coincidence. Lord Bairuho is here as well. We are all part of Konoha. Why not sit down and discuss? And perhaps enjoy the unique scenery of Kusa Village? Nagato, Konan, and Minato's group froze in shock. They understood their own circumstances. If Bairuho was cautious, a mere conversation might expose them. They exchanged solemn glances. What to do? Flee. With their speed, they could only intimidate, but how could they escape? The sounds of approaching Kusa ninjas were already echoing as Amang's subordinates began to assemble. As long as they could delay, the 200 or so stationed in the camp could rush to their aid at the sound of combat. Perhaps other Kusa ninjas, upon hearing of outsiders meddling in their affairs, would unite in anger against them. They could be faced with thousands of Kusa ninjas, with their aging, sickly, and disabled members. Uzumaki Minato looked at his clansmen and the hapless children who accompanied him. Very well, the unknown had already revealed itself as the Shiki Fuin. So long as he could take Amang and Bairuho away, amidst the chaos, Yahiko would surely lead everyone to safety. Minato. No, Yahiko, I leave everyone in your hands. Chapter 4, 500,000 Ryo. This is truly all I have. Yet someone was swifter than him. With a snap, Yahiko bit his thumb, producing a crisp sound akin to biting into an apple. Blood smeared across his palm as his hands began to weave seals. As long as he could prove they were allies, everything would be fine. Summoning technique. Bang. Hey, is that Yahiko or Minato's little brother? What brings you here? Before the figure of the toad was clearly discerned, a brash voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Bailu hurriedly fled, for he knew that the Jinchuriki and the toad Bunta were intent on his demise. A gust of wind swirled beneath his feet, leaving Kusa Amang bewildered by the spectacle. Just then, as the smoke cleared, a massive red toad, exuding an aura of authority, appeared before them, holding a smoking pipe. With a sweeping gaze, the toad assessed the situation and inhaled deeply. Before Mihiko could utter a word, the toad leaped high into the air, its powerful hand raised with ferocity, crashing down upon the fleeing Bailu. Recognizing his status as a friend of Jiraiya, Bunta restrained his strength slightly. As he lifted his hand, Bailu lay unconscious on the ground, adopting a pose reminiscent of Yamucha, barely clinging to life. Bunta said nothing further, exhaling a puff of smoke and giving a nonchalant thumbs up to Minato. With another burst of smoke, Bunta vanished from sight, presumably in haste to return home for a meal. I am Kusuomang. At this moment, I feel utterly helpless and terrified. Today, a group from Konoha arrived, led by a brash young man who summoned a terrifying giant toad. Although I had heard tales of the notorious toads from Mayaboka Mountain on the battlefield of the Rain Village, I had underestimated their temperament and prowess. They could be ruthless, even turning against their own. I knew Bailu's strength, and yet he had been knocked unconscious by a single blow. Of course, there might have been reasons behind Bailu's failure to resist, but what was even more daunting was that red-haired specter. After forming a few hand signs, I felt as though the Grim Reaper himself had come to collect me. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion. Minato, here are 500,000 Ryo. Please convey my apologies to the Uzumaki clan and Lord Danzo. While Mihiko was engaged in negotiations with members of the Uzumaki clan and those skilled in sealing techniques to bolster Bailu, I feared that my subordinates might also fall victim to the giant toad. After much deliberation, I made a decision that went against my ancestors' wishes. Today, I, Kusuomang, have succumbed to humiliation. I retrieved wealth from the treasury and, bowing low, offered 50,000 ryo to Yahiko. He scratched his head, momentarily forgetting to respond. Astonished by this unexpected boon. In my eyes, the young man seemed dissatisfied. With a sigh, I added another 50,000. Yet again, Yahiko remained silent. As the Uzumaki clan had erupted with joy upon receiving gold coins, and the elder explained quietly that it was the Akatsuki village, not Konoha, that had come to their aid. Throughout this ordeal, I maintained a forced smile, casting aside any semblance of dignity. However, it was the wisdom of Yahiko that allowed him to navigate the situation without revealing any fear, for a lesser person would have been easily exposed. The giant toad, if summoned by our Uzumaki clan, would not have been a matter of concern. Yet Yahiko, upon witnessing the toad's arrival, appeared utterly drained. The simple-minded Uzumaki clan members felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, moved by the realization that someone would risk danger to rescue them in their time of abandonment. Naneko wore a blissful smile. Surely, she was well cared for by Yahiko. Now, however, the Uzumaki clan found themselves entranced, captivated by Yahiko and Nagato. The Uzumaki clan has joined the village, enhancing the host's physical prowess. The system notification flashed momentarily. Yahiko estimated that the loyal Uzumaki clan members had bestowed upon him a chakra reserve amounting to at least 10 cards. Could he unleash 44 Raitun techniques in a single day? Oh, how he had transcended the ordinary. He was no longer just an average person. Henceforth, the common folk could fend for themselves. Though he had yet to master the Raitun technique, he had already developed the Rasengan prior to meeting Minato. He decided to practice with it in his palm. Kusa-Amang watched as Yahiko played with the swirling blue sphere of chakra, instinctively swallowing hard. I'll add another 50,000, he declared, seeing Yahiko still engrossed with the Rasengan. 500,000. That is truly all I can offer. On the way back, Yahiko continued to smile, relishing in the newfound abundance of chakra coursing through him, resembling a foolish heir of a wealthy family. Within the group, Nagato had restored his usual demeanor, shaking his head in exasperation at Yahiko's rapid chakra growth. Was it possible that Yahiko now possessed nearly 2/3 of Nagato's chakra? Nagato, I will be able to protect you and Konan better from now on, Yahiko assured him with a smile. Nagato nodded solemnly. And then Yahiko turned his attention to the conflicted expression on Konan's face. What troubles you, Konan? He inquired, puzzled. Konan exchanged glances with Nagato, hesitating before shaking her head. Nothing. They had grown up together, and despite the current intimacy between Yahiko and Nagato, it was simply a matter of youthful innocence. In a few years, they would understand more. The mature Konan smiled at the thought, realizing that she had been caught up in unnecessary internal conflicts. Upon returning to the village, they were greeted by the head of the cafeteria and etiquette officer, Uncle Genji, who had adorned the village gates with a red banner reading, "Welcome Uzumaki clan to the Akatsuki village family." Yahiko had long criticized such ostentatious displays and formalism, although he had initially led the charge to welcome refugees. Nonetheless, witnessing the Uzumaki clan members weeping tears of joy, feeling as though they had found a home, made him reconsider. Perhaps Uncle Genji deserved a raise. The village entrance was bustling with onlookers, the adults offering warm smiles to the bewildered newcomers while the children curiously observed the unfamiliar red-haired individuals. The village children, having come from all walks of life, were oblivious to any notion of exclusion. "Your hair is just like Uncle Nagato's," exclaimed Uncle Genji's daughter, addressing a young boy from the Uzumaki clan. Nagato felt his Rinnegan nearly falter in irritation. He was merely 10 years old. "Konan, why are you laughing?" Yahiko asked in confusion. "Is something wrong?" "You and Nagato," she began, but hesitated, shaking her head. "It's nothing." Yahiko and Nagato had always shared a close bond. Presently, Nagato lay beside Yahiko, but they were still young and unaware of the intricacies of male affection. In a few years, they would understand. As the group approached the cafeteria, they were met with the enticing aroma of food. Knowing that the Uzumaki clan members were hungry, they decided to serve lunch half an hour early. The Uzumaki clan, following the instructions, lined up shyly at the serving window. "Do the villagers eat the same as us?" they wondered, observing Yahiko with a bowl of simple cabbage and vermicelli, devoid of any special treatment. Was this the equality that Nagato had spoken of? "All of this is grown by us villagers. Eat up," Yahiko encouraged, rising to greet them. The seemingly ordinary dish of cabbage stewed with vermicelli evoked an exquisite sense of delicacy within them. As they savored the meal, tears unexpectedly fell into their bowls. The village chief's kindness remained unrepayable. Chapter 5. The Centennial Plan of the Village. Days later, the Uzumaki clan officially joined the village of Shaoin, contributing a considerable number of sealing techniques. Furthermore, the elders of the Uzumaki clan possessed specialized secret arts to locate their kin, successfully finding many of their scattered members. With Nagato included, the total now amounted to 67 individuals who were settled on the western side of the village. Nagato assumed the role of clan leader, while the elder Zhou became the head elder. The village of Shaoin, known for its inclusivity, coexisted harmoniously with the Uzumaki clan, even during official village meetings. The Uzumaki clan was permitted to send representatives, namely Nagato and Zhou. One could only wonder if the neighboring Uchiha clan would feel envious upon witnessing this. In a different small conference room known as the senior meeting room, strategies were formulated, all pertaining to the policies of Shaoin village, matters that could not be divulged outside, accessible only to the upper echelon. Yahiko sat at the head of the table, lazily propping his chin on the back of his hand. Observing the cacophony of voices around him, he mused inwardly, if you all were as united as a fortress, how could I remain steady upon this bench? Let the chaos unfold. Perhaps it will escalate into a brawl. The clamor, however, was merely a product of Yahiko's idle thoughts. Beyond, perplexed by the uproar that felt as though it would lead to a fight. Fools! You think I, Unji, am intimidated by your age, Zhou? I have tasted more salt than you have traversed roads. Enough of this noise. I have something to say. Even Nagato, who typically remained silent, stepped forward. Eventually, Yahiko, incensed by the ruckus, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "What do you all think this is, a marketplace? This chaos is intolerable. Clear your minds before entering this meeting room." He glared at them, commanding their attention. "I dare not." They responded. "Village chief, we were wrong." This, too, was a figment of Yahiko's imagination. The reality was that when he struck the table, everyone turned to him with wide eyes, as if questioning his presence and purpose. "Damn it, I am the village chief," he thought angrily. "Do you dare challenge me? Are you all craving a taste of defeat?" Yet, as they stared back at him, he felt a chill, envisioning the formidable spirits of the past, the red-haired specter of the corpse demon seal, the red-haired youth with his Rinnegan eyes. The demon who would dare to add copious amounts of spicy peppers to sweet and sour ribs, and the figure squinting at him with intentions to squeeze him dry. Cough, cough. That one was best left unspoken. In short, the adversaries were daunting, none of whom a mere village chief like him could confront. Perhaps we should reconvene later? You can draft a proposal, and I will review it thoroughly. I promise to consider each of your suggestions. The meeting room fell silent, save for the sound of pens scratching against paper. Once everyone had dispersed, Yahiko gazed at the proposals scattered on the table, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. The village was in dire need of funds. The 5 million ryo given by Ao Mang and the meager sum left in the treasury were insufficient for the starving Shaoin village. Merely constructing homes for the Uzumaki clan and the newly recruited refugees consumed half of the budget. His subordinates had not received their military pay for a year, and though they were magnanimous about it, encouraging him to prioritize village development, Yahiko felt a flush of embarrassment. He wished he could bind Orochimaru to cultivate a few large enterprises in real estate. He picked up a proposal with crooked handwriting. Uncle Yuan wrote, "I request the village to allocate funds to improve the food provisions for the ninjas and workers." Yahiko felt a surge of enthusiasm. Healthy meals lead to stronger individuals, did they not? He was tempted to discard the other proposals, but decided to continue reading. Zhou proposed, "In a century's plan, the strength of a village is measured by its children. You, child, have not faced the destruction of your nation. The resources here are profound. Can you truly grasp them?" Yahiko overlooked Zhou lengthy admonishment and focused on the suggestion. Constructing schools for children to receive an education? This elder's foresight resonated with him. He understood the principle that a wise youth leads to a wise nation. Intrigued, he realized that amidst the earlier chaos, valuable suggestions had indeed emerged. Nagato's proposal is commendable as well, investing in international promotion to raise the village's profile, thereby attracting employers to post tasks. To his surprise, the character Nagato, who had quietly developed in the Rain Village within the original narrative, suggested they venture beyond their borders. Flipping through the proposals, he found each one more illuminating than the last. Some suggestions, while immature, were nonetheless noteworthy. The final submission read, I believe the village needs to procure a large quantity of explosive tags. Explosive tags are the foundation of authority. Yahiko, do you remember? This was something you told me during story time when I was 7. Despite the gentle and soft handwriting, a sense of dread gripped Yahiko upon a mere glance, sending a chill down his spine. Surely, he must have misread. Fire style? No matter, he would carefully scrutinize it once more. Where is Conan's proposal? Why can I not find it? After several meetings, Shaoyin Village ultimately settled on several significant decisions. A school would be built, and the dining hall's provisions would be improved. Yahiko agreed to every suggestion presented during the meeting, enhancing some of the more naive ideas. However, this resulted in expenditures that exceeded their budget drastically. With a single misstep, Shaoyin Village could swiftly become a mere skeleton of its former self. Yahiko glanced around the dimly lit meeting room, noting the expectant faces of his companions, save for the disheartened Conan. Leave the financial matters to me. In his study, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Yahiko locked the door, barring entry to anyone. On the table lay a manuscript, the title barely discernible, Nagi River. This was an epic chronicling the decades-long evolution of the Uchiha clan. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan had been embroiled in relentless conflicts over the leadership of Nagi River. The opening line read, Uchiha Tatsu later took pride in marrying 7 wives, who cried out in ecstasy not from pain, but from indulgence. The first chapter delved into risku themes, which was precisely why Yahiko had locked the door. However, this book was not merely salacious. The original work, White Deer Plain, had garnered the 4th Maudun Literature Prize in his previous life. Through intricate emotional portrayals and a distinctive narrative style, it explored the depths of human nature, far superior to Jiraiya's exaggerated tales that relied solely on superficiality. Yahiko had made numerous alterations to the plot, enriching it with substantial content. He mused to himself that he would need to keep a distance from the Uchiha clan in the future. But wait, wasn't this book penned by Pain? What did it have to do with him, Yahiko? Pain, Yahiko's pen name. He even envisioned the charming interactions he would have with his future readers. It was evident how resourceful he was and how much he cherished his audience. A single book's royalties would undoubtedly be insufficient, hence he planned a second book. He intended to leverage both works to penetrate the market. Should they yield ample profits, a third and even a 4th book would follow, an unending stream of creativity. With no breaks or pauses, this was Yahiko's unwavering path as a writer. Chapter 6, The Refugee District. 3 days later, within the Land of Fire, 2 books suddenly ignited public interest. One titled Nagi River, and the other The Female Lower Ninja by Jia. According to whispers from the largest bookseller in Short Book Street, both titles were authored by the same individual, a young lad with tousled hair, whose smile radiated warmth like a small sun. It was said that he drew inspiration for his writing from his mentor. Truly, a prodigy in his youth. The books spread throughout Kanahagakure, prompting throngs of people to flock to bookstores and street corners, all in pursuit of a copy. In this realm, where cultural scarcity reigns and the entertainment industry is rather lackluster, a book emerges that intertwines the intricate power struggles within the Uchiha clan with the profound mysteries of human origins. This narrative tantalizes the bloodthirsty ninjas, leaving them yearning for more. Outside a bookstore, the author, Pain, a man with flowing white hair and peculiar paint adorning the corners of his eyes, leans against the wall, having just finished reading Nanachuan. The intricacies of the Uchiha clan's machinations escape his memory. All that remains is a lingering impression of excellence. Damn it! Is this a ploy to steal my business? Jiraiya seethes after finishing the book, contemplating the lackluster reception of his own work, which was inspired by Nagato. He had aspired to pen a book that would captivate the interest of the older generation, hoping to earn a modest fortune, only to be overshadowed by a novel that outshone his creativity and prose. Clutching another book titled by Jia, which features a female lower-ranking ninja, Jiraiya flips through its pages with a critical eye. The character Shimizu Takayoshi, a notorious lecher, was once the director at the Ninja Academy. As he reads, he finds himself thoroughly engrossed, even more so than with Nanachuan. If only he could meet this esteemed author to urge him for more content. To engage in conversation, Jiraiya would die content. Ultimately, feeling unsatisfied after finishing the book, Jiraiya resolutely leaves a farewell note for his 3 disciples in Konoha and embarks on a quest to seek out this revered author. Meanwhile, this esteemed author has achieved remarkable success, earning over 1 million ryo from just his first manuscript through sales across the 5 great nations. Under Yahiko's negotiation with the merchants, all the funds were converted into food and construction materials. Mr. Namikaze, you are a true genius. Several booksellers exclaim, shaking Minato's hand. Please, just call me Chow Gui if you admire my work. He replies, wary of what might happen if his senior brother Minato discovers this. After the transactions, he takes Konan to the land of rain to gather the displaced, while Nagato heads to the land of lightning with other plans. This land, ravaged by years of conflict, is now a desolate sight. The villagers resemble mere shadows of themselves, devoid of color or vitality. Yahiko and Konan return to a familiar, cozy abode, a place they once shared under Jiraiya's tutelage in the land of rain. Here, they had spent joyous times with their companions. The two turn over a white sign adorned with a frog, which had their names inscribed above it, flipping it to reveal the red side, indicating they were home. The original frog side signified their temporary absence. Outside, a gentle rain falls, and the weary duo feels hunger pangs as they prepare a meal in the kitchen. Konan delicately scoops a spoonful of Yahiko's egg custard, garnished with scallions, and, savoring the taste, closes her eyes in bliss. Why does even a simple egg taste so delicious when prepared by Yahiko? She wonders, deciding to indulge a little more during her growth phase. A small table occupies the kitchen, and Yahiko serves the finished dishes, encouraging Konan to eat her fill. Truth be told, he would rather forego his own meal to ensure she receives adequate nutrition, striving to make up for the years of deprivation they endured while wandering. As Konan eats, Yahiko tenderly gazes at her, reminiscing about her adorable childhood, while the image of her grown self in a swimsuit or qipao fills him with a sense of unease. The sound of swallowing breaks the silence. Konan pauses, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Why is Yahiko swallowing so audibly? Has he finally come to his senses? She muses. Yahiko, equally perplexed, realizes that it is not his own saliva he is swallowing as Konan eats. Their eyes meet, and in that moment, she quickly forms hand seals. Wait, Yahiko thinks, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. He gestures for Konan to hold on. Rising to open the kitchen window and peering outside, his gaze lands on a group of children crouched low, covering their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. Sharmata, we've been discovered. Is he going to kill us? Run. The children scatter, wishing they had been gifted with more legs. Konan raises an eyebrow at Yahiko, a playful glint in her eyes, as if to say, my dear Yahiko, the children seem quite terrified of you. Yahiko watches the fleeing figures with a hint of disappointment. These little rascals are far too timid. When I snatched cookies from Orochimaru, I didn't flinch, he reflects. Following the muddy footprints, Yahiko and Konan chase after the children. Moments later, they arrive at a nameless area, abandoned and neglected, where Hanzo has neglected the plight of these individuals, allowing them to fend for themselves. Once, the confident Hidden Rain village waged war against the 5 great nations, only to be swiftly defeated, much like a fresh graduate facing the harsh realities of life. The economy faltered, and the village, once ambitious in its quest for dominance, faced hyperinflation, with a loaf of bread selling for a staggering 50,000 ryo. Ultimately, the defeated Hidden Rain village was left with an empty treasury. Since then, Hanzo has secluded himself, dispatching elite ninjas to the capital for his protection. Fearful of retribution from the 5 great nations, he remains indifferent to the outside world, having long since shattered his ideals. Yahiko surmises that perhaps Hanzo's summoning beast, acting as a surveillance tool, has detected their return to the Hidden Rain village. Given Hanzo's negligence towards the displaced, Yahiko resolves to give back to his homeland. They traverse the dilapidated refugee encampment, arriving at an unplanned open space. Under the curious eyes of the onlookers, they establish a temporary shelter from the rain. In a makeshift tent, Konan uses sealing scrolls to summon a large pot and provisions, while Yahiko kindles a fire, utilizing water release to fill the pot. The refugees quickly comprehend the intent of these benevolent souls and rush to inform their friends and family. However, some are put off by Yahiko's water release, refusing to partake. Yahiko dismisses their disdain, confident that his technique is purer than any clean water, devoid of bacteria. As a crowd gathers, Yahiko utilizes chakra to dry some sand and stone, tossing it into the pot. Konan, puzzled but silent, trusts Yahiko's reasoning. Stirring the concoction to prevent it from sticking, she questions, "Are you not preparing porridge for us? Why add dirt? Are you belittling us? Summon the Q. lacking any skill, berate Yahiko and Konan, while those truly in need roll their eyes and distance themselves. Fine. I'll prepare another batch. As the commotion escalates, Konan unleashes her paper jutsu, launching a spear laced with explosive tags toward the offenders, ensuring they think twice about their words. With a resounding boom, Konan activated another explosive tag, sending a cloud of dirt flying. In an instant, Yahiko formed a wall of earth, devoid of any canine features, to shield against the blast, safeguarding all onlookers, including the troublemakers. Konan, our Amage Cure is a village that thrives on virtue, Yahiko declared, clearing his throat. The ruffians, who had been boasting moments earlier, were now pale-faced and bewildered, rendered speechless by fear. Leave, and do not let me see you again. The group caught only a glimpse of Yahiko's cold profile before they stumbled away, trembling. Water dripped at their feet, uncertain whether it was rain or something else. Yahiko, you are too kind, too naive. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, Konan's heart raced at the sight of his icy demeanor. What is the philosophy of Amage Cure? Yahiko gently ruffled Konan's light blue hair with one hand, while secretly forming seals with the other behind his back. Shamed, Konan lowered her gaze, understanding that they should neither exploit the common people nor resort to brutal slaughter. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, leaving her puzzled. She looked around, yet nothing seemed amiss with Yahiko. Had she misheard? Yahiko remained as benevolent as ever, but it seemed she preferred the innocent and kind-hearted Yahiko over the cold and unfeeling one. After all, what ill intentions could Yahiko possibly harbor? He shifted the conversation now. Tell me, how did you acquire those explosive tags? I distinctly remember cutting off your sources. I made the explosive tags myself. Yes, indeed, I crafted them, Konan asserted confidently. Meeting Yahiko's gaze, perhaps frightened by the recent display of power, a number of onlookers chose to leave, while those who remained, thin and gaunt, touched their empty stomachs, patiently awaiting their meal. They expressed no disdain for the pot of gruel mixed with sand and stones, for they understood the pangs of hunger. Their willingness to endure in the face of the explosive tags demonstrated a certain courage, a trait that Yahiko sought in the residents of Amage Cure. In a nearby alley, a young girl wondered how Konan had procured the explosive tags, exclaiming, "Damn, you scared me to death. By the way, who are you? Is there a blonde among us? Who am I? Remember this. The one who laid a beating on you is Minato Namikaze of Konoha. Konoha? They can bully us, defenseless commoners?" Meanwhile, numerous blonde youths in the alleys of Amage Cure hunted down those who had tormented Konan. Don't say I bullied you. Before the fight, I threw a nail at each of you. They picked up the nails, their sharp heads glancing at the blonde. You may go. With a flurry of street fighting techniques, the blonde youth pounded the group mercilessly. The scene shifted back to the makeshift shelter, where a long line had formed for the soup distribution. Yahiko was affectionately dubbed Little Hashirama by the elder members of the queue. It was said that many years ago, a daring individual from Takigakure hurled a shuriken at the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, from 800 miles away. Senju Tobarama was furious and nearly killed him, but Hashirama, choosing not to retaliate, advised Tobarama to win over others with virtue. Yahiko's actions today mirrored those of Hashirama from long ago. Little Hashirama? In truth, Yahiko preferred his ancestor, Tobarama. Is anyone truly able to laugh at the idea of using Edo Tensei? The benevolent god of ninjas, Yahiko, elicited a playful smile from Konan, her dimples showing. Such titles are merely empty names. This was not my intention. I hope for peace. Yahiko sighed, momentarily lost in thought. The shadow clones returned, bringing back the exhausted individuals and those searching for lost teeth on the ground. Perhaps he too was rather kind-hearted. Once a large pot of porridge had been dispensed, Yahiko proposed to lead the group of refugees back to the village. Moved by Yahiko's benevolence, they unanimously agreed to accompany him to Amage Cure. This was the heart of the shinobi world, where a small act of kindness could inspire absolute loyalty. Yahiko, ever prudent, feared that the children of his village might also be swayed. Schools must be established, and the best resources for teachers and students must be ensured, with thoughts rooted in the advanced ideologies of the past. For several days, Yahiko and Konan traversed the land of rain, only deciding to return to the village when their supplies were nearly depleted. Those willing to follow them to Amage Cure had swelled to over 1,000. Yahiko welcomed all, regardless of age or gender. Concurrently, a self-proclaimed chunin from Konoha, the blonde Minato Namikaze, had been making his presence felt in the streets. even garnering followers in the land of rain. The young and impressionable Kyubi and Daibutsu were captivated by his charisma. Notably, at the tender age of 12 or 13, they already exhibited strength akin to that of a chunin. Coincidentally, in the original narrative, these two were similarly influenced. With that, the confrontation with Hanzo was temporarily shelved. Though youth may be formidable, Hanzo remained undeterred, not yet a relic of the past. As Yahiko led his group away, Hanzo learned of the developments, his lips twitching slightly. Forget it. I cannot sustain these people anyway. Take them if you wish. In the Shinobi world, commoners held little value. After all, 10 commoners could scarcely match the productivity of a single genin. Chapter 8. Amage Cure welcomes you, ready to forge new paths. At the Hokage's office in Konoha, the door was kicked open with a bang. The newcomer, eyes bandaged and features grim, demanded, "Sarutobi, what do you want?" Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly placed the forbidden text into his drawer. "Ah, you've arrived. Next time, kindly knock." Before Shimura Danzo entered, he cast a glance at the book. "Nanhequin? Even monkeys read it? Humph. I too find this book compelling and realistic. My teacher once remarked that the Uchiha clan is inherently prone to infighting. He did not say this lightly. It was Hashirama-sensei himself who stated it. During the Warring States period, there existed a technique known as izanagi, which allowed one to lose an eye in exchange for altering reality. With this ocular ability, the Uchiha clan gradually became arrogant. Within the clan, each possessed such extraordinary powers, leading to discord. The defeated would use izanagi to rewrite the reality of the victor, while the victor, in turn, would revert it back with the same technique. My teacher was correct. The Uchiha clan comprises treacherous and cunning beings. You read Nanhequin too. Isn't that book on the Uchiha clan's forbidden list? Danzo adeptly approached the desk and opened the drawer. Hiruzen, surprised to learn that Danzo also read Nanhequin, momentarily forgot to intervene. He also overlooked the fact that he had summoned Danzo due to a peace request from Kusagakure, fearing Danzo might retaliate against them. Danzo picked up the first volume of Nanhequin, revealing another book beneath it, The Umbu Captain and the Chief Consort. Danzo's expression grew complex, while Hiruzen appeared embarrassed. What a coincidence! His eldest daughter-in-law was the Umbu Captain, serving as his son's right hand. What nonsense! Who placed this book in my drawer? Who? It must have been Jiraiya. Danzo, you know my character. I am merely curious as to why so many jonin in the village are enamored with Jiraiya's works. Jiraiya? I've heard that only devoted fans refer to pain as Jiraiya. Be quiet, Danzo. Look at the mess you've created. What have you done in the land of grass? Hiruzen swiftly redirected the conversation, throwing down the peace letter from Kusagakure. Danzo paused, wondering if his actions were indeed implicated. If they were, he could never admit it. I have never sent anyone to the land of grass. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, acknowledging the commendable effort this time. The objective was to pressure the enemy into seeking peace, without the need for total annihilation. The 5 million would serve as funding for your foundation. 5 million? What 5 million? I truly possess none. All right. Let us proceed as discussed next time. Yahiko dared to assert that no one in the ninja world valued the common folk more than he did. He firmly believed that a single spark could ignite a prairie fire. At the village entrance, it was still Uncle Genji who organized the welcoming ceremony. This time, there were not only banners, but also music. The gates of Akatsuki Village stood open, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Once embraced, a silent understanding would blossom, and you would fall in love with this place. The vast world is filled with friends, so please, do not hesitate. Yahiko penned the lyrics and melody, welcoming you to Akatsuki Village, sung sweetly by the children. The lead vocalist was none other than Uncle Genji's daughter, a classic treat for children. The little white rabbit milk candies were represented by the young Xiaoxiong, bringing tears of joy to the weary souls. After so many years, they finally found the warmth of home. The Uzumaki clan, with misty eyes, felt a deep connection, disregarding the muddy bodies of these displaced individuals. They approached and embraced them, offering warmth. Do not cry, children, this is your new home. A 40-year-old man wiped his tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be called a child at his age. Looking up, he saw the nearly 70-year-old Uzumaki Jin, a living relic from the Warring States period. Yahiko had heard that this elder once escorted Mido to marry Hashirama, and had even clashed with Madara, who came to stir trouble. Oh Buddha, how beautiful it is! And these little white rabbit milk candies are delightful. Jae-suk, an orphan since childhood, pressed his face against the Buddha's chest, crying out in joy. As Yahiko and his companions returned to the village, they were met by Minato Namikaze, who carried a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other. Flanked by the ninjas of Akatsuki Village, each leading a calf. Yahiko was startled. The main character has come knocking? Minato chuckled. It's me, Nagato. The two exchanged mischievous smiles, an unspoken understanding passing between them, albeit with a hint of guilt. This group quickly settled in. The men joined the village construction team, while the women, under Conan's guidance, engaged in handicrafts or animal husbandry. The village began to establish a small-scale ranch. Remarkably, it incurred no expenses, as everything was provided by Nagato, who had taken a detour to the Land of Lightning, receiving gifts from there. Nagato himself was uncertain how it happened. He merely called out to Wang shouting, and the chickens and cows arrived on their own. The lower ninjas of Akatsuki Village could not stop them. Thus, Akatsuki Village graciously accepted these gifts from the Land of Lightning. The livestock there had been meticulously raised by robust farmers over many years, ensuring premium quality. On the market, a single calf could fetch as much as 630,000 ryo. During the chase for these chickens and cows, Nagato almost lost them, as they ran faster than the average lower ninja, evading the umbu sent by the third raikage. On the day of slaughter, it was essential to reserve the firmest legs for Nagato, the great benefactor. Each cow hailed from the diligent care of ranch workers in the land of grass, feasting on the rich, natural organic grass abundant in zinc and magnesium. They drank from the sacred spring water of the land of rain, once utilized by the sage of Six Paths and Azura. Not every cow could be called an Akatsuki cow. The village gradually found its stride. With the land of rain settling down, the Second Shinobi World War was nearing its end. Konoha's White Fang had slain Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law on the front lines, leaving the morale of Suna's forces in tatters. It appeared that the tide had turned. The third Kazekage was in contact with Konoha for peace talks. But it was rumored that within Konoha, the pro-war faction led by Danzo was at odds with the peace-seeking third Hokage, leading to considerable discord. It seemed that some time would still be needed for resolution. Thus, Akatsuki Village would focus on stabilizing and developing, preparing for the imminent Third Shinobi World War, which would arise from the eventual disappearance of the third Kazekage. Given the current number of ninjas in the village, Yahiko felt a profound sense of unease. The Third War had proven to be a veritable meat grinder, claiming even the lives of village leaders on the battlefield. Terrified, Yahiko spent the night drafting reports for the umbu captain and the village leader, attempting to ease his worries. This manuscript inexplicably catered to the tastes of the elder ninjas, and the bookstore owner, eager to win the favor of this prodigy, offered him the treatment usually reserved for top-tier authors. One single book, just the signing fee and the first distribution, brought Yahiko nearly 3 million ryo, as effortless as gathering money in a snakeskin bag. He continued to trade with merchants for the supplies Akatsuki Village required. At this moment, ever vigilant, Yahiko, accompanied by several village leaders, sought the location for the construction of a ninja school. Consideration was given to ensuring it would not disturb the residents while being close enough for the children to enjoy a good night's sleep. After circling the village several times without success, Yahiko suggested, why not establish it in the village center? Conan, tying her hair back, proposed to him. Yahiko pondered, realizing she was right. The children were indeed the heart of Akatsuki Village. Educating the young was crucial, as knowledge must be passed down through generations. Placing the school next to the village leader's office would provide him peace of mind, as he could see them every day. All right, Yahiko declared, gesturing grandly. The construction team immediately requisitioned the residential buildings adjacent to the office. The primary demolition targeted the yards of Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. How corrupt! With their yards raised, there would be enough space not only for the school, but even for a nursing home. Yahiko reflected on when he had begun to transform into the very person he despised. While the 5 great nations were embroiled in conflict, the land of grass was also at war, indicating that unrest was pervasive. Yet, these matters bore no relation to the small village of Akatsuki, which was virtually absent from the maps of the ninja world. Under Yahiko's direct supervision, Akatsuki Village embarked on an extensive civil engineering project. The village center, encompassing the leader's office, would serve as the first ring, followed by the second and third rings. Yahiko decided that the core industries of the village would be located within the second ring, accessible only to villagers. The village echoed with the sounds of construction, accompanied by the shouts of Earth-style ninjas invoking various techniques. United, The villagers worked in harmony, their spirits intertwined, while everything progressed in an orderly fashion. Today, Yahiko donned a hard hat at the construction site, emphasizing the importance of solid foundations. If anyone dares to jest with the elderly or children, I shall cast them into the land of rain to feed the mountain pepper fish. Yahiko, it's time for lunch. Conan arrived again with a meal, accompanied by the village women, bringing food for the hard-working men at the site. At last, the men no longer envied Yahiko, the village leader. Conan also refrained from eating, instead finding a clear space beside Yahiko, carefully laying out the tableware with paper ninjutsu. Try this potato shreds, I made them. Ah, delicious. This rib soup is also my handiwork. Exquisite. This dish is. The flavor is simply marvelous. Ah, this is for the little ones. Despite the gusty winds and dust at the construction site, the two enjoyed their meal heartily. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the proposed sites for the ninja school and nursing home, a discontented elder lurked. In the dimly lit cavern, a remarkably sharp sickle leaned against a broad stone seat, and an ancient figure sat upon it. What has been causing such a ruckus outside for days? Chapter 9. The Phantom Thief Yahiko and the Advancement of Akatsuki Village. Madara, tell me what it feels like to defecate, and I shall reveal it to you. Uzumaki Kuro, who had been squatting on the ground, attempting to grasp the feeling of needing to relieve himself, sprang toward Uchiha Madara upon hearing his inquiry, his expression animated. Madara slowly opened his mouth, gently uttering a single word, roll. It had been a year. Madara gazed toward the source of the voice, recalling the time he had resided beneath the goddess bridge, utilizing black zetsu to seek out loving members of the Uchiha clan to implement the grand plan of the Eye of the Moon, until he acquired those eyes. The vessel for his eyes, Nagato, along with a boy named Yahiko, aspired to establish a ninja village in the land of rain. At the tender age of 9, one is expected to face off against Hanzo the Salamander. In that moment, Madara was utterly taken aback. Although Ten Hanzo could not match him at his peak, was this not a tad too audacious? Fortunately, the container was foolish, not the Madara he had chosen. To prevent his Rinnegan from being toyed with by these two Navi lads, he had Black Zetsu disguise himself as a wanderer, guiding the two simpletons to establish a village here. He moved nearby to observe, which brought him some comfort. Over the past year, the two young fools had indeed made commendable progress. In fact, there were aspects in which they surpassed Hashirama, in his opinion. Yet, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Madara's plan involved allowing his Rinnegan to experience the world's greatest evils, assisting his chosen heir in capturing the nine-tailed beasts. However, after only a few days of respite, what had transpired outside? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. Could it be that the enemies of these two boys had come knocking? It was too soon for Yahiko to perish. White Zetsu, go and investigate. Lord Madara, are you truly unfamiliar with the sensation of excretion? Uchiha Madara clenched his fists, casting a cold glare at the whirlpool-faced White Zetsu. White Zetsu, in a state of bewilderment, exchanged blank stares with Uchiha Madara, causing Black Zetsu, who lurked in Madara's shadow, to grow increasingly agitated. What were these two up to? Could they not act more sensibly? With their antics, how could he possibly rescue his mother? Ultimately, under Madara's threat of force, White Zetsu complied. As a solitary spirit from the previous era, Uchiha Madara often observed the world outside through White Zetsu's perspective, akin to a bored old man passing time in an empty nest by watching television. At this moment, Madara's vision was intertwined with that of the whirlpool-faced White Zetsu. Wherever he looked, dust swirled in the air. Men clad in yellow hard hats, having satisfied their hunger, were diligently laying bricks for the construction of a school. Ijing, our village will soon have a school. Yes, I, Nobita, shall undoubtedly become a great ninja. Foolish Nobita, what if they reject you? Ijing, do not heed Kanfu's nonsense. He will never gain admission. Some children, unaware of the hardships that lay within school walls, excitedly pointed and chattered from the periphery. Madara, moved by nostalgia, reminisced. His eyes glimmered with a rare tenderness. Was it not similar when Konoha was first established? At that time, he and Hashirama had alternated as foremen on the construction site. And of course, he emerged victorious in the end. The houses he oversaw were sturdy and reliable, while those supervised by Hashirama, pathetic like tofu scraps. Oh, age brings with it a propensity to ramble. With a self-deprecating smile, Madara's face, lined with wrinkles, soon furrowed again. Where was White Zetsu headed? Lord Madara, are you going to relieve yourself? A woman, cupping her hand against her mouth, whispered to herself in a hushed voice. As Genji, emerging from the restroom, turned his bewildered gaze, a strangely behaving woman burst into the makeshift men's toilet, even asking if he needed to go. "You're in the wrong place. This is the men's restroom." "Oh, men's restroom. Is there excrement here?" she inquired, placing her finger on her lips. "Come back." Uchiha Madara covered his face, his old visage flushed with embarrassment. It was clear he should never have utilized Hashirama's foolish cells to cultivate White Zetsu. White Zetsu fled, leaving Genji, rubbing his eyes in confusion, wondering if he had fallen into a jinjutsu. Yet he was merely a cook, at most useful during welcoming events. Why would an enemy employ a jinjutsu against him? The days swiftly passed. In Akatsuki Hidden Village, the confusion was not limited to Genji. According to nearly 30% of the workers on the construction site, while they were attending to their business, they heard an eerie, maniacal laughter. Some even claimed that just as they finished, a white, temperatureless hand snatched them away, causing them to flee in terror. "Wah wah wah. Village chief, someone touched my behind. Is your plight worse than mine? He had excrement on his hands and smeared it all over my leg. That scoundrel stole the paper I left on the ground." Other villagers lamented their grievances. According to Nagato's investigation, 2 individuals had been squatting while watching the female chunin, Hakai, and had been frightened to the point they could not stand. What? Bastard. A government official who does not act for the people is better off returning home to grow sweet potatoes. Do not worry. Yahiko will definitely find that little white hand. Village Chief Yahiko, in a fit of rage, ordered a thorough investigation. Of course, being familiar with the plot of Naruto, he knew exactly who was responsible. However, without clarity on Madara's whereabouts, how could he capture the slippery White Zetsu, a master of the art of evasion? Furthermore, White Zetsu's leader was Madara himself. Wah wah wah. That person has connections. How could a mere village chief like me apprehend him? Yahiko reluctantly resorted to capturing a few notorious mountain bandits from outside to serve as scapegoats to suppress this incident. After the punishment of these bandits, the restroom continued to echo with that sinister laughter, inciting panic among some timid villagers who preferred to hold it in. At this moment, a member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with formidable sensory abilities, boldly stepped forward to bring the master of that evil white hand to justice. "Fellow villagers, do not worry. I, Uzumaki Jiru, will surely unearth the hidden culprit." With the Uzumaki clan members, a security team was established to ensure the village's safety. On this day, Uchiha Madara, by chance, spotted a familiar old man amidst the crowd of red-haired individuals. In a fit of rage, he tore away the outer tubes of the outer path divine tree. Despite being older, Madara boasted that he could still consume 3 large bowls of rice, and he proceeded to deliver a severe beating to the whirlpool-faced White Zetsu. Oh, at last, the villagers could enjoy their newfound freedom to relieve themselves whenever they pleased. "Village Chief Yahiko, we are out of funds again. What should we do? Should we hasten the project as completion? I will think of a solution." Days passed. Suddenly, 2 notorious incidents emerged in the ninja world. The inexplicable white hand extending from the restroom garnered little attention, merely circulating within Akatsuki Hidden Village. The other incident, however, sent chills down the spines of the noble class. In a well-lit noble household within the land of fire, the head of the family gazed at a note in his hand. The lion of dusk until the maiden of dawn, the clock without a second hand reaches the 12th word. Message, Phantom Thief Kid. The note's end bore a small doodle of a figure in a top hat. "What does this mean?" he inquired of his steward, who merely shook his head in confusion. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, extinguishing the candles in the mansion. When the steward and his men relight the candles, a panicked servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, it's terrible. The legendary egg of the land of fire gifted by the daimyo has vanished." "What? My large emerald egg is missing? How absurd. What are your guards doing? That egg was quite valuable." Yahiko's figure was spotted wandering in the land of wind, having just exchanged an emerald egg from a noble for 20 million ryo. Nagato, to the next target. As the head of intelligence for Akatsuki Hidden Village, Nagato was already well prepared. The next target was a princess in the land of wind, reputed to possess the largest red ruby in the ninja world, the Tear of Red. Meanwhile, Sunagakure was so impoverished they could barely scrape by, while the princess resided in one of the most opulent palaces amidst an oasis. "Ah, Kid is coming to my house. Quickly, enhance security. I want to see Kid in person." Perhaps enamored by Ace, upon receiving Yahiko's note, She clasped her hands to her chest and prayed fervently. This woman, Yahiko, with a head full of black lines, led Nagato, having stolen nothing, out of the scene. That blasted egg, this woman is utterly deranged. They hired Rasha, accompanied by 3 jonin and 9 shunin, to lay an elaborate trap. The following day, Yahiko and Nagato executed a surprise return, successfully stealing the tier of red. Even thieves have their code. They only plundered from a noble household once. Certainly, if the nobles continue to be unkind in their wealth, the next time Yahiko and Nagato visit, it will not be merely to borrow some treasures. Both Yahiko and Nagato have journeyed to the 5 great nations. It is heart-wrenching. Yahiko subsists daily on boiled cabbage and vermicelli, while these nobles wastefully discard their uneaten chicken, duck, and fish into the sewers. Strive. One must strive. Yahiko vows to ensure equality for all in the Shinobi world. When Yahiko first established the hidden village of Akatsuki, the villagers appeared gaunt, lacking food and education, with the entire village unable to muster even 10 pounds of grain. And there were scarcely a few who could read and write. This small village had no name, so whom could he turn to for assistance? Nagato suggested, "Look at my eyes. If they are valuable, sell them." The hidden village of Akatsuki was in dire straits at that time. Had Yahiko not stumbled upon a fortune of 10 million ryo for grain, the village would have perished. Through Yahiko's diligent efforts, within a year, the hidden village of Akatsuki flourished, providing food, schooling, and even a nursing home. The Shinobi school and nursing home have been completed and are now enrolling students and elderly residents. The 2 structures Yahiko is most proud of will officially open tomorrow, September 1st. That night, Yahiko ventured alone into the prison. For some morbid amusement, he had named it Advancement City. Located in the latter part of the hidden village of Akatsuki. Outside Advancement City, 2 of the village's lower-ranked shinobi took turns guarding. Moreover, the prisoners inside had been sealed with layers of complex seals by the Uzumaki clan, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to decipher. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the professor of ninjutsu, would find himself in the dark, spending considerable time trying to unravel the codes. The village head and 2 lower-ranked shinobi greeted Yahiko respectfully. Yahiko nodded in acknowledgement. "Comrades, your efforts are appreciated." With a creaking sound, the door hinges emitted a slight friction noise. The prisoners inside halted their task of knitting and hurriedly pressed against the cell door, eager to show goodwill. "Though we are prisoners, we too deserve the rights of residents of the hidden village of Akatsuki. Salute." Indeed, we have the right to salute, not recognizing the visitor. Some even requested Yahiko to convey their greetings to the village head. They expressed gratitude for the opportunity to reform. Fortunately, their transgressions were minor, and they would soon be released after some reformation. Yahiko ignored them. He was seeking someone to assist him due to his urges. Under normal circumstances, he would have admonished them to remember this time and refrain from petty thievery upon their release. However, he had come secretly with Conan. She was always wary of him losing focus and monitored him closely. After a moment, Yahiko arrived at the innermost part of Advancement City, where the most ruthless criminals were intended to be imprisoned. However, currently, only one individual was held captive, a rogue ninja hunted by Konoha, named Hibiya. This man, with a white ponytail, had been knocked unconscious by Gamabunta. Upon opening the cell, the 2 engaged in a deep conversation. Initially intense, Hibiya was defiant, yet ultimately, Yahiko's overwhelming presence subdued him. After several rounds of negotiation, Hibiya agreed to Yahiko's request for the sake of his freedom, though he did not guarantee success. This was sufficient. As a renowned researcher in the ninja world, second only to Tobarama Senju and Orochimaru, Yahiko had confidence in him. Chapter 10. The first day of the Shinobi School and Nursing Home. In the Shinobi world, only children with innate ninja talent may attend ninja school. They must taste blood by the age of 12 and even enter the battlefield. Yahiko disapproved of this. The hidden village of Akatsuki offers a 6-year compulsory education, requiring parents to pay only for textbooks and meals to enroll their children. By the time this cohort graduates from elementary school, funds for a middle school will likely be available. Completing 9 years of education, they would be 16 years old, which is considered adulthood in the shinobi world. Yahiko hopes that only after reaching adulthood can they contemplate serving the village. He also plans to bypass high school and proceed directly to university, where only those with sufficient strength or academic qualifications may continue their studies. Of course, These are merely the policies Yahiko established after meetings with the higher-ups. On September 1st, the sky was clear and bright. Today marked the opening day of the newly established Shinobi school in the hidden village of Akatsuki. Being the first day, the registered children, upon learning they were to attend school, were filled with excitement and arose without needing their parents to rouse them. Yahiko, as the village head, had previously demonstrated a series of impressive ninjutsu techniques, including water style, wind style, and fire style, captivating the children. They had heard that the Shinobi school specialized in teaching these skills. Yuan Yijing, a first-grade student, slung a small bag from the prison over her shoulder and took her father's hand, Yuan Zhijie, as they set out from their home. Along the way, her sparkling eyes scanned the surroundings. Xiaoxiong, spotting a familiar face wearing glasses, who was also heading to school, she called out. Hearing her voice, Xiaoxiong's previously sullen face instantly brightened. You fool, where are you going? Yawabi, a lower-ranked shinobi, scolded, tugging at Xiaoxiong's ear. I want to see Yijing, let go of me. Dad. Yuan Zhijie approached with a smile and greeted Yawabi. Ah, you're here to send your child off to? Yes, together? Together. The four of them walked to school together. Along the way, Xiaoxiong bounced excitedly but stumbled and nearly fell, only to be caught by Yahiko who happened to pass by. Thank you, Xiaoxiong said, awkwardly scratching his head as he glanced at Yijing. At that moment, Yahiko felt an overwhelming concern for the future of the hidden village of Akatsuki. After reminding Yuan Zhijie to prepare ample food in the cafeteria for lunch, Yahiko utilized a body flicker technique to enter the shinobi school. Xiaoxiong stood wide-eyed in amazement, thinking to himself, all right, the target is the village head. Go for it, Yawabi Xiaoxiong. You can do it. He adjusted his glasses, filled with determination. Of course. I can. Are you here to be the tail of the class? Ha ha. You fool Xiaoxiong, why are you at school? Ha ha. This also drew the attention of two passers-by, named Jiyuan and Kongfu, provoking their ridicule. You two brats, just wait and see. At school, the children gradually assembled. Parents paused their tasks to accompany their children for the enrollment ceremony. As the nominal principal, it was customary for Yahiko to deliver a speech on the first day of school. My name is Yahiko. Well, I am your principal. How should I put it? On this crisp autumn day, seeing your vibrant faces fills me with anticipation. Everyone must strive for freedom. Let us bring honor to the hidden village of Akatsuki. Yahiko passionately declared from the stage. Hooray! The audience erupted in applause, with children and parents clapping enthusiastically. Among the children, two stood out. Significantly taller than their peers, Kazuto and Daibutsu. Despite possessing ninjutsu skills, they were illiterate due to their tumultuous childhoods. Yahiko directly placed them in first grade to learn literacy and new ideas. Beside them stood several older children who were in similar situations, and they had effectively become the leaders of this group. Yahiko, the eldest, looked helplessly at the speaking Yahiko on stage. Daibutsu, despite his simple demeanor, felt quite awkward. At that moment, a small boy wearing glasses approached them, barely reaching Daibutsu's waist. This little fellow seemed to be in their class. Hello, big brothers. We will be classmates from now on. My name is Xiaoxiong. I heard you know ninjutsu, and are even stronger than my dad. Could you teach me? Sure, Daibutsu replied, crouching down to speak with difficulty. What a pity, Kazuto covered his face, as a group of children of similar height gathered around. Well, those who came over are all in our class. For the next 6 years of their academic journey, they hoped everyone would get along amicably. The development of the school relied on the efforts of each individual. Let us walk hand in hand. I firmly believe that with our united efforts, we can indeed forge a brighter future. On stage, Mayahiko grew increasingly animated, seemingly unaware of the reason behind his unceasing stream of words as he grasped the simple microphone. Perhaps finding him overly verbose, someone tossed a paper dart at his feet. Enraged, Mayahiko thought these students utterly outrageous. How dare they challenge the principal in their first year? Picking it up, he recognized the dart. The head of the educational department, Director Nan, was invited to the stage to speak. Mayahiko cleared his throat. He had said all that needed saying and had no further comments to add. Hello, students, he began. It was now time for Director Nan to address the audience. Lately, a number of inexplicable project proposals concerning affordable explosive symbols had appeared on the office desk. To divert her attention, Mayahiko assigned Director Nan to lead a class. The village had been established for over a year, and he was wary of letting her handle finances. However, he could not permit her to be idle. for idleness could lead to the emergence of those 600 billion explosive symbols. It was all about money. Thank you. I will conclude my remarks here. As long as we abide by the law, each of you will remain a good child in Director Nan's eyes. Applause interrupted Mayahiko's thoughts, a thunderous ovation from the audience. Nan's speech garnered enthusiastic acclaim. She truly was the angel of Hidden Village as depicted in the original work, even among the children in the audience. Some older than Mayahiko and Nan, none dared to underestimate the young woman who had just stepped down from the stage. This was the girl who could soar through the air using paper techniques, chasing down ruthless mountain bandits. During the first class, Mayahiko attended as an observer. There were 3 classes in total, comprising over 100 students. He went to the second class of the first grade, which was led by Nan. Repeat after me. Nan instructed, while the students echoed her. Mayahiko, unusually attentive, fixated on Nan's charming face, not daring to make a single movement. This only deepened Xiaoxiong's admiration for Mayahiko. Was this the essence of endless learning? A true master always retains a heart eager to learn. Meanwhile, the adjacent nursing home opened its doors today. Unlike the first graders at school, whose studies focused on phonetics and literacy, Uchiha Madara found the nursing home intriguing. During the wars, many small clans neglected these seemingly useless elders to alleviate their burdens. The Uchiha clan, however, was filled with compassion. As the clan leader, Madara had supported and comforted countless injured elders during the Warring States period. They gathered the elderly together, funded by the village, creating a unique model akin to an orphanage. He had never seen anything like it before. What are these people discussing? Madara asked, directing White Zetsu to mingle with the crowd. Curiosity piqued. In the nursing home, a group of elderly men and women gathered around a chessboard, listening with interest as a red-haired elder played and conversed. Do you know who the other major rival of the god of Shinobi, Hashirama, is? An elder inquired. Uchiha Madara, came the knowledgeable response. It turned out that everyone present had heard of that esteemed name. Later, he seemed to defect and engaged in fierce battles with Hashirama at the Valley of the End. To be compared to the legendary god of Shinobi was indeed impressive. The red-haired elder chuckled softly, his increasingly bright eyes lost in reminiscence. It was one morning when Tobarama Senju, the second head of the Senju clan, came to propose marriage to my cousin, Uzumaki Mido. The elderly listeners were puzzled. What did this have to do with the infamous Madara? Their curiosity grew. Meanwhile, beneath the ground, Madara's expression darkened with palpable anger. Uzumaki Mido, that old fool. The year his father sent him to disrupt the alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki clans was certainly not his desire. That old man had deceived him using a masterful transformation technique, impersonating Hashirama and catching him off guard. Upon their first encounter, the disguised elder had rushed forward, tearfully lamenting his unwillingness to enter into the marriage, claiming it was forced upon him by his father and mother. Believing he was Hashirama, Madara had refrained from resisting, even wanting to hear Hashirama's grievances and offer comfort. Yet, that old man held a sealing technique in his hand. Madara instinctively grasped the scythe by his side, suppressing the urge to crawl out and slay that old fool while continuing to observe. Although the old man lacked eloquence, the game of chess was genuinely captivating. The knight moves in an L shape. Madara sighed. After such prolonged solitude, he felt a longing to engage in a few matches. However, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, someone must bear the burden of progress. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. General. Elder Yuanjuan, how did your vehicle end up in my parking spot? And wasn't your vehicle consumed by me? What? When did you eat it? Madara gritted his teeth. That old fool had resorted to such despicable transformation techniques. White Zetsu, gentlemen, could you please describe the sensation of defecation? Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Yuanjuan. A chorus of elderly voices. Chapter 11. A small failure may lead to great chaos. White Zetsu made another hasty exit. The elderly residents of the nursing home dreamt of the old man, disguised by White Zetsu, demanding defecation. This predicament left Mayahiko, who had caught wind of the situation, exasperated. He had hoped to develop in secrecy, dazzling everyone in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Now, however, he found himself in Madara's sights. Fortunately, the village had enacted a protective barrier. Should any unfamiliar chakra enter, Elder Yuanjuan would be alerted immediately. This brought Mayahiko some relief, knowing that the Uzumaki clan's brethren had not been in vain. Thankfully, Madara resided beneath the Kamakiri Bridge, and he likely wouldn't dare to recklessly seek information during this period. Right? As Yahiko processed documents in his office, he chuckled at the thought of Madara being unable to gather information, envisioning the scene of him groping in the dark. Yes, the village must develop quietly, stunning everyone in due time. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, White Zetsu Afei lay with both legs broken, sprawled on the ground, drawing circles with his index finger. The situation had grown quite complicated. He, Uchiha Madara, was trapped. Elder Uzumaki Yuanjuan had placed a barrier centered around the village, leaving no blind spots. Even deep underground, faint chakra fluctuations could be felt. Anyone who touched the barrier would be sensed by the Elder, who might even have a backup plan. Those who triggered the barrier would be marked and detectable. Unfortunately, his temporary base was within the barrier, at the center of Akatsuki Village. Though he was aging, he was still capable of handling an old man, but he feared the technique known as the Shiki Fujin. If his soul were consumed by the Shinigami, how could he ever complete the Moon Eye plan? You bastard! Madara kicked Afei in frustration. Just like that, they couldn't escape. Apart from Afei, there was a group of white Zetsu created by Madara to gather intelligence on the Shinobi world. Now, everything had fallen into his hands. Afei, fearing being choked to death by Madara, remained silent, even refraining from mentioning defecation. Madara-sama, what should we do now? One of the white Zetsu asked. Madara remained silent. How could he possibly know? In the shadows, Black Zetsu felt like crying without tears. He wanted to leap out and suggest that Madara have White Zetsu disguise himself as Yahiko or a vessel to sneak attack that old man, but Madara despised underhanded tactics. He was the embodiment of Madara's will. Lacking a suitable reason to emerge, he could only continue to remain hidden. Madara was so foolish. He felt so weary. Mother, I miss you so much. Madara suspected that the ground might also be enveloped by that old man's barrier, so he instructed the white Zetsu to behave for a while. In the darkness, the lonely elder remained seated on a stone seat, eyes closed, replaying the chess match in his mind. Time passed. He knew not how long it had been. Suddenly, a rough, snowy sound sliced through the silence. A familiar, youthful voice echoed through the loudspeakers, resonating throughout the entire village. Even the subterranean Uchiha Madara could hear Yahiko's voice. Madara opened his eyes and gazed in the direction of the sound, wondering what had transpired during his days of slumber. Nearby, after regaining the use of his legs, Deidara, squatting down to relieve himself, along with the bored white Zetsus, also turned their attention to the broadcast. Unbeknownst to the broadcasting Yahiko, countless hostile gazes were now converging upon him. Dear classmates and esteemed teachers, good morning. I am Yahiko, the village chief of Akatsuki Village. The moon wanes, the crows cry, frost blankets the sky, and the fishing lights flicker in the river. Autumn has arrived, and your principal Yahiko is quite pleased. I imagine you are curious why my voice is so loud. Well, it is thanks to a sound system invented by a ninja from the former Hidden Leaf Village, of which the creative idea was, naturally, mine. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Today is a significant day. You see, just last night, I was with Conan. What are you doing here? Hey, what are you doing? In an instant, the entire village, along with the hidden Madara below, heard Yahiko's frantic struggles. Shortly thereafter, he ceased his resistance, and a female voice emerged from the speakers. Good morning, students. I am Teacher Conan. Last night, the village's senior meeting decided to designate today as Teacher's Day. Students, please do not be surprised and orderly gather at the school playground. Madara's eyes twitched. He had an ominous feeling. White instinctively wanted to send a white Zetsu to investigate the situation. However, considering the possibility of barriers, he shook his head in resignation. After cracking his knuckles, he stood up and smiled at the silent Deidara, who was squatting on the ground, lost in thought. Uchiha Fei kick, he declared, leading the white Zetsus in a collective assault on the miscreant responsible for their confinement. Time passed, and Madara, exhausted from his exertions, returned to his stone seat, ready to doze off. Suddenly, a painfully shrill noise pierced the air. Happiness has become one of the most discussed topics of the present. So what does happiness mean to you, dear students? Please welcome Yuani Jing from Class 1 to 2 to the stage for a speech. Let's encourage her with applause. The sound of applause, along with Conan's voice, resonated through the speakers, causing Madara's expression to darken. I am happy. Nonsense. In the dim light, a flicker of red glimmered in Madara's eyes, but he ultimately restrained himself. Patience is key in achieving great plans. He could not reveal that he was still alive. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the entire ninja world with dire consequences. Madara covered his ears, trying to ignore the cacophony above. Respected teachers, dear classmates, today, I would like to share my essay titled Being a Happy Elementary Student. The girl's voice was high-pitched and piercing. Madara felt veins throb painfully on his forehead. I am from class 1 to 2, and Principal Yahiko often teaches us to respect our teachers and adhere to the principles. What kind of child would harm their teacher? Next, the sound of bells chimed for the flower offering ceremony, followed by the heartfelt sobs of teachers. All right, students, Yahiko raised the microphone once more. Is there no end to this? Lord Madara, please remain calm. Deidara quickly hugged one of Madara's legs while a white zetsu clung to the other. Madara's hands made cracking sounds as he struggled to contain his frustration. After a long while, he managed to hold back. Yahiko and Konan, very well, very good, exceptionally good. At noon, the children were finally allowed to eat, granting a moment of peace. In the afternoon, during the first break, the children experienced their first extended recess, a rare opportunity to play for 20 minutes without classes. From today onwards, every morning and afternoon during recess, teachers and students were to participate in exercises on the playground. First set of exercises for all primary and secondary school students in the village, Hope's Sale, begins now. After Konan finished speaking and put down the microphone, she followed Yahiko onto the stage to demonstrate the exercises. The sounds of seagulls and crashing waves emanated from the speakers, and Madara found himself less resistant to the noise. Compared to the piercing voices of the girls, it seemed relatively tolerable. Yet, after the Hope's Sale exercises, what more would there be? Step on the mat exercises. Step forward and then bounce backward to strengthen the leg muscles. Not only the students were participating, elderly residents from the nursing home and some idle adults joined in, all bouncing backward simultaneously. No one knew the torment Madara endured, both physically and mentally, beneath their feet. Chapter 12. With Konoha unscathed, what is home? In the Akatsuki Village office building, Yahiko slumped wearily in his chair. For the past few days, he had been busy compiling books, his mind constantly whirring. He was striving to prevent the emergence of individuals like Orochimaru and Obito, who were ungrateful descendants. Was it easy for him? He had to consider not overburdening the children while also nurturing their kind, yet unpretentious hearts. Thus, the revised and abridged Disciples Regulations made its way into the curriculum, alongside a series of heartwarming tales of teacher-student relationships included in the first-grade second semester textbooks. The offenders from the city also needed to repent and learn, necessitating Yahiko to exhaust his mind crafting educational materials. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yahiko, seated, turned to face the visitor. The newcomer wore a light blue paper flower on her head, her pale orange eyes sparkling, and her cute face bore smudges of soot from cooking, which Yahiko found quite endearing. She carried a gray ceramic pot, from which the aroma of meat wafted tantalizingly. Yahiko was initially moved, but soon noticed a glimmer of mischief in her amber eyes, causing him to inwardly lament. Are you looking for the original? The original is out negotiating business. Out negotiating business? Konan, lacking the Sharingan, had no choice but to believe this, lamenting her hard-brewed chicken soup. Since you are his shadow clone, you can feed him. Konan placed the pot on the table. Oh, all right. Yahiko, feeling hungry, reached out to lift the lid. So shadow clones need to eat too? Konan chuckled, and Yahiko joined in her laughter. Moments later, Konan's smile faded, and with a hint of nostalgia, she said, Ever since the village got back on track, everyone has been busy with work. Last night, I thought about the times when we relied on each other. And today I had the sudden idea to invite you and Nagato for a meal. Since you are unavailable, perhaps next time. Konan was not a harsh woman. On the contrary, she was quite gentle. Her melancholic words made Yahiko feel a pang of guilt. He had vowed to protect Konan since childhood, yet he had neglected her during this time. Could he not even attend to her feelings? No, I am free. That guy Nagato is busy, but we can disregard him. How about we go out for a stroll? Yahiko asked nonchalantly, gazing at the ceiling. Sounds good. Konan beamed. After several days apart, Yahiko found himself missing his good friend. He took Konan to explore the Uzumaki clan's residence. The village was in dire need of development. Aside from the school and nursing home, two structures that Yahiko had painstakingly built, everything else, such as housing, was merely habitable. Now, under Yahiko's encouragement, the Uzumaki clan was flourishing, embracing large families, as more children meant less tax and more income. Consequently, many clan members began to seek marriages with the villagers of Akatsuki. The elders no longer managed affairs, and Nagato had become the clan's leader. Nagato represented the union between Uzumaki women and outsiders. There was no dissent regarding this, and he occasionally encouraged clan members to mingle more widely. However, today, a red-haired little girl had clung to Nagato's side. The little girl, named Kukana, trailed behind them a few steps, looking lonely. "Nagato and I," she called, resembling a little shadow attached to him. With her round glasses, she appeared adorably younger than Nagato by a year or two. In the eyes of Yahiko, there was an inexplicable familiarity. "Yahiko, Conan, you've arrived," Nagato remarked with a hint of irritation, seemingly indifferent to the complexities of romantic entanglements. With Konoha still standing, what is home? A chuckle escaped Yahiko and Conan as they witnessed Nagato's uncharacteristic naivety. "Kushina, Uzumaki, do not follow me any longer. Return home at once." Nagato feigned anger, glaring at Kushina. "No," she replied, employing her innate ability known as the Kagura Mind's Eye, a sensory technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. This ability allowed her to discern whether someone harbored ill will towards her and to gauge their warmth or coldness of character. At that moment, to Kushina, Nagato radiated a comforting red glow, indicating he was not truly angry. She edged closer to Nagato, her eyes wide, scrutinizing the duo before her. "I apologize, Yahiko, Conan," Nagato said with an awkward smile, feeling helpless against the allure of his own good looks, which had captured the attention of the young girl. In the past, it had been Yahiko's charm that drew others in. Today, it was his turn to experience such excitement. "Well, Conan and I shall refrain from being your third wheel," Yahiko teased, elbowing Nagato playfully. As a side note, he recalled a time when Nagato was a lean figure, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. "Oh, get lost." Nagato rolled his eyes in response. After bidding farewell to Nagato, Yahiko and Conan meandered through the bustling streets, aimlessly wandering. Workers were diligently constructing a commercial street according to Yahiko's plans, the sound of clanging tools resonating in the air. "The little one is quite pitiable," Yahiko remarked, squatting down to observe the dusty street, where passers-by would salute him. Indeed, Conan nodded slightly. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the tranquil street as Yahiko and Conan's gazes intertwined, lost in a silent exchange. In their perception, the world around them gradually faded, leaving only the reflection of each other in their eyes. An undeniable, subtle tension hung in the air. This time, Nagato was not outside. Conan, feeling anxious, closed her eyes. Yahiko, unwilling to remain a mere bystander, seized the moment, summoning all his courage to utter, "Conan, open your eyes and look at me. I refuse to believe you are utterly vacant." The following day, in an effort to conserve village land, Conan moved into Yahiko's home, though they maintained separate rooms due to their youth. "Yahiko, it's time to rise," Conan said promptly at 6:30, entering his room to draw back the curtains and open the window for fresh air. She nudged the still dreaming Yahiko. Groggily, he opened his eyes, stretching sleepily. "What is it?" with a hint of childlike sulkiness. Conan smiled, so adorable. "It's time for breakfast. You need to inspect the village shortly and inquire about the villagers' needs." She playfully pinched his nose. Awakening at such an early hour filled Yahiko with regret over his impulsive decision the previous afternoon. What had begun as a light-hearted lecture from Conan had escalated to her practically taking charge of his life. There were new rules. Bedding must be aired out in the morning, snacks were forbidden in the room, and the toilet had to be flushed after each use, among others. This series of regulations made Yahiko quite uncomfortable. Recognizing the joy in shared experiences, he wielded his authority as both village chief and school principal the next day to formalize these rules within the school's regulations. Yahiko had even learned from Hansa's clever use of pepperfish as surveillance. "Xiaoxiong, Kung Fu, Jian, you three truly do not make my life easier," Yahiko scolded, observing the 3 10-year-old first graders trembling in fear as they sat in the village chief's office. "What if our parents find out?" they thought. "Rest assured, the principal is also concerned for your safety. These little frogs are to be kept by your side. Do not let them perish. You must catch insects daily to feed them, understood?" Yahiko declared, setting down his teacup as the trio nodded vigorously. For some of the more mischievous students, Yahiko arranged for them to have a little frog as a companion. There were no objections from my bokuzen, as Yahiko had graciously provided a means for the frogs to gain experience in the workforce. Rumor had it that earlier, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, and Jiraiya had engaged in a dispute. The leader claimed that Obito had been taken by Minato, while Jiraiya dismissed this, stating he had no knowledge of such events. That day, when the transformation technique of Elder Yoshiyuki had initially startled the leader, he felt my chakra and was met with Minato, leaving him momentarily stunned. Minato had unwittingly borne the brunt of 2 misunderstandings in a single day. Jiraiya, battered and with 3 broken ribs, was still determined to track down Pain. Pain, I shall uncover your true identity, he declared earnestly. Pain's actions had caused his magnum opus, the tale of the gutsy ninja, to falter in the market. He could hardly afford the journey back to Konoha. All of this chaos stemmed from Pain. Therefore, Jiraiya was resolved to seek out Pain, hoping to acquire vital information for a sequel. The sequel would be aptly titled Paradise of Intimacy. The Second Shinobi World War drew to a close, leaving no clear victor. The losses were shared, and no side emerged unscathed. Jiraiya searched tirelessly for any trace of Pain, but to no avail. Today, he had intended to purchase Pain's latest work at the bookstore, only to find it unavailable. Thus, he made his way to the largest publishing house in the Land of Fire to speak with the owner. The publisher, wearied and forlorn, lamented, "It is not that I refuse to sell. Rather, Mr. Pain visited 3 days ago and declared he would no longer write." "What? Answer me," Jiraiya demanded, narrowing his eyes as he gripped the publisher's collar. The publisher, feeling his feet leave the ground, sighed. "His girlfriend forbids him from writing." Jiraiya fell silent, gently releasing the publisher. He felt as though he had lost his purpose, his hope. No, there was still a reason: to seek out the prophesied child for the peace of the ninja world. What is so special about a girlfriend? If she says not to write, he doesn't write. Tsunade doesn't allow me to peek while she bathes, yet I still manage. Apologizing to the publisher, Jiraiya turned away, letting out a heavy sigh. "Lord Jiraiya, I hope you can awaken Mr. Pain for the sake of peace in the ninja world," the publisher pleaded, suddenly pulling on Jiraiya's sleeve. The publisher implored him, recounting how Pain's books had brought significant revenue to their publishing house. The plots and moral dilemmas within the stories captivated him, transporting him into a world akin to a genjutsu, where he found himself as the leader. Engrossed until the final page, Jiraiya could relate. Upon his first reading, he had exclaimed in surprise, disrupting his own chakra flow, convinced he too had fallen under a spell. "Where is that irresponsible boy, Pain? Perhaps he is in the Akatsuki village. I have coordinates for it." With that, Yahiko was left with no choice but to seek alternative means, putting the pressure on Obito to work harder. Crafting a camera to produce soap operas and films to earn money from fans, all before the production was complete. In the outskirts of the village, Yahiko established a guardhouse, personally overseeing the entrance. The Uzumaki clan dispatched members to organize the barrier and sealing teams, each specializing in their respective fields. It is not mere boasting on Yahiko's part. If Madara could send White Zetsu to infiltrate the village, he would be at a loss for words. What is the most profitable endeavor? Pondered Yahiko in the guardhouse. "Ijing, let us play Eagle Catches Chicks." An idea struck him. Today being Sunday, and observing the children frolicking nearby, he struck his right fist against his left palm. "Xiaoxiong, come here." He beckoned to the children. Among them were Xiaoxiong, Ijing, Shumishin, Kungfu, Jian, and several other children from the Uzumaki clan, who all scampered over. Indeed, he had named these children himself, displaying a remarkable talent for naming akin to that of his senior. He hoped these children would grow to be the pillars of his village, capable of resolving crises in the hidden corners of their community time and again. After stepping outside, he returned with several paper cards he had procured from Shaonin. "Can we play with these?" he inquired, laying one card flat on the ground, simple in design. One side was blank, while the other bore his name written in elegant script. He placed the side with Mia face down, raising his hand dramatically. "This represents 20 years of my dedication." With a swift motion, the card was flipped over, eliciting cheers from the children. "Come, everyone. Each of you shall receive 2 cards, and a reward awaits the victor." The children's spirits soared, embodying the vibrant energy of youth. Time passed swiftly, and soon several children, including Chumishin, wore expressions of dismay. "Wah wah wah, the principal is being unfair." Yahiko, still a mere 10 years old, found himself captivated by the game. 20 cards for saying the village chief is handsome, he declared, disliking the sight of the children in tears. He offered all he had, and soon their sorrow transformed into laughter. "We shall not play anymore. The principal is bullying us." Xiaoxiong mixed laughter with tears, leaving Yahiko puzzled by the child's emotional complexity. "Doesn't that sound strange?" Yahiko mused. Then let us play marbles. He retrieved a box of marbles, but within half an hour, the children were in tears once more. Xiaonan approached, bewildered, followed by several children eager to lodge complaints, prompting a scowl from Yahiko. What is going on? Very well, I shall not play like that anymore, he conceded, raising his hands in surrender. You truly are something. Xiaonan chided, casting a glance at him before departing. Principal, let us play with this. Xiaoxiong held up a bamboo dragonfly. Initially, Yahiko scoffed, but a thought struck him, prompting him to snatch it from Xiaoxiong's hands. Isn't this merely an ordinary bamboo dragonfly? Away with it. The children looked crestfallen, and with a sigh, Yahiko fashioned a slingshot and led them to hunt birds. Glass shatters. A commotion erupted. Xiaoxiong, what have you done? You broke a villager's window? That is not good, he exclaimed. Xiaonan, don't be angry. Xiaoxiong didn't mean it. I didn't do it. Xiaoxiong protested. Lying is unbecoming, Xiaoxiong, Xiaonan replied sternly. As time passed, merchants began arriving, and under Yahiko's guidance, the village of Xiaoyin inaugurated a toy factory, featuring products like the tin toads endorsed by Miao Muxin and marbles crafted from the sands of the Wind Country. The factory produced cards adorned with renowned ninjas from the ninja world, boasting maximum attack and defense values. Although Yahiko was unsure of their significance, the village children adored them, especially Xiaoxiong, whose cries would echo through the streets if he lost to Jian and Kung Fu. With affordable prices and the children's enthusiasm, Yahiko successfully opened up sales channels. Observing the procession of merchants arriving at the village, the captain of the security team, Yahiko, wore a bright smile. The money earned from the toy factory allowed him to accumulate modest wealth, enabling many village initiatives to fall into place, with substantial funds allocated to construction teams for enhancing the commercial street. Chief, someone has infiltrated the village. The team leader reports that this person possesses exceptionally strong chakra. An Uzumaki clan member from the barrier team reported. Yahiko furrowed his brow, questioning why someone would sneak into the village instead of entering openly. This cannot be good. There must be foul play at hand. It could even be Uchiha Madara. He instructed his team to evacuate the villagers while he rushed back to protect his home. The village was his creation, and no one held a deeper affection for it than he. As the leaves flutter, I shall not retreat in the face of adversity for the nation. I am prepared to sacrifice for my village, he vowed. Meanwhile, a small toad hopped on the ground, sensing the presence of its companions in the village, an extraordinary occurrence. Suddenly, the toad opened its mouth, and a hand emerged, followed by a figure gradually squeezing out. It appeared the infiltration had succeeded, as Jiraiya, disguised as a grass ninja, thought to himself how he couldn't let word of his actions against pain reach the ninja world or Tsunade. However, just as Jiraiya emerged, a barrage of paper cones and spears flew towards him. Who would have thought that the ninjas of such a small village would unmask him? Caught off guard, he could only allow 2 paper spears to pierce his chest. Following that, a dazzling water dragon surged forth, and Jiraiya leaped aside, glancing back in fear as it churned the earth behind him, creating a small pond. Jiraiya, still processing the shock, looked up and froze. Why are Yahiko and the others here? Is this a misunderstanding? History often repeats itself. Hey, it's me, he called out, but in the next moment, an invisible force propelled him backward like a kite severed from its string, landing him in the newly formed pond. Struggling in the water, he protested. I told you it's me. Why are you attacking? Surely my 3 disciples wouldn't wish me harm. The trio appeared beside him, their expressions unreadable. Yahiko stared at the grass ninja before him, astonished that the leader of the grass village had come to him. He cannot be spared. He began forming hand seals, prepared to unleash the first ninja to perish by the great fireball technique. Disciple, it's me, Jiraiya exclaimed. Little Jean. Yahiko was taken aback, realizing it was his teacher. He quickly stifled the flames, recalling an incident from years ago when he had sought out Jiraiya, only to be embraced unexpectedly by a drunken girl named Xiaojin. Yahiko cursed himself for not being able to perform the fire technique without hand seals, allowing Jiraiya to evade him. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, realizing he could simply dispel the transformation technique. With a sharp intake of breath, he noted how much stronger Xiaonan had become, as her paper spear had nearly pierced him. Removing the 2 paper darts from his chest, Jiraiya noticed a hint of embarrassment on Konan's face as she approached him to perform healing ninjutsu. Why did you disguise yourself as a grass ninja? She inquired. Normally, if it were a ninja from another village, they would engage in conversation before battle. Yet, by sheer coincidence, it was the grass ninja. Chapter 14. Everything for the village. How should I put this? The reason I am here, dear teacher. Jiraiya gazed at his 3 long-lost disciples for a considerable time, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. Could he confess that he came merely to spur them into action? Let's not dwell on me. Let's talk about you. Yahiko, look at you. You've grown taller and stronger, he exclaimed, decisively shifting the topic while affectionately ruffling Nagato and Yahiko's hair. Jiraiya had anticipated that after such a long separation, they would celebrate together over drinks, discussing their advancements in ninjutsu and reminiscing about how much they missed him. Yet, everything unfolded contrary to his expectations. Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying. Please come with us, Yahiko declared, removing handcuffs from his waist and solemnly securing them around Jiraiya's wrists. Jiraiya, bewildered, responded, Where are you taking your teacher? I have important tasks at hand. Reluctantly, he followed the trio, who were busy reassuring the frightened villagers and panicked merchants that there was no enemy to fear. This white-haired man is our thoughtless teacher who, for reasons unknown, chose to infiltrate our village. The villagers were taken aback to learn that Yahiko's mentor was none other than Jiraiya of Konoha, since he was the teacher of their village leader. He must be a good person, implying that Jiraiya had come to aid Yahiko. The construction crew continued their work, while villagers and merchants buzzed with astonishment at the unexpected connection between their village and Konoha. Moments later, they ushered Jiraiya into the depths of the village. Sealed by a sealing technique that suppressed his chakra, Jiraiya found himself imprisoned at the deepest point of the village. If it threatens the village, even my friends, brothers, or teacher will not be spared, Yahiko proclaimed with an air of authority. Jiraiya observed Yahiko's newfound commanding presence, realizing that his voice would resonate throughout the village, shaking even the furthest corners. At that moment, he understood. Through observation during the journey, he discerned that Yahiko was indeed pursuing the path of peace he had taught him. A village was established at the intersection of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. Yahiko earned considerable respect from the people, yet he had caused significant panic and economic turmoil by infiltrating the village. Despite their bond, Yahiko could not turn a blind eye to the laws of the village. Setting an example, he confined his own teacher to instill fear in those with dark intentions. It seemed this impudent boy was using his mentor Jiraiya to set an example for the villagers. Ultimately, it was likely to be a light reprimand, he understood. Just like the old man who indulged Danzo. Yahiko exchanged a knowing glance with Jiraiya. I'm sorry, teacher, Nagato murmured. Recently, the village has seen rapid development. Yet some individuals have begun to show tendencies towards corruption. Yahiko has apprehended and reprimanded several. During this strict period, as village leader, he cannot show favoritism. And it may be necessary for you to remain imprisoned for a while. Rest assured, teacher, your treatment will be of the highest standard. It's all for the village. Conan added, guilt lacing her words. Viewing Jiraiya as a father figure, she felt heartbroken at the thought of imprisoning him. I will ensure you receive what you desire. Yahiko teased, recalling how Jiraiya had put his pen down recently. As Jiraiya observed the departing figures of the 3 children, he felt a wave of contentment. If they were to show favoritism due to their teacher's presence, he would be disappointed. What did Yahiko intend to deliver? Sitting casually on the ground, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Could it be a grand work from pain? Surely not. Could it be true? The sound of Jiraiya's mischievous laughter echoed in the depths of the cell. The following morning, Jiraiya, clad in prison garb, was deep in slumber on a straw mat when the incessant ringing of bells roused him. As he opened his bleary eyes, he was met by the sight of 2 prison guards entering. What is it? You locked me up for one night, and now you're letting me out? Is Yahiko indulging in the same manner as that old man with the 3 elders? Sitting up, with dark circles under his eyes, Jiraiya regarded the guards. Well, since my disciple means well, I cannot let him down. Rising, he brushed off the bits of grass clinging to his clothes. Do we get meals? He inquired, casually draping an arm around the shoulders of the 2 guards. Yes, they replied, exchanging glances before leading him to the prison cafeteria. The modest cafeteria was sufficient to accommodate the inmates. Today's meal looked promising, and the staff was instructed to treat the prisoners with dignity, ensuring they were well fed as they would become citizens of the village upon release. Uncle Jin, also known as Genji, directed the staff to bring in the meals, casting a curious glance at the village leader's mentor before moving on. Jiraiya examined the iron tray in his hands and the long queue at the serving window. Are there this many guards in the Akatsuki village prison? He queried the guards. Ah, aside from those serving meals, there are about 10 guards, they replied, eager to answer. Knowing who he was. 10. Then who are those patiently waiting in line? Jiraiya pointed to the window, perplexed. Oh, those are the prisoners in our facility. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Prisoners can be so well behaved. Which prison has inmates who thank the staff after receiving their meals? I love this dish. Could you please serve me more? Enough already. Others need to eat too. Thank you. At that moment, a burly man at the serving window satisfiedly accepted his meal, joined by a steady stream of men behind him. With the state of security in the ninja world, it was common to catch a few criminals on any outing. After breakfast, the man happily found a seat to devour his food. As long as they turned over a new leaf, they could become residents of the Akatsuki village after serving their time, contributing to the community and benefiting from its policies. Who would choose to be an outlaw and face scorn if not forced by circumstances? Here, they could work and earn wages. Truthfully, many did not wish to leave. Jiraiya compared the prisoners in the Akatsuki village to those in Konoha's prison, concluding that the inmates in Konoha were mere individuals. Intrigued, he joined the queue. After finishing his meal, Jiraiya found an empty seat to enjoy his food. The prisoners maintained a strict decorum during meals, perfectly adhering to the rule of silence. Chapter 15. A Day in Prison. The silence was challenging for the loquacious Jiraiya, who felt stifled. Finally, after finishing his meal, he followed the other prisoners to wash their trays before gathering outside for exercises, completing a light jog around the yard. Before long, it was 8 o'clock. Coincidentally, it was the prisoners' monthly examination day, and those who performed well could have their sentences reduced. At this moment, Jiraiya found himself at a table, staring at a test paper before him. Are prisoners required to take exams? The two accompanying prison guards explained, Mr. Jiraiya, prisoners whose thoughts and morals do not pass muster cannot be released. Indeed, your crimes may be trivial or severe, but as long as you pass the examination, the village head will turn a blind eye, and you may walk free. Subsequently, the guards prepared a cheat sheet for Jiraiya, an act they undertook without permission from Yahiko. Such is the nature of human relationships. Take that away. Who do you think you are looking down upon? I am Jiraiya, the great sage of Mount Mayaboku. Do I need a cheat sheet? Jiraiya waved his hand decisively. Though he was at the bottom of the class, he was still a part of Konoha. Yahiko, when he was a little boy, learned to read with Jiraiya's guidance. Even if Yahiko had grown up, could he truly surpass his teacher in intellectual depth? The guards hesitated, but seeing Jiraiya's insistence, they relented, and the other prisoners looked on in confusion. The village has a policy. When encountering fellow villagers in distress outside the village, everyone should help to the best of their ability. Those who assist may be rewarded with either a cow or a chicken after verification. What would you choose? Jiraiya replied without hesitation. What do you mean? No. I do good deeds without seeking recognition or reward. As he spoke, he began to write. One day, a child at home was crying in the street, and the wife coaxed him with the promise of slaughtering a sheep after returning home. Little did the child know, it was merely a ruse, as their impoverished family could not afford such luxury. Faced with the child seeking an explanation, what would you do? Jiraiya thought. The lamb must grow up to fetch a good price. Of course, I would educate the child that hardship comes before sweetness, and if necessary, I would leave the leg of lamb for the child to enjoy later. Encountering an elderly beggar by the roadside, the old man claims to be starving, having not eaten for 3 days. With 200 ryo in hand, what would you do? Jiraiya thought it was obvious. I would give all 200 ryo to the old man. He wrote swiftly, completing the exam in just 5 minutes. Observing the contemplative expressions of his fellow prisoners, Jiraiya shook his head. His reputation as the underachiever of Mount Mayaboku stemmed solely from being in Konoha. After the exam, the invigilator collected the papers. At 8:30, the prisoners attended class. Jiraiya promptly laid his head down on the desk to catch up on sleep, and no one dared to disturb him. At 9 o'clock, Jiraiya and the others entered the workshop. Making toys? How intriguing. Jiraiya felt the piece of wood known as Hashirama's wood. Perhaps it was mere boasting? After the death of the first Hokage, even the small amount in the Valley of the End had been cut down by the old man for the village's benefit. The person in charge here mentioned they still had 3 warehouses full of Hashirama's wood. Why had he not remembered Yahiko being so mercenary? At noon, after work, they had lunch. After a hurried meal, they had half an hour of free time, during which Jiraiya played poker with his cellmates. Hey, these folks have a knack for humor. Their banter is truly delightful. Jiraiya enjoyed listening. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, The entire village gathered for physical exercises. Fortunately, Jiraiya had learned them in the morning, and he discovered that these exercises could enhance physical fitness, balance, and flexibility. He realized this much, as he spent most of his time sharing quiet laughs with his fellow inmates, while the female prisoners next door danced gracefully. By 3 o'clock, Jiraiya felt quite full. Is there even a snack while in prison? Plates of eggs were laid before him, and he could hardly believe it. As the teacher of the village head, he was afforded special treatment, allowing him to eat an extra egg compared to others. By 6 o'clock, after finishing sewing tasks, it was time for dinner again. Jiraiya finally understood why his fellow inmates were reluctant to leave. How long had it been since he had enjoyed 3 regular meals, considering the balance of meat and vegetables? After dinner, he had 10 minutes to write letters. Some inmates came from families of bandits, their grandfathers and fathers having been here, leaving little to write about. Jiraiya thought for a moment and penned letters to Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. How lovely. At 7 o'clock, the exam results were announced. Jiraiya suddenly felt anxious. What would his fellow inmates think if he scored full marks on his first attempt? He couldn't suppress the smug smile on his face. However, upon receiving his paper, Jiraiya felt as if the sky had fallen. 2 points. How could it be possible for him to score only 2 points? He glanced at the comments from the grading teacher, who suggested he be kept for another 2 years for further education, labeling him a hypocritical man devoid of integrity. The grading was anonymous, and there was no malice intended. Moreover, being Yahiko's teacher, akin to a father figure, no one would dare to target him. Looking at the teacher's comments, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of injustice. None of the criticisms felt applicable to him. Nevertheless, he did not show it, crossing his legs as he gazed at the teacher discussing the exam. The teacher, feeling helpless, thought to himself that had he known he was the teacher of the village head, he would have been gentler with his comments. Well, everyone has made progress, and we have a student who scored full marks. Come up, let everyone see your paper. Jiraiya recognized the man who had previously been peeking at the female prisoners with him during exercises. How had he achieved full marks? The man, feeling bashful, scratched his head, then, encouraged by applause from the teacher and his peers, explained how he answered the questions. When given the choice between a cow or a chicken, I chose the cow. Isn't it more noble not to take anything? Jiraiya instinctively muttered, is that wrong? The audience heard him clearly, and no one laughed. For they too had initially thought the same, wishing to showcase their own integrity. The man continued to reflect. The village head said that if you don't take it, and he doesn't take it, how can everyone else feel justified in seeking rewards after doing good deeds? If everyone chooses to forego rewards, will those who choose to request rewards be scorned? He did a good deed and should receive his due. Without rewards, would everyone truly risk their safety to rescue their comrades in distress? Jiraiya fell silent, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled for words. Would that not make him as cold-hearted as Orochimaru? Yet, he felt an inexplicable conviction that Yahiko was indeed correct. As for the second question, was it truly wise to indulge a child? Why not tell them that it was merely a well-intentioned lie, using it as a lesson that hardship precedes sweetness, and that the lamb, when grown, would yield greater benefits? Jiraiya anxiously watched the man on stage who had boasted with him earlier. A fleeting thought brushed his mind, but it vanished just as quickly. Integrity, the village head had taught them, means keeping promises made to others. Parents are the best teachers for their children. If it were me, I would work harder to ensure my child has a better life. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes glistened with emotion. How beautifully articulated. Surely, these were the values and virtues that Yahiko had learned from him? At 7:30, it was reading time. Jiraiya rushed in excitement, having heard that Yahiko had sent books. Truly a devoted disciple. A collection of fairy tales? What is this? I want to read the works of Pain and Chjr. The first story, The Little Match Girl? It seemed rather intriguing, and Jiraiya couldn't help but become engrossed. At 9 o'clock, it was time for bed. As Jiraiya lay in bed, he reflected on the day he had spent in a well-structured and fulfilling manner. Should he pay close attention to the morning class tomorrow? Lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber, dreaming of a blissful life with Tsunade. Chapter 16, Good Teacher. Jiraiya-sensei scored only 2 points? In the night, Yahiko and his companions gathered around a scroll belonging to Jiraiya, alongside 3 letters he had penned for each of them. The letters contained expressions of concern, acknowledging the hardships they had endured for the village over the past year. Regrettably, their mentor could not be by their side to fight for peace due to the ongoing conflicts in the village. At that moment, the trio was deeply moved. and Yahiko nearly utilized his authority to release Jiraiya. However, reason triumphed over emotion at the last moment, scoring 2 points. Was this a result of a frog being summoned to write for him? Conan inquired, what should we do? Yahiko pinched the bridge of his nose. Let us keep him confined for a while longer. Jiraiya-sensei has distanced himself from the populace. He then turned to Nagato, asking, how is the organization you established progressing? The village still lacked ninjas, and the organization currently consisted of ordinary individuals gathering intelligence for him. Yahiko acknowledged that he had borrowed ideas from the neighboring route. Of course, he could not be as foolish as the third Hokage and Danzo. To be frank, Yahiko believed that the route's concept was ingenious, yet unfortunately, its leader lacked intellect. Danzo was diligently recruiting talents from other villages, brainwashing them to become tools for Konoha, regardless of how brutal or despicable the methods were. Fans of the Hokage could still comprehend. Where there is light, there is darkness, and everything was for the sake of the village. Yet, the shadowy root merely extended its hand to pluck the leaves from its own trees, and it was no surprise that it was the work of Shimura Danzo. However, ordinary people also possessed their own merits. Hiding away made them hard to detect. Recently, news had reached Konoha. Nagato recalled the report, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. What? Yahiko and Conan asked in confusion. The famed Konoha White Fang had failed a mission. Nagato, I believe your initial intention in establishing the organization was to unearth talents from the ninja world for the village. There is no need to waste time on the trivialities of a failed mission, right? Yahiko shot her a glance, exasperated by her short-sightedness. You did well this time. Yahiko encouraged. What did you say? Conan looked at Yahiko incredulously. I am risking my reputation to speak on your behalf. So you're siding with Nagato? How infuriating. Nagato chuckled softly. Everything is for the village. All right, you should head home and rest. Nagato and I have matters to attend to outside the village. Yahiko donned his outer garment, picking up the book he had been secretly writing, ready to leave with Nagato. While it was acceptable to jest during ordinary times, he needed to display his masculine authority when it truly mattered. Understood. Be safe on the way, and return early. Conan helped Yahiko smooth out the wrinkles in his clothing, whispering coldly in his ear, you'll pay for this when you return. That won't be necessary, Conan. I am not fond of chicken soup. Nagato was oblivious to the exchange between Yahiko and Conan, perhaps thinking she was suggesting a nourishing soup for his return. He felt a twinge of envy at their closeness. After losing his family to Konoha ninjas, he had yearned for the tender companionship of a gentle woman. As for Conan, Nagato had already regarded her as a younger sister, though he was still adjusting to the presence of a young girl clinging to him daily. Yahiko and Conan were perplexed, wondering what was amusing Nagato so. After Yahiko departed, the responsibilities of the village would naturally fall to Conan, who had proven herself capable in managing affairs, possessing a certain talent for governance. Some of her suggestions were quite refreshing to Yahiko. At the Hokage's office in Konoha, on the 33rd day since the sealing of his pen, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in deep contemplation. Little did he expect that one day in the ninja world, there would arise an individual whom he could address as brother without reservation. This term carried acknowledgement and respect for Pain's modest contributions to the struggles of the ninja realm. With a pipe in hand, he took a contemplative drag. Half of the smoke was his, the other half surrendered to the wind, which perhaps bore its own burdens. A knock resounded at the door. Enter. Hiruzen deftly stowed away several books on his desk into a drawer. Hokage-sama, the leader of the Akatsuki village wishes to meet with you. A chunin, responsible for receiving foreign guests, knelt to report. Akatsuki village? Hiruzen pondered, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. The chunin, sensing his confusion, clarified. Their village is situated at the juncture of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the land of grass. And their leader is a 10-year-old child. The chunin's face reflected disbelief. Now anyone can claim the title of leader. In the 5 great villages, the leaders were known as Kage, while others with some strength were referred to as leaders. Akatsuki village was unfamiliar to them. A 10-year-old child? Hiruzen mused, then added. To establish a village at the crossroads of our nations is no small feat. Have Mitarashi Anko pay them a visit. After the chunin left, Hiruzen randomly pulled a book from the drawer, shaking his head with a wry smile, for he had memorized the plot. I might as well read it again. Moments later, another knock echoed at the door. What is it? The leader of Akatsuki village insists on meeting you. Preposterous. Inform him that my duties are pressing and that having Anko meet him is already a concession on my part. considering the effort it took for this child to come to Konoha. Under ordinary circumstances, Hiruzen would have made a point to meet them personally to encourage them. However, today was different. He wished to read. But he claims to possess your latest work. The Chunin exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this title, it was evident that the Chunin was an avid fan. Oh, the latest work? Hiruzen sprang from his chair, eyes sparkling with excitement, breath quickening. Realizing he had lost his composure, he sat back down and cleared his throat, stating earnestly, "Let him in. I am curious to see what this young lad wishes to discuss with me, the third Hokage." Yes. The Chunin trembled with excitement, thinking, is it my turn now? I was in line first. During the brief interval before the Chunin returned, Hiruzen felt as if time had slowed, each moment stretching painfully. Hurry, hurry. Can't he teleport over with the flying thunder god technique? Hokage-sama, he has arrived. Even before the door was knocked, two boys, one with orange hair and the other with red hair, were ushered in by the Chunin. Their hair fluttered behind them, still in shock. Is the Konoha Chunin's body flicker technique really this impressive? Cough, cough. I am the third Hokage you wish to meet. Oh, hello, Grandmaster. Chapter 17, Shu-Mo. You are trampling on my beliefs. Grandmaster. Confusion spread across the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Chunin accompanying Yahiko. Yes, yes. My master is Jiraiya. Yahiko grinned innocently. Meanwhile, Nagato, under the watchful eye of an elder, hastily lowered his head, his feelings of embarrassment mingling with concealed resentment. You are the three disciples Jiraiya took in at Amigakure? Indeed, I am Yahiko, and this is Nagato. We are both disciples of Jiraiya-sensei. Hiruzen recalled the events of the Second Great Ninja War, when Jiraiya had discovered these three unfortunate children and cared for them for 2 years. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that these children were part of his Hokage lineage. So it is you. What brings you two little ones to my door? Hiruzen's expression softened, one of warmth and openness, yet he was curious about their intentions. Well, I brought Nagato here to visit our elder, and to observe the thriving Konoha village. Seeking to learn from Hokage-sama's experiences, Mayahiko felt a sense of revulsion towards his own playful tone, yet he still forced himself to speak in a high-pitched voice. Sarutobi Hizashi raised an eyebrow, noticing the child named Mayahiko sneaking closer. One must always be vigilant and ready for battle. I hail from the Hidden Fog Village, under the tutelage of Jiraiya, who in turn was a disciple of the Hokage. Ultimately, we are all part of the same family. Grandfather? Sarutobi Hizashi thought, feeling a mix of sorrow and disbelief at his own age. Whether intentional or accidental, Mayahiko approached the table, inadvertently dropping a book from his arms. Quickly, he picked it up, and Hizashi caught a glimpse of it. Call me your majesty. Little Mayahiko, little Nagato, come chat with Hokage grandfather. Hizashi immediately laughed, as if he had been tickled. He regarded Mayahiko and Nagato as if they were his own nephews. After exchanging a few words, Mayahiko and Nagato discreetly took their leave. In the afternoon, a report regarding the Hidden Fog Village landed on Sarutobi Hizashi's desk. His complexion pale, he slowly spoke, indeed. They are Jiraiya's disciples. Let them be, but should either of them make a move, they are to report immediately. Outside the Hitaki residence, Mayahiko and Nagato crouched nearby, waiting for Hitaki Sakomo to take his own life, ready to intervene. Nagato trusted Mayahiko, and Mayahiko trusted Danzo. While they waited, a small boy wearing goggles suddenly slid to his knees right in front of them. Mayahiko and Nagato exchanged glances. I didn't bring a red envelope. Mayahiko scratched his head. Nagato, do you have one? Give it to him. Nagato shook his head as well. How infuriating. Where did this stone come from to trip me? Tobi. Uchiha Tobi exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. What are you? Are you Tobi? Mayahiko examined the clumsy child, earnestly attempting to retrieve the stone as proof of his identity as Tobi. Such a trivial matter had stirred the ninja world into chaos. Igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War? Was Madara any different from the old man in the ring? You know me? Tobi tossed the stone aside, eagerly grasping Mayahiko's hand. I suppose we do know each other, Mayahiko nodded, recalling the irritation he felt in his past life due to this very individual. Without you, where would the yellow flash be? Without you, where would the dead water be? Indeed, I am none other than the renowned second-place winner of last year's Konoha Young Ninja Tournament, Uchiha Tobi. Tobi stepped back, proudly giving a thumbs up. Nagato, confused, asked, Konoha has such events? When we return, we can hold one as well, Mayahiko replied. You were second? Who was first? The first was. Tobi's face turned pale. a few dark lines appearing as despair enveloped him. Yahiko laughed heartily. I will surely surpass that arrogant Kakashi. Toby crossed his arms, turning away, ignoring Nagato. Observing the still young and naive Toby, Yahiko found himself wanting to bring him home. A white-haired boy with lifeless eyes stared at the two unfamiliar youths. Beside them crouched a small figure wearing goggles. Hey, you two. What are you doing? You've been squatting in front of my house for 3 days. The 5-year-old genius, Kakashi, who graduated as a genin at 6, had been observing the duo for some time. Had they not shown any malice, he would have reported them to the Konoha guard. Hey, you okay, idiot Kakashi? Toby, holding a bamboo helicopter in one hand and a wooden slingshot in the other, stood up to inquire, though he sounded concerned. Toby wore a prideful expression as if to say he wasn't genuinely worried. Who are they? Kakashi remained silent, his gaze drifting to the two behind Toby. They? Listen up, Kakashi, the one with orange hair is my elder brother, Yahiko, and the one with red hair is my elder brother, Nagato. Toby puffed his chest, introducing his companions who had brought him toys. Hello. Yahiko greeted Kakashi, but paid him no further attention. His visit was not aimed at Kakashi, but rather at his father. Recently, rumors had circulated that Hatake Tsukumo had abandoned a mission for the sake of his comrades, causing significant losses for Konoha. The origins of these rumors were unknown to Yahiko, but they had intensified in recent days. The village's higher-ups had not stepped in to clarify. Perhaps due to Tsukumo obstructing the path of a chosen successor? Were they trying to suppress him? Yet, this had nothing to do with Yahiko. With a longing for White Fang, he and Nagato stood guard outside the Hatake residence for 3 days, reminiscent of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Whatever, Kakashi thought, dismissing them as he headed home to care for his father. Toby scoffed. Big brother is better. He gives me sweet milk candies. Inside the Hatake residence, Tsukumo sat calmly on the tatami mat, sipping tea, seemingly unaffected by the insults outside. Back from a mission? He smiled gently at Kakashi, who had just returned. Father. Kakashi bowed respectfully. He nodded slightly, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Tsukumo didn't inquire further, merely patting Kakashi's shoulder while glancing at the rotten eggs left by unknown villagers on the floor-to-ceiling windows. If he were to regret anything, perhaps he would, as a ninja. Failing to complete a mission was indeed a dereliction of duty. However, no matter how many times he faced the dilemma of completing a mission or saving a comrade, he would always choose the latter. Life is priceless. Protecting comrades, family, and children was the original intent of the first Hokage in establishing Konoha. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Was safeguarding comrades his father's belief? Was he willing to break certain rules if necessary? But what of the criticism? The more he pondered, the more confused he became. Hatake Tsukumo, why sacrifice a mission for me? Put away your feigned sincerity. Do you think I would be grateful? For the village, I was already prepared for sacrifice. Hatake Tsukumo, you trample on my beliefs for your own reputation. Outside, 2 voices shouted in anger, the very teammates Tsukumo had saved by abandoning his mission. There were also a few ignorant villagers pointing fingers as they passed by. With a loud crash, the teacup Tsukumo had been tightly gripping suddenly slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. He heard every word spoken outside, his heart feeling as though it were being tightly squeezed, leaving him breathless and filled with uncertainty. Was he wrong or right? Father. Kakashi's face flushed as he reached for the white fang on the rack, ready to go out and defend Tsukumo's honor. Stay back, Kakashi, Tsukumo said wearily, forcing a bitter smile. Chapter 18. Forgive me, Kakashi. You lot. Shut your mouths. Do not mock Kakashi and his father. Toby's face rarely displayed anger. It was infuriating to see these individuals belittling Tsukumo's selfless act of saving his comrades. So it's from the Uchiha clan? This is a matter for Konoha, none of your business. Too brash, newly graduated genin scoffed at Toby. But my Toby has some standing in Konoha. The 2 genin were swiftly dragged away by their grandmother, who scolded them as they left, emphasizing the distinction between Toby and the Uchiha clan. The renowned White Fang of Konoha has failed his mission, and the client is utterly disappointed with us. I can't even take on a C-rank mission, and I have 2 hungry children at home to feed. What am I to do? Wailed another genin. Uninformed villagers, hearing the commotion, empathized with the genin, some comforting him while others stood at the Hatake residence's entrance, hurling insults. At this moment, Yahiko and Nagato found themselves at a loss for words, silently observing several elderly women urging Obito to return home. It can be said that foolishness is more formidable than malice. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha emerged victorious. Could they truly be lacking in entrusted missions? Nowadays, the new generation of shinobi, including Ino Shikicho, Minato Namikaze, and Fugaku Uchiha, rise like the sun at dawn. If he were the feudal lord, he would honestly prefer to assign missions to Konoha over Akatsuki. The foundation of Konoha is indeed formidable, with various bloodline limits and forbidden techniques left by Hashirama Senju. It seems that Akatsuki village has a long way to go if they wish to surpass the 5 great villages. Thus, he and Nagato, both representatives of Akatsuki, began to toil diligently. Today they would dig one, tomorrow a pair, and through this exchange, the advantage would ultimately belong to them. It is no wonder that Kakashi later could not forget Obito. At this moment, under Obito's playful charms, the elderly women could no longer resist and even organized to withdraw, showing Obito some courtesy, as they murmured their plans to return tomorrow when Obito would be at school. It was evident that the Obito before his descent into darkness was the ideal child of Akatsuki in their eyes. Emerging from the common folk, he was self-taught. Obito, would you like to join my brother Yahiko's Akatsuki? Yahiko declared, seriously meeting his gaze. After establishing a bond with Nagato, he felt that accumulating debts was not a concern. What was one more Obito? If Madara Uchiha had the capability, he could personally come and deal with him. Obito felt a flicker of interest, his wit instantly sharpened. Is my brother wanting me to inherit his village after he passes? Yahiko had been showering him with toys and sweets these past few days, even praising him for his potential to defeat half of the Uchiha clan in the future. With a single-handed water dragon technique, he had not grasped its full essence. Yet its power was truly astounding. He must possess the strength of a Nin. If he went, would he not stride confidently? No. Akatsuki village had no Rin. Brother Yahiko, I have reasons that compel me to remain here, Obito said, scratching his head, embarrassed. Yahiko felt disappointed but had to relent. Before long, Obito returned home for dinner. Kakashi filled a bucket with water and emerged with a cloth to clean up the spittle left by the villagers, clearly impatient. Why are you still here? Are you here to trouble my father as well? Nagato frowned. You'd better adopt a more respectful attitude. He is not as accommodating as Yahiko. I'm sorry, Kakashi said, desperately seeking answers as he put down his cleaning tools and approached the two, his expression anxious. What do you think of my father? Lacking confidence? Once I finish, I will tell you. The life mentor Yahiko made his appearance, pulling out a test paper, identical to the one Jiraiya had given that day. Kakashi helplessly regarded the one handing him the paper, as well as the red-haired figure beside him, who looked threatening. It seemed he would not be allowed to leave without completing it. Wasting 5 minutes to finish a test paper, Kakashi proudly handed it to Yahiko, confident it was a perfect score, requiring no marking. Yahiko and Nagato gathered to inspect the paper, wondering if this Nin prodigy, who graduated at 5, might indeed have scored full marks. A cursory glance revealed their complex assessment of Kakashi. 0 points. 2 points lower than Jiraiya-sensei. While Jiraiya's answers were understandable, Kakashi's perplexed them. For example, when asked whether to save a person, he answered that he would not save anyone at all. When asked about slaughtering a lamb, he wrote to buy another one instead. What happened? Nothing, you can go back. Your father is a competent warrior, they replied, bemused. Kakashi rolled his eyes and departed. Nagato, the education of children is paramount. We must establish a department to allow children to experience society early. You need not look at me like that. This is not exploitation, it's for their benefit. In the deep of night, Ma stood alone in his abode, gazing toward the Hokage rock of Konoha, feeling the cool breeze of the night. Forgive me, Kakashi. His lifelong conviction to protect his comrades shattered after being reproached by those very companions. His heart, commonly referred to as the broken path, began to question what the will of fire he had adhered to for nearly half his life truly meant. No, I am not at fault. It is this shinobi world that is flawed. I have not betrayed my ninja way, nor have I stood by while my comrades perished. Ma smiled, finding solace. Just as he turned to fetch the white blade that had accompanied him throughout his battles to conclude his life, he heard voices outside. Kakashi, you bastard. Today you nearly caused my death along with the enemy. Oh, do you have nothing to say? The mission is complete, is it not? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ma's eyes. Wasn't Kakashi supposed to be sleeping? In the next moment, Ma's figure appeared on the rooftop, looking outside. A white-haired Umbu, masked, walked ahead, his tone chillingly cold, followed by his companions. It appeared that during their mission, the Umbu, sharing Kakashi's name, had chosen to strike alongside the enemy, jeopardizing his comrades. No. With years of Umbu experience, Ma discerned that both were merely shadow clones disguised. Before he could ponder further, he was even more bewildered by the two approaching figures. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, appearing as they would at the age of 12 or 13. Obito, Nagato, furiously exclaimed, "Kakashi, why didn't you save her? You should possess the ability to rescue your comrades." Kakashi, Yahiko, coldly retorted, "Indulging in personal feelings leads to failure in important missions. One will regret it later. A ninja must extinguish their emotions. Those who break the rules are worthless." The two seemed to notice Ma observing the spectacle. Yahiko inquired, "Father, what are your thoughts?" "Huh." Ma was momentarily stunned. "What about my situation?" The white-haired Umbu removed his mask, and Ma was struck with recognition. He looks just like Kakashi. Chapter 19. Today, I must vindicate Hatake Ma. Father, you were criticized by the villagers for prioritizing your comrades over the mission, while I face criticism for abandoning my comrades in favor of the mission. Why is that? The shadow clone of Yahiko, disguised as Kakashi, gazed at Ma in confusion. Hatake Ma was left speechless, deep in thought. It seemed that if he abandoned his comrades for the mission, he too would likely be scorned. "Father, come with me. Let us seek the truth." The two Kakashis, one large and one small, extended their hands toward Hatake Ma. "Who are you?" Ma reacted, raising his blade in a defensive stance, calmly inquiring. "Father, it's me. Don't you want Kakashi anymore?" He wept, tears streaming down his face. Hatake Ma remained silent. Moments ago, he had considered forsaking Kakashi and cowardly ending his life. Suddenly, Yahiko and Nagato dispelled their shadow clones and transformation techniques, with Yahiko's eyes glistening with tears. "We've become immersed in our roles. You are disciples of Jiraiya from Amigakure?" Hatake Ma, well-informed, realized it was difficult not to know who they were, considering they had been loitering at his doorstep for days. A true man is born between heaven and earth, wielding a 3-foot sword to achieve great deeds. Do you wish to remain so unremarkable? Hatake Ma pondered. Is he under a genjutsu? What is this child rambling about? Yahiko, finding it challenging to persuade the villagers to join Akatsuki, resorted to reasoning with both logic and emotion. Although Yahiko was peculiar, Ma understood the child meant no harm and was genuinely attempting to guide him. "Are you hypothesizing about how Kakashi's character might evolve after my death?" Indeed. A warm current surged within Hatake Ma. It turned out these two perceptive little ones had sensed the shifting winds, which was why they had been waiting at his doorstep. They had come to his home 3 times over the past 3 days, despite their lack of acquaintance. If only the people of Konohagakure could be equally warm-hearted, why would he feel this way? He appeared before the two, gazing at the Hokage rock, adorned with the likenesses of the 3 Hokages. "I must provide an explanation to the daimyo and the client. As a ninja, voluntarily abandoning a mission warrants punishment." Regarding the collapse of faith, Tsukumo Hatake refrained from discussing it with the 2 children, fearing that their tender hearts might shatter. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, pondering whether Tsukumo was being overly sincere. To forsake a mission in order to save a comrade, couldn't it be articulated more eloquently? Why not suggest that the mission's circumstances had changed, leading to failure, while Kakashi fought valiantly to protect them? Yet, despite his efforts, the 2 comrades were captured by the enemy. Reflecting on the will of fire within him, Kakashi resolutely chose to stay behind to rescue his teammates, ultimately relying on his unwavering belief to save them. Wouldn't that sound much more appealing? Moreover, he could even turn the tables on the employer. How could the mission I undertook deviate so significantly from your description? Is the enemy truly as formidable as you claimed? If so, how is it that even I, the White Fang of Konoha, could not succeed? I must question whether you have withheld crucial details about the mission. Consider the time when the Hokage's guard accompanied Tobarama Senju to the Land of Lightning to negotiate peace. Imagine this. The Hokage's guard returns without the Hokage. What purpose then does the guard serve? Given Tsukumo's current situation, how could any of those guards escape scrutiny? His earnestness only solidified the resolve of the 2 to save him. In these times, honest individuals are a rarity. Nagato bellowed at Tsukumo. Do you genuinely wish to witness Kakashi transform into a heartless man? Can you bear to see him scorned, abandoning his comrades during missions, becoming nothing but a frigid tool? You irresponsible father. In response to Nagato's furious shout, his right fist, propelled by the wind, struck fiercely at Tsukumo's abdomen. With a grunt, Tsukumo doubled over, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. My parents sacrificed themselves during the Second Shinobi World War to protect me. I despise my former weakness, often awakening in tears from dreams of my father's demise. Yet here you are, possessing the ability to protect your own child, living a fulfilling life with him. Why then do you choose to give up? Have you considered Kakashi's feelings? Is he merely a byproduct of your fleeting joy? Apologies if my words fail me, Tsukumo mused, his lips parting slightly. Beside him, Yahiko echoed his sentiment. The inarticulate Nagato added, if you don't wish to burden your child, then leave this place. Achieve something significant. Prove to the foolish denizens of Konoha that the fault lies with them, not with you. Father, go? I will take care of myself. Awakened by Nagato's outburst, Kakashi emerged in his pajamas, offering encouragement. The following day, Tsukumo remained steadfast, strolling through the bustling streets with Yahiko and Nagato. Yahiko understood that Tsukumo was still grappling with his inner turmoil. However, Uncle Tsukumo was generous with food and drink, and he was amiable enough. In the wealthiest commercial district, despite the Hokage's orders to refrain from mentioning the incident, the townsfolk could hardly suppress their disdain for Tsukumo. The trio experienced firsthand the treatment bestowed upon Naruto. Cold hostility. A visibly affectionate couple, clad in vests, strolled past them, the male ninja covering his mouth and nose, as if even the air were unwilling to mingle with Tsukumo. Tsukumo shook his head, offering a rueful smile. Yahiko, with his short temper, flung a shuriken at the man's feet, commanding, stop. The man, startled by Yahiko's sudden action, retorted, what are you doing? Do you wish to wage war against Konoha? He and the female ninja beside him discreetly reached for their ninja tools. This commotion drew the attention of passers-by. Isn't that one of Konoha's children? I don't recognize him. He must be from another village. To dare lay hands on a Konoha ninja, it seems he is courting death. The calamity that was Tsukumo Hatake seemed to follow him everywhere, until a root ninja, masquerading as a villager, diverted the conversation back to Tsukumo. Tsukumo faced further scorn, feeling powerless to retort. Let us depart, he suggested. Depart? Ridiculous. I want to leave until this matter is resolved. Resolved? Tsukumo gazed at the chattering crowd in the marketplace, tentatively proposing, shall we slay them? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? The crowd broke into a cold sweat. Surely you jest. Yahiko, noticing someone attempting to flee, roared. No one is allowed to leave. He pointed at the male ninja. I ask you, is she your girlfriend? The male ninja, sensing an invisible force around him, nodded slightly. Yahiko continued, let me teach you how to insult two people in a single sentence. When did she become blind? The male ninja bristled with indignation, while the female ninja looked on, puzzled. I ask you, if a scroll containing enemy secrets and your girlfriend fell into a river, whom would you save first? I would naturally save the scroll, the male ninja blurted without thinking, only to realize that not only was there an invisible pull, but also a faint aura of menace surrounding him. His girlfriend's expression was a mix of forced laughter and fury. Are you hesitating? Would you really hesitate to save your girlfriend from drowning? You heartless rogue. Yahiko scoffed, shaking his head in disappointment. Nagato mirrored his disdain. Upon hearing this, the female ninja's eyes brimmed with tears, recalling all the sacrifices she made to lighten his burdens. You hesitated. The male ninja truly had grievances to voice. I do not wish to see you. The female ninja, feeling wronged, ran away, while the male ninja sighed dramatically and chased after her, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Yahiko scanned the street, assuring Tsukumo, fear not, Uncle Tsukumo, I will ensure you receive justice today. He soon approached another man. Of course, I would choose the scroll, the man replied without hesitation. Oh, you don't have a girlfriend. The man responded, touch. Yahiko pondered for a moment and asked, what if your mother and the scroll fell into the water? The man fell silent, his mother nearby selling vegetables, having come over to see the commotion. Xiao Hai, what troubles you? She inquired. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hai no longer wants you, Yahiko teased. The mother of Xiao Hai looked perplexed. As Yahiko elucidated the situation, echoes of Xiao Hai's childhood memories filled the street. Your mother, your sister, your younger sister. Throughout the afternoon, Yahiko chased after people, inquiring about their choices. What? You are an orphan, have no wife, and no relatives? What if the first Hokage fell into the water? Enough. Enough. Am I not allowed to save Lord Hashirama? Tsukumo followed Yahiko, his expression complex. Was the dilemma that had troubled him for days truly being resolved? Tsukumo, Do not rush, Yahiko urged. As he observed Tsukumo's eagerness to follow him, he decided to wait, allowing the kite to soar a bit longer. He hoped to leave behind indelible marks of his presence on Tsukumo, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and fidelity. Tsukumo felt nothing but gratitude. The next day, Danzo sensed the winds shifting and resorted to underhanded tactics once more. The ninjas in the village were preoccupied. The previous day, several couples had quarreled over whom to save first, uncovering the hidden tensions between men and women, leading to breakups. Even the elderly couples were affected. They were nearing the point of loathing the instigator of this dilemma. One couple, who had followed the Senju clan during the Warring States period and married under Hashirama's witness, found themselves in a dispute. The elderly man cherished the peace of the village and firmly chose to prioritize the village over personal matters. Indeed, my wife and I are on the verge of divorce. How could I have ever chosen a woman devoid of the will of fire? The village must be protected by me. Divorce. Today we must divorce. I shall leave with nothing. You, sobbing, Lord First Hokage. Open your eyes and see what you have safeguarded. A heartless being. You all, two esteemed seniors, let us speak amicably. After all, we are seasoned companions. What is all this commotion about? This matter has escalated to the extent that even Sarutobi Hiruzen has been roused from his slumber to mediate. Yahiko and Nagato, feeling a twinge of guilt, casually passed by the Civil Affairs Bureau on their way to the Hitaki residence. It's him. Suddenly, someone recognized Yahiko. Harboring an anger greater than that of Wu Zishu avenging the king of Chu, wishing fervently to devour him whole. Nagato, run. Outside the Hitaki abode, Yahiko had nearly invented the flying thunder god technique under the pressure of the villagers. He was determined to flee, his mind racing with inspiration. Though it fell just short of brilliance, he thought to visit the long-waiting Tsukumo Hitaki to share some tea and discuss dreams and aspirations. Thus, a beautiful day concluded. On the third day, Father, truly, you should leave soon. Kakashi, his mask concealing a pair of bruised eyes, no longer bore his usual aloof demeanor, his frustration evident. His father faced the cold indifference of the villagers in Konoha. However, Yahiko would genuinely suffer violence in their home. Those seeking his demise had nearly trampled the threshold. Kakashi could endure no more. Upon stepping out to procure breakfast, instead of the stench of rotten eggs, he was greeted by an elderly woman from the Warring States era. A punch aimed at him, exclaiming, "Return, my old man." Without a glance, she delivered 6 punches in a heartbeat. Should this continue, he would surely meet his end. Tsukumo Hitaki wept for Yahiko's plight. With sincerity, I treat you. With sincerity, you treat me. Yahiko, no, village chief, I am willing to accompany you. Our hearts aligned. Unwavering unto death. Kakashi, what did you say? Nothing. In the evening, at a park, Yahiko and Obito bid farewell, both with tear-filled eyes. Obito, if anything were to happen to your elder brother, would you risk everything to save me? Absolutely. Big brother. All right, I believe in you. You shall be my only brother for life. But, big brother, in Konoha, could you refrain from calling me Obito? I fear I might end up like Kakashi. Obito is my brother. Yahiko warned. Run. Chapter 20. The Heist from Konoha. In the Hokage's residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen was abruptly awakened by a contingent of Umbu. Hokage-sama, Tsukumo Hitaki has vanished in the dead of night. What has transpired? Hiruzen hastily donned his attire and made his way to the study, where Danzo awaited. Danzo, was this your doing? He glared at Danzo with a fierce intensity. Danzo, feeling the weight of guilt, maintained his composure as he met Hiruzen's gaze. The rumors, even the failure of Tsukumo's mission, were orchestrated by him. Which matter do you refer to? Hiruzen, issue an order to apprehend Tsukumo Hitaki as a rogue nin. Select one of your disciples to succeed the 4th Hokage, who authorized such radical measures. Hiruzen's forehead pulsated with veins as he slammed his palm onto the table. He was to choose the 4th Hokage, and if Tsukumo possessed a formidable political acumen, he could be a contender. Yet he lacked such traits, more suited to being a valiant warrior of Konoha. However, his renown overshadowed Orochimaru, eclipsing the potential 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Therefore, Hiruzen reluctantly allowed Danzo to exert pressure. But he only permitted Danzo to suppress him. He did not authorize him to force a defection. My lords, Tsukumo Hitaki's eldest son remains at home. Both men looked quizzically at the Umbu who spoke. It seems that Tsukumo has been inspired by Jiraiya-sama's 2 disciples to establish an immortal legacy in Akatsuki Village. According to Kakashi himself, He has his own ties within the village and is unwilling to depart. Nonsense. Bring them back to me. Danzo seethed through clenched teeth. Enough. They are no match for Tsukumo. If the heavens wish it to rain, and a mother wishes to remarry, let it be. Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a drag. He pondered 100 times, but could not fathom why Tsukumo would forsake his village. Hiruzen. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen slammed the table once more. You will regret this, Danzo warned, casting a lingering glance before departing. The Umbu added, by the way, my lords, Jiraiya-sama's orange-haired disciple has also abducted the couple known for their handmade goods. Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged indifferent glances, dismissing it as trivial. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals. Let us leave. Danzo exited with a grim expression. Once Danzo departed, Hiruzen seemed to anticipate his old friend's thoughts and commanded the Umbu, ensure Kakashi's safety. We have erred once, and we cannot afford a second mistake. Subsequently, Hiruzen, with a facade of cordiality, dispatched several undercover agents to infiltrate Akatsuki Village. Having played this game for a lifetime, he now found himself outmaneuvered. Betrayed by his own disciple, he thought, if you plunder my resources, then I too shall delve into yours. Before departing, Yahiko took a handful of Konoha's resources. Even if it strengthened the village a little, he would risk the consequences. The couple recalled Yahiko's grand visions shared on their journey. He promised them a plot of land near the school, with the village funding their store. However, they yearned to establish their shop in Konoha, for that was their true home. Hokage-sama, please send someone to rescue us. They had tried to slow their pace, but it seemed the Hokage was indifferent to their plight. Sigh. Hiruzen did not conceal the news of Tsukumo's departure. In fact, he discreetly disseminated it. The ninja world immediately turned its gaze toward the diminutive Akatsuki village. Orders were given to the intelligence department to investigate, and upon receiving the information, the leaders of various villages looked down upon this little village, particularly Inoki. Recruiting people, establishing ninja academies, founding nursing homes, selling toys, calling himself the Little Hashirama. He chuckled, thinking he could not allow this little Hashirama to rise. Inviting guests, executing captives, and taking them as pets. Whether Akatsuki Village was worth such efforts remained to be seen. Among those intrigued by Akatsuki Village was the leader of Amage Cure. In a traditional Japanese-style loft, the demoralized Hanzo spent his days reading and practicing calligraphy. He had long been aware of Akatsuki Village's existence, with over 1,000 people migrating from the land of rain. He was apathetic but not blind, just like Minato Namikaze. It was that little rascal Yahiko in disguise. With a wry smile, Hanzo pinned a letter to Yahiko, inviting the child who had ventured out of the land of rain for a meeting. If the aforementioned two were merely curious or perhaps wished to take Yahiko under their wing, this young man with peach-colored hair sought his demise. The one who had slain his parents lurked within Akatsuki Village. Scorpion, remember to be polite when speaking with your grandmother and uncle. I want all information about them. However, before long, the matter was swiftly contained and gradually quelled. Now was not the time to expose Nagato and the others, for the presence of the ordinary couple had considerably slowed their return to the village. Enjoying the handmade noodles prepared by the uncle upon rising, warmth filled their bellies. Tsukumo Hatake savored this meal, giving the handmade craftsman a thumbs up. Unfortunately, the handmade craftsman was now taken away, and Kakashi would not benefit from it. Leaving the oppressive atmosphere of Konoha, Tsukumo shed many heavy burdens during the journey filled with banter between Nagato and Yahiko. After all, he was the man who had invented the ultimate body technique of Konoha, the 1,000 years of pain. Over the days spent together, Yahiko even sensed a hint of bashfulness in Tsukumo. The noodles were delicious. The usually taciturn Nagato offered his highest praise. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yahiko discovered he seemed to prefer the dishes prepared by Conan. Perhaps his palate was too discerning. According to their current schedule, they would reach the village by afternoon. Yahiko stretched languidly, acknowledging that his recent endeavors were not solely confined to observing the flag-bearing Shikomo. There were numerous facets within Konoha worthy of his attention. For instance, the medical corps. Yet, apart from this system proposed by Tsunade, it seemed that during the tenure of the third Hokage, the village had merely relied on its past glories. Reflecting upon the third, it was evident that he must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the likes of Dama. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was vexed. The village had squandered a shadow-level combatant without cause. Moreover, countless conflicts between men and women awaited his mediation. Was it not beneath him, a mighty ninja and the Hokage. To play matchmaker? In a fit of rage, he had unwittingly embedded numerous spies into the Akatsuki Hidden Village. This was not a complete loss of reason, but rather the execution of a ruthless scheme known as the Heavenly Deception Plan, conceived by the cunning Nara Shikahisa, who, despite his youth, harbored a wealth of guile. Although the Akatsuki village was not particularly formidable at present, its steady ascent should not be underestimated. Should Konoha's personnel be infiltrated into Akatsuki village, one day, when the Hokage called to arms, the upper echelons would be entirely comprised of allies. Not only would vengeance be exacted, but an entire village could be claimed. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly made a decisive resolution, placing his trust in the Nara clan's young strategist. 6 ninjas would be dispatched, led by a rather unremarkable figure named Ueno Ikaku, a chunin from Konoha. Upon arriving in Akatsuki village, their first order of business was to establish their identities. After some inquiries, they were met with expressions of confusion. The vetting process for those wishing to join Akatsuki village was not particularly stringent. As long as they had not committed heinous acts against the innocent under the scrutiny of specialized secret techniques, they could gain entry. They had never engaged in wrongdoing. Having only participated in the Second Ninja World War, surely, killing enemies from other villages did not equate to the slaughter of innocents? This was a mission personally sanctioned by the Hokage, and they had no desire to return in shame. The 6 made their way to the Akatsuki village registration office. After completing the necessary paperwork and finding no issues, they were led by a designated officer to the village's center, specifically to a location dubbed the retirement home. Upon entering, they encountered elderly women gathered around a table, knitting and chatting. The elderly men seemed to be playing chess beneath the shade of a large tree. Or rather, it appeared they were engaged in a game where one exclaimed about capturing a horse. Elder Xuanzhuan, I simply cannot match your skill. Your moves always appear in the most unexpected places, one of them conceded. You flatter me, replied Elder Xuanzhuan, as he bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Elder Xuanzhuan then approached the 6 newcomers, stating, these individuals wish to join our village. The officer responsible for registrations had brought them forth. The 6 were taken aback. Members of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder, for it was known that the Uzumaki possessed secret techniques capable of sensing malevolence in others. Oh no, would they be exposed? Elder Xuanzhuan gestured to an eager old man, casting a glance at the somewhat guilty 6. Ah, ninjas are we? Indeed, we once rescued a gravely injured ninja from Konoha, who taught us the ways of ninjutsu. They fabricated an overly sentimental backstory. Elder Xuanzhuan dismissed their tale, for he could perceive their faint malice even with his eyes closed. He instructed them to seek out Director Conan, indicating that they were worthy of consideration. With that, Elder Xuanzhuan returned to directing the chess game. The 6 breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared they had passed their initial test. Their nerves had nearly betrayed them. Under the guidance of their officer, they proceeded to a nearby school. At that moment, the class led by Conan was engaged in supplementary studies, while she herself fretted over the lack of teaching resources in her office. Presently, there were 6 teachers in the school, with 2 instructors assigned to each class. The homeroom teacher was required to master 3 subjects: language, mathematics, and history, while the secondary instructor handled physical education and a myriad of other elective courses. As it stood, they managed to make do, but with the upcoming promotion of students and the influx of new enrollees, they would soon face a significant shortage. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Come in. Director, these 6 have come to join our village this morning. The officer introduced each individual by name. Elder Xuanzhuan believes they are worthy of consideration. Worthy of consideration? Conan scrutinized the faces of the seemingly affable newcomers, commencing the process of assigning them to positions. In the village's coded language, worthy of consideration implied that they had ulterior motives but could still be of use. Chapter 21. Is the education in Akatsuki village truly superior to Konoha's? Knowing that these individuals harbored ulterior motives, Conan resolved to allocate them appropriately. 3 would be assigned to teach the fundamentals of physical ninjutsu to students, while the other 3 would join the sub-teams tasked with scouting for bandit hideouts and capturing them, thereby reclaiming population numbers. Yahiko asserted that population growth was crucial for the social and economic development of Akatsuki village. Empirical evidence indeed supported this claim. The more inhabitants there were, the higher the tax revenue, and with increased tax revenue, there would be more resources available for the benefit of the villagers, a cyclical process. Come, I shall introduce you to our school, he beckoned. The other three were escorted by Yui, who had been summoned to guide them to the subteam's operations. By midday, the trio had become familiar with the unique structure of Akatsuki Village's educational system. Conan encouraged them to explore the campus and acclimate themselves. It bore resemblance to Konoha's Ninja Academy, with students initially focusing on reading, writing, and learning principles. In the second and third years, they would begin to engage with chakra, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and various practical experiences. The only notable difference was that while Konoha enrolled children at age 5, Akatsuki Village waited until age 7, although both maintained a 6-year curriculum. What a blatant imitation of our Konoha, Ueno Ikaku remarked, glancing around for any onlookers, sharing a hearty laugh with his companions. The other two nodded in agreement, pride evident in their expressions. They had grown accustomed to the fact that their Konoha was currently led by the strongest Hokage in history. The third, it was no surprise to them that a small village would seek to emulate Konoha. However, Akatsuki had executed the imitation quite thoroughly. The school occupied an impressive expanse of over 40 acres, with the ground covered in a special material resembling grass. The track introduced by the young girl was made of rubber, clearly delineating a 400-meter circuit. It appeared to be more sophisticated than their own school in Konoha. Ueno Ikaku felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had acted rather hastily. Nevertheless, he quickly sought to defend the superiority of Konoha's educational system. For a fleeting moment, he had almost believed that Akatsuki Village placed greater emphasis on the education of children. Indeed, the other two concurred vigorously. True strength never laments the circumstances of its environment. Only when faced with extreme adversity can children transcend their limits and break through barriers. It was now the lunch break. Before mealtime, the children emerged onto the playground to bask in the sun and engage in games with their peers. Ueno Ikaku and his companions leaned comfortably against the railing, observing the clusters of joyful children. If one were to forget their undercover mission, witnessing the genuine happiness on the children's faces was quite pleasurable. However, they were indeed on a mission. Being directly assigned to the school actually alleviated their burdens. Should they forge bonds with the children, gaining their support as they matured would surely pave the way to higher positions in the village. Who knows? Perhaps one of them could even ascend to the role of village leader. Contemplating the notion that gaining the people's approval could lead to becoming Hokage, Ueno Ikaku chuckled to himself as he envisioned the possibilities. Lost in thought, he resolved to cultivate his first connection. What if he could transform a laggard into a prodigy? On the playground, amidst the throngs of students, Ueno Ikaku's gaze swiftly settled upon his target. In a game of dodgeball, a bespectacled boy consistently found himself the first to be eliminated. His athletic prowess was evidently lacking. Upon seeing the ball hurtling towards him, he panicked and ran about aimlessly, ultimately colliding with the ball instead. Xiaoxiong. In a moment of mischief, the rotund Jian playfully struck his palm, casting a mischievous glance at the unfortunate boy, who could not even dodge the feeble ball tossed by the girl across from him. This classmate, do not bully the weak. In a flash, Heiichijo appeared beside the children, gently covering Jian's head with his hand. Jian recognized him as the newly arrived physical education teacher, which spared Xiaoxiong from a beating. The teacher, Xiaoxiong, lowered his head in self-doubt. This classmate, I too was once at the bottom of the class in my youth. A pair of orange eyes observed everything keenly. Inside the teaching building, Xiaonan peered through the window, observing the movements of the three new teachers on the playground. It matters not whether the cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat, Yahiko had said. Currently, the newcomers did not seem inclined to disrupt the village. Progressing with the times also meant teaching these individuals the will of Akatsuki. Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with brightness as he pondered these thoughts. After casting a final glance at the playground, he mused. All the talented individuals have gathered under the net of Yahiko. At noon, Heiichijo accompanied Xiaoxiong for lunch, during which some self-study materials were delivered to him. A glance at the book titled Self-Cultivation for Teachers elicited little interest from Heiichijo. Upon returning to the assigned teacher's dormitory, he suspected there was nothing of worth to explore further. Xiaoxiong, why are you eating so little? Heiichijo inquired with concern when he noticed Jian and Kungfu approaching with their plates, taking seats at the other two spots at the table. Are they here to bully Xiaoxiong? He thought, preparing to showcase his prowess. Xiaoxiong, did you see the new card released yesterday? The 100 Battles Pain. Its attack power is formidable. I already have it. A good friend of my father works at the toy factory. With just a word, He got it for me. What is so special about that? Who is Datong Pain? I don't even know him. I prefer the renowned figures, like Nagato, whose attack power is also impressive. Yet in the next moment, the two were engaged in lively conversation with Xiaoxiong about the characters on the cards, reminiscent of heroes discussing their exploits over a meal in the cafeteria. Wait, isn't Xiaoxiong at the bottom of the class? Hey, Ichijo pondered. He wasn't truly at the bottom. He had simply feigned it to draw the attention of his classmates by performing odd antics that elicited laughter. In his childhood, he endured considerable bullying at the ninja school for this. Many students in his grade faced exclusion, ridicule, and bullying. Observing the three laughing heartily, Hey Ichijo wondered if they were merely an exception or if they shared a genuine bond. Xiaoxiong, did you have any trouble with yesterday's homework? The class genius, Tomoyama, also the class monitor, approached Xiaoxiong after lunch. Hey Ichijo recognized him as the top student. But aren't the top students usually aloof? Like Kakashi, the recent genius from the village, or Orochimaru, the past prodigy of the ninja academy. Why would he take the initiative to assist someone at the bottom? With the likes of Minato not yet having risen to prominence, the tales of his student days remained unspoken. In Hey Ichijo's eyes, Tomoyama was the most exceptional child he had ever seen. Was he also merely an exception? This thought made him feel uneasy. Xiaoxiong, Yuan Yijing arrived with the homework, and Xiaoxiong's frown instantly transformed into a smile upon hearing Tomoyama's explanation. Observing this, Hey Ichijo vacated his seat, feeling a swirl of emotions. Xiaoxiong was not deliberately pretending to be at the bottom to attract attention. He could see that. The genuine concern from these children was apparent to him. No, it must be that these children are inherently considerate. Had Director Xiaonan not mentioned that the children of Akatsuki Village had lessons in ethics and morals? Let me verify this. The education in Konoha surely surpasses that of Akatsuki Village. If these children were in Konoha, they would surely excel even more. Finding his two companions, he was surprised to discover that they, too, had developed similar thoughts after their brief interaction with the other children. The three fell into a moment of silence. Chapter 22. How to Measure Wealth Without Chakra. In a chaotic forest, trees lay bent and broken, some severed in half, others bearing gaping wounds left by water-release ninjutsu. With remnants of leaves fluttering down, the air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning wood. The ground was riddled with craters and intersecting trenches. It seemed unlikely that they would return in time for Xiaonan's meal. Yahiko gasped for breath, while Kakashi wiped the blade of his short knife, his hands trembling slightly, indicating the difficulty of the battle. In the underbrush, the couple, sheltered by Nagato, watched the scene in horror. Is this the world of ninjas? The woman squinted at the figure lying on the ground. Just kill me, the figure groaned. At that moment, the individual, a member of the Akatsuki named Kakuzu, spoke up. Well, look who it is. The Minister of Finance has arrived. Do you really think I would let you escape? I want to kill you. But I want to let you leave either, Yahiko interjected, blocking Kakashi from delivering a finishing blow. Lying on the ground, Kakuzu had but a heart left to his name. He believed he had committed no wrongs, and was bewildered to discover that some fool had placed a bounty of 5 million ryo on his head, while Nagato had a bounty of 250,000 ryo. Life and death were of no concern to him. Kakuzu, who valued wealth over anything, had come upon the scene. Upon noticing Kakashi, whose worth was estimated at 55 million ryo, he scoffed and calculated the total worth of the three before him. Unsurprisingly, he found himself at a disadvantage, with Yahiko and Kakashi making quick work of him, leaving 4 of his hearts scattered on the ground. You won't kill me? Who do you think you are? He bellowed, his face obscured but his rage palpable. Yahiko's pity stirred memories of his battle against the first Hokage. The details mattered little. The outcome was that he lay on the ground, much like today. The first Hokage had sought to end him, but the second Hokage, out of compassion, had spared him. Are you pitying me, you brat? Yahiko picked up the fallen Kakuzu, uncertain if he could treat him upon returning. Akatsuki Village was known for embracing those with troubled thoughts. Kakashi, upon our return, your duty will be to oversee the prisoners and apprehend them. The responsibility of the prison warden will fall to you, he instructed, handing Kakuzu over to Kakashi. Watch over the prison? Kakashi mused, finding the task suitable as he contemplated a more leisurely life ahead. He wondered if Kakashi would disapprove of his father's newfound laziness and perhaps follow suit. Kakashi grasped Kakuzu and set about his new assignment, looking forward to the upcoming tasks in Akatsuki Village. Perhaps individuals like him relished nurturing games the most. The next day, they returned to the village. In the afternoon, upon reaching the prison, Kakashi recognized his earlier oversight. While labor reform for prisoners was understandable, the need for guards and wardens to engage in ideological learning was perplexing. We must establish a prosperous, democratic, free, and harmonious nation, Yahiko's shadow clone tirelessly proclaimed, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. We are patriotic, dedicated, honest, and kind citizens of Akatsuki Village. Kakashi listened as the shouts of the guards around him stirred a fervor within him. Nobility may shield the sun above, but they cannot obscure the light of democracy. Would you allow your children to lose their dignity, becoming mere pawns at the whim of the elite? Kakashi clenched his fists in excitement. Yahiko's words could be deemed rebellious in the ninja world, yet upon reflection, did he wish for Kakashi to grow up to be a mere sycophant to the wealthy? Initially, he had not considered it, but after hearing Yahiko's impassioned speech, he felt the irony in the notion of talented ninjas being reduced to mere servants for the noble ladies in exchange for petty coins. Kakashi joined the chorus of voices, shouting, unwilling, loyalty. Periodically, Yahiko would employ his shadow clones to conduct lessons for the villagers in Akatsuki Village. The lessons conveyed pertain naturally to the profound thoughts of past generations. Villagers who have acquired knowledge teach those who have not, creating a ripple effect that spreads like wildfire. In the multimedia classroom, there were no computers or modern technology present, only the blood-red sweat on Yahiko's brow. This was the essence of Yahiko, who could not entrust the task of educating to an unstable shadow clone. As photographs were distributed among the dozen teachers present, Kaya remained increasingly silent, holding images depicting the daily lives of the impoverished in the ninja world. The technology of the ninja world was rather surreal. While films and televisions had yet to be invented, the clarity of the photographs was astonishing. The emaciated citizens, with their vacant gazes, were captured by the camera, revealing the harsh reality of their existence. It was a chilling sight. Kaya possessed another set of photographs. These were candid shots of a gathering among the wealthy nobles, lavishly adorned tables laden with an array of exquisite dishes. The subsequent photograph depicted a garbage bin, filled to the brim with the very food seen in the previous image. How could both groups exist on the same land, yet live in such starkly contrasting environments? After an afternoon of lessons, the novice teachers felt a sense of turmoil. Kaya glanced at the book on self-cultivation for teachers in his hands, then at the photographs. The Hokage had instructed that any unusual happenings in the Akatsuki village be reported back. Such unconventional matters were best kept from the Hokage's knowledge. Once Yahiko concluded his lesson, he hurriedly found Konan, taking her hand and inhaling deeply. What are you doing? Konan blushed crimson. Yahiko smiled joyfully, relieved that there was no explosive tag sent. Kaya relayed information back to Konoha, where Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed reports emphasizing the Akatsuki's focus on children and the Uzumaki clan's establishment within the village. Did the Uzumaki clan move to the Akatsuki village? Sarutobi pondered, stepping to the window to gaze at the faces of the first and second Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. He was a conservative leader who struggled with political intricacies and ultimately felt he had disappointed Tobirama-sensei's expectations. For now, let the economic sanctions against the Akatsuki village be lifted. As long as they pose no threat to Konoha, merchants should be free to conduct business. His words were overheard by hidden Umbu operatives. He paused, then instructed them to inform Kaya that the plan to swap the heavens and the earth remained unchanged. Yes, proceed deeper into the city. Jiraiya could not recall how many days had passed since his imprisonment. With his network of intelligence, he had not realized that while the Akatsuki village appeared destitute on the surface, its spirit was vibrant. Though the days had been dull, he found camaraderie with many brothers who shared his ambition within the prison. A few of them had agreed to pool their savings to open a foot massage parlor upon their release. He was all for it, having heard that the idea had originated from Yahiko, though it had been banned by Konan before the first establishment could open. Jiraiya found himself eagerly anticipating the endeavor. Yahiko's boundless imagination was something he had recognized since Yahiko was 7 years old. Had it not been for Nagato's eyes resembling those of the Sage of Six Paths, Jiraiya would have placed his bets on Yahiko as his greatest hope. At that moment, Yahiko was sobbing in Jiraiya's embrace, while Konan's eyes were red like a little rabbit, and Nagato kept his head bowed, barely audible sobs escaping him. The children's tears seemed to be a plea for Jiraiya's very life. What happened? Who bullied you? Jiraiya exclaimed in anger. I must intervene. How could my students be bullied? No, no, Yahiko continued to cry. Nagato, speak up. Jiraiya's anger manifested visibly as the veins on his neck throbbed. It was Yahiko who brought a ninja from Konoha. Nagato's voice was low, almost indistinguishable, as Jiraiya struggled to hear. So an old man bullied you? Jiraiya fumed. Is it really just one ninja? Is the old man that petty? Yahiko, Nagato, Konan are your students. They are our Konoha kin. Damn it, bring me a pen. Jiraiya demanded, ready to write a scathing letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could he be so generous with Danzo, and yet so narrow-minded with his own disciples? Teacher, please don't. It might hurt your relationship with the third Hokage, Yahiko pleaded. I'm sorry, teacher, Konan added, her tears still flowing. What wonderful children. Even at this moment, they were considering his feelings. Bring me a pen. I will not forgive those who harmed you. Not even the old man. Teacher. The three children clung to Jiraiya, weeping. There's no one as good as a teacher in this world. All right, my dear children, don't fear. Your teacher is here. Jiraiya felt tears welling in his own eyes as he lovingly ruffled their hair. Jiraiya's letter read, Old man. Did Yahiko and the others really just borrow a ninja from Konoha? Is it necessary for you to be so petty? Fine. I'll tell you. It was I who permitted it. I saw how hard it was for those three kids to establish a village. And I exchanged my military contributions from the Second Great Ninja War for that ninja. You can decide if that is sufficient. After writing, Jiraiya inquired, by the way, who is the ninja you borrowed? Yahiko tightly clutched the letter and exclaimed, I think his last name is Hatake. Jiraiya suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and cautiously asked, Hatake? Kakashi? Exactly as you surmised, Yahiko innocently replied. Damn, you three come back here. Jiraiya shouted. Return that letter to me. Have you all betrayed your teacher? Woo, woo. Jiraiya could only lament to the kindred spirit in the adjacent cell. He wondered if their worldviews aligned and if they would get along. Why can you use chakra? Jiraiya sensed a faint chakra fluctuation from the neighboring cell. How can one measure wealth without chakra? A philosophical remark floated through. Jiraiya paused, perplexed. What do you mean? He peered through the bars of his cell, trying to catch a glimpse of the figure next door, someone clad in a black mask, their eyes glowing green, intently counting a stack of money. Finally, Jiraiya understood the meaning behind the phrase about measuring wealth without chakra. This individual counted money through the use of chakra? What an odd quirk. Hey, neighbor. Would you be interested in opening a foot massage parlor with me after we get out? Opening a store? Is it profitable? Perhaps, but it's purely for my enjoyment. Oh, not interested. After a brief exchange, Jiraiya realized that the person next door seemed to have an insatiable fixation on wealth. What kind of bizarre world was this in the depths of the prison? Next to him was a mute individual who spent all day tinkering with something. And now he had a neighbor obsessed with counting money through chakra. Chapter 23. A common man's fury, blood spills 5 paces. From the moment Yahiko returned to the village, he allocated a substantial sum to the handcrafted uncle. The commercial street of the Akatsuki village was in its infancy, with few shops. And Yahiko wholeheartedly supported those wishing to establish businesses, fully enabling him to set up a shop in the heart of the market. However, the humble handcrafted uncle graciously declined this financial assistance, opting instead to use his savings accumulated over the years in Konoha to create a cart for selling noodles. What a remarkable display of moral integrity. Moved by this, Yahiko promptly awarded the handcrafted uncle a banner of commendation and brought Konan along to sample the noodles. It was a Saturday, and the children were on holiday. Jinjiro also brought his daughter to taste the offerings, now promoted to the head of food oversight, ensuring the children's health was safeguarded. Village Chief, Konan, how does the noodle taste? Observing Yahiko and Konan devouring their bowls, Jinjiro, still waiting for his own, posed the question. The handcrafted couple below also perked up their ears, eager to hear Yahiko's evaluation. Yahiko felt an odd sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of anecdotes from the Qing dynasty. Would the proprietors of every restaurant he visited in the future give a thumbs up, proclaiming, Yahiko, the village chief, dined here and proclaimed it authentic? He promptly offered his assessment, delicious. In the midst of the gathering, the conversation flowed as they indulged in their noodles. I found it quite delightful. Xiaonan smiled gently, while her father, waiting for a chance to eat noodles with Yijing, appeared somewhat reserved. Regardless of their remarkable talents, even the most exceptional children feel timid when encountering their teachers or the school principal outside of formal settings. This predicament troubled Xiaonan as well, despite his approachable demeanor. He struggled to connect with the villagers. In contrast, Yahiko could converse effortlessly with anyone he met. The couple running the handmade noodle stall beamed with joy, satisfied that their culinary skills could delight their patrons, a source of fulfillment for any chef. However, the village's financial resources remained insufficient. Yahiko leaned closer to Motoi, who, understanding his implication, glanced awkwardly at Xiaonan. The village had both high-level and community meetings. During the last community gathering, the village head, Yahiko, proposed the idea of establishing a street of bathhouses to attract tourists. Which man could resist such an enticing proposition? Even prisoners in the jail clamored for a chance to redeem themselves and contribute to the development of Xiaoyin Village upon hearing of it. Yet, during the voting, the women, led by Xiaonan, firmly rejected the idea. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved. Nevertheless, Yahiko remained fixated on it, believing that it was not an unworthy endeavor. A legitimate industry that could draw visitors and increase tax revenue for the village. What could be more advantageous? Oh dear. The handmade noodle vendor selects fresh ingredients from the market every early morning. I see no need to inspect further. Yijing, let us return home. Without waiting for Yijing's agreement, he, with keen insight, placed the money down and whisked his daughter away. Yahiko could not help but mentally berate the fleeing man, deeming him a hypocrite. Akin to Yubuchuan. Xiaonan, can you comprehend? Everything is for the sake of the village. Yahiko coughed lightly, gazing solemnly at the leftover broth in his bowl, his demeanor unusually earnest. Well then, my detonating charm, Xiaonan said as she bit through her noodles, setting down her chopsticks and smiling gently at Yahiko. Is the performance not yet concluded? With me protecting you, what need is there for detonating charms? Do you doubt the significance of my contribution at the age of 10 as a pivotal player in the competition? Village head, you are here enjoying noodles too? A passerby among the villagers recognized Yahiko and approached him. Ah, greetings, Yahiko replied with a warm smile. It seemed that his popularity in Xiaoyin Village rivaled that of Sarutobi in Konoha. Speaking of popularity, could he not capitalize on it? I am full. Thank you for the hospitality. Ideas for promoting the village arose in Yahiko's mind. By chance, he had recently developed several camera systems intended for documenting the daily lives of the impoverished in the ninja world. Utilizing them to create a film to promote the village seemed quite fitting. Xiaonan observed Yahiko's retreating figure and chuckled silently. He always fled at crucial moments. How would she seek her vengeance in the future? The following day, Yahiko devoted himself entirely to writing a script and scouting locations for the film. He neglected the letters from Hans and Yuki, discarding them in a forgotten corner to gather dust. The script, titled The Xiaoyin Village, was loosely inspired by the tale of Jack and Rose from a grand ship in a previous life. Yahiko made numerous alterations to ensure that viewers would be moved and left with a lasting impression of the Xiaoyin Village. Jack was portrayed as a rascal, winning a ticket for the Xiaoyin Village in a gambling den, only to save Rose's life. Their bond blossomed into love. Ultimately, Jack succumbed to the icy depths of the sea. After escaping, Rose, pressured by her family, married her fiancé, Kahu, pregnant with Jack's child. She bore the burden with silent resolve. As their child grew, Rose boarded the second-generation cruise ship of Xiaoyin Village, and while traversing the sea, she plunged into the waters where Jack had perished. Xiaonan clutched the script tightly, tilting her head back to suppress her tears, yet it proved futile. Glimmering droplets gathered at the corners of her reddened eyes, cascading down her fair cheeks. The impact of Jack's tumultuous narrative was overwhelming. In the end, Yahiko crafted a scene depicting Rose's marriage to Kahu. During the wedding, Rose feigned a smile while Kahu discovered her pregnancy, threatening her to feign a loving demeanor, lest he harm their unborn child. Before a throng of reporters, Rose had no choice but to seek Kahu's kiss through her tears. Naturally, the roles would be played by him and Xiaonan, who would use transformation jutsu to mimic their future selves, one with a spiky hairstyle and the other with long, flowing black hair. Kahu would be portrayed by Yahiko, with his striking red hair. 3 new teachers arrived at the school, and a few days' delay was inconsequential, as Ueno had long desired to teach Xiaoxiong's class. Ninjas are inherently skilled actors, making the filming process effortless. It was estimated that the film would be completed in approximately 7 days. Considering editing time, Yahiko calculated that it would likely premiere on the first day of the Lunar New Year, as he also needed to negotiate business with various villages. In Awagakure, Yuki observed the man clad in a black vest emblazoned with the emblem of Shaoyin Village before him. Are you a Nin from Shaoyin Village? Indeed. Are you here to discuss business with me? Correct. Return. You are not worthy of negotiating with me. Tell that lad Yahiko to cease his charade and come meet me in person. Such blunt words naturally provoked the Nin's ire. An insult to my honor will not go unpunished, Suchikich. You may refuse us, but you shall not demean us. If you do not apologize, I will spill your blood, even at the cost of my life. The Nin unzipped his vest, revealing a belt lined with detonating tags. Should they explode here, the entire administrative staff would be in peril. Are you threatening me? Yuki's expression darkened, his irritation growing. Yet, his demeanor softened as he regarded the Nin with admiration. I admire your courage. Would you consider working for me in a Wagakure? A loyal subject does not serve two masters, nor does a virtuous woman take two husbands. Although the Nin lacked substantial power, Yuki found himself regretting the potential loss of such a literary talent in the impoverished Shaoyin village. Out of respect for you, I find myself intrigued by your film. Pray tell, what benefits might I derive from it? Yuki, in a way, had offered an apology. The Nin seized the opportunity to elaborate on the advantages a film could bring. Will you truly not work for me? I could promote you to a position in the publicity department. Within 2 years. No, within 1 year. The position of head of the publicity department in a Wagakure would be yours. As the Nin departed, Yuki made one last attempt to persuade him. He mused inwardly. Perhaps it was a mutual appreciation among intellectuals. Given the varying levels of cultural proficiency in the ninja world, it was only natural for Yuki to wish to recruit a cultured individual from Shaoyin Village. As even casual conversation could be beneficial, the Nin wished to speak further, but what profound saying had Yahiko once shared? He could not recall. Shaking his head, he departed from Yuki. Sighing, Yuki lamented the lost opportunity. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi laid eyes upon Jiraiya's letter, having never felt so speechless in his life. Very well. I shall consider this disciple as never having existed. Danzo's covert actions against Shaoyin Village were halted by Sarutobi Hizashi, who was inherently soft-hearted. Regret not your shadow. Chapter 24. Kushina, you have prospered. Upon hearing that the two great villages of Kumogakure and Sunagakure, along with the small nation of the Land of Hot Water, were eager to profit, they readily agreed. Konoha, however, insisted on another book, otherwise, negotiations would cease. Yahiko would never consent to such terms, as he had been spending every day with Shaonin. Ultimately, he resolved to forego the profits. Hidden Mist Village, long before Obito manipulated the fourth Mizukage, was already known as the Village of Blood Mist, remaining isolated and closed off, with Yahiko not sending anyone there. A humble steamboat traversed the small river, lacking the grandeur depicted in the original work. This vessel, capable of accommodating 500 passengers, was painstakingly funded by Yahiko, who tightened his belt to afford its repairs. Without the assistance of Guy, he felt a throbbing headache. Oh, have you gotten a new phone? Yahiko wished fervently that he could perform time-traveling transfers to send funds to the Hidden Sound Village. At this moment, Conan stood at the bow of the boat, while Yahiko embraced her waist from behind. As the sun set, they were enveloped by the wind created by the wind release technique, their hair dancing in the breeze, imbuing the scene with a romantic charm. Conan's cheeks flushed slightly. That's enough. Yet, Yahiko leaned his head against her shoulder, shaking it in denial. How come you're more adept at being coy than I am? She turned back, exasperated, but allowed Yahiko his whims. In the background, Nagato, who had taken a break to visit, was grinding his teeth in frustration, longing to shout out a spicy retort to the two. Click. The cameraman presented the captured footage to Yahiko, who expressed his satisfaction before hastening to the next scene. Days passed by. Today, snow began to fall softly. Yahiko and Conan were seated in a ramen shop, feeling warmth spread through their bellies after finishing a bowl of noodles. Village Chief, in which cinema will your film with the director be screened? A hand pointed towards the cinema located in the heart of the Hidden Sound Village. It felt rather out of place, surrounded by cold, deserted shops or vendors reminiscent of the past century. Suddenly, a modern facility had appeared, akin to a phoenix among a flock of crows. Indeed, we must show our support when the time comes, Yahiko replied with a smile as he set down his chopsticks. Conan felt tears welling in her eyes at the thought of the plot. Sighing, I wonder if it will be well received on New Year's Day. I've seen director Conan cry a few times, the handmaiden expressed with concern. No, Conan wiped her tears away. She couldn't explain. for she aimed to evoke tears from all women in the ninja world. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. The village organized a grand celebration, and everyone feasted together. Last year's goal had been to fill their bellies and ensure survival. They had completed their mission splendidly. With Chakra enhancing his voice, Yahiko addressed the crowd from the stage. Great. Let's give a round of applause. This year, our mission is to build our homeland, solidify our foundations, and strive to open markets with the 5 great nations. Now let us eat. Yahiko refrained from further admonitions on this festive occasion. At the dining table, the children discussed the cinema. Xiao Xiong, are we going to see a movie tomorrow? Dad has already bought the tickets. Sure, but why did you buy so many tickets? We're all going together. What? Silly Xiao Xiong, my dad has a friend who works at the cinema. He saw it in advance and said it was excellent. You might as well skip it. Exactly. Movies are for men. Kung Fu, Jian, don't say that. The adults dining nearby chuckled at the scene. The cinema in the village center had been operating for quite some time without any leaks about its existence. They only knew that tickets cost 50 silver coins, and the popcorn inside was delicious, priced at 100 silver coins per bucket. Meanwhile, the spies, including Hei and others, had not forgotten their undercover roles. They planned to report the cinema affair to Lord Hokage upon their return. Uzumaki, would you like a drink? A toast to you. At long last. It was New Year's Day, the day of the film's release. Konoha Village lacked a cinema, but the Land of Fire had one. The same was true for the Land of Water. The nobility was indifferent to the details. As long as there was entertainment, they were eager to join. At the Hidden Sound Village cinema, tickets were exceedingly scarce. At this moment, the boundaries of the second and third rings were not as clearly defined, allowing all to enter the core area of the Hidden Sound Village. Obito entered the cinema's underground, peeking out from the last row of the screening room. Lord Madara, it seems the barrier has been lifted. Recently, Yahiko had been contemplating a matter. In his previous life, his ex-girlfriend possessed an inexplicable possessiveness, requiring him to report every action. If he lost contact for even an hour, she would explode like a lit gas canister. It seemed Lord Madara was similar. If he were to be deprived of seeing Nagato for too long, Madara would likely be restless. Thus, he instructed Uzumaki to open a passage underground. Madara, first, go check on the container. On Short Scroll Street, a blonde boy and a red-haired girl strolled hand in hand. The girl asked, if I fell into the water along with the scroll, who would you save first? No lying. Of course, it would be you. The girl, with flowing red locks, pressed her boyfriend, who answered without hesitation. This question had recently swept through the Land of Fire like a mysterious enigma, evolving from scrolls and girlfriends to mothers and girlfriends. Ultimately, the red-haired girl couldn't bear to embarrass her boyfriend and posed a question with an easy answer. Several masked umbu lurked in the shadows, precisely there to protect the red-haired girl, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. As Konoha's strategic weapon, her presence on this street was improbable were it not for the festive occasion. The couple began their shopping anew, passing by a newly opened cinema. At that moment, the previous screening had concluded, and the audience was gradually exiting. It was evident that many women had red, swollen eyes, as if they had just wept profusely. The men bore expressions of envy. Why should that poor kid, Jack, be favored by Ruth? Some men were envious, while others seethed with resentment. Curiously, none appeared to be in tears. Their varied expressions reflected the diverse reactions to the first film in the ninja world, which undoubtedly satisfied their entertainment cravings. A promotional poster for the Hidden Sound Village stood at the entrance, featuring a picture of Yahiko embracing Conan against the wind. Movie? Kushina approached, glancing at the poster and then at the tear-streaked faces of the women. Minato, shall we go in and take a look? She tugged at Minato's sleeve, determined to stay until he agreed. All right, let us check it out. I'm a bit curious too. Minato smiled brightly, then turned to the umbu with an apologetic expression. The umbu nodded in understanding. Minato proceeded to the ticket counter, purchasing tickets for himself, Kushina, and the umbu, 6 in total, a modest expense. He also bought 6 buckets of popcorn, a trivial cost. Upon entering the cinema, they were led to a dimly lit lobby, settling into sofa chairs as they gazed at the darkened screen before them. Is this movie really that good? A voice from behind interrupted, a blonde woman munching on popcorn. Oh yes, Lady Tsunade, it's absolutely delightful, replied a 6-year-old with a mischievous smile. However, a hint of sadness surfaced as she thought of wanting to watch the film again, especially the part where the Hidden Sound Village collided with an iceberg, sending Jack into the icy depths. All right, I believe you, Tsunade said, tousling the little girl's hair, her gaze shifting back to the screen. She couldn't help but wonder what schemes this little one might be hiding. Ah, Lady Tsunade, your hands are all sticky with sugar. Hee, are you still complaining? Catch. Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Minato broke out in a cold sweat. Jiraiya-sensei isn't here. What is there to fear? Kushina. Aren't you going to greet Lady Tsunade? No, I don't want to. Minato? Because you're beside me. In that moment, the young man's face flushed deeper than ever. The film began. Minato's face turned as red as an apple as he stared at the illuminated screen. The opening was an advertisement. The Hidden Sound Village toy followed with a promotional song, heralding a new dawn. Ah, how adorable. On the big screen, Yahiko was showcased alongside a charming girl in a choir, causing Kushina to gaze in wide-eyed wonder. Minato gazed at Kushina, secretly thinking she was the most adorable. Minato, shall we take some time to visit Akatsuki Village? Sure, he replied. Yahiko of Akatsuki Village welcomes you, and will pave the way for you. Kushina could no longer hold back and exclaimed, Tsunade, could you please be quiet? Oh, you're here too? Minato, the little rascal, you too? Just like Jiraiya. You are all lustful men. Kushina, come here. No, Minato said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Kushina, you've become bold, daring to ignore your sister's words. Their roars echoed throughout the confined hall, loud enough for those outside the screening room to hear. The other audience members dared not voice their displeasure, recognizing Tsunade's formidable presence. Chapter 25. Yahiko, what do you think about Konoha opening a cinema? Look at that advertisement for Akatsuki's beef. Doesn't it resemble the cattle from my land of lightning? Oh, today, as I sit here watching this film, a black cow appears on screen. It should be called Akatsuki Black Beef. Oh yes. A bronze-skinned man punched the head of the rapscallion beside him. Bro, you're an idiot. Bastard. Karabi turned away in grievance. Young A, the future fourth rakage, panted in frustration. You're complaining about a stolen cow while mumbling your terrible raps? If you weren't my brother, I'd really want to smash you. On the big screen, Akatsuki Village toys flashed. Welcome to Akatsuki Village. Wasn't it the one called Namikaze Kinmon who stole the cow? The elder brother of Konoha's Namikaze Minato, who supposedly visited again secretly, and is said to be the brother of Namikaze Hamon from Amigate Cure. Is there a connection? It's perplexing, A pondered, unable to comprehend. However, the Umbu of Kumogakure rated the three Namikaze brothers as geniuses in their respective villages. After the Akatsuki beef promotion, there was a recruitment advertisement for Akatsuki Academy next. Is he trying to make me watch advertisements? Young A wished he could smash his fist into the big screen. Finally, the advertisements ended, and the main feature began. Then I'll smash you too. The film lasted 3 hours. Throughout this time, the audience was so engrossed that they hesitated even to go to the restroom. Fearing they would miss the plot, Minato felt as though someone was murmuring about him, and he sneezed for no reason. This hairstyle looks familiar, he thought, recalling historical accounts. Glancing at Kushina, who was captivated by the film, Minato suppressed his curiosity. The scene unfolded with classic Jack embracing Tsunade from behind. Just by the silhouette, Tsunade felt a sense of absurdity, as if her grandfather and Ban were together. Cough, cough, what a dreadful thought. Get out of my mind. Ah, Minato, how romantic. We should take photos together too. Kushina nudged Minato excitedly. Sure, he replied, still indulgent. As the movie neared its conclusion, Yahiko seized the moment to pose a question to Tsunade. Suna, previously you asked me who I would save first, my future or you if you fell into the sea. Now, I have my answer. On the glacier, Conan was so frozen that even tears could not flow. She could only watch helplessly as Yahiko fell into the deep water. The anguish of witnessing her beloved's demise left her mind in a haze, and as the rain began to fall, it became indistinguishable whether the moisture on her face was from tears or rain. The cinema was soon filled with sobs. Minato, I don't want you to die? Kushina's eyes were red and swollen. Her throat choked as she immersed herself in the film's narrative. The thought of a tragic separation from Minato made her heart feel as though it were being squeezed tightly. She grasped Minato's hand, instinctively tightening her grip, causing him pain. I won't die. I won't die. I will always be with Kushina. Wherever she is, there I will be. Minato was also affected, having shed tears as well. He gritted his teeth, reassuring Kushina. Cut. Cut. Grandpa. In the film, Tsunade watched as Yahiko sacrificed his floating plank to save Conan, and she couldn't help but remember her deceased boyfriend and unexpectedly think of her late grandfather. Ah, Lady Tsunade has fainted. It was evident that Tsunade's blood phobia had worsened, now even triggering a reaction to the cold. The two actors' performances were so compelling that they rendered the theme of life and death particularly relatable. Flying Thunder God. In the land of lightning, Young-A was nearly falling asleep, thinking, is this really it? His mind was filled with the opening advertisements for Akatsuki's beef. What do you mean Akatsuki beef drinks the spring water favored by the Sage of Six Paths? They are nothing but thieves, stealing our cattle. Kurabi lamented. Tears falling drop by drop. Big Brother is a bad guy, devoid of sentiment, living a life as a fool. Oh yes. In response, I merely dismissed it with a casual blow. The film was dull, but he indeed remembered Akatsuki Village, which left a poor impression on him. They had always taken from the land of lightning, yet today was the first time someone had taken from them. Conan raised the microphone. I have good news for our villagers. The box office for Akatsuki Village has reached 7 billion in the Shinobi world. The villagers of Akatsuki stood proudly, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Their village was becoming prosperous. Yahiko was thriving, in every sense of the word. The land of lightning publicly condemned him for stealing their cattle. Our cattle are the finest. And Akatsuki Village is a thief of cattle. If you wish to buy, please purchase the authentic cattle from the land of lightning. Yahiko was somewhat irked. This cow was clearly picked up by Namikaze Kinmon. How can you claim we stole it? Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. On the table lay a folded letter. Konoha's Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to withstand the pressure from the youth in the village, intended to co-establish a cinema. Too late. Now, you cannot reach my heights. Yahiko reflected on how the once-starved individual who had snatched cookies from him had now become a celebrity in the shinobi world. Time indeed flies. Standing before Yahiko now was Orochimaru, who had skin as pale as death, having just returned from the front lines in the land of rain. Hearing about the cinema from his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with Jiraiya missing, he decided to drop by. Orochimaru licked his lips, curiously observing Yahiko behind the desk. When working, please use your title. Call me Village Chief Yahiko. Is someone from a big village so ignorant of etiquette? Yahiko lightly tapped the desk, clearly displeased. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and with a sinister smile, he rasped, Village Chief Yahiko, what are your thoughts on Konoha establishing a cinema? What cinema? What kind of attitude is this? Yahiko slammed the desk again, growing increasingly dissatisfied. Very well, Orochimaru chuckled in irritation. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru swiftly initiated his technique, and countless small white snakes surged forth from his sleeves, racing towards Yahiko. How dare you come to my door with such trivial skills? Yahiko reacted swiftly, drawing a kunai and executing a sweeping motion, creating a gleaming arc of death. The sharp blade sliced through the oncoming venomous snakes, severing them in half. The severed snake bodies erupted in a spray of viscous blood. Since Kakashi joined the village, Yahiko's swordsmanship had significantly improved. Every day, he would leave 2 shadow clones to practice his techniques. It was no wonder Kakashi was a genius. He could come up with ways to train using shadow clones. The first 3 strikes left Orochimaru momentarily stunned, as he recognized the influence of the Hatake family's swordsmanship in Yahiko's moves. Is it the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan? Orochimaru lowered his hands, observing Yahiko with renewed interest. Guess. Yahiko put down the kunai stained with snake blood, regarding Orochimaru with curiosity. Is this just for show? Anyone can do it. I am yet to reach my peak. Once I do, there will be changes. Orochimaru could only pick on the 11-year-old Yahiko. It was somewhat irksome that Orochimaru lingered in the office, his snake-like eyes seemingly trying to see through Yahiko. Do you think Yahiko would be afraid? Lazily perched upon the chair, he licked his lips, embodying a rather amusing semblance of Orochimaru. He departed, leaving a note of anticipation for our next encounter, Yahiko-kun. Orochimaru had sensed a formidable chakra approaching, accompanied by an aura so elusive that he could faintly perceive it. A hidden presence potentially capable of defeating him 7 times in 3 minutes. Is this the foundation of the Akatsuki's village establishment? The serpent's instinct for danger has always been remarkably accurate. Shortly after Orochimaru's departure, Uzumaki Yushin arrived at the elder's residence. Incensed by the scent of blood wafting from the office. Who is it? Which scoundrel has harmed our beloved village leader? It was merely Orochimaru's ilk. Already driven away by me. Yahiko, nonchalantly cleaning the bloodied kunai with a handkerchief, remarked that he had brewed too much tea. He set down a cup of tea next to him, filled with determination, and took a sip. Uzumaki Yushin remained skeptical. Could the village leader truly surpass that cold-blooded Orochimaru? Yahiko gazed at Yushin as he departed, contemplating where to recruit more talent. It wouldn't do to rely solely on Elder Yushin, after all. The sealing team comprises Uzumaki members, as does the barrier team. Even the leader of the fog department is an Uzumaki. Such dependency could easily lead to marginalization. With the grace of a crane, Yahiko commanded the recruitment of Nagato, the one skilled in cultivating spies. Nagato, take note. I hereby make the following adjustments in the fog department. While the village hidden in the mist is indeed isolating itself, there remain opportunities for minor trade at the port. Strive to ensure our people infiltrate the scene. Let me ponder what delights the fishmen might savor. Madara-sama, would you care to watch a movie? Recently, many traveling merchants have come to the Akatsuki village to view films, and security has somewhat relaxed. A Fae seized the opportunity, sneaking in to watch one, and even managed to buy a ticket for a newly released film. What is a movie? At this, Madara opened his eyes for the first time in several days. Ah, it's merely a tale of a man and a woman embracing. A Fae remarked, Madara-sama. After watching, I felt utterly devoid of any need. Madara, lost in thought, suddenly flushed with indignation, pointed at a Fae and exclaimed, "Get out. Just get out." Chapter 26. The Tax of the Land of Fire. The Daime has collected a staggering 10 million ryo in taxes. Today marks the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, and projections indicate that the box office in the Land of Fire has reached 200 million. This suggests that many of the 6 million citizens have returned for multiple viewings. Listening to his subordinate's report, Saritobi Hiruzen, with a heavy heart, drew on his smoking pipe, feeling a sense of disquiet. Once, a lucrative opportunity lay before him, which he failed to cherish. Now, in its absence, he regretted his past choices. If only the heavens would grant him one more chance, he would undoubtedly proclaim, "I am willing." Had he failed to negotiate with Orochimaru? Indeed, Orochimaru's icy demeanor was hardly suited for diplomacy. What of Jiraiya? Perhaps Jiraiya could engage in a fruitful discussion with my disciple. He is indeed a commendable teacher. Setting down his pipe, he remarked with a weighty tone, Jiraiya is truly a good teacher. The intelligence officer felt a twinge of awkwardness, hesitating to speak. Jiraiya-sama is currently in labor reform. This is his correspondence. The intelligence officer handed Hiruzen the message from Jiraiya. Upon reading it, Hiruzen's brow furrowed intensely. Jiraiya, old man. By the time you receive this letter, I shall have. How could such a handsome fellow not be around? Yes, I am imprisoned, though I shan't disclose my location. It is quite pleasant here. I have many like-minded friends, and I suspect the great sage of the toads is among them. Do not come looking for me. Do not worry about me. Ah, what a splendid disciple he is. Even in confinement, he remains so spirited. What of Tsunade? The intelligence officer hesitated again before finally stating, recently, Lady Tsunade has been afflicted with a bout of drunkenness due to the snowfall. She has remained indoors, indulging in spirits. Then let her be. Hiruzen sighed, gazing skyward, tears of reluctance cascading down his cheeks. What on earth has he done to deserve such outlandish disciples? Within the city, during this festive season, every inmate received a red envelope from Yahiko. Though modest in amount, it was a gesture of good fortune. They gathered before a screen to watch the popular Akatsuki film. The prisoners were touched. Indeed, Akatsuki village possesses a sense of humanity. Kakuzu, disinterested in matters of love, reviewed the financial report from Akatsuki village, his expression one of astonishment. How much? The earnings from a single film in the ninja world amount to 700 million? And the boarding fees for the Akatsuki film are 5,000 ryo for a day's drift along the river, with photo opportunities included? Ah, that rascal Yahiko. He huffed and puffed, questioning whether he still held any significance in the eyes of his students. Observing the female inmates with their swollen eyes and expressions of admiration, Jiraiya envisioned Yahiko, in the future, being pursued by a throng of enchanting women. Little Yahiko is so handsome. Is this what the village chief will look like when he grows up? I declare, little Yahiko is the most handsome in the ninja world. Does anyone dispute that? No. As Jiraiya listened to the infatuated voices of the female inmates, jealousy gnawed at him, prompting him to clench his teeth and shed tears. I too wish to star in a film. I want the big sisters to call me little Jiraiya. He bellowed, I want to be released. In Jiraiya's mind, had he truly wished to leave, he could have done so long ago. The prison guards approached the warden's office. The warden, Hataki Sakumo, glanced at the list of offenders before him. Upon discovering Jiraiya's presence, He was momentarily taken aback. Observing Jiraiya's apparent enjoyment, he chose not to interfere. Now, Jiraiya desires release. The prisoner, Jiraiya, due to unauthorized entry into the village, severely disrupting village order, the situation is grave, resulting in a 6-month sentence. With over 2 months remaining until release. Very well, I shall speak with him. Though he had been idling, he could not neglect his duties. He proceeded to the screening room. Tsukumo-senpai, Jiraiya greeted, his heart racing. This elder, with such a grand legacy in Konoha, could hardly be disregarded. Jiraiya, present. Almost instinctively, Jiraiya stood at attention. You have 63 days remaining until your sentence is complete. If your behavior is commendable, you may be released a month early. Are there any questions? What of Yahiko? I must find the prophecy. Jiraiya's voice dwindled as he beheld the sword strapped to Tsukumo's back. Fine. 2 months are 2 months. Nearby, Kakuzu shouted. I want to be released. I want to shine for Akatsuki Village. Tsukumo inquired about the list of prisoners. Prisoner Kakuzu, attempted assassination of the village's highest leader. The circumstances were dire, resulting in a life sentence. Note, if willing to serve the village, clemency may be granted. Come, I shall take you to see the village chief. Tsukumo regarded Kakuzu, whose eyes gleamed with fervor. Why do his eyes shine so brightly? Jiraiya was taken aback. Why does he get to leave? Kakuzu, producing Akatsuki Village's forehead protector, placed it atop his head. The cloud design was haphazard, suggesting it had been hastily crafted. Jiraiya fell silent. Have you come to a realization? Indeed, I have. Let us proceed. In the office, Tsukumo listened to the conversation between the two, his face flushing with embarrassment. What kind of words are these? The two exchanged puzzled glances. Why are you blushing? What expression is that? Here tell, a band of mountain bandits has emerged from the village. I must take my leave. Observing their innocent expressions, Tsukumo recognized he was a laughingstock and hurriedly excused himself. Kakuzu, are you truly willing? Yahiko grasped Kakuzu's hand with excitement. Money, if there's money. I'm willing to do anything. Just outside, Tsukumo stumbled as he walked away. Excellent. Yahiko maintained his grip on Kakuzu's hand, shaking it vigorously, just like old times. Dave, the senior, alongside Mr. Black-Faced Kogi, commanded attention and respect. I, Yahiko, have garnered the favor of Mr. Kogi. Thus, I have no regrets even in death. Konoha intends to collaborate with the village to establish a cinema, and the operations there will be entrusted to you. Enough of the nonsense. Leave this to me. Chapter 27. Rumor has it that Konoha tickets are selling for 28. The twilight in the village of Akatsuki is tinted a vibrant orange, reminiscent of soda. The streets are no longer the calm they were months prior, as various shops gradually undergo renovations and open their doors. Not every piece of beef can be called Akatsuki beef. Come, everyone, witness our delightful cuts of beef, accompanied by refreshments. Behold this frog, a genuine model of the ironclad toad from the Sage of Mayaboku. Twist the spring behind it once, and lo, it shall leap. The official fairy tale collection of village chief Yahiko has garnered rave reviews from children who've perused it. Shops run by villagers have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, ranging from freshly butchered beef shops, specialty toy stores, and bookstores to a store for rabbit-shaped candy endorsed by Ruth. An increasing number of merchants, on their travels across the 5 great nations, have chosen to rest here. To cater to these visitors, our village, under the guidance of the ever-reliable Yabi, has established an inn. The streets of Akatsuki now boast a lively atmosphere, no longer the desolate sight of yore. Yet, when compared to the tourist hotspots of the 5 great nations and the land of water, our prosperity remains insufficient. Efforts must continue. I heard that Super Brother is in the Akatsuki village. I came here for him. Although there is no sequel from Super Brother here, this collection of fairy tales by Chief Yahiko is quite commendable and would make a lovely gift for the children. Why has Super Brother ceased writing? Is it because he has earned enough? How frustrating. I truly hope his girlfriend absconds with the funds, providing him with the motivation to write again. After work, Yahiko and Konan were strolling hand in hand, attending to the sentiments of the populace. As Yahiko overheard several merchants discussing matters, a cold sweat trickled down his back. More terrifying than a girlfriend running off with money is Konan acquiring explosive tags. Just yesterday, he witnessed an explosive tag float out from Conan's room. It is well known that discovering an explosive tag in a certain location implies that thousands of such tags have emerged from a hidden corner. How horrifying. Super Brother, are you truly afraid of my potential to flee? Konan, Noticing the sweat on Yahiko's palm, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Yahiko paused for a moment, then nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Ah, it's little Yahiko. And their S meets silk. At this moment, a fan recognized the two. With their spiky hair or long, flowing locks, they resembled characters whose popularity surged alongside the main protagonist, Jack, also known as Bunk. The flowing locks were dubbed meat silk or column silk. Hello. Yahiko greeted them amicably. Conan corrected, that's Ruth. She was curious as to why people always called her Meat Silk whenever she went out. Who have you ever seen with a nickname like Meat Silk? Oh my gosh, it's the real deal. How adorable. It's the childhood version of Meat Silk, exclaimed a girl excitedly. She seized Conan's delicate hand from Yahiko's grasp, thrilled to hold it. Her fingers were long, smooth, and tender, the nails glistening and translucent. It would be a shame not to paint them. Miss Meat Silk. Nail polish is all the rage in the land of fire. Look, my sisters bought several. Would you like to try it together? To be in close proximity to her idol sent the little fan into a frenzy, desperately wanting to prolong the encounter. Yes, Miss Meat Silk. Would you like to try it? She shook Conan's hand, and seeing the fan's adorable demeanor, Conan ultimately softened. Yahiko, can I go? She inquired, seeking his approval. Of course, go ahead, Yahiko said, waving his hand indulgently. Conan nodded. What is nail polish? Along the way, she brimmed with curiosity. Having experienced a tumultuous childhood, she had never encountered cosmetics. What? You don't even know what cosmetics are? Yet your skin looks so good? Upon reaching the city, Yahiko returned once more. The last time he visited, it was to complete the camera. This time, he sought to have Bairu create a communication device. At present, communication in the Shinobi world relied on letters, carrier pigeons, and carrier eagles. He could hardly fathom that refrigerators and such antiquated messaging equipment coexisted in the same realm. In the innermost sanctum of Jiraiya's exclusive domain, he was engrossed in writing. The title was Tales of Konoha, chronicling his experiences from childhood to adulthood in Konoha. In the realm of literature, no one could surpass Super Brother, and he did not wish to embarrass himself. Focused on his writing, he failed to notice his dear student. Yahiko passed by. Yahiko cast a glance at Jiraiya, who was kneeling and writing, offering a look of encouragement. Keep going, master. He proceeded to the adjacent room to find Bairu. Make a note. I require a communication device capable of allowing two individuals to converse over distances of thousands of miles. Bairu, who had been conducting experiments, paused to listen intently as Yahiko elaborated. This was the patron. He could not afford to offend him. As he listened, he felt a dark cloud forming above him. The last time he had requested a camera, he had asked for a filmed image. That was understandable, with a camera as a reference. He could make adjustments to create it. Even the initial broadcast could have been linked via wires for sound transmission. But this was asking for something entirely different. If you lack materials, you can seek the warden. He can provide them for you. I do not wish for you to conserve materials. I only want the communication device. Yes, Bairu was at his wit's end, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kakuzu questioned, are you truly capable, or shall I impart a few skills? Kongfu's father, feeling his own name to be rather unappealing, had taken to marketing himself as the father of the son named by Yahiko while conducting business. Recently, Yahiko had been attempting to penetrate the bookstores of the Land of Fire, and Kongfu's father was bustling about. There was only one finance minister, and Kongfu's father believed his position was secure. Suddenly, a masked figure named Kakuzu emerged, and he could not accept this. Kakuzu glanced at him. You think I need your advice on how to make money? Kakuzu found the notion amusing, chuckling softly. You truly don't recognize a good opportunity when you see one? Kongfu's father grew irritated, believing that if Kakuzu would heed his counsel, Konoha's land purchase prices would undoubtedly decrease. Upon hearing Kongfu's father's proposal, Kakuzu merely scoffed, young man. Allow me to give you a lesson today. Sighing, Kongfu's father watched as Kakuzu entered the Hokage office, lamenting his fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hands crossed beneath his chin, spoke with unprecedented seriousness. You say you are Kakuzu from the Akatsuki village, intending to collaborate with my Konoha to establish a cinema? Yes, Kakuzu replied, a slight smirk forming beneath his mask. I have heard of your name. Who would have thought that the black market's wealthiest would join the Akatsuki village? What benefits has Yahiko bestowed upon you? I can offer you the same. Kakuzu, remaining discreet, understood the importance of amassing wealth quietly. Though not particularly famous among bounty hunters in the black market, He had a respectable reputation. No need for that. Let us first discuss collaboration. Kakuzu waved his hand dismissively. There were some painful truths he preferred to avoid. Could Sarutobi Hiruzen, like Yahiko, build a feeble vessel and exploit the nobility for their riches, compelling them to willingly part with their coins? What does this collaboration entail? Will Konoha take a share of the profits or impose taxes? Sarutobi inquired. No. Kakuzu shook his head. You, Konoha, will provide the funds. Only then will we operate here. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, clearing his ears in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? You want us to pay you before you open? How bold. You have lured away my beloved subordinates and now dare to extort me? Do you truly believe I am so easy to deal with? His face flushed with anger, Sarutobi declared. If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave. A gentle breeze emanated from Sarutobi Hiruzen, his Hokage hat flapping lightly in the wind. Anger is a merchant's taboo, and Kakuzu calmly explained. Firstly, I possess the film while you do not. Secondly, I possess the film while you do not. Enough of this. Why have the residents of Konoha been coming and going so frequently? Is there danger lurking outside? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of his young son Asuma, who had been clamoring to watch a movie. He had taken him to Biwa Lake to see one, and upon their return, Asuma insisted on bringing his friend, the daughter of Akane, along. How infuriating. Is the film truly that captivating? The ninja world is perilous, and yet they still venture out. I shall not part with my money. Taxes must be collected without fail. Thirdly, I possess the film while you do not. After Kakuzu's relentless efforts, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally relented. Yet, as the old adage goes, as the road rises, so too does the devil. Sarutobi pretended to be overwhelmed by Kakuzu's words, but ultimately agreed. In the Hokage office, the three of them gazed at the fainted monkey. Third Hokage, what happened to you? Did the Akatsuki village provoke this? Exclaimed Tsunade. How reckless. I see no reason for the existence of the Akatsuki village any longer. Mito Minion interjected. All right, Tsunade, let us first inquire what transpired with Kakuzu. Shimura Danzo remained silent, casting a disdainful glance at Kakuzu, who stood in silence, acutely aware of the scrutiny of Konoha's advisors and the Umbu. He had just been dealt a severe blow. Konoha demanded that the Akatsuki village pay a hefty land rent annually, in addition to a tax. Halfway through the negotiations, Kakuzu requested a break. Sarutobi, smiling amiably, agreed. After all, negotiations require give and take. It seemed that Konoha was poised for victory in this round. That boy Yahiko is still rather inexperienced. However, Sarutobi never anticipated what was to come. That evening, Kakuzu walked through the streets, declaring, Hashirama is the mightiest Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is unworthy. He has crowned himself the strongest Hokage. Have you seen Hashirama's true peak power with your own eyes? Truly, in times devoid of heroes, the foolish rise to fame. He shouted amidst the crowd of Konoha citizens, who regarded him with disdain. The inevitable outcome was that Kakuzu was attacked by several shinobi who revered Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to bystanders, the scene was gruesome, akin to a honeycomb leaking water, with a gust of wind rendering Kakuzu fragile, as if he might disperse into thin air. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been feeling quite pleased with himself for turning the tables on Yahiko, was suddenly struck with alarm upon hearing the news. He wished he could strike down that wretched Kakuzu with a single blow. The crux of the matter was that he had ignored this incident. Was there anything wrong with Kakuzu's statements? Absolutely not. How could he reprimand Kakuzu when he spoke the truth? He hastily dealt with the offending shinobi and issued a statement. I am still far from the ideological realm of Lord Hashirama. Your praises are unwarranted. He then rushed to the hospital to visit Kakuzu, lest other villages take delight in Konoha's misfortune. I refuse to pay for your hospital fees. Do not think I can be easily deceived, he declared. A distinguished guest of Konoha has been harmed. It is my failure as Hokage to provide adequate hospitality. I will cover the medical expenses from my personal funds. You want my medical fees? What would that make me? I refuse to receive treatment. The cinema is closed. The larger villages bully the smaller ones. Konfu, take me back to my village in a cart. Days passed amidst this turmoil. Kakuzu lay in his hospital bed, refusing to allow the medical ninjas to attend to him, lamenting over the costs. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly tolerate such obstinacy and secretly compensated for the nutritional expenses of a few offenders. In the end, a ticket sold for 25 ryo would yield Konoha 1 ryo, but Konoha would provide a parcel of land. How infuriating! Kakuzu was livid. Rumors spread that Konoha's tickets were being sold for 28 ryo, with the remaining 2 ryo going to him. Kanfu's father, bearing a fruit basket to visit Kakazu, wore a complex expression. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Impressive." The strategist had stepped into the game, leveraging his position to draw in the world. Where did the village chief find such a character? You, however, are not a bad person. On the hospital bed, Kakazu was mostly unharmed. He remained in the hospital primarily because Sarutobi Hiruzen provided his meals. He extended his hand towards Kanfu's father, saying, "Be my subordinate." "Big brother," he exclaimed, kneeling before him. He wished to pay homage to Kakuzu's stature. Kakuzu was a potential asset. Chapter 28, Uchiha's Awakening. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen. I deeply regret my actions. If you ask why, it is because of the events that transpired days ago at the cinema. Lin, look. This is my elder brother. And the one beside him is my sister-in-law, right? My sister-in-law looks fierce, but you, little Lin, are adorable, exclaimed Obito, who had brought the charming Lin to the cinema to join the excitement. Outside the cinema, a throng of people gathered. It had been a long time since he last saw his elder brother. He pointed at the posters with excitement. Just then, his grandmother bestowed upon him some pocket money. To top it off, Kakashi was out on a mission. Thus, they purchased 2 tickets and a bucket of popcorn before making their way inside. Upon exiting, Lin's eyes were red, and so were Obito's, each having a little tear in their eyes. Yes, indeed, Obito had awakened his Sharingan. In the climactic scene, as he witnessed the character Mikoto jump into the sea, Obito felt a surge of emotion and could not hold back his tears. At the tender age of 7, he awakened his first Tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, a certain Uchiha, who had only awakened his Sharingan after the annihilation of his clan, wept inconsolably in the restroom. This event immediately stirred a tempest within the Uchiha clan. When asked for the reason, the answer was simple. They had watched a film. Tickets. We must buy tickets. The best seats available. The current Uchiha clan's junior leader, Fugaku, promptly took his gifted but unawakened clan members to view the film. Inside the cinema, the affluent Uchiha clan reserved an entire screening. Ruth, I warn you to refrain from pursuing Madara, otherwise in the film. All that could be seen was Yahiko portraying Kakazu from behind, his crimson hair turned away from the camera, threatening the delicate Ruth as they prepared to meet with the elite for marriage. The Uchiha watched the grand screen, each member falling into deep contemplation. To elicit such reflection from the typically haughty Uchiha is a testament to the film's success. Kakazu, you insolent fool. How dare you? A mere red-haired noble, bully Ruth. I can no longer endure this. Fire release. Lightning release. As expected, when the film concluded, more than half of the audience had awakened their Sharingan. In the battlefield, comrades who fought side by side might not awaken their eyes even in death, yet after a single film, they did. Simply watching a film would not typically lead to such an awakening. Yet, the film contained a Minotaur subplot. Following Jack's death, Mikoto was coerced into an arranged marriage with another nobleman, Kakazu. It is worth noting that all Uchiha brought to mind were the tall and handsome Jack. Had the character been anything other than red-haired, their reactions might not have been so intense. Seeing Kakazu's appearance reminded them of their ancestor, and they recalled how their ancestor's woman was abducted and forcibly kissed for decades by a member of the Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha could hardly contain themselves. All Minotaurs must perish. The screening room was left in disarray as enraged Uchiha wreaked havoc. The grand screen shattered, and the seats turned to ash. Having reserved the entire venue, the chaos did not spill over to the public. Kakuzu sprang from his hospital bed, rushing towards the cinema. Upon exiting, the Uchiha clan remained enveloped in the recent film's melancholy. Though I have awakened my eyes, I feel an emptiness within, lamented one Uchiha. Me too, echoed the others. All Uchiha fell silent. Who is the director? Bring him to me. I shall slay him and hang his head from the lampposts of Konoha, roared one Uchiha, glaring with his 2 Tomo Sharingan. Let us move on. It is merely entertainment. Uchiha Fugaku retracted his Manjiki Sharingan, instinctively clenching his fists, hoping he would not encounter the director. The director behind the censorship and the writer of Nanhekwan, Pain, will not spare the Uchiha clan. Is it not a matter of conflict with them? They seem to be at odds at every turn. Yahiko, that child is truly commendable. He is indeed the pillar of our Hokage lineage. I wonder if that inherently wicked old white-haired man in the Pure Land will flash a grin to reveal his pearly whites. Filming a movie to annoy the Uchiha is a source of joy for Uncle Tobarama, Yet the Uchiha have awakened their eyes, something that displeases him. In the Hokage office, a haze of smoke filled the air. This must be the umpteenth cigarette Sarutobi Hiruzen has smoked. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Hiruzen, had I known it would come to this, I would have never agreed to open a cinema. Now the Uchiha are harboring thoughts that should not exist. How shall we address this? It was Danzo, who spoke with indignation. In just a few days, the Uchiha have gained 50 to 60 pairs of Sharingan. What does this signify? In the era of the Warring States, during the time when Hashirama was inactive, it could very well alter the course of history. Enough, Hiruzen lamented. For it was his first moment of regret. He silently permitted Danzo to continue his actions. After Danzo departed, Hiruzen distractedly processed a day's worth of paperwork. After a long day of labor, he returned home, expecting a tender scene with his wife and children. Red, if you and your father fell into a glacier, I would save you first. Lin, I would do the same. A few children were invited to play in the yard, which only exacerbated Hiruzen's already poor mood. He was quite irate. Thus, he sought out Bawako in the inner chamber. Before he could speak, Bawako asked, Hiruzen, if Danzo and I fell into a glacier, who would you choose to save? After revisiting the film, Biwako, unable to contain herself, posed the question as soon as Hiruzen returned. See, here we go again. Biwako, you are asking an exceedingly obvious question, Hiruzen replied, massaging his temples in exasperation. The news of the Uchiha awakening 50 to 60 pairs of Sharingan could not be concealed. Thanks to the efforts of those with ulterior motives, the four great nations exchanged glances. Are they merely to be seen as a source of amusement for the Uchiha? Even Madara, buried beneath the earth, had learned of it. After a moment of silence, even he found it hard to maintain his composure. Back when he and Hashirama had parted ways, he had only awakened one Tomo. You all think this sort of thing is acceptable? Lord Madara, would you like to take a look? Obito inquired, approaching with concern. No, I have no interest in these nonsensical matters. I would rather die than watch, Madara scoffed, crossing his arms in disdain. A couple embraced. What could it possibly signify? Obito lowered his head in disappointment. Then, Lord Madara, would you like to play chess? He asked, his eyes shining brightly. Madara's hand instinctively twitched. Do you even know how to play? He questioned Obito sternly. Ah, Lord Madara, isn't chess played this way? Then teach me. Please, Obito pleaded, playfully placing a finger on his lips and swaying his body in an alluring manner, accompanied by that repulsive pale face. Madara, who had not eaten or drunk anything for years, felt an involuntary urge to expel something from his stomach. Get out. Get out. That foolish child Yahiko is far more endearing than you. Everyone in the Shinobi world was discussing the film. At this moment, Yahiko was focused on military matters. Wealth lies in martial prowess. Previously, they lacked funds and could only create cultural content. Now, with a substantial sum at their disposal, Akatsuki aimed to cultivate talent in preparation for the imminent Shinobi War due to the disappearance of the third Kazekage in roughly 3 years. The Third Great Ninja War was known as a meat grinder for ninjas. After months of development, Akatsuki had grown from 17 Genin and 4 Chunin to 30 Genin and 19 Chunin. It sounded somewhat meager, with most members hailing from the Uzumaki clan. There were 2 of considerable strength, namely Kakashi Hatake and Kakazu. The elder Uzumaki, known for his carefree demeanor, was a mystery to Yahiko in terms of his capabilities. As for Nagato, Yahiko was well aware that he had yet to reach his full potential. In the refurbished conference room, the higher-ups had gathered, and Kakazu had returned. This was Kakashi's first time attending a high-level meeting of Akatsuki. As the warden, he naturally sat close to the front. Each person had a bottle of mineral water before them, a thoughtful gesture that warmed Kakashi's heart. Yahiko occupied the main seat, subtly placing earplugs in his ears, attentively listening to everyone with an expression of earnestness. Kakashi was perplexed by Yahiko's reaction. He watched as Elder Uzumaki stood up, his aged voice resonating. Let me speak first. I propose that we should provide more assistance to the elderly and the lonely in the Shinobi world. Do not think of it as wasting money. How do you know if the elderly possess unique abilities or have capable descendants? Good, Yahiko exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval, having not heard the proposal. Elder Uzumaki sat down, gratified. Kakuzu wanted to refute, but hesitated. He had lived for many years and was wise enough to understand the Uzumaki clan's fierce temperament. If he angered the elder, he could lose his prospects for wealth. In that case, a token sum of 50 ryo will suffice. Kakashi nodded. recognizing the logic behind it. He recalled Might Guy, a master of taijutsu. If Guy were to age, would anyone remember his once formidable skills? Would his wealth of experience not fade into oblivion? Yuzuki stood and stated, I reiterate my point. We should allocate more funds to the cafeteria. We need to gather all the unique delicacies from the Shinobi world to establish a street that attracts people while also providing us with enjoyment. Good. Yahiko applauded again. Kakuzu agreed that it was a splendid idea. However, while he was pleased with the idea of a food street for profit, he was less enthusiastic about increasing the cafeteria budget. Nagato cleared his throat. My organization requires expansion. We need financial support to recruit some rogue ninjas. Kakuzu, not waiting for Yahiko's applause, slammed his thigh and exclaimed, Damn it, there's no money. What do you think my life is worth? If you kill me and sell me on the black market, what will I bring you? Chapter 29. I do not paint my nails. Do you think my kunai is ineffective? My kunai is not without merit. Kakashi watched as the two drew their kunai, his eyes wide in disbelief. Isn't this a meeting? Why are you drawing weapons? He glanced at Yahiko, who appeared unperturbed, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Let them fight. If they do not, how can I maintain my position as village chief? Enough foolishness. Let us finish this meeting. Yahiko firmly struck the table. The two finally settled down. Kakashi, do you have any suggestions? Yahiko asked seriously. Hey, can you at least take out your earplugs? Kakashi thought in frustration. He replied earnestly. I wish to teach the village's ninjas the art of swordsmanship. There will be no expenses, you can rest assured. Seeing Kakuzu's eyes glimmer with envy, Kakashi explained wearily. How is it that I encountered such a miser when I came to Akatsuki? To his surprise, Kakuzu responded with a resigned demeanor, as if conceding. Yahiko could read his lips and understood that Kakuzu was implying he would not cover the costs of equipment wear and tear. If Kakuzu was willing to save the village chief some funds, perhaps he was tolerable. The next person to report also requested funds. The subsequent speaker was yet another asking for money. Before the last speaker, a girl named Minami could voice her request. Kakuzu's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves. Ready to argue. You bastard. I have eaten more salt than you have rice. I have lived from the Warring States period until now, facing opponents as formidable as Uchiha Madara. Do you think I do not understand the Shinobi world? Before he could continue, those hoping their policies would be adopted began to curse loudly. Come and face me one-on-one. Do you think I am afraid of you? Konoha Tsukumo observed Yahiko, who was pinching his brows in contemplation, while others around them hurled insults and even spat at one another. It was utterly absurd. Tan Wenjing, Lu Haiju, Feng Xiaojing's press conference, and Deng Chao seeking employment. They squabbled, sipped from their mineral water, and continued to bicker. Was mineral water truly meant for such purposes? Tsukumo silently covered his ears, having forgotten how long the cacophony had persisted. Finally, the discord subsided. All right, submit a proposal. Yahiko clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Is this why you wear earplugs? Tsukumo's eyes widened. Perhaps he too should don earplugs next time. You needn't submit anything, Nan. I've already adopted your suggestion, Yahiko remarked, wishing to avoid witnessing how Nan would express her cold words in a gentle script. Really? Nan's eyes sparkled with delight, more enchanting than the blossoming cherry blossoms of spring. With eager anticipation, she urged the others to write swiftly, hoping the village chief would heed her advice. After the crowd departed, the proposals piled upon the adjacent table. Nan lingered, approaching Yahiko and extending her small hand. He rested his chin atop it. Such an old jest, yet it made Nan's ears flush crimson. What am I to do with your hand? Hand it over, Yahiko replied. She took it. Unhurriedly, Nan summoned an array of nail polishes, selecting a bottle in her favorite shade, a striking red. It was evident that a layer of coral orange nail polish adorned her neatly trimmed nails. Was she intending to paint his nails? Yahiko was taken aback, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet Nan's grip was firm. What are you doing? What nail polish? Yahiko exclaimed, rising abruptly, still held fast by her grip. Huh, didn't you say you'd accept my suggestion? Nan paused, her other hand halting as she prepared to open the red nail polish bottle. Your suggestion was to paint nails? Indeed, let us paint the nails of our Akatsuki leaders. Tsukumo painting his nails. This image was beyond what Yahiko could fathom. So, you organized the nail painting for the Akatsuki? How did Nagato agree to that? No, wait. Nagato is too cunning. He doesn't paint his own, but rather paints my body. I won't paint my nails. I promise to rise early, sleep early, and prepare breakfast for you. I'll handle breakfast. Just comply and paint. I refuse. Why? I'm a man. Then can you allocate me funds to stockpile explosive tags? Let us focus on this red nail polish. Nan beamed, delicately brushing Yahiko's hand, applying the polish little by little. At the Mabo base, the two sat around a table. Aftahaha. Upon witnessing Yahiko's fingers and toes adorned in red polish, Nagato burst into laughter. Why laugh? I'm discussing serious matters. Yahiko rolled his eyes and continued. We've earned a considerable amount, yet Hans remains silent. It leaves me uneasy. And then there's Danzo, that old schemer, who has been disturbingly quiet as well. It's truly unfair to blame Danzo. He is preoccupied with Uchiha affairs and hardly has time to concern himself with a small village like ours. The price of bread in Amage Cure has plummeted from 50,000 Ryo to 10,000 Ryo, Nagato sighed, reminiscing about the intelligence he had gathered. Yahiko narrowed his eyes, tapping his finger on the table. Given the destitution at home, we must resort to external plundering, seizing others' assets to bolster our own. Amage Cure cannot contend with the 5 great nations, and raiding grass ninja villages is arduous. So, who can we actually confront? Only our Akatsuki, right? His finger, painted in red polish, swayed back and forth. Aftahaha. You still laugh? I'm addressing serious matters. I'm not laughing. Haha. I'll stop, Nagato replied, covering his mouth, though his body trembled with suppressed mirth. Yahiko took a deep breath, giving Nagato a look akin to Jerry observing Tai-Fi in disbelief. Ha ha ha, I apologize. I truly did not wish to laugh, but I simply couldn't help it. Nagato too felt the urge to break down, holding back his laughter painfully. Nagato, I've come to see you. Just then, Conan arrived. Fearing Yahiko might toss a ball at him, Nagato hurried over to greet her. Nagato, look what I brought you. Conan bounced over, hands concealed behind her back, exuding an air of mystery. Nagato cannot guess? Nagato felt exasperated. Despite his Rinnegan surpassing Byakugan, he lacked the ability to see through her ruse. Ding ding ding. Conan's lips moved as her hidden hand emerged, revealing a bottle of pink nail polish. Nagato, I refuse to share my destiny with nail polish. It was bought by Sister Nan for me. It's so lovely. So what you mean is? Nagato glanced back at Yahiko, who had encircled him with one hand resting on his shoulder, rendering escape impossible. Haha, everyone's amused now. Chapter 30, Lord Madara. Allow me to tell you a tale. Bread prices soar, fish prices rise. How can we continue living? Yesterday, bread cost a mere 100,000. And today it has skyrocketed to 180,000. It's simply unaffordable, truly unbearable. Alas, such is the fate of our small nation. 180,000 is acceptable. Yet if Konoha refuses to sell, we shall remain in dire straits. Outside, the rain cascaded like pillars, as several residents of Amage Cure lamented within a quaint tavern. In an elegant, antiquated study, a man adorned with a peculiar mask sat at a writing desk, diligently practicing his calligraphy. Lord Hans, food prices remain exorbitantly high. If this persists, it may lead to dire consequences, and Amage Cure J. Neen sat beside him, concern evident in his voice. Hans's hand trembled slightly at the mention, causing a flaw in what was supposed to be flawless script. He shook his head in resignation. Once, Hans's spirit had soared, but the power of the great nations had shattered that pride. After the Second Shinobi World War, he grasped the reason why the 5 great nations remained dominant. In terms of military might and economic strength, they overwhelmed the small nations entirely. Following their defeat in the Second Shinobi War, the 5 great nations imposed a total economic blockade on Amage Cure, forbidding their merchants from conducting trade. The persistent rain made cultivation nearly impossible, and with Konoha severing their food supply, they found themselves with no avenue for survival. Had it not been for that young rascal Yahiko, who led a group of refugees away, he might have considered taking drastic measures, leaving only half of his people to survive. Setting down the brush, Hans gazed toward the direction of the Akatsuki village. How many loyal Amage Cure shinobi remain? He inquired of his trusted aide. 800, the aide replied. Good. If a friend fails, one must suffer. We shall endure alongside our neighboring village. The wisdom of youth strengthens the village. A robust youth fortifies the village. In the school, students resumed their studies. The second semester for first graders emphasized moral education. Yahiko hoped that the children at school would develop comprehensively in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. In class 2, led by Nan, Yahiko, as the principal, attended to observe. He sat beside Nan in the last row. At the front, teaching was Kai Yumino. Upon hearing the surname and recognizing the familiar face, Yahiko realized this was Irika's father. How did he end up in my Akatsuki village? Yahiko, who was usually preoccupied, took a moment to thoroughly appraise Kai Yumino. An unremarkable visage, with equally unremarkable prowess. Could it be that the Sandaime sent this spy as retribution against me? Without discipline, one cannot have freedom. To attain freedom, one must abide by rules. Under Yahiko's intense gaze, Kai felt overwhelmed, struggling to articulate his words. Go, teacher, encouraged a student from the second row of the first group. Indeed, I must persevere. Kai motivated himself internally. Prejudices in the hearts of men resemble an insurmountable mountain. Regardless of how eloquently Umi speaks, Yahiko remains convinced that he harbors ulterior motives. Brother, why do you keep watching Teacher Umi? Dafo and Joe asked, turning their heads from the last row of the classroom. Yahiko smiled silently. The ears of a ninja are remarkably acute, and no slight rustle escapes their notice. Still, he chose to withhold his thoughts. Dafo, Joe, faced with the distracted students, Umi naturally imposed a punishment, swiftly approaching with a body flicker technique. Delivering a gentle tap atop their heads with a book. Dafo, Joe, they are 14 this year. Surely, they shouldn't be subjected to such treatment anymore? Jiu lamented with a pained expression. Brother, please take me away, he pleaded. Haha, let us finish elementary school first, Yahiko replied. Dismissing their chatter while quietly absorbing every word spoken by Umi on the podium, musing, you're not from the Sarutobi clan. That action of yours mirrors your son's perfectly. Don't you dare take my precious students away. Beside him, Conan had a firm grasp on the naive Umi. This seemingly scheming Chunin had a genuine fondness for children, facilitating interactions between Umi and all three classes of first graders. This is the bond. Conan whispered to Yahiko. Should we introduce an art class for the children? Why? Yahiko raised an eyebrow. I've heard that those who learn to paint are often kind-hearted. Yahiko responded with an incredulous expression, as if to say, are you joking? Well, perhaps it is inappropriate to burden the children further, Conan conceded, suppressing her thoughts. Suddenly, Yahiko felt a tug at the hem of his pants. Looking down, he found a frog rather than a person. Where did this toad come from? He almost instinctively kicked it away. It's me, croaked the frog. Oh, Toadby. Yahiko recalled having sent the Mayaboka mountain toad to supervise the mischievous students. Why have you grown so plump? Like a little pig. Yahiko lifted it, poking its belly with his finger. The others present could only ignore this spectacle. After all, he was the principal. He had the upper hand. Xiao Xiong has been feeding me well. Toadby patted its belly, clearly enjoying a comfortable life. Did you come looking for something? Has Xiao Xiong been up to no good? Toadby recounted. No. It's just that those three children have recently interacted with some peculiar individuals. Tell me more. Yahiko urged in a lowered voice. That person keeps asking Xiao Xiong and the others what it feels like to defecate. Yahiko's expression darkened. Whoever this unfortunate soul is. I hope it has nothing to do with Lord Madara. If he manages to find out whether Lord Ban can still rise after the third Great Ninja War. Yahiko clenched his fist, thinking it would be a mere mercy to execute this white Zetsu 10 times over. According to Nagato's investigation, 2 individuals had been caught in the act of observing a female Chunin by Jia while they were in the restroom. They were so startled that they couldn't stand up since, and recently, his wife had been threatening him with divorce. It's a tragedy, even with the elders' precautions. Did they still allow the white Zetsu to infiltrate the Akatsuki village? Previously, I claimed that the white Zetsu slipped in while I was enjoying the dumplings made by Conan. And then, what did he do? Yahiko thought, if he dares to poison the flowers of my village, I will twist his head into a bun. He had asked Xiao Xiong for movie tickets, and, yes, also requested a chessboard from Kung Fu and a fairy tale book from Jian. I'm sure Jian didn't comply. Toadby said, shocked. How do you know? Yahiko smirked. It's basic. With a name like that, who could possibly lend anything out? Recently, Uchiha Madara had been searching for an heir within the Uchiha clan. He had 2 favorites, Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed a Mangeki Sharingan, but had matured to a point where he only discussed interests devoid of emotions, leaving only one option. That was Uchiha Obito, who awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7 and possessed an inherently kind heart. Based on Obito's usual demeanor, Madara believed such a person would be the easiest to manipulate. Furthermore, only those Uchiha who possess love in their hearts can awaken the Mangeki Sharingan when provoked. Those with a naturally cold disposition likely wouldn't even flinch at their mother's death, let alone awaken their Sharingan. This was Madara's observation. Investigate further. Madara commanded one of the white Zetsu. I heard Yahiko is the older brother of that child? Madara chuckled. Surely. Witnessing both his beloved woman and respected elder brother perish before him would lead him to lose all hope in this ninja world, wouldn't he it? Rest assured, Yahiko. In my Moon Eye plan, I will introduce you to Izuna. You two shall surely find common ground. A nostalgic glimmer shone in Madara's eyes as he mentioned Izuna. Are you perhaps thinking of Hashirama, Lord Madara? Perhaps, he mused, recalling how, through White Zetsu number 2, he learned about the movie. Obito had mentioned stealing the film reel to show Madara, but Madara had declined, likely wishing to watch it together with Hashirama upon his revival. Nearby, several white Zetsu whispered among themselves. Ah, Lord Madara, it's time for bed. Suddenly, Obito appeared to remind him. Madara frowned, yet upon seeing the pitiful expression of Obito, who he had nurtured for so long, he thought even a dog would develop feelings. Get lost, get lost. How could I possibly feel pity for you? He impatiently shoved Obito away. Every day, defecating, defecating. What kind of breed is this? A breed of nonsense. Ah, Lord Madara, open your ears. I want to read you a bedtime story. Obito exclaimed. I have no interest in that, Madara replied, shutting his eyes. Obito nodded, using a strange voice to begin. Once upon a time, there was a princess who was exceptionally fair, and everyone called her Snow White. Noticing Madara's lack of response, Obito continued cheerfully. However, Snow White had a stepmother who was envious of her beauty, so she made her go to the woods to gather firewood and, as a result, her skin became tarnished. And everyone began calling her Cinderella. Madara twitched slightly. Chapter 31. The Innate Evil Bloodline. Brother Jia, our class has ended. Xiaoxiong, Kung Fu. And Jian found Obito waiting for them on the playground for quite some time. Imichim. Obito assumed a grand demeanor, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the trio with an air of mystery. Have you brought the storybooks I requested? He inquired, extending a hand. The three exchanged glances, shaking their heads. No. We don't have any. Our mothers love to read storybooks too. What? Mother? Is she more important than Lord Madara? Lord Madara? The three children looked puzzled. Oh, did I let that slip? Obito quickly covered his mouth, then burst into laughter. Just kidding. Who is Lord Madara? I don't know any Lord Madara. So, do you have any other storybooks to read? Xiaoxiong scratched his head. What about the moral education book? It has stories too. Kung Fu agreed exactly. It talks about the snow standing at the door and Zhang Liang's apprenticeship. Teacher Ikika mentions it every day and insists that we memorize it in full. So annoying. Why does the principal write so many texts between students and teachers? Jian complained, rubbing his hair in frustration. Quickly bring it. Lord Madara is waiting for someone to tell him a story to fall asleep. The three hurriedly fetched the moral education book before returning to class. Obito cautiously scanned his surroundings, then vanished underground using a floating technique. All of this was observed by a small frog. Did you see that strange man asking Xiaoxiong and the others for storybooks? In the office, Yahiko stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems even Lord Madara can't bear the loneliness. After all, it's been so long since Hashirama passed. That's quite normal. Just be careful not to get discovered. As long as Obito doesn't pose a threat to the village, let him be. Lord Madara, are you asleep? Observing Uchiha Madara, who lay still with his eyes closed, Obito asked mischievously. Madara awoke, opening his eyes in confusion to regard him. I brought back the storybook. Would you like me to tell you a bedtime story? Obito spoke as if soothing a child. I, Uchiha Madara, am on the verge of breaking down, after all these years. The only ones who could get me to break were those two brothers, and now I have to deal with this scamp. Lord Madara, don't you want to listen? Obito feigned disappointment. Madara shut his eyes once more. Yoshi, today, I must ensure Lord Madara falls asleep. Obito encouraged himself inwardly, settling beside Uchiha Madara and opening the book. Zhang Liang sought a mentor, and it is said that in his youth, he once plotted to assassinate the first emperor of Qin. Uchiha Madara pondered, if it were he, perhaps he would have simply thrown that Huang Shigong into the river? Such a legacy undoubtedly could only be bestowed upon someone as sincere as that foolish Hashirama. In the tale, there was another character who piqued his interest, the emperor of the Qin dynasty, who unified the lands of Huaxia after the fall of the Six Kings. Mayakan secretly instilled in the children the idea that the shinobi world should be unified, subtly composing a narrative. The weakness of the Akatsuki village made him wary. Such sentiments, if leaked, would likely lead to their swift demise at the hands of the five great nations. The gleam in Uchiha Madara's eyes reflected his past convictions. What stories existed of the aftermath of unification? Madara suddenly inquired, having once been resolute in his desire for a singular fire nation in the realm of Shinobi. However, Hashirama's contrary views eventually instilled doubt within him, leading him to abandon the dream of a unified Shinobi world. Startled by Madara's sudden voice, Akatsuki leapt to his feet. "Oh, Madara-sama, let me show you." Akatsuki flipped through the book in his hands, completing the reading. "It seems there is only one tale of this style, Madara-sama." Disappointment washed over Uchiha Madara as he closed his eyes. "Allow me to recount the story of Raikage Snowfall." Akatsuki sat down, scratching his head in confusion. "What is it?" Madara asked, puzzled. Akatsuki began narrating the story. Madara's lips twitched at the absurdity. The tale spoke of a night when Jiraiya summoned Mayakon to come the following morning. However, when morning arrived, a heavy snow fell, and the door remained tightly shut, as if Jiraiya had forgotten all about it. Peering through the translucent window, Mayakon saw Jiraiya sleeping, and out of kindness, refrained from waking him, standing outside in the snow until he transformed into a snowman. What nonsense! How could it snow in the land of rain? Akatsuki mused. Believing himself a fool, but still possessing a modicum of common sense, Madara paused, nearly forgetting that this boy was Jiraiya's disciple. This meant he was the grand disciple of Sarutobi, and that insufferable Tobirama had nurtured him. It became clear where such shameless behavior stemmed from, a lineage of impudence. Tobirama, the sly one, had branded him a villain in Konoha. The monkey claimed to be the strongest Hokage. How ridiculous! Such a person, a lunatic, could not enter his Tsukuyomi world. Bah, what a nuisance! The Senju Tobirama faction ought to beg like dogs on the roadside. Madara-sama, Hans of the Salamander approaches with 800 rain ninjas. Should we alert the containers? A white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground, seeking Madara's counsel. What benefit has that wicked Mayakon bestowed upon you? Madara questioned, gripping the neck of the suddenly appearing white Zetsu, rendering him breathless. Madara-sama, please release me. You instructed white Zetsu no. 2 to warn the containers to flee if danger approached. Akatsuki quickly interjected. That wretched white-haired fool. Engaging with him drives me to madness. Madara released his grip. The white Zetsu number 2, though gasping for breath, remained unharmed. Do not concern yourself with them. If the containers falter, report back to me. With that, Madara closed his eyes once more. After a prolonged silence without Akatsuki's voice, Madara seemed to experience discomfort, coughing lightly. Oh! Akatsuki realized he had forgotten to continue the bedtime tale for Madara. Chapter 32. Capture the Akatsuki village before luncheon. Days prior, the Rain Village had officially gathered troops to declare war on the Akatsuki village, citing financial constraints as their reason. Today, Hans of the Salamander, accompanied by 800 men, unexpectedly appeared on a small bridge 30 miles from the Akatsuki village. However, the Akatsuki remained oblivious to the impending conflict, as Hans had only informed the 5 great villages, who harbored no fondness for the Akatsuki and even aided in concealing this information. Had it not been for an elder's intervention, a certain puppet-loving youth would have ventured to assist. In the office of the Akatsuki village chief, panic erupted. Where did 800 ninjas come from? 800 ninjas? Mayakon stared incredulously at the Nara clansmen from Konoha. What nonsense! As the village targeted for war, they only learned of the enemy's approach when it was nearly upon them. The absurdity compounded when the news came from Sarutobi, Hiruzen himself. The third Hokage mentioned that the entertainment industry and the toy factory are fraught with peril. If you wish to align the Akatsuki with Konoha, they can offer assistance. And upon allegiance, you would be A.J. Nin of Konoha, the Nara clansman explained. The land where the Akatsuki was founded was indeed promising, fertile soil and a warm climate. Sarutobi had previously overlooked it, but now found it quite enticing. Village chief, the Rain Village has declared war on us. An out-of-breath Genin, having rushed in from outside, interrupted the conversation, appearing as if he had not rested for days. The Nara clansman displayed an expression of exasperation. Mayakon's temples throbbed. If the Genin had been able to gather intelligence on Hans in advance and deliver the news before the attack, he would not have been a mere Genin. Survival itself would be a feat. He waved his hand dismissively, and the Genin retreated. Mayakon, at 11 years old. You are already A.J. Nin of Konoha. Why not reconsider? The Nara clansman continued to persuade. Tell Sarutobi that if he wishes to relinquish the Hokage title, I might consider it. Otherwise, he should prepare himself for my visit. Mayakon declared defiantly. Prepare for a reckoning. Seeing the Nara clansman's bewildered expression, Mayakon added. The third Hokage is extending help due to your lineage. I have spoken kindly, yet you refuse to listen. This is self-sabotage. It is utterly vexing. I shall not undertake such extensive missions again. After the Nara clansmen departed, the capable ninjas of the Akatsuki flooded into the village chief's office. Though worry was etched on their faces, fear was absent. They dined upon the Akatsuki's provisions, drawing salaries superior to that of the village chief. If they were to cower now, they would be unable to forgive themselves. As for the whirlpool of chaos, this was his first encounter with the concept of pensions. With the village still standing, he could continue to receive it indefinitely. Akatsuki dismissed the threat, regarding Hans as merely a minor nuisance, unworthy of his concern. He had once clashed with Hashirama Senju of Konoha. With a complex glance, the whirlpool considered the implications of misleading the younger generation. Hoshigaki. 800 men are but 800 men. We shall take the initiative and capture Hans of the Salamander alive. Akatsuki understood Hans's strength, which had reached the standard of a village's shadow. It would require a partnership with Mayakon to overcome him. Furthermore, Jiraiya languished in prison, along with Bairu. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, yet its specific peculiarities remained undiscovered. Even at his tender age, Mayakon recognized the prowess displayed in the few techniques he had observed, both possessing the strength of elite J-nin from Konoha. Though the village was not abundant in shinobi, they were not entirely defenseless. As Hoshigaki concluded his analysis, Mayakon felt an unshakable sense that Hans was merely a paper tiger. First, let us prepare the villagers for the possibility of destruction. The assembly nodded in agreement. Hoshigaki and Nagato departed to rally the village's ninjas, while the rest remained in the office, watching as Mayakon activated the village chief's exclusive microphone. Hello, hello, hello? The loudspeaker crackled with static, followed by Mayakon's voice resonating throughout the village, from the telephone poles to the schools and even the prisons. At this moment, all the villagers of Shao Village, along with visiting tourists and merchants, turned their gazes towards the nearby loudspeaker. They had grown accustomed to it. At 8 in the morning, the children performed exercises, and during the afternoon recess, they again engaged in physical activities. Even in their leisure time, they would join in. Any policies or events in the village were announced through the loudspeaker. Some first-time visitors to Shao Village nodded in understanding as they listened to explanations from others. What event was happening this time? Ban and Baiju looked up towards the sound. Outside Shao Village, on the Shao Hidden Village's vessel on the river, tourists were taking photos at the bow of the cruise ship. They were all nobles from the 5 great nations, or at the very least, individuals of modest fortune. Only they could afford to roam freely without worries. A commotion could be faintly heard from the village, piquing everyone's curiosity. Hanzo the Salamander was stirring up a third ninja world war for his own selfish desires, as I, Yahiko, regretfully informed everyone. Although the enemy was formidable, there was no need for alarm. As long as our esteemed leaders remained clothed, we would be safe. Today, I shall lead the charge. With a flurry of static, the loudspeaker fell silent. Everyone speculated that Yahiko was off to confront the enemy. A noblewoman from the land of fire at the ship's bow ordered her attendant to lower the camera. What is this? The country of idols is at war. And the idol has enlisted? No, the idol is the village chief. The nobles from the land of wind and the land of earth, waiting in line for their turn to take photos, wore expressions of indignation. To them, films were a refined form of art. How dare Hanzo, a mere lowly rogue, insult this sacred land? Have they allowed him to grow too complacent? We will not flee. Is Hanzo jealous of our fortune? Years ago, when I nearly starved in the rain hidden village, the village chief provided me with food, clothing, and employment. I cannot betray the village chief. The villagers gathered in the square, expressing their outrage. In the school, Kai watched the students hiding in a corner of the playground, organized by Nan. Protect the children. But we are from Konoha. Why should we care? Kai's gaze was resolute, while the 2 Konoha undercover agents beside him never forgot their allegiance. Teacher, quickly hide with us. Little Xiong, with unexpected courage, dashed out from Nan's group. Clutching Kai's sleeve with one hand and the ninja-esque clothing of the undercover agent with the other. Yes, yes. Teacher, it's dangerous outside. Many students assumed the 3 intended to sacrifice themselves for the village and rushed over, crying. Observing the youthful faces of the children, the Konoha undercover agent felt a wave of emotion. Damn, I am a beast. Kai, Protect the children. Undercover agent. Protect the children. Outside the school, beside a small cart. The handmaid uncle still squinted with his eyes. Yahiko is a fine village chief. On a small bridge 30 miles away from Hidden Village. 800 rain ninjas were taking a brief respite. Before the assault, Hanzo the salamander, having heard that the rain ninjas had not eaten, found his trusted aide from the rain village and coldly scrutinized him. Why hasn't the army had lunch? Report, leader. I have ordered the rain ninjas to secure Shao village before having lunch. The rain village ninja stood tall, responding with conviction. Good. That's the spirit. Hanzo, with his gloved right hand, patted the rain village ninja's shoulder in approval. Relay the order. It is now 10:30. We will have lunch at 11 o'clock. Yes. Chapter 33. I will show you my destruction. The entire ninja world held a low opinion of Shao village. Ironically, it too was not living up to expectations. Hanzo's strength was well known. Had he not harbored ambitions of unifying the ninja world, even in a one-on-one battle, they would not fare well. In the hidden cloud village, the third Raikage commanded, very well. Today, Shao village shall cease to exist, and the ninjas guarding the Black Bull Ranch may stand down. On the sofa, the young Raikage crossed his arms, thinking, if I were there, I would smash that Yahiko to pieces. What about a comparison? The third Raikage suddenly inquired. Comparison. The young Raikage pondered momentarily. Oh, I want to board the ship for photos. Oh yeah? A few days ago, while working out at the gym, he vaguely heard Killer Bee mention taking pictures on a ship. Where are we heading? No worries. Father, I'm not an idiot. I know to run home if it rains. Indeed, the small bridge was merely 30 miles from Shao village, which faced a dire crisis. Before Hanzo could launch his attack, Yahiko, accompanied by Nagato, Konin, Kakuzu, Jiraiya, and Jinjutsu, arrived at the bridge. Among them, Jiraiya was still dressed in prison garb, called upon by Yahiko to fill the ranks. Well, Jinjutsu was merely there to contribute, carrying a camera, determined to expose Hanzo's misdeeds to the world, even in defeat. Jiraiya, you want me to fight Hanzo? Yahiko requested a one-on-one duel with Hanzo, but he was reluctant. Was this a joke? Back in the day with Orochimaru and Tsunade, they had almost been psychologically scarred. However, Yahiko's charming demeanor and the promise of 2 films featuring him as the lead made it hard to refuse. Are you sure that making those films will make Tsunade fall for me? Jiraiya mumbled cautiously to Yahiko. If Tsunade won to marry you, I will. But only if you win, Yahiko replied. Jiraiya, fine. I'll give it my all. Glancing at the nail polish on Yahiko's fingers, he wondered. You're not a girl, are you? At that moment, Hanzo also took note of the commotion. What audacity, to come with only 7 people. Hanzo brandished his scythe, summoning 6 elite jonin from the Rain Hidden Village. The group instantly appeared at the bridge's edge in a water shunshin, concluding that there were no traps. The 2 sides glared at each other from across the bridge. Hanzo gazed at Yahiko, who, despite his youth, stood boldly and unflinchingly. Hanzo the salamander. Yahiko scowled, admonishing him. I intend to cross the bridge. With that, he stepped forward. Yahiko, you foolish boy. There are 800 stationed across the bridge, led by Hanzo. Are you insane? Nagato and Jiraiya each gripped one of Yahiko's shoulders. This stubborn lad was quite strong. They could not restrain him. They could only watch Yahiko advance, silently gathering chakra, readying themselves for combat. I'll have to resort to this. I'm not quite practiced yet, but remember to make me look good later. Jiraiya closed his eyes. Attuning to nature, Yahiko walked onto the bridge, fixating on Hanzo, his tone menacing. Hanzo the salamander. What is your intent? Have you come to celebrate the box office success of our Shao village film? Youngster, it is quite impolite to address me so directly. Hanzo pushed aside his subordinate attempting to impede him and stepped onto the bridge alone, standing opposite Yahiko. Though Yahiko was half a head shorter, his presence was not diminished. Hanzo, I speak to you as the village chief of Shao village. You wish to incite war? Let us bear witness. My village yearns for peace, but does not shy away from battle. Do you see the village behind me? Each person could splatter you with blood. You hail from the land of rain. This is not the tone befitting our discussion. Hanzo regarded Yahiko with some confusion. Where did this young boy find the audacity to speak to him in such a manner? He had stationed 800 men nearby. To his knowledge, Shao Hidden Village could not even muster 80 ninjas. Preying on the weak and showing disrespect to elders. Hanzo, you have fallen. After chastising Hanzo, Yahiko maintained a serious facade. Though internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety and excitement. After all, this was the demigod of the ninja world, a man who had triumphed against 3 legendary ninjas. What did you say? You little brat, do you truly think I am easy to provoke? Hanzo aimed to strike Yahiko without even wielding his scythe. He merely removed his mask and exhaled a noxious purple mist toward Yahiko. Having been implanted with the poison sac of the salamander during his childhood, he exhaled toxic gas with every breath. Just a trace could prove fatal. Those who play with poison are of the underworld. As Yahiko observed Hanzo remove his mask and then replace it, he was already prepared. Water release, water barrier. With swiftness, both hands formed intricate seals, summoning a translucent wall of water that surged skyward, effectively blocking the encroaching toxic mist. Observing this, Hanzo let out a cold snort, brandishing his scythe as he charged towards Yahiko with breathtaking speed. Yahiko bellowed, "Do not interfere. Step back. Today, I shall impart some lessons to the younger generation." Hanzo echoed his sentiment, the chain of his scythe whistling through the air, aimed at one of Yahiko's arms. Without hesitation, Yahiko formed additional seals, conjuring a water prison technique that ensnared Hanzo just as he closed the distance. Interesting, Hanzo mused, maintaining his cutting motion with an air of calm. He swung his scythe with force, disturbing the water within the prison, causing it to churn violently and shattering it in an instant. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yahiko formed 3 seals and shouted, "Water release, water flow vortex." Though he felt a whimsical inclination to name it water flow mop, he struck the ground forcefully. In truth, he could have forewent the gesture. A torrent of water erupted from behind him, resembling a roaring dragon, forcing Hanzo to retreat. Steadying himself, Hanzo's eyes flickered with surprise. Is this child from the Rain Village capable of wielding such chakra? Yet, his astonishment was fleeting, for Yahiko had once been an orphan in his care. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? I am a demigod of the ninja world. Hanzo swiftly regained his composure, no longer testing the waters but preparing to unleash his full power, determined not to be looked down upon by the youth. Drawing a deep breath, he slammed his hands to the ground, invoking flames. Wait, Yahiko interjected, extending his palm. I cannot best you. I shall not fight. Yahiko's tone was exasperated. What? Hanzo exclaimed. Teacher, Yahiko shouted, let us show Hanzo the bond we share. Indeed, came the reply. The sage chakra surged like bubbling magma into Jiraiya's pathways, transforming his visage with a painted mask and sprouting subtle bumps at his temples, his pupils morphing into frog-like orbs. A keen observer would notice the glimmering white light within Jiraiya's eyes. Despite the seriousness of the moment, Yahiko nearly succumbed to laughter. Recognizing the special jutsu invented by his mentor, Jiraiya glanced at the camera, revealing a broad grin, exuding confidence as he brandished a victorious thumbs up. Without the assistance of Sage Mode mentors, Jiraiya could still enter Sage Mode independently. The aid of 2 sages would allow him to sense natural energy more swiftly and extend the duration of his sage form. However, Jiraiya knew that relying on their assistance might overshadow his own prowess. For Tsunade's sake, I shall give my all, he declared. I shall demonstrate my might even as a demigod. Chapter 34, Hanzo returned to the Rain Village. With a cough, Jiraiya rallied. Use the Rasengan I taught you. Show Hanzo the bond we share. Like a Pokemon battle, Yahiko retreated behind the bridge, pointing at Hanzo with fervor. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He had never seen such dramatics directed at himself as he condensed chakra into a sphere. Bring it on. Jiraiya infused it with sage chakra. Hanzo, recognizing the familiar white-haired man, prepared his scythe for battle. Though disheartened, he adhered to the code of honor, refraining from unleashing his army of 800 shinobi. Nearby, a white Zetsu observed the unfolding events, broadcasting them live. Below the Akatsuki village, the wrinkled face of Uchiha Madara grimaced in frustration. He had previously thought Yahiko to be a promising individual, feeling a twinge of guilt as he contemplated his demise. Now, that guilt had transformed into a desire to confront him directly. Water release. What nonsense is this? Madara scoffed, watching Yahiko adeptly wield the water technique. He recalled that insufferable white-haired fool. In the world of Tsukuyami, he envisioned binding the inherently wicked Tobirama and the young Yahiko at the village gate as a landmark of Konoha. From the white Zetsu's perspective, Hanzo found himself at a disadvantage, facing not the inexperienced youth from 4 years prior, but the sage Jiraiya. One of Jiraiya's sage-enhanced Rasengans shattered Hanzo's scythe, prompting a moment of concern for Hanzo from Madara, who wished he could intervene on his behalf. Come on, Hanzo. Defeat the Senju Tobirama's lineage. Afei lay on the ground, peering through his hands, observing Madara's reactions. Why is Madara trembling? Why is he clenching his fists? After 3 minutes of scrutiny, Madara suddenly shouted, "Well done." His voice echoed through the empty underground chamber. At that moment, Jiraiya's sage mode concluded as Hanzo sent him flying into the river. Cough, cough, enough of that. Jiraiya clambered out of the water, waving his hands in protest. Enough of what? Hanzo retorted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was relentless, charging towards Jiraiya, intent on avenging his previous humiliation. Old Poison Master, do you dare to wait for me? Jiraiya swiftly retreated, dodging Hanzo's fire technique. The heat instantly evaporating the water from his skin, revealing the potency of Hanzo's jutsu. Hanzo glanced at Jiraiya's face, recalling it had not looked like this moments ago. I lack the patience to wait for you. I promised everyone I would have lunch at the Akatsuki village by 11. Jiraiya cursed under his breath as he evaded Hanzo's attacks, knowing he couldn't enter Sage mode instantly. Without it, he stood no chance against Hanzo. Had I known, I would have summoned my 2 sages to defeat Hanzo together. Do not underestimate the resolve of a leader. What do you think our duel is? A mere game. On the riverbank, Hanzo bit his thumb, summoning the salamander. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, realizing the truth. Never underestimate a teacher's determination to protect his student. He bit down hard, blood spraying forth. Summoning jutsu, he slapped the ground, but when the smoke cleared, nothing materialized. What are you up to? Hanzo demanded, baffled. Had it not been for Jiraiya's past recognition of him as a subordinate, he would have been furious. Jiraiya smacked his forehead, recalling his earlier altercation with BYJZ, who had yet to forgive him. Tsukumo quickly used the kamikaze blade against Hanzo. Jiraiya called out, emulating Yahiko's earlier actions. What is remembered will resonate. It arrived. Tsukumo hesitated momentarily before drawing his white blade, unaware of the absence of martial ethics as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Seeing Jiraiya struggle against Hanzo, Tsukumo dashed to assist him. King shouting. Nagato acted swiftly, extending a hand adorned with pink nail polish, momentarily darkening at the sight, then directing his palm forward to pull the rain village's shinobi watching from across the bridge. The 2 rain shinobi, faces stricken with terror, attempted to escape the inexplicable gravitational pull, but to no avail. They were drawn inexorably towards Nagato. Drawing upon years of combat experience, they instinctively reached for their kunai. Rasengan. Yahiko had long since prepared a sphere, waiting for the opportune moment. Akatsuki's actions had proven his intentions as he stealthily positioned himself on the bridge. He tore open his dark cloak, revealing 5 grotesque mouths that writhed like living entities. Wind release, pressure damage. The wind-masked monster emerged, unleashing a fierce gust that swept across the battlefield towards the enemies on the opposite shore. As the whirlpool of events unfolded, shadows of red-haired elders surged forth, shielded by Akatsuki's cover, charging towards their adversaries. Halting to engage with Tsukumo and Jiraiya, Hanzo's pupils contracted in realization. You lack honor. From the depths below, an elder's furious roar echoed. Curse it. Truly, this is the typical behavior of Senju Tobarama. Lord Madara, you must not ascend. You cannot go up. Afei quickly rose to embrace the indignant leg of Uchiha Madara. As expected, the 6 rain ninjas, who had launched a surprise attack, fell to the ground one after another. Fearing that Hanzo might act recklessly, he still had a breath left. Stop, Hanzo. The lives of your subordinates are in our hands. The 6 were restrained, their chakras sealed, with blades held to their throats by Yahiko and others. The 3 combatants ceased their skirmish. Hanzo the salamander began to question his own existence. Why? You brought 6 men. I admire your courage, but you also brought only 6 to meet. You wish for a duel? I shall oblige. Yet, why did you suddenly ambush my 6 rain ninjas? The veins in Hanzo's neck twisted and writhed like worms as he glared fiercely at Yahiko. What morals can I speak of when you trespass upon my village? Yahiko stared back at Hanzo, ready to abandon his village if necessary, planning to station the remaining ninjas outside the rain village, killing any rain ninja they encountered on their missions. Had it not been for the insufficient numbers in Akatsuki, he would have even considered letting Kakashi perform his body-switching technique. Hanzo returned to the rain village. Just as Hanzo was about to signal his stationed rain ninjas to engage in battle, the atmosphere was tense. A voice of reproach echoed through the air. Hanzo turned towards the sound, his brow furrowing in discomfort. Chapter 35. You may hang me from that crooked old tree. Hanzo, Return to the Rain Village. A procession of noble men and women approached, attended by their retinues. The leading man was the prince of the Land of Fire. Pointing angrily at Hanzo, the 6 rain ninjas, their chakra sealed and voices muted, emitted muffled whimpers of discontent. If one were to ask whom they despised most, it would undoubtedly be the 5 great nations. The 5 great villages wielded the power to obstruct trade, causing the Land of Rain to weep. And these nobles were the source of their sorrow. Hanzo clenched his fists. Never before had he faced such open contempt. Hanzo, I shall return and inform my father. Hanzo's gaze fell upon a woman clad in a green-dotted white robe. Noble from the Land of Wind? Hanzo, you have gone too far. If anything were to happen to little Yahiko, I would have my father hire leaf ninjas to flay your skin. The woman in the red-dotted white robe was from the Land of Fire. Nearby, nobles from the Land of Water and the Land of Earth wore expressions of discontent. A ninja from the Land of Lightning, not a noble but a dark-skinned one, remained silent, seeking an angle to take a photo with Yahiko. Isn't that the host of the 8 Tales? Forgive the villagers for not being well-versed in cinema. Hanzo was taken aback. Yahiko had become a dog for the nobility? No wonder. It all made sense now. No wonder his village had developed so well. Jiraiya silently pulled out a handkerchief, as if to tear it with his teeth. Consumed by jealousy, Conan and the others sighed in relief. Salvation was at hand. Under Hanzo's disdainful gaze and the lip movements of the sycophants, Yahiko felt compelled to speak. Our policies in Akatsuki do not involve currying favor with the nobility. Ladies, I appreciate your sentiments, but my heart belongs solely to the common folk. Yahiko feigned a cold demeanor as he regarded the noble women. Is that a line from a movie? The young Madara, so cute. The male nobles nodded in approval, somewhat starstruck, while the female nobles felt their hearts melting. This was how it was in the movies. Madara only had eyes for the Jinchuriki. Hanzo observed the frenzied youth, baffled. Why was everyone discussing Yahiko, as if he were Madara? To fight or not to fight? If they engaged, wouldn't the environment of the Land of Rain become even more precarious? How infuriating. Why can't a normal person come along? Hanzo, I propose we sign a treaty. We shall swear by the salamander, and the 2 villages shall refrain from aggression. Seeing Hanzo wavering, Yahiko pressed his advantage. He had come here to secure a means of sustenance for the people of the Rain Village. If the villagers could eat their fill, why would he need to lower himself to bully a younger, smaller village? The nobles nodded in agreement. The prince of the Land of Fire was quite satisfied. Casting a warning glance at Hanzo, do not be ungrateful. War leads to death. If Yahiko were to perish, where would the young ones go to watch new films? Refrain from aggression? What will the Rain Village eat then? Hanzo dismissed them, thinking to himself. If their fathers were present, he might have to think twice. But these little brats? He scoffed. Yet Hanzo was unsure if these individuals could sway their fathers. Seeing Hanzo silent, Kakuzu, move. Yahiko nudged Kakuzu with his toe. Kakuzu rubbed his eyes, looking perplexed. What? Business discussions. Fine. Kakuzu instantly shifted his demeanor, donning his clothing. When Yahiko suggested that he engage Hanzo in negotiations, he considered going to the Rain Village to recruit workers. What? Recruit workers? Isn't that just giving money away? How much are we talking about? 5,000 ryo a month. With food and lodging included? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kakuzu firmly refused. You can kill me and hang my head on that crooked old tree, but you cannot insult me. You charged me 2 ryo for a movie ticket in Konoha. Did you not also take a ryo from me? Shut up. That was your share from the film company's year-end bonuses. We will negotiate further. Kakuzu's green eyes turned red as he hastily grasped Yahiko's hand. The Whirlpool had also been a noble in the Land of Whirlpools for a brief time, and understood that nobles were the most exceedingly bored and empty individuals. You do not know, I was on set and heard geese honking from inside the camping tents. Seeing Yahiko and Kakuzu discussing matters, he skillfully led the nobles aside to chat about Easter eggs from the Akatsuki's film crew. Moments later, Hanzo grew impatient. You, come here. Kakuzu pointed at Hanzo, looking vexed. Hanzo, bewildered, pointed to himself. Me? Are you speaking to me? Yes, indeed, you. At that moment, Hanzo felt absurd. He sensed danger to his life from this Kakuzu. Kakuzu dragged Hanzo onto the bridge. The 2 negotiated the details of the treaty upon the bridge. What? Go to hell. 300 ryo a month, and only food included? Even the slaves in the Cloud Village cannot be treated so. Feeling Hanzo's spittle, Kakuzu wiped his face. Business negotiations should be taken slowly. What had Hanzo just heard? Kakuzu said, lodging can be included, but a deposit of 1,000 Rio must be paid up front, with an additional 301 Rio for cleaning each month. 10 minutes later. Let the battle commence. I cannot accept such a humiliating treaty. Hearing Hanzos roar upon the bridge, which seemed like he would tear Kakuzu apart, Yahiko's brow suddenly knitted into a tight frown. Humiliating? How could this possibly be humiliating? Was fighting the only option? But hadn't Hanzo come to Akatsuki to ensure the villagers had food to eat? Hadn't he asked Kakuzu to try to keep wages at 3,000? 3,000 was unacceptable? Coincidentally, Kakuzu looked over, and Yahiko held up 5 fingers. 5,000 it is, then. Sighing. 10 minutes later, as if in a flash, a ball of thread was tossed over. Yahiko and the others were caught off guard as Kakuzu was struck down by an enraged Hanzo. Work-related injury. Still not dead. Hanzo, do not go too far. Yahiko, do not go too far. The two voices rang out simultaneously. Yahiko met Hanzo's fierce, bloodshot eyes, which seemed ready to devour him. For a moment, Yahiko felt a pang of guilt, followed swiftly by anger. Do not be excessive. A monthly salary of 5,000 Rio, 5 days of flexible vacation. With food and lodging included, such a good job. Can you find another? What? They instinctively glanced at the pile of thread on the ground. Yahiko felt foolish. What was Kakuzu doing? Hadn't they been told about prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony? How badly did he want to become a decorative street lamp? Chapter 36. The Alliance of the Small Bridge, the Oath of the Salamander. On the small bridge, 2 groups stood facing each other. The elite of the Rain Village had been released and now stood behind Hanzo, while the newly formed Akatsuki stood behind Yahiko. Genji, armed with a camera, diligently documented the event, intending to incorporate this segment into the chronicles of Shaoin Village, ensuring that future generations would remember the lesson that stagnation invites adversity, and that truth resides solely within the realm of hardship. Mihiko, devoid of shame, demonstrated the audacity characteristic of a politician. Even when subjected to the indignities of a steel-wool scrub, he would grit his teeth and endure. Between the two factions lay a table upon which rested a covenant. Covenant. Today, Yuin Village and Shaoin Village forge an alliance. Relationship. Yu and Shao are akin to uncle and nephew. The village chief of Shao addresses the chief of Yu as uncle, with successors determined by age. Border delineation. Both parties recognize Honglin as the village boundary, and shall withdraw their troops. Thereafter, any transgressors or fugitives crossing the border must not be harbored by either side. Currency stipulation. Yu Village shall provide manpower to Shao Village, which will disburse a monthly salary of 4,000, inclusive of food and lodging. Additionally, a portion of provisions must be sold at a discount to Yuin Village. Trade relations. Both parties shall exchange unique goods. A forest, known as Honglin, separated Yuin Village from Shaoin Village. The provision of supplies implies that if Yuin Village sends 500 individuals, Mihiko will prepare an equivalent amount of provisions to be sold at a reduced price. Hans gazed incredulously at Mihiko, astonished by his sophistication in the shinobi world. Contracts are merely checklists where one fills in their desires. The clarity of these terms was unprecedented for him. Hans, today, we shall slay the mountain pepper fish as an offering to the heavens, Mihiko proclaimed, retrieving a kunai from his shinobi gear. This act bore significant meaning. In Yuin Village, the mountain pepper fish is revered as a divine spiritual beast capable of communicating with the gods. Slaying the fish as a sacrificial offering would serve to witness the covenant and ensure both sides adhere to the agreement. Very well, Hans nodded, summoning a mountain pepper fish through a summoning technique, and produced a kunai as well. Together, they struck the fish, thus formalizing the covenant. This agreement, also referred to as the Bridge Alliance or the Oath of the Mountain Pepper Fish, was a pact forged in the face of adversity, a mark of submission to their enemies. The shame was palpable, yet a call to honor surged within them. Dear nephew, Mihiko jested. Following cordial exchanges, Hans departed with 800 Yu ninjas, instructing Mihiko to send someone to collect the appointed personnel in a few days. The nobles dispersed as well. Mihiko observed a bronzed, muscular youth before him. Hey, as we pass by Shao Village, someone is sleeping. The youth exclaimed, extending 2 fingers and playfully poking the air. Stop, Mihiko interjected, extending his left hand flat while using his right index finger to poke his left palm. What are you going on about? This is not nonsense. It is the melody that resides within me. You simply lack the appreciation for it. Without melody, there is nothing. The youth continued to dance, chattering away. Mihiko felt overwhelmed and instructed Nagato and the others to return first, promising to join them shortly. He glanced at the youth, who was bursting with rhythm and flow. This is the vibe I need. My tongue burns with fervor and my saliva is ablaze with the essence of rap. I must confess, my lyrical prowess could captivate Shao Village with a single breath. The clarity of his articulation was impressive. The youth, taken aback, stared at Mihiko. Is that not sufficient? Quite the contrary, Mihiko replied, while the youth knelt before the small shrine in the tavern, his hands cradling his head. Mihiko declared, Shao Village has rap. The youth responded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Shaoyin Village had successfully evacuated the elderly and children, with half of the village's ninjas assigned to protect them. On the streets, the young populace began retrieving scythes and hammers, concealing them within their garments. They planned to feign weakness, ready to strike should the Yu ninjas attempt to pillage their village. Shaoyin Village was fortified with tunnels, excavated by Mihiko during its establishment. These tunnels featured ventilation shafts, traps, and restrooms, serving multiple purposes of concealment, sustenance, and combat readiness. It must be noted that Mihiko possessed a vision that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Should the butterfly effect result in the Fourth Shinobi World War? With Naruto and Sasuke's defeat and the Otsutsuki's invasion, Mihiko could lead people into the depths of the earth, perhaps preserving a flicker of hope for the renaissance of the shinobi world. Mihiko classified this endeavor as a top-secret initiative, dubbed the Human Ember Project, known only to himself. At the time, Madara had discreetly involved White Zetsu, fearing that someone might unwittingly dig into his territory. Upon completion of the tunnels, Mihiko explained the strategies of tunnel warfare to each participant, advocating for surprise attacks from hidden entrances to deplete enemy forces. The village chief asserts that a millennium is too lengthy. We must seize the moment. We shall not be intimidated by the enemy's ferocity. The ninjas of Shaoyin Village armed themselves with kunai and shuriken, ready to engage in guerrilla warfare against their foes. In the darkness, faith illuminated their path. When one possesses faith, fear dissipates entirely. Much like their village emblem, the crimson Shao cloud, Shaoyin Village was suffused with the color red. Mihiko's well-being was a concern. In the face of impending war, the allure of the bustling streets faded. Only Konan remained by Mihiko's side. Her eyes glistened with emotion as she gazed toward the bridge. Not long after, Nagato and others returned. Konan scanned the area, unable to locate any familiar faces. Just as she was about to inquire, she recalled that Mihiko had used the very kunai to strike the mountain pepper fish. Jiraiya raised the kunai, its surface glistening with blood under the midday sun. The sense of loss gripped him. Perhaps they should have preserved both kunai. In that moment, time seemed to freeze as Konan's eyes reflected the image of Mihiko, gradually succumbing to Hanza's kunai. Terror and despair constricted her throat, rendering her voiceless. Memories of a hazy childhood surfaced, with clouds floating in a cerulean sky. Back then, he had promised that they would hold hands forever, yet now their love was irrevocably lost. Mihiko, I shall never again summon explosive tags, she cried, crouching to shield her face, tears streaming down in torrents, exuding vulnerability. Unable to protect Mihiko, she questioned the purpose of her vast collection of explosive tags. Nearby, within a concealed tunnel, lay her cache amassed over 2 years, nearly 2 million tags. With Mihiko gone, the distinctions of right and wrong ceased to matter. I demand explosive tags. I require 6 trillion explosive tags. I shall obliterate Shaoyin Village. Nagato and the others scratched their heads, bewildered by the unfolding events. What transpired? Has Konan misunderstood something? Wait, exclaimed the youth, look at me. My fingers are relaxed, my gaze fierce as a dragon. 2 figures approached, dancing and singing. What? What did he hear? Why is Konan weeping? News of the freshly signed bridge alliance spread rapidly, leaving the leaders of the 5 great villages in disbelief. What is this? Shaoyin Village deployed 800 to attack Shao Village, only to be repelled by Mihiko and 6 others? In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya pondered. Was it truly him who intervened? Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in his chair, perusing the intelligence reports. He was unaware of the specifics of the covenant, but surmised that much was at stake. Is it not better to allocate these resources to him, my student? Surely. As his mentor, I cannot treat him unfairly. With a puff of smoke, Hiruzen, an old tobacco enthusiast, exhaled deeply. He had witnessed the film and now understood why the Uchiha awakened their powers. Even a seasoned veteran like him nearly lost his breath in astonishment. Those bull-headed beasts can perish. What shall we do about the Uchiha? Another one has awakened today. As the door swung open, Sarutobi had grown accustomed to the noise over the past few days. Danzo had come to discuss the Uchiha clan once more. In the Tsuchiki's office, Oanoki mused. That young lad, Mihiko, addresses Hans as uncle, while Hans calls him nephew. How intriguing. Suddenly, Oanoki levitated into the air, turning to his son, the burly figure of Kuratsuchi. What do you think? Should I join the fray and adopt a grandson? Father, why is the mountain pepper fish Hanzo desperately seeking us? Huangta chuckled softly, pondering whether the demigod of the ninja realm could indeed be the son of his father. In the office of the third Reikage, a frown creased his brow as he issued a command, quickly arranged for personnel at the Black Bull Ranch. Aoi burst in, exclaiming, Father, shall we annihilate the hidden Akatsuki village directly? The third Reikage remained silent, merely gesturing towards the map adorning the office wall. The latest map had finally updated the coordinates of the Akatsuki village, a tiny piece of land, nestled cutely between three villages. Any attempt to strike at the Akatsuki village would require passage through the Land of Fire first. Taking a detour would necessitate traversing the Frost Country, the Waterfall Country, and the Grass Country. Aoi remarked, the Sand Village, the Mist Village, and the rest are indifferent to this matter, remaining completely unaware of the happenings outside their windows. Chapter 37, Jiraiya's Redemption. Do not take pictures. Are you attempting to frame the warden? Yahiko said, with me around, there will be no unexpected events. I will sleep on the mat, and you will eat the cabbage. 3 days had passed since the Bridge Alliance, and during this time, Yahiko was thoroughly vexed by Killer Bee, who insisted on teaching him rap daily. In the village chief's office, Killer Bee prepared his own bedding, refusing to leave. Isn't this the place? Conan, bringing food, cast a sympathetic glance at Killer Bee and gently tapped her head, subtly probing. Oh, his intellect is sound. He knows to run home when it rains. He'll be picked up by his brother soon. Yahiko opened his lunchbox, only to find cabbage, yet again. Cabbage stir-fried with vermicelli, something he had eaten during his school days, and now it haunted him once more. Just let me die already. Yahiko glared at Conan, suddenly recalling. He asked, Conan, what were you mumbling about on the ground 3 days ago? Conan turned crimson, lightly slapping Yahiko's chest before scampering away. Curiosity piqued. Yahiko felt a tingle of intrigue. He called over to Killer Bee, who was silently practicing his rap. It's time to eat. Conan had prepared 2 portions. One meant for Killer Bee. Oh, I love cabbage. It's delicious when stewed. Killer Bee exclaimed joyfully, approaching to eat. Yahiko rolled his eyes, thinking if the fourth Reikage came and didn't pay for the meal, he would hammer both brothers to bits. Killer Bee, he had never considered that. This foolish boy, pampered by Aoi and the others, must be the happiest host among the tailed beasts. Village Chief, Bairu said the items are ready. Yahiko set down his chopsticks and dashed towards the gate. Killer Bee glanced at his clean bowl, which was cleaner than what a dog would lick, then looked at Yahiko's half-eaten bowl. Without hesitation, he poured the contents into his own. While eating, Killer Bee discovered a script left on the table, titled Hidden Akatsuki Village. Suddenly, the 8 tails within him stirred, exclaiming, Let me borrow your body for a moment. I want to give Yahiko a good beating. Killer Bee queried. What did the teacher do wrong to invoke such wrath? If you don't explain, I will not assist. The 8 tails retorted, Why, you ask? What have we, the bull-headed clan, done to deserve such treatment? Lately, the 8 tails had been hearing insults directed at their clan daily from within Killer Bee. As for the communication device you requested, I have undertaken experiments with the warden. Infusing a bit of chakra can last for 7 days. One device can cover the entire village. I have named it the Big Brick. Bairu, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, tiredly handed the device to Yahiko. It was a hefty black machine, about the size of a brick. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. Yahiko patted him on the shoulder, filled with appreciation. It's not hard, Bairu nearly cried, feeling overwhelmed. He was exhausted from studying technology by day and listening to Jiraiya snore at night. Thankfully, Kakuzu had left early, sparing him the torment of counting money while conducting experiments. Do you wish to go outside? Yahiko was uncertain how to reward this great contributor, as Bairu seemed to require nothing. He tentatively inquired, I'm a dark creature unfit for sunshine. Staying here suits me, providing peace. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share. Bairu, unable to sleep without the sound of Jiraiya's snoring, had ceased animal experimentation and the dark arts of transferring bloodline limits. He had stumbled upon an intriguing concept, one Yahiko had revealed to him. Nitrates, charcoal, and sulfur explosions. The ninja world was aware of this principle. But due to the acute senses of ninjas, explosives made from these components possessed comparable power to detonating talismans while exposing greater risks than the colorless and odorless detonators. Yet Yahiko proclaimed, nitrates, charcoal, sulfur, and sugar create a super explosion. The mobile phone had been created, and his next step was to explore this avenue. Bairu often contemplated whether one day he could invent a weapon capable of flattening an entire ninja village with just one piece. Observing the 11-year-old Yahiko before him, he mused, "If I succeed, I shall name it Little Boy." But surely, such an outrageous possibility was unlikely, he thought, feeling disheartened. However, Yahiko had said, challenges are like springs. When you push, they yield, but when you yield, they push back. With this thought, Bairu's spirit soared. He glanced at the 2 red tomes he had authored, contemplating whether Yahiko had begun to trust him. After playing with the big brick for a while, he asked, "Do you think this big brick could be made any smaller?" Ideally, I'd like to hold it in one hand." Momentarily startled, Bairu paused at the thought. "No, are you serious? Among all the heroes, you and Yahiko stand out. The likes of Orochimaru are mere trifles. I have faith in you. Go forth." Without waiting for Bairu's response, Yahiko dashed away, leaving only his words behind. "If you lack anything, do inform the warden." Bairu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Is it wise to trust a fugitive? Yet, the feeling of being believed in was quite pleasant. That night, Bairu found it difficult to sleep. Where's Jiraiya? Where has he gone? Jiraiya had behaved well and was released early from prison. Within those walls, he had cultivated his insights. He aspired to redeem the ninja world, instilling courage within its denizens to confront challenges boldly. The echoes of Yahiko's words still resonated in his mind. Destiny lies in our own hands. No one can dictate our fates. The ninja world belongs to you, and to us, but ultimately, it is yours. Our hopes rest upon your shoulders. However, the quest for the prophesied child had long been Jiraiya's obsession. This time, he did not wander in search of the prophesied child spoken of by the great Toad Sage. Rather, he endeavored to alter the ninja world with his own strength. "Yahiko, take a look at the script I spent all night writing." In the office, Jiraiya mysteriously handed Yahiko a script, nearly sending him tumbling off his chair. He patted Yahiko's back, exuding a youthful vigor that belied his recent release from prison. Jiraiya's redemption. Yahiko, with a furrowed brow, glanced at him, using his thigh to steady himself and avoid falling. He opened the script to find that it bore a striking resemblance to a masterpiece from his past life. It told the tale of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, wrongfully imprisoned, who chose to teach the guards and warden to gain protection, all the while never relinquishing his pursuit of freedom. Over the course of years, he dug tunnels to escape, exposing the warden's corruption in the process. The power of hope, the pursuit of freedom, and a critique of the system. These were the messages Jiraiya wished to convey to the ninja world. Yet, he dared not write of Konoha. Instead, he set the script in the hidden Akatsuki village. Damn it, Yahiko thought. The warden is Tsukumo Hatake. How could I allow my trusted ally to suffer such indignities? I wouldn't allow it. He was not the fragile Sarutobi Hiruzen, who permitted Dans to manipulate him at will. Yahiko presented him with a long-prepared script for a gambling-themed drama. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, scrutinizing Yahiko's face, thinking to himself, "Oh, foolish Yahiko, do you believe your teacher to be a fool? This script possesses the potential for success, yet does it have the depth that I, as a writer, strive for?" However, Tsunade seemed to appreciate it. That held some merit. Persuaded, Jiraiya, despite his aversion to gambling, decided to organize a film crew to bring the project to life. He yearned for instant fame. He did not take the script with him, leaving Yahiko to make alterations. Once the fervor surrounding the Akatsuki village subsided after a few years, Yahiko invested his own funds to direct and star in a production titled The Redemption of Jiraiya and the Redemption of Yahiko. The next day, Yahiko allocated funds to establish an assembly line in Akatsuki village. He hoped the factory employees would prosper, naming it Fukong Technology. With the opening of Fukong Technology, Yahiko recruited the most skilled craftsmen from the village to work on a production line for large brick telephones. Many of the workers were former inmates who had crafted toys during their prison sentences and seamlessly transitioned into contributing to the village's economy upon their release. As soon as the large brick telephone shop opened, it became an instant sensation in Akatsuki village, with demand far exceeding supply. Those holding the large bricks to their ears were met with envy, and the first thing people would ask upon meeting was, "Do you also have a large brick?" Tying the brick with a rope to their belts became a fashionable accessory. "Hey Nagato, guess who I am?" Haha, Nagato couldn't figure it out. Although currently limited to internal calls within the village, it was genuinely convenient. The village's upper echelons were already equipped with telephones. "Tell Uncle Jin, I'm craving fish." Having a telephone was advantageous. Yahiko could easily coordinate lunch with just one call from his office before noon. The village embraced the telephone trend, hoping it wouldn't lead to chaos. The size of the device was somewhat intimidating. Oh dear. Kurabi also acquired a telephone, and his first action was to call his elder brother to report his safety. My brother doesn't have a phone." He then told Conan, "I miss her." After a moment's thought, Yahiko made another call. On the other end was the elderly Hyane, who was preparing a lesson. Is Director Conan unavailable for class? "So you called me?" Such an extraordinary turn of events. Was there no hope left for us single folks? Chapter 38, Phoenix Book City. What? You want to set up a stage for singing? I am quite busy. Numerous enterprises are awaiting my attention, and I must keep an eye on the boss, who earns hundreds of thousands every minute. Hanzo from the Mountain Pepper Fish side was sending workers, so Akatsuki Village naturally had to provide job opportunities. As the Minister of Finance for Akatsuki Village, this task was entrusted to Kaku. This also gave him the audacity to challenge Yahiko over the phone. He accomplished 2 tasks in one day. Yahiko could not justify denying him a raise or a share of the profits. First, when noble ladies visited for tourism, they enjoyed retouching their makeup in restrooms. Hence, he decisively established a luxury restroom with a fee, costing 80 for large stalls and 40 for small ones, complete with attendants, though they fell short of wiping guests' behinds. Poor Jirabu was in distress, as he had intended to focus on his dream of research, yet was dragged out in the middle of the night by Kakazu to invent an automatic flushing toilet. Secondly, he remotely controlled K-Fu to open Phoenix Book City in the 5 major countries, with Payne's works exclusively available there. Additionally, anyone could enter Phoenix Book City to read, and the shopkeepers would not shoo you away. The bookstores in the 5 great nations faced severe competition. With Yahiko's military background, they dared not slander him. Although a treaty had been signed with the Rain Village, Akatsuki Village currently ranked among the formidable forces in the ninja realm. What dealt the final blow to the major bookstores was the lottery on purchases exceeding a certain amount, with the grand prize being a signed copy of Young Fei, a work by Payne that was not for sale. Each Phoenix Book City had only 1 copy. Some individuals attempted to imitate the operational philosophy of Phoenix Book City, struggling to persist, while others opted to join it outright. Keifu was inspecting the Phoenix bookstore in Konoha, his face flushed with excitement. Many outside the bookstore were eagerly touching the small jars containing prizes. Familiar faces were visible, including Yamashiro Aoi, Waihai Kurenai, and the 7-year-old Ebisu. One could even spot a servant from the High-Ga clan sporting a serious expression. The 7-year-old Ebisu looked quite pitiful as he was unceremoniously tossed aside by Yamashiro Aoi. Just then, upon the arrival of an individual, the crowd dispersed in an instant. "Lord Hokage? Kakashi, you are also here at the bookstore?" "Yes. What are you buying?" "Yahiko's fairy tale collection." "Oh, me too. Asuma loves reading, so I'm getting it for him." Outside the Phoenix bookstore in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi unexpectedly crossed paths. Upon entering, their first action was to locate the book with the cover titled Yahiko's Fairy Tale Collection. They exchanged knowing smiles, affirming their honesty. In the next moment, their keen eyes spotted a book authored by Payne, bearing an unfamiliar cover. Could it be a new release? Kakashi quickly reached for it, only to find his hand brushing against a wrinkled human hand, none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was slightly quicker in grasping the book. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a complex expression, pondering. "Oh no, this means Kakashi is determined not to return." "Lord Hokage, when I was out on a mission, my teammates enjoyed reading, and I was curious about who Payne is." An explanation was merely a cover. Kakashi's face flushed like a teapot, and he spoke more than usual. "Those under 16 are not allowed to read this." Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out the book, glancing at several others nearby. But he could not bear to witness the village's rising talent descend into ruin. He personally witnessed Kakashi settle the bill with Kei-Fu before departing. As the two exited, they dared not mention the lottery and inadvertently bumped into Obito. "What are you looking at, dirty heart?" The two exchanged doubtful glances, and Sarutobi Hiruzen kindly asked, "Obito, what brings you to the bookstore?" "Buying books." Obito responded, seemingly at a loss for words. What book? Kakashi inquired further. Yahiko's fairy tale collection, my brother wrote it. Initially impatient, Obito soon spoke with pride. You're not allowed to go. A dirty heart sees everything as filthy. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi restrained Obito, forbidding him from entering the bookstore. Thus, Obito was bewilderedly dragged away, while Keifu fumed. Is he out of his mind? On the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen curiously opened the book, while Kakashi desperately tried to maintain an indifferent facade. Obito remained in a state of confusion. 3002 for a book. Family members. The first page read, this book is derived from Kakuzu's autobiography, personally penned by the Minister of Finance of Akatsuki Village. A pirated book? Lord Madara. Simply dial these numbers, and you can communicate long distance. Outside the large brick telephone store, a masked figure, a fae, gazed longingly at the phones behind the counter, lamenting his lack of funds. Boring. Hearing Madara's yearning, a fae resolved to procure a device for him as well. If others could have it, so could Lord Madara. He first sought out K.S. and San. What? You want a phone? Absolute. The principal said children aren't allowed to have phones. Indeed. My father has a friend working at the large brick store. Those with phones must register their real names to recharge. Don't look at me. Go steal a phone. My mom will spank me if she finds out. A fae watched as his three underlings walked away, stamping his foot in frustration. In this day and age, even the underlings dare to talk back to their elder brother. A fae, you can do it. He encouraged himself. At that moment, he scoured the streets within the three-ring area for work. You scared away all my customers. This is a candy shop, not a restroom. No excrement allowed. A fae was unceremoniously pushed out by the owner of the candy shop. Come here. A customer is using the toilet. Who allowed you to squat nearby and observe? Private matters. A newly opened paid restroom caters to affluent travelers in the village of Jiao. The cleaning supervisor, wielding a broom, chases after a fae throughout the streets. After being publicly humiliated by Jiao Du, Mian finds himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. You will surely regret this, Jiao Du. A fae, who is scouring the streets for work, is also apprehended by Mian. Could it be that Elder Ban is in need of funds? Prompting Bai Ju to seek employment everywhere? Arrange it. Mian commands his subordinates to construct a thatched hut beside the village chief's office, with a banner outside proclaiming auditions for the role of the gambling god. Among the 4 interviewers, 3 are Mian's associates. They have received strict orders to ensure that any eccentric individual who expresses a fondness for excrement must be passed. Mian thinks it best to hand a fae over to teacher Jiraiya, allowing him to deal with the headache. Villagers who believe they possess some acting talent flock to audition, inspired by the recent success of the Shaoyin village production. A fae is currently at a nursing home, hoping to apply for a caregiver position, but it seems all the staff have also gone to audition as extras. Emerging from the nursing home, he shields his eyes from the sun and gazes into the distance. Old man needs his rest. Go play by yourself, but be careful not to expose yourself. The voice of Uchiha Ban resonates in his mind. As he speaks, Uchiha Ban closes his eyes, searching for that man in his dreams. Do you desire excrement, Lord Ban? A fae whispers. Sensing that Ban has truly fallen asleep, he joins the line for auditions. The queue is extensive, stretching beyond sight. Are you here for the audition? A man in front of him inquires, eyeing a fae's peculiar behavior. Is that not allowed? A fae replies. The man twitches slightly. It's not that it's forbidden. But could you at least remove your mask? He kindly gestures toward a fae's tiger-patterned mask. Absolutely not. A fae retorts, arms crossed defiantly. Suit yourself. The man dismisses a fae and continues in line. As the queue gradually shrinks, the sun begins to set, and finally, it is their turn. Inside the thatched hut, Jiraiya and the 3 interviewers have been laboring tirelessly at the table, not having taken a sip of water all morning. Jiraiya plays the role of the gambling god. They have nearly found all the actors needed, save for the male lead, Shindeizai. The other 3 interviewers are particularly demanding. Excellent. Without such standards, how could I achieve instant fame and capture Tsunade's heart? Jiraiya calls out. Next. Greetings, esteemed judges, I am a Shun, announces the man who had been in front of a fae. He enters exuding the air of a street punk, yet there is a spark of cleverness about him. He faces the examiners with audacity and confidence, showing no signs of intimidation. This man is truly born for the role of the male lead. Jiraiya cannot help but applaud. The 3 interviewers cough discreetly, insisting that further auditioning is necessary, as one cannot judge solely based on appearances. Indeed, Jiraiya asks a shun to perform a scene from a film, occasionally interjecting with lines. A shun flawlessly responds to each cue. Splendid. He is the one. I am thoroughly impressed. Jiraiya exclaims, raising his thumb in approval. His day of auditioning actors has not been in vain. A shun, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, asks, do I really have the opportunity to act alongside the village chief's teacher? Is it my turn? Is it my turn? A whiny voice calls from outside the hut. Just as Jiraiya is about to politely refuse, the three interviewers, recalling Miyan's instructions, chime in unison, let the young man have a chance. One of them explains to Jiraiya, whom Jiraiya is entirely focused on a shun, contemplating how to refine his talent to make him shine even more. Hello everyone. I am a fae. My interests include, well, I have a fondness for excrement. Jiraiya's expression darkens in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Are you mocking me? Get out. To his surprise, the three interviewers burst into applause. Jiraiya is taken aback. One of them is a photographer from Shaoyin Village, another is a script supervisor, and the last is an art director. Could it be that a fae possesses some hidden talent unknown to Jiraiya? Intrigued, Jiraiya gestures toward a fae's mask. Remove it. Let me see your acting skills. Why do you want to see my face? A fae wriggles and contorts, his voice taking on a strange tone. Although he wears a mask, the audience can tell he is shy. Jiraiya feels a wave of nausea wash over him. A fae dances closer to Jiraiya, tracing a finger along his muscular chest, teasingly stating, come visit me tonight. I will only allow you, Lord Jiraiya, to see me. He emphasizes each word with suggestive intent. Before Jiraiya can recover from his shock and disgust, a fae coughs twice, adopting a serious demeanor as he glances around and then walks away. Ugh, I can't take this anymore. After regaining his composure, Jiraiya feels as though he wishes to die. The three interviewers are equally uncomfortable, waving their hands to signal that a shun should proceed with his audition, leaving the stunned fae behind. Chapter 39. I apologize to the villagers. Miyan, in tears, laments. Talent succumbs to capital. The interviewers apologize. I'm sorry, a shun, but I prefer a fae. Rain continues to fall, and the atmosphere remains somewhat cordial. Today, Namake's Minato returns to the village within a time limit. A boy with a head of yellow hair stealthily follows Jiao. Do the two stroll through the rain-hidden village. Village chief, no, Minato, you can leave this infiltration mission to me. If you follow along, it implies a lack of trust in my abilities. Jiao Du replies, somewhat helplessly. Is it just because you disapproved of my singing? Building a stage is quite expensive, but you needn't risk your life over it. Miyan, disguised as Minato, rolls his eyes at this. Are you really afraid? Afraid that the third great ninja war might break out prematurely because of you? The stage is costly. Can I not charge for concert tickets? Miyan urges Jiao Du to broaden his perspective. As they discuss the concert ticket prices, the two delve into details about how and when to hold the concert, as well as constructing a stage that accommodates a large audience. Inside a small tavern, members of Nagato's mist organization gather for a meeting. The contact person inquires, which excavation technique is the best? Lanxiang, Jiao Du replies. 321, link it. Oh, as long as you have arrived, that's sufficient, Jiao Du says while wrapping a package as a gift. He hands the next directive to the mist organization. Why bring a gift? The contact person smiles, accepting it. Miyan follows behind Jiao Du, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Nagato seems well suited for intelligence work. Hanzo has not caused any trouble among the employees. They are all villagers of Rain Hidden struggling to survive. The tavern is particularly lively, as it is the only establishment in the entire Rain Hidden village still selling alcohol amidst the famine. After the contact person finishes speaking, he attends to the customers. Hurry up, Miyan urges. Here I come. He surveys the bustling tavern, noting the neatly arranged drinks on the counter. Suddenly, the name Bao Kun floats into Miyan's mind. Rain Hidden is starving, yet this tavern has a surplus of alcohol? Could it be that every move and word of Nagato's mist organization is under Hanzo's watchful eye? Is Hanzo merely pretending not to notice, playing along with the charade? Little nephew, where are you off to? Your uncle Hanzo is looking for you. Miyan hears footsteps approaching the tavern, darkening his expression. Listen closely. Has Hanzo's nephew gone missing? Jiao Du questions. The tavern door swings open, and a rain-soaked Hanzo enters, grinning widely. They stride directly toward Miyan. Uncle Hanzo, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am Minato, the brother of Namake's Minato from the Leaf Village, Miyan stammers. Ha ha ha, Hanzo chuckles. playfully patting Mi-Yan's shoulder and raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Mi-Yan, this is your father's gravestone. What nonsense is this? I have a father? No. Even if I did, how could you have unearthed my father's gravestone? Before a gravestone inscribed with the father of Yahiko and anonymous. Hans the Salamander urged Yahiko to bow in reverence as a dutiful son. Isn't this a newly erected gravestone? I refuse to bow, Yahiko exclaimed, dismissing the notion with disdain. Hans, noticing Yahiko's obstinacy, furrowed his brow, questioning the integrity of the bond they had forged. This was not the response he had anticipated. Unable to compel Yahiko, he led him to another location. The dull tiles, slanted under the rain's embrace, allowed murky water to flow through their missing pieces. Decaying beams and peeling mud walls bore witness to the relentless descent of rainwater through the cracks. Each house was a reflection of despair. Inside, the muffled sobs of a family echoed, a stark reminder that hunger had claimed yet another life. A grim reality that had become all too common in the Hidden Rain village. Hans brought Yahiko to the most impoverished district of the village, where only they remained, uncle and nephew. Behold, the land of rain weeps, Hans declared, gazing skyward, troubled to discern whether it was tears or rain that fell upon him. Yahiko's reaction was notably subdued. Hans, peering at him, asked, "Why do you show no emotion? I have brought you here. Shouldn't you express something? React? Perhaps I should weep for you instead. Do you know where I lived as a child in the land of Linbei?" Yahiko feigned ignorance, his eyelashes fluttering. "Nephew, your words are truly infuriating. What does Linbei even mean?" Hans was exasperated. Before the Second Great Ninja War, every child in the Hidden Rain village idolized him. Now, he seemed more repugnant than refuse. The villagers were suffering, a lamentable truth of their small nation. "I am truly afraid of you," Yahiko remarked, eyeing Hans, who was persistent in his demands for acknowledgement. Hans, unfazed, called out gently, "Everyone come out." His soft tone, however, carried to the ears of the nearby residents. One by one, they emerged, timidly casting glances at Yahiko. Typically, given Yahiko's influence, he would be recognized and greeted as Little Yahiko, yet in the Hidden Rain village, he was met only with trepidation, a stark contrast to the familiarity he enjoyed in the Land of Dawn, where villagers would merely gaze curiously. Yahiko contemplated expanding his village, striving to cultivate a flourishing community with diverse commerce. "Should I select you as my successor? I regret not having met you sooner," Hans mused, observing Yahiko's subsequent actions, mentally calculating his choices. Hans, still in his prime, bore the aura of a formidable leader, having been shaped by adversity and chaos. After achieving fame and success, he faced corruption due to a singular failure, reminiscent of the historical figure Li Tsunxiao of the later Tang dynasty. The burden of such a mess was too daunting for Yahiko to shoulder. However, gathering a few individuals to assist his fellow villagers and alleviate their suffering seemed a worthy endeavor. As the saying goes, wealth that does not return home is like a brocade worn in the night. His previous visit had been a stealthy return to the Land of Rain. This time, Yahiko felt emboldened. He fashioned a simple makeshift horn and proclaimed in the street, "Laborers wanted. Our village offers incredible benefits. Truly, wonderful benefits. Those with strength can help us build our homeland. Those with skill may join us for technological advancement. We can even farm here. No intellect required. Easier to learn than gaming. No one will scold you. Even if I have only 9 lotus flowers left in my pond, picking 9 will not earn you the ire of the masses." Through the windows, villagers gazed in awe at the gallant Yahiko. The prospect of free meals and housing was enough to stir excitement, especially with the promise of 3,000 ryo in wages. Unlike the agreements made with Hans, these individuals were recruited by Yahiko himself, requiring no additional provisions for Hans. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Could this be a ruse? "Daddy, I'm hungry." A frail little girl weakly tugged at her emaciated father's hand. The father hesitated, questioning the likelihood of such fortune. Many shared his skepticism. Would they end up losing their kidneys to the nobles who often sought medical ninjas for replacements? The villagers remained torn, observing cautiously. "Good people, I have returned, albeit late," Yahiko declared, abandoning his makeshift horn as he suddenly broke into tears. "I am so sorry. Why did no one tell me that my fellow villagers were suffering so greatly?" A surge of anguish welled within him, his clenched fists pounding against his chest. In the end, he cried himself into unconsciousness, overwhelmed by guilt. Hans, initially contemplating extorting Yahiko, now hesitated, aware of his deteriorating reputation within the village. This Yahiko. He is shameless, his heart dark. Is this truly how the likes of Hashirama emerged from the Hidden Rain village? Hans lamented. Chapter 40. A meal worth 1,000 gold pieces, little Hashirama? No. Yahiko's heart embraces all. Yet, for all of Hans's cunning, he too held a dark heart. Adopting a fade of kinship as he bent down to carry Yahiko on his back. As Hans strolled through the Hidden Rain village, word spread swiftly about Yahiko's emotional collapse. The leader remained unchanged, despite the turmoil. However, Hans was inherently suspicious. Having previously been deceived by Danzo, and subsequently joining forces with Root to eradicate the Akatsuki, who sought to transform the village. Could such challenges deter Yahiko? Certainly not. Hans returned to his modest attic, announcing that today Yahiko could pursue whatever he wished, yet discreetly ordered surveillance on his movements. Yahiko, without his companion Kaku, wandered alone to a nearby stream. There, he encountered a familiar figure, his eyes lighting up. Grandma. Do I know you? A bewildered old woman paused her laundry, scrutinizing the orange-haired boy before her. Of course, I am Yahiko, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The old woman shook her head. I do not recognize you. Yahiko chuckled softly. Grandma, do you not recall? That year, when Nagato and I fished by this river, we were starving, and you made us rice balls. I promised to repay your kindness. As memories flooded back, the old woman smiled. Many have fed me. I do not expect repayment. In this world, if we can prevent one more person from starving, that is enough. Yahiko, repay all kindness. Please accept this token of gratitude, Yahiko insisted, producing a valuable sealing scroll from his robe. I cannot accept such a precious gift, she protested, recognizing its worth. Take it, Yahiko urged, placing the scroll firmly in her hands. All right, but once accepted, it cannot be returned. Following the old woman back home, Yahiko unveiled the sealing scroll before a gathering crowd. Inside lay a treasure trove of 1,000 ryo in gold and an abundance of food. This old woman is under my protection. Anyone who disagrees may seek my uncle for clarification, Yahiko declared with conviction. Child, you mustn't. I merely provided a few rice balls. The old woman was astonished. Who is your uncle? This is Yahiko. His uncle is Lord Hans. My apologies for the disturbance. A meal worth 1,000 gold pieces? Weren't you the one who helped Yahiko by the river? Indeed, you might have cast Yahiko into the water instead. Amid the crowd's envious gazes, rumors of Yahiko's connection to the leader quelled any ill intentions. The villagers of the Hidden Rain were well aware that Hans was observing their every move. Yahiko harbored suspicions that Nagato's Rain Tiger technique, which integrated chakra into raindrops for surveillance, might have drawn inspiration from this very place. Yahiko has returned. Among the crowd, a fishmonger stood astonished and enraged. Years ago, Yahiko had attempted to pilfer his fish, only to be caught red-handed. The fishmonger had nearly beaten him to death. It was only when a blue-haired girl rushed in, tears streaming down her face, producing a crumpled handful of coins from her pocket, that he relented, allowing the girl to take Yahiko away. Thus, the incident remained etched in his memory. Alas, he had vowed to repay kindness with kindness. But would he not also repay enmity? No. I must flee. Upon returning to his fish shop, he exclaimed, Wife, we must hide, that Yahiko has returned. As he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of a boy with orange hair, surveying the shop with his back turned. Not conducting business today? Hurry up and leave. Before the words could escape his lips, the boy turned, revealing a striking visage that nearly caused the fishmonger to explode with rage. How could he have arrived before me? Is this the prowess of a ninja? We mere mortals stand no chance. Are you Ah-chong? Yahiko's expression betrayed no emotion. Yes, that is I, stammered Chong, trembling with fear. Are you here to kill me? At that moment, his wife approached, her brow furrowed in confusion, while Chong, filled with despair, lamented, It was my fault for stealing the fish back then. Yahiko's words caught him off guard. Was this man feigning mercy only to turn and slay him? Many twisted individuals possessed such dark tendencies. Let my wife be, and I shall accept whatever fate you deem fit. Chong managed to muster some courage, suppressing his fear as he spoke defiantly. You should be grateful you encountered me rather than Tang-san, Yahiko replied cryptically. He then elaborated, Moreover, be thankful that after the girl gave you money, you provided her with a fish of equal value. Bring me 2 mackerels, Yahiko commanded. Trembling, Chong handed over the bag containing the fish. After Yahiko paid, he departed. Chang touched his neck in disbelief. He was still alive. But wait. He would not dare to commit murder in broad daylight, surely. Wouldn't he return at night to finish the job? Suddenly, Yahiko turned back and struck Chang in the abdomen, causing him to double over, expelling a mouthful of water. We are even now. Wonderful. Wife, it appears we have survived. Chang clutched his stomach in pain, yet a smile of relief spread across his face. In a small loft, Hanzo observed Yahiko's every move. Hearing that he had only accepted a few rice balls from an elderly woman, yet still sought to repay the fishmonger who had once nearly killed him, Hanzo could only shake his head in amazement. Yahiko, that child wishes to treat you to fish, a messenger from the Rain Village announced upon entering. Hashirama? No. Yahiko is clear in his intentions, vast in his capacity for forgiveness. He surpasses Hashirama. Will you honor the invitation? If my nephew invites me to feast on fish, I must certainly oblige. The following day, Hanzo personally escorted Yahiko and his companions to the village gate. A considerable throng, numbering over 1,000, had gathered, all handpicked for their integrity. Nephew, the Rain Village will always be your home. You are forever welcome here. Hanzo's face radiated warmth as he grasped Yahiko's hand. Reluctant to let go, they had shared a night of deep conversation, discovering both strengths and hidden flaws in one another. However, overall, Yahiko's merits outweighed his faults. Regret washed over Hanzo. Why had he not seized the opportunity to retain Yahiko back then? Should he have forcibly detained him, compelling him to become his successor? At the village entrance, merchants from the Akatsuki arrived, their carts laden with grain from last year's harvest, including meat, beef. They offered to supply Yahiko with provisions for 500 people. The remainder would be sourced from Yahiko's own recruitment efforts. Thus the grain would be sold at a lower price. Yahiko is indeed a commendable child of our Rain Village. We must take our leave now, Uncle Hanzo. Yahiko waved farewell. By the time Hanzo resolved to turn back, Yahiko had already moved on with Kakuzu and the others. It's all my fault. I should not have been silent when I should have spoken, nor weak when I should have been brave. Hanzo lamented his indecision. Kakuzu, holding a ledger in one hand and a pen in the other, began jotting down calculations. Upon inspection, he discovered numerous plans in the Akatsuki's accounts, with Yahiko's name scrawled in a haphazard manner across each page. As he scrutinized the entries, he realized they all bore the ominous phrase man-eating. Today, the Akatsuki's financial records reflected an additional expenditure of over 1,000 individuals. Moreover, Yahiko was extravagantly spending. A few rice balls cost 1,000 taels of gold. No. My heart aches. It feels like I have 5 hearts. The village head exclaimed, overwhelmed by despair. I cannot endure this. Kakuzu lamented, leaning close to Yahiko, intent on recouping the losses. You intend to resell? Yahiko stared incredulously. Reselling the grain of the 5 great nations to the Rain Village? If discovered, our Akatsuki might not even have the means to purchase a power bank in the future. Absolutely not. We consume the grain of the 5 great nations, but sell our own to the Rain Village. However, what you propose, directly selling their grain to the Rain Village, is utterly out of the question. As they journeyed back to the Akatsuki, Yahiko assigned tasks to the group. Some joined construction teams, as shops began to emerge in the village. Yet, the living conditions remained dire. Members of the Uzumaki clan still resided in thatched huts, necessitating the development of a new area for homes. Others joined assembly lines to produce toys and bricks. Children, continue your studies, Yahiko encouraged the restless crowd. With the Akatsuki in need of revitalization, he reassured them that prosperity was attainable by employing their intellect and responding to the village's calls and the village head's policies. For instance, Yabui, a lower ninja, began taking on contracts for construction, having accepted several jobs for the development of a commercial street within the village. Indeed, they thought, comforted by Yahiko's presence and clear intentions, bolstered by the support of the village head. However, a masked figure lurking behind Yahiko instilled fear in the villagers, who felt as though he might devour them with just a glance. At the eastern edge of the village, Yahiko resolved to designate a plot of land for employee accommodations. The village was growing in population, but housing remained insufficient. At the entrance of the Akatsuki, a traditional welcoming ceremony commenced. The Akatsuki welcomes you. We pave the way for your future. Yazunari and the Uzumaki elder led the children in song. Would you like some candy? It's delicious. After the children performed, Yazunari distributed sweets. However, today's festivities included additional procedures. Come enjoy a bowl of noodles to warm your stomach. A jovial vendor wheeled a cart to the village entrance, serving noodles to everyone. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, and Kakuzu also participated in the welcoming for the first time, snapping a few pictures to share with Kakashi, who would surely be pleased to see his father so joyous. Kakuzu, however, felt exasperated. Wouldn't it be better to teach them how to work instead? The villagers regarded Yahiko with admiration. Indeed, Yahiko is a man of integrity. Travelers and merchants visiting the village paused, recognizing that few, if any, in the ninja world would go to such lengths for the downtrodden. Good things come in pairs, and the small team dispatched to apprehend mountain bandits has returned. This influx of people is significant. Mayahiko allows the rather bored Kakuzu to fully exploit the captured bandits who have committed wrongdoings. Kakuzu is pleased, and SHM captures a photograph of Kakuzu's joyful eyes. However, once he lowers his camera, SHM observes the returning team members with a hint of silence. Could he be mistaken? How could three of them be former subordinates from Konoha? Rei's, Saikawa, Yukizai, is that you? The three men fall into silence. Having been summoned by the third Hokage, they arrived unaware of SHM's departure from Konoha. They had been out clearing bandits for several months. Returning just to find their former superior now becomes their boss again. Meanwhile, Konoha has also taken in a batch of orphan children affected by the Second Great Ninja War. I can sense a thirst for power in your gaze. There is darkness within you. Come with me shortly. Although your darkness seems somewhat lacking, I can offer you an opportunity in the future if you perform well. At the orphanage, Danzo personally arrives to select children. He observes the children before him, taking those with potential for ninjutsu, leaving the rest to fend for themselves. He selects 2 or 3 children capable of chakra extraction. When it comes to exploiting Konoha's resources, Danzo excels at it. The children taken are subjected to a nurturing method akin to raising venomous insects, where ultimately only one will survive. Behind him, a blonde woman with round glasses appears somewhat anxious. Which, you seem displeased with me. Not at all, my lord. The medic, Nan, lowers her head, avoiding Danzo's scrutinizing gaze. Her compassion cannot be extinguished. This is Danzo's assessment of Nan. Recently, he has been engaged with the Uchiha clan and finds no use for Nan's skills as a spy. Coincidentally, this woman possesses a fondness for children, and he wonders if she could help him find more talented ones. Danzo taps his cane on the ground, his voice deep. I am quite disappointed in you. There's no need for you to visit the hospital or the route. Cold sweat trickles down Nan's temples. Has she lost her value? Those deemed useless in the route meet only one fate. Observing Nan's fearful expression, Danzo feels quite pleased. Very well. You have done much for me. I shall entrust the management of this orphanage to you. What? A flicker of joy crosses Nan's eyes. However, glancing at the emaciated children, she suddenly feels overwhelmed. I will not disappoint you, my lord, she declares resolutely. Chapter 41. Recruit 10 people. I command you to be the squad leader. It is once more the season of revival, spring planting. The people's sustenance is paramount. Mayahiko has always placed great importance on agriculture, leading the shinobi of Akatsuki who are free from tasks to cultivate the fields. The fragrance of fresh soil wafts through the rice paddies as Mayahiko holds a handful of seedlings in his left hand, his right hand moving with a blur as he carefully plants the green rice seedlings into the earth. He is the king of rice planting in the land of fire. Squatting down, he shifts backward, focused on planting each batch of rice. Additionally, his shadow clones assist in the fields, as one is more effective than 6. To his left, Nagato is also planting rice, earning him the title of the second king of rice planting. To his right, Konan is responsible for her own paddy, the third king of rice planting. The fourth and fifth kings are busy with their tasks as well. Genjiku is filming the entire process with his camera. He has also preserved the footage of Mayahiko's battle against Hanzo alongside Jiraiya during the Bridge of the Alliance. Were it not for Mayahiko's modesty, he could easily have garnered fame in an instant. Jiraiya plans to edit the footage, intending to insert it as an Easter egg at the end of the film for Tsunade to see. Bairuho has recently crafted a hand-cranked copier, and they are ready to establish a newspaper. They must have Bairuho invent a rice planting machine and a fertilizer spreader. Mayahiko's face glows red under the sun as he gulps down water. In the evening, a muddy Mayahiko returns to the village chief's office, greeted by the still-present Killer Bee. You won't believe it. I let one go with a punch because those rogue ninjas were too arrogant. On the ground lie 2 rogue ninjas from the grass village, their forehead protectors marked with a slash, thoroughly beaten by Killer Bee. What brings you here? Mayahiko crouches down, examining the bruised faces of the two men. They find it curious that the leader of Akatsuki looks akin to a farmer-esque child. "Chief, we have come to seek refuge with you," one green-haired man exclaims eagerly. "Indeed, that Araman is a beast, a complete beast." The other, lean and monkey-like, adds with a face full of grievance, reminiscent of the day when they fled from Elder Zhou. According to them, Araman has a habit of intimidating foes into submission. If they do not surrender before the territory is breached, they are mercilessly slain afterward. Their former leader has already been executed, and they managed to escape just in time. Both are elite ninjas from the Grass Village, hoping to gain prominence and perhaps enjoy some benefits, so they chose to challenge B. Alas, those two foolish boys are now entirely subdued after their beating. They now regard Yahiko with utmost respect. "Get up, no kneeling." Yahiko, embodying humility, helps them rise, smiling warmly. "You were once ninjas from the Grass Village? You are quite impressive. Yet Araman must be blind not to cherish such talent, thinking of slaughtering the village." The two men feel quite touched and nod instinctively. Yahiko's demeanor is oddly comforting, prompting them to want to speak more, yet they fear offending him. "Did you have many ninja friends in the past?" They nod, but then hesitate, knowing most have been killed. "No matter. I command you to return to the land of grass and gather ninja friends. Recruit 10 genin, and I designate one of you as the squad leader, and 20 as the platoon leaders. 1 chunin is equivalent to 5 genin, and I will directly reward you with an elite ninja rank. I fear not the quantity you recruit, but your willingness to do so. Do you understand?" The two men ponder Yahiko's words, their breaths growing rapid after a while. Squad leader, platoon leader, and even captain. What these roles entail remains unclear, but the monthly salary grows ever more enticing. Achieving the rank of captain grants them rights to a year-end bonus. Though internal strife exists within the Grass Village, they remain aware of the lucrative opportunities in the toy factory and film industry. That grand ship they passed on their way here remains a popular photo spot. "Village chief, we are willing to give it a try." The two are genuinely invigorated. Yahiko chuckles, dusting off their clothes and using medical ninjutsu to heal their wounds. Explosives are no challenge. The wisdom of ancestors is not to be trifled with. This is also why Yahiko is focused on developing the entertainment industry for profit, rather than rushing to cultivate ninjas. Without entertainment or wealth, how can one attract others? Setting aside the likes of Naruto and Sasuke and various bloodline limits, what ordinary ninjas need most is often not ninjutsu, but experience. Experience is accumulated only through countless completed missions. Instead of waiting a decade for a ninja to mature, he prefers to take up a small hoe and dig. Indeed, Akatsuki must intensify efforts to generate income through entertainment. Let us see how Jiraiya-sensei's film is progressing. "Hey, are we going to watch a movie?" "Oh, the Gambling God film crew." Jiraiya often accompanied Tsunade to gamble in his younger years, understanding the layout of casinos well. He borrowed a shop from Akatsuki Village, made a few adjustments, and began filming. The crew comprises many members, with residents of the orphanage volunteering as extras. "Afe, what role are you playing? Is Chindaozi a pervert?" If it were Madara, he would have already shouted at Afe to leave, yet Jiraiya remains patient, teaching Afe the art of acting bit by bit. But Afe's heart belongs solely to Lord Madara. Even if beaten, kicked, or scolded, he remains devoted to Lord Madara. Afe kept his mask on, and Jiraiya endured it. Although the script did not specify, Chindaozi could certainly add an air of mystery, partially obscured, allowing some room for imagination. This was a lesson Jiraiya learned from the grand works of his revered mentor. However, with every frown and smile, Afe's repulsive gestures loudly proclaimed that he was portraying a pervert. "Master Jiraiya, have I done something wrong?" Afe whined, to which Jiraiya had already built up an immunity, yet still felt a faint sense of nausea. Nearby, a shun, who had been left by Jiraiya to take on a role with lines, could only smile wryly. "Is this where I falter? I simply cannot bring myself to crawl into a man's bed." The entire crew was caught off guard by Afe's portrayal of a gambling god who had lost his memory and was now wandering the streets, which was merely the opening scene. Afe's performance was abysmal, as it seemed he was merely lusting after Jiraiya's character while taking in his girlfriend to shelter the amnesiac gambling god. Afe's on-screen girlfriend had already broken down 3 times and quit 6 times. Jiraiya was left to compensate each time, covering his face in utter disbelief. "Master Jiraiya, I've come to visit," Conan announced, while Yahiko was at a parent-teacher meeting. Nagato, dressed in new clothes, arrived alongside Killer Bee. Upon entering the venue, they were immediately met with an overwhelming aura of resentment, potent enough to nurture two evil sword immortals. Yahiko scratched his head, bewildered. What on earth is happening? You insolent disciple, dare you speak? I shall strangle you. Upon seeing each other, Jiraiya rushed over, feigning a chokehold on Yahiko, tears streaming down his face as he shook him. Enough, Master Jiraiya. Yahiko can hardly breathe. Nagato murmured quietly. Oh, the master is being beaten, the master is being beaten. Just like Big Brother's punches. Jiraiya glanced at the rambunctious Killer Bee bouncing beside him, utterly perplexed. Wait a moment, isn't that the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki? Has he become my disciple? Jiraiya gazed at Yahiko in confusion, then back at Killer Bee, who was still bouncing around, seemingly oblivious. How could a Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village be such a fool? Chapter 42. Soma Tower, Yahiko treats. After wandering around the film crew, Yahiko had grasped the situation. He looked at Afei, who returned his gaze. Afei, tell me about your dreams. Afei could only retort, get lost. Yahiko decisively ejected Afei from the crew. This nonsense can be left for Lord Madara to deal with. Do not underestimate Afei's poverty. The entire crew heard Afei's roar from outside. Coincidentally, this was the world of Naruto, where lacking a powerful bloodline limit meant one could only be scorned for their youth, middle age, or old age, with the deceased being paramount. Yahiko clapped his hands, declaring the matter resolved. Jiraiya felt a twinge of sympathy. Is it really all right to do this? No matter, Yahiko replied. I will establish a new film crew for you. Yahiko planned to construct a film base by the river 20 miles away in Akatsuki Village. After the movie was filmed, visitors would need to purchase tickets to enter and explore. If anyone from Akatsuki Village performs well, they will be rewarded with a family day trip to the film base. Saving on bonuses, Yahiko made a call to summon Yagami Asu, who had risen from a lowly genin to a contractor. He had previously leased a dormitory building and was now given another project. After all, he has followed me since before the village was founded. Oh, how I envy Xiao Xiong. He has already endured all the hardships before him, thanks to his father, Yagami Asu. Upon hearing that he was building a film crew for the village chief's teacher, Yagami Asu immediately sped up the work, completing the construction in just 3 days. To Yahiko's surprise, the actor for Chundaozi was not a shun, but rather the face he had used for his nefarious deeds, Namake's Minato. This was right after the gambling den was established. Kushina, being the Jinchuriki, typically remained within the barrier. However, not wanting to miss the chance to see Konoha, she sent out a shadow clone to accompany Minato for a few days of fun. At that moment, the shadow clone of Kushina wandered aimlessly while Minato rested on a boat, perusing the latest newspapers from Akatsuki Village. Beside him, Jiraiya was enthusiastically campaigning. Today's headline: What does it mean to be a good village chief? Our Yahiko is just that, and now is the season for spring plowing. The article was accompanied by a photo of Yahiko planting rice. Minato, you are the perfect fit for this role. Your handsome looks will surely add allure to our film. Jiraiya sat beside Minato, rubbing his hands together in a show of enthusiasm. Master Jiraiya, Minato sighed, laying down the newspaper. There have been more missions lately, and the burden on the J-Nin is heavy. If it weren't for Kushina's desire not to leave any regrets. Jiraiya was constantly subjected to Yahiko and Konan's displays of affection, and now Minato was adding to the burden. One might think regrets? Will I never return? But Jiraiya understood that the so-called regrets stemmed from the fear of growing up and the changes in appearance that come with time, leaving behind memories of youthful beauty. This was Kushina's regret, and without her needing to say a word, Minato took leave to join her. Given Jiraiya's cunning nature, one could only wonder how many missions Minato had completed to make this happen. Jiraiya felt a pang of jealousy, wishing he could also have a boyfriend like Minato. Tsunade would never comprehend what it meant to have regrets of youth. In the second part of the gambling saga, Chundaozi managed to turn 20 into 37 million. Surely, as Jiraiya, I could secure a budget of 200,000 for my film. I'll go speak to the old man about a mission with a reward of 30,000. Would you accompany me, master? The thought of losing 30,000 from the film budget pained Jiraiya, who feigned sorrow, wearing a look of deep concern. Minato, known for his soft heart towards friends and family, recognized Jiraiya's exaggerations. Yet, in the world of Shinobi, tomorrow's uncertainties loom large. Jiraiya's feigned distress began to sway Minato. Oh, master, you just fought Hans, cough cough cough. Jiraiya suddenly turned pale, coughing violently. Ridiculously, he even had photos to prove it. One showed him victorious against Hans, impressing Tsunade, while the other depicted him defeated, evoking her sympathy. The photo he displayed was the latter. "I promise, master." Minato choked out, believing him. When Kushina's shadow clone returned, she eyed Jiraiya suspiciously. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt. After Minato explained, the shadow clone vanished. She was not unreasonable. Jiraiya nearly laughed aloud, thinking himself a genius. Cough cough. This is the script. He weakly presented the screenplay. The filming progressed swiftly. In the days that followed, newspapers from Akatsuki Village circulated widely, cultivating a habit of morning reading among the 5 great nations. Village chief enters the rain village to find an old lady. The origin of a meal worth 1,000 gold. Shock. In the depths of Akatsuki Village School, a few pairs of small white hands occasionally reach out. Explosion. Following the success of Akatsuki Village, another film is set to release. The last film grossed a staggering 10 billion. Will Jiraiya's film break this record? Through promotions, it became known that Akatsuki's second film was to premiere. The title was a mystery, but it involved Jiraiya and had to do with gambling. Gambling. At Tsunade's home, she lay lazily on the ground, reading the news while enjoying a breeze from the corridor. Interesting. That rascal Jiraiya is making a film about gambling. Is he trying to persuade people to quit? Tsunade pondered, torn. While alive, I never liked gambling. Should I attempt to quit? Or perhaps it's just a remnant of my past. On the day filming concluded, Jiraiya hurried off to edit the footage. Yahiko and Nagato went to visit Minato. "Minato, my senior?" Yahiko greeted, shaking hands with both Minato and Nagato. He felt a bit anxious, having struck Minato's face earlier. Surely, there would be no repercussions, right? Minato's temperament was gentle, and he likely wouldn't hold it against them. Nagato displayed no hint of hesitation as he urged, "Let us depart, Watergate-senpai. We are headed to Songha Tower, where Yahiko has graciously invited us." The Songha Tower was currently the backdrop for a film crew, and Yahiko had arranged for its opening, showcasing several iconic structures in the village of Shiatsuan. Spanning an impressive 9,000 square meters, equivalent to 11 standard football fields, the plan was to construct 3 stories, filled with the village's opulent decorations and antiques. As of now, only the first floor had been furnished, resplendent in its golden splendor, exuding an air of luxury that was seemingly unattainable. In the private dining room, the finest dishes from Shiatsuan were served. Buddha jumps over the wall. Abalone sauce, braised sea cucumber, and wagyu beef, all elegantly presented on a round sandalwood table. "Watergate-senpai," Yahiko began, "now that you are part of the film project, you are officially one of us. Please sign this confidentiality agreement and the contract to join our film company." Before the meal commenced, Yahiko presented a contract detailing the terms for high-level actors. Firstly, before the village's influence expanded, Yahiko would not frequently appear in public, especially if he were to be courted by the daughters of prominent families. Secondly, he was curious if Watergate's inclusion could secure a minor advantage. Watergate examined the document, found no significant issues, and affixed his signature. In that moment, a notification resonated. New talent has joined the Shaoin Village Film Company, rewarding the host with space-time ninjutsu aptitude. Yahiko was taken aback, rising from his seat in astonishment. "What's the matter?" Both Nagato and Watergate turned to Yahiko. "Nothing. Continue eating," Yahiko replied, struggling to contain a smile. Where might I acquire the flying Raijin technique? Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't know, and Sarutobi would never sell it. Nagato rolled his eyes, dismissing Yahiko's musings. If we come to Songha Tower and do not indulge in Yahiko's infamous stinky tofu, then Watergate-senpai's visit would be in vain. He ordered a serving of the infamous dish, blackened and drizzled with scallion sauce. It emitted a pungent aroma, yet tasted delightful. As the dishes were laid out, Watergate broke his resolve and, along with Yahiko and Nagato, indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Their spirits lifted in camaraderie. It was a celebration among brothers, and none employed chakra to mitigate the effects of their inebriation. The notion of underage drinking was dismissed in the face of revelry. "Drink. Watergate-senpai is here, and I, Yahiko, am overjoyed," Yahiko exclaimed. "Thank you for the hospitality, Yahiko. Next time, I shall ensure a warm welcome when you visit Konoha." Watergate responded, "Why didn't you visit me when you sought out SHM-senpai? I would have loved to extend my brotherly courtesy." Amidst the festivities, Yahiko managed to bring Watergate to the brink of unconsciousness, while Watergate retained just enough awareness to realize he was seeing double. "Watergate-senpai, I am sorry. Firegate, Firegate. He slurred. Me too, Golden Gate, Golden Gate. Confused, Watergate observed the two men before him lamenting, unsure how to respond. Let us drink. As the evening drew to a close, noticing that the other two gentlemen had abandoned him, Yahiko smirked before collapsing, only to be cradled by Conan, who arrived after school let out. Not long after, Nagato was similarly escorted away by Kushina's kin. Without any sign of glaucoma, he recognized it was not Kushina but a relative. Witnessing this scene, Watergate felt a pang of sorrow. After only 5 days apart, he missed Kushina dearly. Raising a glass to drown my sorrows only deepens them, he lamented. And after Yahiko and Nagato departed, he drank 2 more cups in longing for Kushina. Now thoroughly intoxicated, he mistook the curious observer, Obito, for Kushina and vomited all over him. Meanwhile, underground, Uchiha Madara stirred from his brief slumber, only to behold a youth adorned with a Konoha headband, passed out in a most disgraceful state. One of them, he noted, was Sarutobi's disciple. No, wait, all 3 appear to be, he mused. Feeling disillusioned by the legacy of Tobirama, a fool whose progeny could not possibly yield any greatness, his disappointment in Konoha intensified, further fueling his obsession with the Moon's Eye plan. In a world of infinite Tsukuyami, he resolved that neither Tobirama nor his lineage would exist. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something unpleasant. I apologize. Watergate, in his stupor, accidentally vomited on me, Obito explained, approaching Madara while shaking off the remnants of the bile that splattered everywhere. Get away from me. Sharingan, Madara barked, irritated by the presence of the shadowy figure lurking behind him, Black Zetsu. He began to doubt whether this man was truly the reincarnation of Indra. Shouldn't you be searching for a successor within your clan? Why do you fixate on these 3? Chapter 43, A Day in the Life of Obito. Black Zetsu felt hopeless in his quest to resurrect his mother. In the shadows, he observed Madara's daily routine, which primarily involved commanding White Zetsu to keep watch over an elderly man at a nursing home, engrossed in chess, a habit he seemed addicted to. The following morning, Obito donned a simple black employee uniform and addressed Madara before departing for work. Lord Madara, I am off to my job. Is there anything you wish for dinner tonight? Working? Madara retorted, his demeanor aloof. At the newspaper office, Obito entered, collecting his employee badge, number 001, and affixing it around his neck. This position was arranged by Yahiko, personally endorsed by Kakuzu from the finance department. Earning 80 ryo a day, the pay was settled daily, though meals and lodging were not provided. Otherwise, such remuneration would be unattainable. Presently, he and Kakuzu comprised the entire staff. However, Kakuzu was absent, reportedly still engaged in city planning. Truly a diligent individual. Today, I shall strive to do my best, Obito declared, clutching the compact camera that Yahiko had modified for him. He ventured out in search of news. The streets were bustling with activity as the Akatsuki village undertook significant infrastructure projects, allegedly purchasing iron ore from the land of rain. Ahead, Obito spotted Kakuzu, who was scrutinizing a construction site through a handmade telescope. Wearing a red hard hat, Kakuzu monitored a group of men from the village hidden in rain, who were diligently working. Hey, who permitted you to work without a hard hat? Are you joking with your life? Kakuzu scolded, gripping the collar of a man tightening bolts on a steel framework, nearly losing his temper. In the rain village, we do not wear hard hats while working. The man replied, somewhat taken aback. A fine of 100 ryo. Remember this for next time. Do you understand? You could be crushed, Kakuzu admonished, shaking his head in disappointment. Yes, I assure you, it won't happen again. The man responded, tears streaming down his face, touched by Kakuzu's concern. Kakuzu nodded, scanning the area before spotting another offender. You, who told you to weld without goggles? Are you trying to blind yourself? Another fine of 100 ryo was issued. Obito silently approached, capturing the scene as it unfolded. Born to gather intelligence, he remarkably refrained from indulging in any deviant behavior during his time as a journalist. This was the essence of Yahiko's leadership, placing individuals in their rightful roles. Next, Obito proceeded to the school, intending to interview his 3 younger companions. Upon entering, he noticed the students participating in club activities. To prevent any incidents akin to Kakashi's, Yahiko mandated that the children be taken out for practical exercises every Wednesday. Thus, Obito was left to observe from a distance. To his surprise, he spotted Kakuzu once more. On the playground, the students were organized by height. Your task today is to clean the streets. Be cautious and do not stray from the group, understood? Kakuzu instructed, removing his hard hat and donning a mask while addressing the children. We understand. They chorused. 3 classes of children dragged out their elongated sounds, echoing in unison. The teachers at the school observed from behind, and Xiaonan felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Jiao Du was somewhat stingy on ordinary days, his attitude towards the children was commendable. Hey, Jiao, and others pondered that perhaps Jiao Du was not as poorly regarded as the rumors suggested. The dust outside is heavy. Children who are not wearing masks, please raise your hands, Jiao Du announced. Many children raised their hands on the playground. 12,345. Jiao Du distributed the prepared masks to those children without them, murmuring to himself. Yahiko, you once said that there should be more trust between people. And I believe you are right. Xiaonan smiled faintly, realizing that Jiao Du was not entirely miserly. Director Nan, please settle the payment. Each mask costs 5 taels. And there are 23 children without them. Jiao Du still revealed his stingy nature. Xiaonan had never felt this speechless in her life. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed as a Fei captured Jiao Du's misdeeds from a distance. On the street, a Fei followed closely, seeking highlights for excellent employee bonuses to treat Lord Ban to a grand brick. The children were sweeping the streets, while Jiao Du entered a toy store, demanding cleaning fees. The store owner reluctantly handed him 100 taels. Shortly after, several children entered the toy store to assist. Jiao Du continued to visit various shops along this street. Spring was her favorite season. It was slightly warm. Generously, Jiao Du bought each child a sweet icy treat for 1 silver tael each. He deemed the teachers who did not work as unworthy of such treats and refrained from buying for them. A Fei, bewildered, was deeply shocked. Could he really ask the owner for 3 more after buying 10? Jiao Du remained responsible, accompanying the children until the afternoon, collecting payments along the street all day. In the evening, outside the Hidden Village film base, Watergate had returned to Konoha, but he would attend the film premiere, as it was his first film and held great sentimental value for him. In the Hidden Village, Jiao Du managed to blend in, and a Fei used the technique of ephemeral to do the same. Miss, may I take your photo? A noble lady from the land of water looked puzzled at the sneaky man before her. He mysteriously produced 2 photographs from his pocket. One was a still from the Watergate version of a drama, and the other was a real photo of Yahiko. The noble lady of the land of water was aware of the new film being shot next door, as it was featured in the newspapers. But she was surprised to see that the hidden second male lead was so handsome, a gentle one and a sunny one. How much? She inquired. 1,000 taels each. Jiao Du held up a finger. The noble lady frowned, taken aback. It was indeed a bit expensive, as the cost was less than 10 taels. How about you give me a discount of 10 taels? Just as Jiao Du hesitated to speak, she exclaimed, do you have more? I want them all. Click. Not only was there the sound of the shutter, but also the sound of a Fei's heart breaking. With 1,000 taels, selling just 10 would enable him to buy a phone for Lord Ban. That night, a Fei continued to tail Jiao Du, thinking that Jiao Du would never notice. This piece is mine, and this one too. It seems next year Jiao Du arrived at the farming area, which had already been cultivated by the villagers. He observed the land meticulously. A Fei could not comprehend Jiao Du's words, but he possessed a recording pen to document them. The newspaper comes once a week. What intelligence have you gathered today? Jiao Du returned to the newspaper office, glancing at the only employee there, a Fei, who had returned early using the ephemeral technique. Enough, I fell asleep today. A Fei scratched his head, laughing boisterously. You won't be getting your wages today? Jiao Du retracted the 80 taels he almost handed out. My aunt has died. A Fei returned. Ban scrutinized a Fei, who stood empty-handed, his eyes briefly reflecting disappointment. He closed his eyes and replied casually. A Fei turned away, sitting down to study the photos in his camera. Chapter 44. Yahiko was right. The next day, Jiao Du was imprisoned in the Push City. The charge was employing child labor. Considering it was his first offense and he had imposed excessive workloads on the children, he was sentenced to 15 days and fined as a warning. While contemplating how to simplify matters for Lord Ban, he once again heard the familiar sound of chakra counting money. Why do you count money with chakra? How else can one measure currency without chakra? Excellent, you did well. I will have the household registration office assign you a permanent residence shortly, and you will no longer be an undocumented resident. Yahiko sat at the desk, commending a Fei, who was exuding an air of confidence. He listened to the recording pen. That's infuriating. Jiao had purchased several plots of land outside the village. The irritating aspect was that Jiao's lands were scattered, intertwined with the villagers' lands, mostly in small patches. Seeing this, the villagers kindly helped him cultivate the land, assisting with plowing and fertilizing. Is this fleece truly for you to shear? A Fei looked at the unresponsive Yahiko, puzzled. Undocumented resident? What does that mean? I want money. Yahiko also understood a Fei's intentions. However, he was unsure whether a Fei's job search was a benefit for Lord Ban or something else. Could it be that Lord Ban wanted to understand whether the lower-class citizens in the ninja world still had a chance for salvation? I cannot provide it. A Fei was likely the earthly embodiment and spokesperson for Lord Ban. Lord Ban was certainly not a man driven by greed. Giving him money would be an insult. Thus, Lord Ban must want me to recognize the village's rotting roots, the corruption, and observe how he intends to handle it. The elder's twilight years were lonely, with no one to comprehend him. But Yahiko could. You should frequently visit the Push City's educational department and engage with the school teachers. All right, you may leave now. I must deal with the village's scoundrels. Yahiko gestured angrily for a Fei to leave quickly. Before a Fei could exit the office, Yahiko dialed a phone number to the office of Waki Sakumo, the warden. There is a certain notorious miser who dares to dip his hands into my laborers' wallets. Since he dares to exploit my laborers, I shall ensure this miser is the first to be exploited. Make sure he pays for his food and necessities while in Push City. A Fei stood outside, slowly raising his gaze to the ceiling. Yet again, no one had paid him his wages. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a Fei's poverty. Meanwhile, two grass ninjas who had joined the Akatsuki were quietly infiltrating the divided grass hidden village. Blood mist hung heavily in the air. Wherever one went, the scent of rust lingered. No merchants dared to pass through this place, opting to take detours, providing an opportunity for the Akatsuki to thrive. On the Kamikaze Bridge, fierce battles raged, marked by the scars of explosive tags. It was a crucial battleground for ninjas. Moreover, Iwa Hidden Village was supporting a faction within Grass Hidden Village, with the supply convoy of ninja tools and provisions needing to cross this bridge. After the Second Great Ninja War, the 5 great nations signed a non-aggression pact, one of which prohibited interference in the affairs of small nations, at least not overtly. Ha ha ha. On the bridge, Kusa Amang laughed heartily. Standing atop the bodies of Iwa hidden merchants and Kusa Shunryu subordinates. His loyal subordinates were puzzled. Why is the leader laughing? Ha ha. I laugh at that fool Anoki, whose intellect is shallow, trusting a mere Shunryu, thinking that small gains could assist him in defeating me. This battle was a resounding victory. He, the leader striving for the revival of Grass Hidden Village, triumphed over the anti-war faction led by Shunryu. In merely a month, he could stabilize the era of division in Grass Hidden Village. As long as the city of Kirigakure remained uninvolved, the unification of Grass Hidden Village was imminent. Ha ha ha. The Grass Village is in disarray, with many uncertain of their names and ranks. The audacious Grass Amang ordered the battlefield to be cleared. Yet he realized he had ultimately slain the merchant from the Rock Village. He needed to find a patron. Thus, he dispatched friendly letters to the 4 major ninja villages, excluding the Rock Village, hoping to sell his services at a premium. But why were the Uzumaki clan stationed in the Akatsuki village? Hadn't they been taken by Danzo's Water Gate? Uncertain of the situation, he dared not act recklessly. Such is the nature of the Grass Village. Swaying like a reed in the wind, relying on this wisdom to endure even to the time of the Wind Chronicles. The Grass Flower Encampment. If the Ninja World map were updated to reflect the division of the Grass Village, would reveal it to be no larger than a mere district. Its existence was almost nominal, with only about 100 ninjas left, representing their last vestige of strength. Inside the tent, the leader exclaimed, another Nin, overwhelmed by the burden, has defected to Grass Amang. Upon hearing this report, the former leaders of the Grass Flower, still alive, were left in dismay. What shall we do? One lamented. With each of us commanding only a handful of subordinates, how can we contend against Grass Amang, who boasts 1,000 soldiers and continuously recruits wandering ninjas? One leader suggested surrendering. Let us yield, he proclaimed. I disagree, countered another. The enemy is Grass Amang. Do you truly believe he would spare us after opposing him for so long? The prevailing sentiment echoed among them, and the most powerful leader, Sun Lu, firmly objected, his expression stern and his tone resolute. Upon his declaration, the room fell silent. Even if Grass Amang were willing to forgive us, I would rather be shattered than remain intact. Sun Lu declared angrily. Whoever speaks of surrender again shall meet the same fate as this table. With that, he shattered the only table in the tent. Are we to await death? The leading defector muttered, his head hanging low. Just as Sun Lu was about to speak, a commotion arose outside. Brave souls, come to Akatsuki Village for rewards, shouted two men. I want to be a squad leader, a company commander, a battalion commander, a regimental commander. Do not be too greedy. Sun Lu furrowed his brow and led his companions outside to investigate. Who are you? Sun Lu demanded, observing two men adorned with the Akatsuki Village headbands, conversing with his grass flower ninja. De Zhuang, Xiao Shui, you both are still alive? The speaker, an old leader, had once been affiliated with their faction. The two, both Nin and high-ranking members of a faction, were familiar figures. They released their hold and replied, indeed. We have joined the Akatsuki Village. Forget our former names. I am now called Lu Luo, and I shall no longer be Xiao Shui. I am now Dream Chi Lu Fu, the other added. One had green hair, while the other was slender like a monkey, earning him the name bestowed by Mi Yan. Sun Lu paid little heed to their new names, exuding a faint aura of menace. You two have joined Akatsuki Village, becoming traitors to the Grass Village. And now you return. Is this your intent? The loyal ninjas of Sun Lu began to gravitate toward the two. The previously wavering ninjas felt a sudden chill. They had nearly acquiesced. Traitors? What do you mean? Asked one. Shouldn't we all be like family in the ninja world? They countered. Indeed, Lu Luo affirmed, with Lu Fu nodding in agreement. Family? Sun Lu appeared perplexed. We of Akatsuki Village seek peace. Indeed, they echoed. Once, the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja religion with the intent of peace. Precisely, they continued. In those days, the ninja world was united under one religion. Correct, they asserted. Our current bloodshed is but a betrayal of the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, without imparting some ideology, how could Mi Yan allow them to escape? A new treatise remained unwritten, so he resorted to verbal teachings. The two were utterly convinced by Mi Yan's words, as if even his assertion that people lived on the moon would be accepted as truth. Peace, Sun Lu murmured, having lost all sense of it since the first great ninja war. Join Akatsuki Village. The village head is the true sovereign of peace. Indeed, they proclaimed. Evidently devoted followers of Mi Yan. Having been bested by Karabi, they experienced the strength of Akatsuki Village firsthand. They were then charmed by Mi Yan's persuasive rhetoric, culminating in a delightful meal at Mi Yan's home, featuring a feast prepared by Xiao Nan, complete with roast duck and duck blood soup. The two were thoroughly captivated, marveling at the benevolence of their new leader. Anyone opposing Mi Yan would be deemed their enemy. Should Sun Lu dissent, they would force him to comply. Initially dismissive, Sun Lu grew wary under the unwavering loyalty reflected in their eyes. Had Mi Yan bewitched them? That night, at Mi Yan's residence, Jiraiya joined for dinner. Though modest, the place was impeccably tidy. Xiaonan busied herself in the kitchen, while Mi Yan, with a bare torso, enjoyed a beer at the table. The spread was entirely prepared by Xiaonan, a skill she honed after being instructed by Mi Yan. Jiraiya, filled with envy, sat at the table, his jealousy distorting his features. He picked up a large meatball and took a bite, only to find it lacking in flavor. Oh. Mi Yan groaned in pleasure across the table. All you do is indulge. Have you no care for Xiaonan? Don't you think you should help her in the kitchen? Jiraiya chastised. Let it be. Mi Yan waved dismissively, raising his cup in a toast. Jiraiya had 6 students, 3 in Konoha and 3 here. The most carefree and reminiscent of him was Mi Yan. Yet, Mi Yan's companion was Xiaonan, while Jiraiya's was Tsunade, the latter being a rather inappropriate choice. Oh. Jiraiya grimaced, clinking cups with Mi Yan. Is the teacher troubled? Mi Yan inquired cheerfully. After a day's labor, this moment is the most gratifying. Jiraiya leaned back, reveling in the joy of the moment. You wouldn't understand, he said, taking a melancholy sip. I understand, Mi Yan replied, sensing the awkwardness. You are likely thinking of Tsunade, wishing her to be as gentle as Xiaonan. Yet, the truth is, gentleness and tolerance are reserved for those one holds dear. A woman may exhibit occasional quirks, but if she consistently displays them, it becomes a different matter entirely. Mi Yan was at a loss for words to console Jiraiya, fearing that a single comment might shatter his heart. Nevertheless, matters of the heart remain unpredictable. Ultimately, Kaido was but a mere phantom. The film would succeed. Forget that. Jiraiya chuckled. Companionship is the deepest confession. Do not fret, The advantage is mine. Let us drink again. They raised their cups. The film premiere was fast approaching. These days, Jiraiya had faced immense pressure, having not enjoyed a restful night. Mi Yin resolved to invite representatives from the 5 great ninja villages, hoping to create a sensation and boost ticket sales. At the Lightning Shadow's office in the Cloud Village, the third Raikage and AI paced anxiously, their brows furrowed in frustration. Where has he gone? After so many heavy rains, why hasn't he returned home? AI exclaimed. Father, we must intensify our efforts to locate him. His voice pitched with urgency, his eyes wide with determination. That scoundrel. I will break his legs when he returns. Tears streamed down the rugged face of AI. The third Raikage nodded. I can take on that task. Report, came a voice from outside. Enter. The third Raikage cast a glance at the Cloud Ninja outside, and a fleeting smile appeared on AI's face. AI rushed forward, excitedly grabbing his leader, asking if they had made a decision. The Cloud Ninja wiped his mouth and replied, No, we have yet to find the whereabouts of Lord Killer Bee. It is a request from the Akatsuki village. No audience. Tell him to leave. AI released the Cloud Ninja, his voice booming like thunder. The third Raikage twitched his lips. I am the Raikage here. Call him over. Before long, a figure arrived. It was the third Raikage of the Hidden Cloud, proclaiming, Our Akatsuki village is hosting a film premiere. The Akatsuki envoy maintained a respectful demeanor. Jiraiya is starring in a film? Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, gazing at the Chunin from the Uzumaki clan. What could he possibly portray? You're neglecting your duties to search for the child of prophecy, yet you're off filming for Akatsuki village? He was well aware of the Uzumaki's presence in Akatsuki village, and it was one of the reasons he refrained from suppressing them as Hokage, a sentiment tinged with guilt. Let's see who in the village is free. I will personally grant them leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded generously in front of the Uzumaki Chunin. Thank you. Third Hokage, the Uzumaki members nodded slightly. The Umbu in the shadows swiftly departed to relay the news. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smirk. It was spring, and the village was bustling with activity, with mission rewards higher than usual by 15%. Who would forfeit earning money to attend a film premiere? A quarter of an hour later, he fell silent, observing the young generation crowded in the office, each eager to sign up to attend. His heart ached. Minato, this is absurd. What are you doing here? You are my most valued protege and should focus on your growth. Minato was designated as the 5th Hokage after Orochimaru. How could he waste his time on frivolities? And you? What business do you have here as a ninja trainee? Get out. Asuma, mingling in the crowd, was mercilessly tossed aside by 2 others. The film stars me and Master Jiraiya, Asuma exclaimed as he was thrown out, causing Minato to awkwardly scratch his head of golden hair. The room fell into stunned silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It was to be expected. Jiraiya had recently issued a mission. Is that so? Yamanaka and Noichi stared at Minato in disbelief. His girlfriend idolized Yahiko and often fantasized with her friends about what he was like in private. Now that Minato was playing the male lead, what if his girlfriend began to idolize him instead? Yamanaka and Noichi? Those present with girlfriends felt a pang of discomfort. Shikaka grumbled. It's too far. I'm not keen on going. He found it a hassle and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the noisy crowd, then glanced at Shikaku's retreating figure, grateful that at least some normalcy remained in the village. The chatter continued as everyone clamored to attend the premiere. Not long after, Nara Shikaku returned, looking apprehensive, as if he dreaded recalling what had just happened. Third Hokage, can I bring family along? What kind of nonsense is this? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned to reprimand, someone suddenly exclaimed, It seems that Super Brother resides in Akatsuki village. Is there still a chance for me? Chapter 46. Yahiko body slammed AI. Is Danzo coming to the Uchiha again? Who is he targeting this time? The 8th or Shursui? Everyone turned their gaze in unison. The newcomer was not Danzo. The young ones felt a rush of warmth in their nostrils. Old man, let me attend the Akatsuki premiere. Tsunade, reeking of alcohol, staggered in with disheveled hair, likely suffering from a hangover. As she walked, her 2 prominent assets made it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. The young people in the room adopted a posture of silence, their eyes focused on their noses, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the crowd without uttering a word, conveying that so many diligent young individuals were vying for the opportunity, so why should she be afforded such privilege? Do you have any objections? Tsunade challenged the crowd, her smile more menacing than amiable. No, not at all. In fact, the film could be viewed at any time, whether early or late. Yamanaka and Noichi chuckled awkwardly, while the others nodded in agreement. Tsunade crossed her arms, eyeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing his reluctance to allow her attendance. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of frustration as Tsunade shouted at him, and he realized that if he didn't intervene soon, the office would be overrun. You too. You and Minato, he relented. A week before the film premiere, the concert venue personally overseen by Kakuzu was completed. Over the past few days, Kakuzu had been pushing to finalize arrangements in the city, leading Yahiko, filled with curiosity, to the village's main area. Upon approaching the grand stage, Yahiko was instantly struck by disbelief. Just kill me now. The stage consisted merely of a wooden platform and a tall structure barely capable of accommodating 3 individuals. There were no seats, indicating they expected fans to stand throughout his first concert. They could bring their own chairs. Yahiko's silence was deafening. Don't look at me like that. The village is truly out of funds. You all spend money too quickly. You took 1,000 Ryo from the account for favors. Built the Phoenix Library in the experimental lab. And which of those expenses didn't he require funds? And Conan, does she truly need money? Kakuzu lifted his hat, his hair turning white from worry. My heart hurts. All 5 of them hurt. All right, let us leave it at that. Yahiko, witnessing Kakuzu nearing the brink of activating his Uchiha bloodline, had no choice but to relent. When the tickets went on sale, Kakuzu was pleasantly surprised. The price was set at 200 Ryo per seat, with 600 Ryo for standing tickets. Within 2 days, 3,000 tickets vanished without a trace. They made a total of 2 million Ryo. Not to mention, noble patrons lingering for the concert spent more in the following days. Had it not been for the manpower shortage in Akatsuki Village, Kakuzu would have prepared to make headlines, showcasing the influx of attendees purchasing concert tickets across the ninja world. The concert was scheduled for the day following the premiere. On the day of the premiere, all 5 great ninja villages, except for the Hidden Mist, were particularly attentive. The Sand Village sent Yashiro, the Cloud Village dispatched AI, the Stone Village sent Akatsuki, while the Leaf Village was represented by Minato, Tsunade, and Kakashi. Nearby, the Rain Village, led by Hanzo, also sent a trusted aide. At the village gate, envoys from several villages arrived almost simultaneously, each of significant standing. Upon receiving the news, Yahiko personally led a team to welcome them, accompanied by Kakashi, Killer Bee, and several lower-ranked ninjas. During such times, it was prudent to have composed individuals present. Killer Bee, having heard AI was coming, approached voluntarily. Yahiko spread his arms, uncertain whom to embrace first. Soon, the first envoy arrived, AI of the Hidden Cloud, accompanied by 2 Cloud Jonin. Arriving lightly equipped. Upon meeting, a faint aura of lightning chakra enveloped AI. What the hell? Yahiko jumped back, startled, having been frightened by the intense lightning during his previous life's duel with Four Tails. In a flash, AI dashed past Yahiko, heading straight for Killer Bee. Bang! The sound reverberated. Yahiko felt as if an average person's skull would have shattered. Baka, what are you doing here? AI's eyes blazed with intensity as he scrutinized Killer Bee from head to toe. You've put on weight. Good for you. Yahiko had been awake eating and sleeping, and the highest calorie expenditure each day was from his incessant chatter, which was indeed normal. AI looked at Yahiko, who waved his hand dismissively. One of the Cloud Jonin swiftly produced a check for 2 million Ryo from the ninja world, equivalent to a high-level mission. This is the life of the affluent. Yahiko mused as he accepted it. All right, let us head home after the premiere. AI was relieved that Yahiko accepted it. He despised owing anyone favors. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, I must take my leave now. Killer Bee, sporting a head full of bandages, approached Yahiko, his eyes red and filled with reluctance. What are your tears worth? My Yahiko, with a choked voice, patted Kairabi's shoulder. Even a dog can form attachments, let alone humans. Ah, you give. Can I? Bang. Kairabi fell silent. His elder brother was right. Mayahiko also chose silence, for speaking further might lead to Kairabi's demise. Your muscles are well trained. Before departing, Mayahiko embraced AI, lifting him up before letting him down. Achievement unlocked. Suplex Raijin. Heh, little chick. AI reciprocated, lifting Mayahiko as well. Achievement unlocked. Thunderous Explosive. If it weren't for matters of state, AI would find Mayahiko quite agreeable. Alas, state matters were indeed involved. How does the flavor of our lightning country fare? AI suddenly inquired. I haven't tasted it, so I wouldn't know, Mayahiko retorted, staunchly denying any knowledge. Let the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village take a stroll through our village. After Mayahiko's statement, someone guided AI and the others toward the village. AI stormed off in frustration. The next visitor was Akatsuki, round-faced and plump. It was evident that the cuisine of the rock village was commendable. Mayahiko embraced him as well, then allowed a lower ninja to show him around the village. Hanzo sent someone from the rain village, and after another embrace, he was treated with hospitality. Mayahiko awaited with eager anticipation. Next came Yakumo from the sand village. "Oh, Conan is here. What are you doing?" she asked, looking down from above at Yakumo, who was dressed in a revealing outfit. "What am I doing? Welcoming guests. Isn't it obvious?" Beside him, Kakashi's expression was somewhat awkward. He suspected that Mayahiko's earlier embraces with AI and Akatsuki, followed by the rain village greeting, were all for this moment. Yakumo, noticing the doubtful look on Conan's face, smirked and said to Mayahiko with a hint of flirtation, "Village Chief Mayahiko, I cannot comply with your request. My attire is not suitable for wearing backward." "Not suitable for wearing backward?" Conan glanced at Yakumo's outfit. Mayahiko. He was speechless, confronted by this unnecessary misunderstanding. He shot her a disdainful glare. "Humph, Mayahiko wouldn't like you. Don't seek attention." Conan chuckled, while Yakumo's face flushed with anger. With a hand of scorch release, she unleashed a series of fiery orbs, each capable of vaporizing a person. In response, he executed a water release technique. As Tobarama's disciple, his water release was impeccable, forming a shield against the fireballs. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, and steam enveloped the area, drastically reducing visibility. In the next moment, Mayahiko appeared beside Yakumo, kunai pressed against her neck. Using the flying thunder god technique, he executed it flawlessly. "So fast," Yakumo gasped. Mayahiko remarked, "According to the non-aggression treaty signed by the 5 great nations, no one is permitted to instigate conflict." Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Mayahiko wouldn't dare harm her. That was the assurance of a great nation. "Heh," Mayahiko smiled lightly. Elder Zhoxian, take this beauty to have a cupping therapy." Mayahiko infused chakra into his throat, causing Yakumo's eardrums to nearly shatter from the sound. "Cupping therapy? What is that?" Yakumo was taken aback, but soon, the whirlpool elder arrived, looking equally puzzled. He glanced at Mayahiko in confusion. "Find a glass bottle, heat it with fire," Mayahiko mouthed. Yakumo couldn't hear him. Zhoxian successfully received the signal. "Leave it to me," he said, patting his chest. "Tsk," Conan shook her head, reveling in the misfortune. The rain village was humid. Previously, Mayahiko had asked her for cupping therapy. After the session, she observed circles forming on Mayahiko's fair back and vowed that cupping therapy would not be allowed on him again. She left to supervise the procedure, concerned that others might do it improperly. Outside the 3 rings, AI and the others were being hosted. The streets were orderly and well-planned, though not vast. They possessed an aesthetic appeal surpassing that of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Leaf villages. They were puzzled. What are those people doing with bricks tied to their waists? "That's called a telephone," Kairabi explained, revealing that he too had one tied around his waist, unnoticed by AI until now. "What purpose does it serve?" AI pointed toward a shopkeeper, frantically dialing 110. "Hello, there's a pervert. Someone is taking pictures of me while I'm..." AI turned crimson. That was indeed quite perverse. Shortly after, 2 guards arrived, locating the culprit and deleting the photos from his camera, imposing a fine of 200 ryo. This thing is convenient," AI remarked, crossing his arms. He inquired of the attendant behind him, "How far can this telephone reach?" "Only within the village." Upon hearing this, AI lost interest. He had thought it could traverse the ninja world, but its range was limited to the village. "Can it be used to contact the Leaf Village?" "Big brother. In a few days, the teacher is hosting a concert, and I'm a special guest." AI's attention was drawn to a nearby beef shop, his focus entirely on it, oblivious to what was being discussed. Chapter 47, Jiraiya, the Teacher of Loneliness. At last, the Leaf Village members arrived. Kakashi, a 7-year-old chunin, radiated charm. For instance, he envisioned a concept in his mind. 3 young boys debuting at 12, attracting older sister fans and mother fans alike. They wouldn't just generate profits. They would be formidable fighters, eliminating the need for bodyguard expenses. "Oh, a genius with a score of 0. Upon their first meeting, Mayahiko uttered a baffling statement. Only Kakashi understood, recalling his own juvenile self from a year prior, his ears reddening at an observable rate. Everyone has their youthful follies. Upon reflecting on his decisions from a year or two ago, he wished he could travel back in time to deliver a resounding slap to that version of himself. Kakashi was no exception. What zero score? Minato, with his azure eyes, was filled with curiosity. Has Kakashi ever received a zero score? Fugaka's mature face was marked by confusion. No. Father, don't listen to his nonsense, Kakashi said, his masked face betraying a hint of embarrassment, attempting to stand on tiptoe to silence Yahiko. Tsunade lifted him effortlessly, eyeing him with amusement. Little one, have you ever scored zero? Shizune says you're a genius, and the students of the Ninja Academy look up to you. Heh. This elicited a profound sense of disbelief from Kakashi. He couldn't care less about the labels of genius. They were mere facades. Indeed. Kakashi, you wouldn't want the tale of your zero score to circulate, would you? Yahiko approached Tsunade, slightly raising his toes to whisper in Kakashi's ear. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. The scenario mirrored the narratives from the books he and T read. Let it be known, he has never seen such books. It was during a mission when his teammates read them at night. I don't know what you're talking about, Kakashi thought. He was just an ordinary child, with no need to preserve his exam papers. Thus, a sense of confidence began to blossom within him. Had it been anyone else, Yahiko might have truly faltered, but this was Kakashi. All right, everyone, let us head into the village for a tour. Yahiko clapped his hands. Considering the crowd out of respect for Kakashi, he aimed to showcase the village's unique features, particularly Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was far from a slacker. Not only was she an heir of the Senju clan, but with the recent passing of Uzumaki Mido, as Elder Joshin stated, the Uzumaki clan's assets in the Leaf Village now belonged to Tsunade and Kushina. Once inside the village, they could see Kakuzu removing his mask, revealing his dark features as he roamed the streets like a vacuum cleaner. The village had developed rapidly, almost leading to disaster, as the dust from construction had caused respiratory illnesses among the villagers. Yet, Kakuzu paid no mind, boldly inhaling the dust without hesitation. The visitors from the Leaf Village were astonished. Father, is he a fool? Kakashi remarked, casting a lifeless gaze at Kakuzu. This fool? Kakashi Hitaki, upon hearing the bewildering news, gazed incredulously at his son. Are you suggesting that Kakuzu is a fool? Rumors have circulated that Danzo has been actively searching for Kakuzu, for he is the only man who has managed to gain an advantage over the Uchiha clan. On that fateful day when the cinema was vandalized, the Uchiha clan was extorted for a significant sum. But why? If the village is threatened, even my friends, teachers, or brothers would not be spared, Yahiko remarked coldly, crossing his arms. Forget it. Tsunade's lips twitched. This sentiment sounded oddly familiar, reminiscent of her grandfather's words. Let us disregard it. Yahiko led the group on their shopping expedition. Minato bought Kushina a few small gifts, a white rabbit candy, a tin frog from Myaboka Mountain, and a plush bear. He even spent 100,000 ryo on 2 large bricks, regardless of whether Konoha could utilize them, simply swayed by the sales pitch. And even got matching couple phone numbers. Yahiko observed, wondering whether Minato supported monogamy. Although Tsunade often appeared tomboyish, watching Minato lavish gifts upon Kushina stirred a complex feeling within her. Where has Jiraiya-sensei disappeared to? It serves you right for being outshone by Kakuzu. Yahiko cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade, who momentarily wore a despondent expression before returning to her usual nonchalant demeanor. That last time, the member of the Uzumaki clan. Minato inquired about the red-haired woman he had seen while intoxicated. You mean Kushina? Yahiko replied, puzzled. Yes, that's the name. Wonderful. Minato's face lit up with joy. He had mentioned this to Kushina before. She had a 2-year-old cousin by that name before arriving in Konoha. He had merely hoped for luck, never anticipating he would actually find Kushina. Oh, splendid. Let us go. I'll introduce you. Yahiko seized the opportunity to leisurely show them around, eager for Minato to have more to deal with. What a delight. Shikaka Nara and Kakashi had not seen each other in ages and had secrets to share. So Yahiko allowed them to indulge in their own conversations. Tsunade, meanwhile, ventured alone into a toy store. Jiraiya-sensei is destined to be alone. Yahiko could do nothing about it. He couldn't play the role for him. He guided Minato to another street, primarily known for its food. They entered a shop called Shinra-tenjin. Take your time. Yahiko chuckled. I never imagined I would enjoy food personally delivered by Nagato, the assistant. He truly is down to earth. Indeed, Yahiko had previously remarked, the ninja community is one family. Coincidentally, Nagato was also idling in the store, having just seen off a customer with Kushina. This establishment was owned by Kushina. As the Minister of the Rain, do you really need to sell buns? Nagato and Yahiko exchanged glances, the air slightly awkward. Minato smiled slightly at the scene. To this, Nagato could only respond. I serve the people. He didn't take a dime from them, merely alleviating their burdens. Yahiko felt momentarily stumped. You truly are a genius. Waiting. Yahiko glanced at the Shinra Tenjin sign, skeptical that Nagato was entirely innocent. Situated near the city center, in the prime location, this was the only bun shop, flanked by empty establishments on both sides. Yahiko immediately summoned a large brick and called Yoshinori. This is Yoshinori. At the Shinra Tenjin bun shop across from the village's east side. I demand to see a spiral meatball by tomorrow morning. Understood? Yes. I expect you to have it ready within a day. What kind of meatball? I think Konoha's 3-color meatball would suffice. Make sure to replicate it. After hanging up, he met Nagato's incredulous gaze. Minato pretended not to hear, buying a bun and chatting with Kushina. Nagato, seeing this, nearly exploded with frustration. It's a misunderstanding. Kushina is Nagato's cousin. Upon reflection, they are also related by marriage. Yahiko intervened, almost mistaking Nagato's Rinnegan for a Sharingan, the king of aqua spirits. If these two were outside the village, I wouldn't stop them from pursuing their ambitions. In the netherworld, who will ultimately prevail? The bets are open. Chapter 48. Jiraiya-sensei's performance was spectacular. At Songha Pavilion, in a private room on the first floor, the three were thoroughly intoxicated, waiting for Konan and Kushina to retrieve them. Once again, it was Minato alone, clutching a bottle and weeping. The next day, the press conference was already halfway through when Yahiko, still battling a hangover, entered the cinema as if struck by a heavy hammer. By chance, he encountered Nagato and Minato, and the three entered together. In the hall, the audience was captivated. Jiraiya, the fool, didn't seem to be acting. Tsunade was on the verge of bursting with laughter, until the scene where the gambler and his accomplice restored the gambler's memory, leading him to triumph over a local bully through his exceptional gambling skills. Tsunade sat in the center, her beautiful eyes fixed on the screen, captivated by the gambler's skillful play with cards and dice. Is that really Jiraiya? She exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. The crew occupied the last row, waiting to interact with the audience after the credits rolled. Jiraiya, wrapped in cloth at the back, noticed Tsunade's reaction and secretly delighted, stifling a laugh. Until he spotted Yakura nearby, her expression somewhat stiff. What a lovely girl. Why did she tattoo small circles on her back? It appeared somewhat unsettling. The day prior, Yakura had undergone cupping therapy, feeling quite comfortable, completely unaware that it would leave marks. No one had warned her. Her companions, friends of Rasha, were likely relishing her embarrassment. Yahiko, I apologize, she silently lamented. The cupping and sleep were so refreshing. Jiraiya-sensei, we're not late, are we? The three approached, settling beside him. Not at all. The teacher's shining moment is just about to arrive. Jiraiya was in high spirits, patting the seat beside him, urging them to sit. Why are you wrapped up like a dumpling? Yahiko remarked, observing Jiraiya, who was entirely concealed except for his head. Dumpling? What is that? Nevertheless, I spent all day yesterday reviewing the film, watching it countless times, fearful of any flaws. It was all for this moment. Jiraiya tearfully recounted his struggles, lamenting that Kakuzu had only allocated him 200,000 ryo for the film. As the big screen lit up with Jiraiya, slicked back hair, and dressed in a suit, making his grand entrance in slow motion, he felt elated. His hardships were not in vain. He pulled out some hair wax from his pocket and applied it to his hair. Wow! Gasps echoed throughout the premiere. Tsunade felt a stirring within her, a tingling sensation. The gambler showcased his dice, rolling a 6. Oh! Karabi's eyes were glued to the screen. Beside him, felt a sudden urge, not to hit Karabi but to join in the game. Damn it, I don't partake in gambling, drugs, or anything of the sort. I only appreciate fitness. Am I about to break my vow? Kakashi, hearing the audience's exuberant reactions, could already envision Obito's future wails of despair. Imagining Obito calling out for Rin. Rin. Oh, Rin. Hee hee. The white rabbit candy. Who knows if the Tsuchikage would enjoy it? Chidori stuffed 5 or 6 into his mouth, savoring the taste while watching the film, his mouth filled with milky sweetness. In the movie, the gambler refrained from indulging in chocolate, opting instead for the white rabbit candy. Ah, it's Gwazi again. As the film concluded, a resounding applause erupted from the audience. Fantastic. Those present clapped enthusiastically. They even joined in, applauding. Though he wondered if their land of lightning could ever produce a film of their own. Would everyone like to meet our Film S creative team? At that moment, the host, responsible for the event, entered the cinema. Yes, many had purchased tickets, truly lucky. Some were merely hired by Jiraiya as a precaution. The reporter, Akira, was at a loss for words, not knowing where to hide as he prepared to snap photographs at any moment. At this moment, Tsunade genuinely wished to see Jiraiya, hoping he could teach her some gambling skills. Let us welcome the gambler. The sound of footsteps echoed as Jiraiya dramatically unveiled himself from his cover, asking Yahiko for some water to wash his hands, and took the stage with the crew. Minato followed, taking the opportunity to charm the female fans curious about the gambling scene. Jiraiya-sensei, do you have anything you wish to convey to the audience? Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, remarking, if you don't gamble, then you are a fool. A shocked audience member exclaimed, that is a line from the movie. Are you provoking me? Tsunade retorted with a cold smile. Yahiko covered his face. Is there anything else? Does our gambling master have something to share? The atmosphere grew tense. It was Jiraiya's first time in such a setting, and he was unsure how to liven it up. He looked to Yahiko for help, who subtly gestured for him to invite an audience member to play dice. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Next, I shall select a fortunate audience member to wager with me, Jiraiya announced with a smile. Fortunately, he wasn't foolish. He lingered his hand over each person for a moment. Even Akatsuki and a few others from the Rain Village felt their hearts racing. Pick me, he heard a voice. You, the lady with golden hair. The crowd turned, unaware of the underlying situation, marveling at Tsunade's apparent luck, while those in the know recognized their status as one of the legendary three ninjas. A dark expression crossed and the others' faces. Very well, you have successfully provoked a lioness, Tsunade said, her competitive spirit ignited. She stepped onto the stage as the host shook the dice. Please guess high or low, he prompted. Jiraiya called high, while Tsunade opted for low. The host revealed the result, shock written all over his face. It's low. The audience groaned. Where's the gambling master? Is this for real? A bit of tension built as he clenched his teeth. Yahiko covered his face, unable to bear it. Run. The thunderous dice is coming. Sensing the growing hostility, the host hurriedly declared, Hi, Mr. Jiraiya wins. He showcased the dice to the audience before shaking them again. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Let us do this again. I'm ready. Jiraiya showed no signs of panic. After several rounds, Tsunade had yet to win. The audience stood in disbelief, clapping involuntarily. Is he truly a gambling master? Are you serious? Jiraiya didn't use any ninjutsu, and the others could see that. So, the movies are based on reality? Yakura questioned. All right, fantastic. Who said Mr. Jiraiya's performance was poor? He was marvelous. A blind man wearing sunglasses suddenly burst into tears. Confusion spread among those who didn't understand the term stooge. What is happening? The blind man wondered. Didn't someone say if Mr. Jiraiya's performance was bad or fake, they'd stand up and cry? Tsunade, who had been sulking from her losses, now found amusement. The film was quite good, she praised. But now I must take my leave. In truth, she was eager to gamble. Wait, there's an Easter egg at the film's end. Hurry, let us see it. Suddenly, Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade with deep affection. Chapter 49. Who can lend me a pair of ears that have never heard A.S. spoiled antics? As Jiraiya's words fell, the screen illuminated once more, revealing a scene where Jiraiya, in sage mode, confronted Hanzo. The footage displayed Jiraiya smashing Hanzo's scythe, and then delivering a blow capable of shattering even the strongest defenses, sending Hanzo flying. As Hanzo's confidant, the Rain Village ninjas erupted in fury. Who edited this film? Jiraiya? You've gone too far. A.S. expression turned grave, while Akatsuki, chewing on a milk candy, paused mid-bite. Indeed, the depth of Konoha's legacy is remarkable, Yakura remarked, clapping his hands in resignation. The title of demigod was not self-proclaimed by Hanzo. It was earned through prowess in the ninja world. Hanzo could exist without the Rain Village, but the Rain Village could not exist without Hanzo, showcasing his power. The video concluded here, shortly before Jiraiya suffered a beating. I want to let you see the rest, Tsunade. I know you have a fear of blood, Jiraiya said, slicking back his hair with a smirk. As Tsunade witnessed the blood trickling from Hanzo's mouth, panic surged within her, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to faint. Tsunade, look at the Hanzo I defeated for you, Jiraiya exclaimed. And you look at how I will defeat you. Last time, Uchiha caused a ruckus in the cinema. How much did they owe? 1 million Rio, equivalent to 2 S-rank mission rewards? Summoning a 1,000,000 Rio banknote, she accurately tossed it to Yahiko. Chili pepper. She leaped high. Jiraiya had sustained significant injuries, severe enough that he had to be carried to Yahiko's concert. However, the development of the Akatsuki village soared due to Jiraiya's injury. This single kick ushered in an era of peace. The newspaper headline read, "Shock." On the day of the film's release, Tsunade, also one of the legendary three ninjas, did such a thing to Jiraiya after watching the movie. Accompanying it was a photo, taken from an obscure angle, showing Tsunade on top of Jiraiya. The box office soared. Citizens from the 5 great nations flocked to the cinemas, filling them to capacity. The influx of ticket sales lined Yahiko's pockets. As the movie surged in popularity, many opportunists from the 5 great nations set their sights on the newspapers and the lucrative film industry. The 5 great nations had signed a non-aggression pact, but it didn't prohibit business competition. Yahiko had the strength and means to turn the newspaper into the leading force in the ninja world, dedicating all his energy to the concert. In the evening, Kakashi, dressed in a small suit, and his father, Shikaku, in a black suit, were brought in to maintain order. Their good looks made them the object of envy for many wealthy women. Kakashi sighed, helplessly shrugging his shoulders as he and Shikaku escorted the crowd into the concert venue. This disenchanted little pup look only endeared them more to the wealthy ladies, who wondered how much it would cost to hire Kakashi for a night. They sought to secure him for a year instead. Kakashi, however, was destined to remain out of reach. Upon entering the concert venue, the crowd was immense, and they turned their attention to Yahiko, searching for his figure. Representatives from various villages, including Minato, were also invited to the event, sitting in the front row with their own stools. As Yahiko appeared on stage, performing with a microphone, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Uchiha Rebel, Konoha s Minato, Tsunade, and Kakashi felt the song was quite fitting. Recently, tensions between Uchiha and Danzo had escalated, with Danzo meddling and Uchiha occasionally apprehending root ninjas for interrogation. Tsunade found herself reminiscing, as Yahiko's voice reminded her of her late grandfather, almost as if he were singing on stage, unintentionally imitating. Yahiko discovered he shared a similar tone with Tobirama. And the others were eager for a clash between Uchiha and Danzo, reveling in the performance. However, many were left puzzled. Who is Sasuke? How did he end up so far away? With each song, Yahiko became increasingly animated. In response to the audience's enthusiasm and the roaring cheers, Yahiko invited a few guests to join him on stage. The first to be called was Minato, who enjoyed the lively atmosphere. Hearing that the concert would be filmed and available for cinema viewing, he hoped Kushina would see it. Yahiko sang in a playful tone. Stepped on a puppy, if I truly step on a puppy, will it be squished? Almost every capable ninja possessed perfect pitch. Minato could follow along after just one listen. Stepped on a puppy, if I truly step on a puppy, will it be squished? Ah, ban. Shun kawaii, must you slay me so? Listening to the commotion from the audience, Konan felt exasperated. Yahiko used to sing only for her. Yakura joyfully waved a glow stick, her anger dissipating after the performance. Behind her, Minnie sighed. What a good girl. Why does she have so many red circles on her back? Perhaps it was just a personal quirk. No one reminded Yakura. Next up were Killer B and A. The two individuals would certainly not let the opportunity for Yun'in Village to shine slip away. They aimed to outperform the legendary Minato Namikaze. This marked the inaugural encounter between the brothers and Minato. Mayahiko called out, Reikage-chan. AI instinctively responded, wait, I'm not the Reikage. Although Yun'in Village follows a lineage where the father's death bequeaths the title to the son, isn't it a bit premature? Yet, Mayahiko continued, what do you like? Chocolate mint, or do you prefer me? Mayahiko's lips moved as he voiced the answer, prompting AI to unconsciously follow suit, mimicking his tone with a playful lilt. Ugh. Someone actually threw up. Even Mayahiko struggled to maintain composure, being closest to AI, whose expression was unmistakably clear. AI felt a tinge of embarrassment on stage, which only amplified her affectation. Ah, who can lend me a pair of ears unaccustomed to AI's playful voice? She had chosen this, and even with tears, she must sing to the end. After questioning AI, Mayahiko turned to ask Kurabi next. As the song progressed, Mayahiko was on the verge of collapse. He then opted to choose Kakashi to feast his eyes upon. This little rascal was quite stubborn, adamant about not taking the stage. How can that be? If you refuse, My future clover project for the Akatsuki village will be stillborn. I have pain at my disposal. Yahiko attempted to speak, his lips moving like a dead fish's eyes as he addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, after a brief cough, stepped onto the stage with surprising enthusiasm. No one could discern what Yahiko had said, but they noted Kakashi's rapid strides, taking 6 steps in a second. All our memories are carefully collected. Obito. Did you hear your brother and Kakashi sing your exclusive song? The audience erupted in cheers. Family, who understands? Madara is truly at a loss for words. What's all this noise? Can't you let an old man sleep? Don't you know how much rest he requires? The elderly, who had come at their own expense to join the revelry, expressed their discontent. They were remnants of a bygone era, and the new world had not provided them passage. Yahiko surveyed the crowd. Nearly everyone was shouting, "Pick me! Pick me!" He understood that unless the perpetually sullen Konan took the stage, he would have a sweet time ahead. He enjoyed singing alongside Konan. After all, the fusion of Madara and Hashirama had certainly satiated the fans. As he sang, he gazed at Konan, whose eyes were crinkled with joy. One wondered, what would Konan look like in a Cheongsam? It was truly a mystery. Listening to this song, Madara found it rather enjoyable. He wished that, when he danced upon the battlefield, someone would play a version of it through speakers. Ha! Hakurama. Today there is no song suited for you. Finally, Yahiko and Nagato concluded their ethereal duet dedicated to pain. It is normal to fear a deity. Daring to challenge one is inherently reckless. The 3 from Konoha felt a peculiar chill. It was rather unnerving. The crowd was raucous. Tsunade listened to the duo sing while contemplating whether Yahiko and Nagato should visit Konoha in the future. It might be best if she were absent. Kakashi felt inexplicably as though his demise was imminent. Minato fared slightly better, merely feeling an overwhelming desire to meet someone. The concert was a resounding success, with song after song skyrocketing to popularity in Akatsuki Village. The Little Boy Research Project was abruptly halted, turning its focus to the 3rd phase. Days later, in the Konoha cinema, red candy, little white rabbit milk candy. Heh, you love-struck fool. Obito scoffed as he glanced back at Asuma and Red. Obito. Our memories at our fingertips. Lin gazed at the big screen, captivated by Kakashi's performance. Lin, I can sing better than Kakashi. In the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki frowned as he perused the news. Was this the allure that drew the youth of Iwa Village? Akatsuki returned with local specialties, he remarked. Tsuchikage-sama. The village chief of Akatsuki said you should be discerning. If you are not, he will serve you a meal of Shinra Tensei. As he spoke, he did not forget to offer small white rabbit milk candies and red bean buns sent from afar. Inoki examined the Akatsuki specialties on his desk, raising an eyebrow. Is Shinra Tensei just a bun? Is that little brat threatening me or merely extending a greeting? Where does he find the audacity to collaborate with me? I can't even be bothered to bully him. If it were a threat, what gave him the confidence? The people of Akatsuki did not prioritize martial power. They yearned for peace both within and beyond their village. Akatsuki reminisced about his experiences in Akatsuki Village. Although Akatsuki was impoverished, slightly better than Suna, its people were spiritually fulfilled. The village leadership would personally make time to assist the populace. For instance, this bun was personally sold to me by Nagato, and Yahiko's singing was delightful. Oh, is that so? Inoki was somewhat astonished. A village yearning for peace, and Yahiko sings beautifully. Oh, but that has nothing to do with me. Let the villagers also ponder over this newspaper. It isn't too difficult to manage. I hope to see the morning paper of Iwa by breakfast tomorrow. Inoki lightly tapped the table. Akatsuki nodded and proceeded to inform the administrative staff. Inoki would not allow public opinion to be wielded by others. Furthermore, this newspaper was sold weekly next to the cinema, profiting from the hard-earned money of the villagers. They were still trying to comprehend the concept of films and love stories, and no ninja would seriously write a song. Thus, the cinema profits were permitted to flow to Akatsuki Village. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shared Inoki's sentiments, having made this decision under duress from the enraged elite jonin, Yagura. Back in Suna, Yagura finally recognized the marks left on him after being toyed with by Yahiko. Having a bare back, she hadn't stepped outside for days. Reflecting on her shopping experience in Akatsuki Village, she recalled the peculiar gazes of the villagers, and then there was that concert. She sat in the front row, surrounded by people. Hey, do you despise Yahiko too? A cold, pink-haired youth visited her home. By the window, he scrutinized the bookish Yagura. She had changed into more conservative attire. Perplexed, she asked, Scorpion? Chiyo's grandson. Yes, I want Mayahiko dead. Yagura nodded, her face betraying no hint of concealing her animosity towards Mayahiko. Scorpion responded apathetically, contemplating Yagura's combat prowess before finally stating, await my news. Outside Akatsuki Village, the gambling god's crew found a place to establish a gambling house. This had become a popular destination for visitors. Recently, Tsunade had been almost incessantly engrossed here. With the village's tasks piling up, Minato had no time to capitalize on the fans' enthusiasm and was summoned back by Sarutobi Hiruzen for some serious work. Kakashi, upon returning, ensure to get along well with your teammates. Tsukumo Hitaki had grown accustomed to wearing a suit, escorting Kakashi down from the Akatsuki ship. He advised, understood, father. Kakashi lowered his head, feeling a tinge of sadness. Tsukumo smiled gently, tapping Kakashi's forehead with 2 fingers. If you are bullied, come find your father. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, bewildered, then nodded earnestly. Okay, now, let us take a father-son photograph. Tsukumo cheerfully raised a camera. Tsukumo, don't you want a wife? Just as the father and son were enjoying a moment, one voice interrupted. Kakashi exclaimed, Father, you. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his usually respectable father. Oh, so Kakashi is here. I shall return next time. The voice faded away as the figure hurriedly departed, leaving Tsukumo and Kakashi locked in a bewildered stare. While some in the ninja world were anticipating local disputes, others were bracing for the Third Ninja World War. Following the conclusion of Mayahiko's concert, they directly prepared for the Fourth Ninja World War. For instance, how could the talented Shikaku Nara remain unmarried? Coincidentally, there exists a widow from the Uzumaki clan, 2 years younger than Shikaku, whose husband perished in the defense of the Land of Waves. She harbors no objections. After all, Shikaku is handsome, considerate, an exceptional cook, and possesses formidable strength, making him highly sought after. Suppose, for argument's sake, that Kakashi were not lacking in partners. The mere thought makes Yahiko salivate. What might the wardeness' reaction be? In his office, Yahiko frowned at a document, only to relax upon seeing Uzumaki's return. The document detailed how Roronoa and Luffy had been captured by Senju. They would only be released if Yahiko ventured forth alone. Otherwise, negotiations were futile. Chapter 50. Do you wish to duel with me? Shikaku declined. The disappointment was palpable in Uzumaki's words. The Nara clan was on the brink of extinction. Reflecting on the narrative, Yahiko originally had no intention of introducing a wife to Shikaku, but with Kakashi still single in the Boruto era, the Nara clan faced a dire fate. A solution must be found to persuade Shikaku. After Kakashi's departure, Yahiko suggested to Shikaku that he should take the young lady out more often, fostering familiarity. Next year, let the Nara clan welcome a prodigious offspring. After sharing his thoughts, Yahiko returned to the troubling documents on his desk. He had finally removed the nail polish, gripping the file tightly. Roronoa and Luffy were his subordinates. Failing to rescue them would paint him as cowardly. Yet, undertaking the rescue might lead to his own demise. If only someone could replace him in this endeavor. Outside, Ao passed by, intending to borrow money from Yahiko to buy a phone for Madara. Upon seeing him, Yahiko hatched a plan. Feigning a nap at his desk and mumbling in his sleep, wishing for someone to bring Roronoa and Luffy back from the grass village, promising a handsome reward. Ao's intelligence had notably diminished lately, perhaps around 50%. The dim-witted fellow pondered. If he could retrieve the 2 mentioned by Yahiko, he would receive a substantial sum to buy Madara's phone. In the grass flower stronghold, the long silence from Grass-Amang had instilled deeper fear among the remaining troops. With 2 leaders having fled in recent days, over 80 ninja were left in despair within the camp. Inside the tent, Senju and the other leaders scrutinized Roronoa and Luffy, seemingly questioning, is this all? Gentlemen, where is the virtuous leader you speak of? They inquired. You find yourselves captured in the grass village. What can your leader do for you now? If he truly cared to brave danger and venture into the grass village, I wouldn't mind assisting him in becoming a camp leader. A week had passed. Senju stroked his chin, amusement dancing in his eyes as he addressed the 2. He was aware of his impending doom, as Grass-Amang's forces were approaching. This teasing was but a bittersweet jest. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. I cannot hear. The 2 chanted with closed eyes. The leader will surely come. Just as Senju was about to continue his mockery, a voice interrupted. Have I arrived late? Yahiko entered, lightly tapping his finger to his lips, searching for Roronoa and Luffy, one with green hair and the other a slender figure. Leader, the 2 exclaimed, eyes gleaming with joy. Then turned to mock Senju, as if to say, "Is this all? My apologies for the delay. May I take them with me?" Yahiko politely inquired before stepping forward to retrieve them. Wait, he truly came. Senju stared at Yahiko, who appeared to have emerged from the earth. It could not be a transformation technique. Based on his observations, this was undoubtedly the real deal. "Do you wish to duel?" Yahiko asked, eager for a fight. Could he employ would release? Would Madara be displeased? Indeed, this was Ao in disguise. Not long before, with Kakuzu absent, Ao had become the liaison for Yahiko. He had just submitted his interview materials and photos to the office when he overheard Yahiko lamenting his desire for Roronoa and Luffy to be brought back from their captivity in the grass village. "Whoever returns them, I shall reward with 8,000 Ryo," Yahiko had declared. Ao had felt a surge of joy. He only needed 8,000 more to buy a phone for Madara. How fortuitous. After delivering the photos, he had sought useful information from White Zetsu, employing the Shunshin technique. Senju and the other leaders exchanged astonished glances. They had sensed no unfamiliar chakra nearby. Yahiko had indeed come alone. Roronoa and Luffy clung to Ao's leg, weeping. They failed to recognize him. Suddenly, Senju's chakra surged, radiating menace. "Yahiko, why are you here?" The other leaders regarded Ao with a hint of pressure. "Oh, I'm here to rescue them." Ao scratched his head, grinning foolishly. How could he smile at such a moment? This was an extraordinary display of confidence, devoid of any hint of dissatisfaction regarding the perilous situation of Roronoa and Luffy. Not a trace of complaint could be found. "Are you not afraid of death?" Senju squinted. Ao shook his head. "You cannot defeat me." He was a product of Madara's experiments with Hashirama's cells. As long as he possessed Roronoa's body, these foes were no match for him. Before long, Senju and the others knelt, clasping their fists. "Yahiko, we humbly beseech you to accept our bow." They were aware of his feats. This young man might possess the potential to become a god among ninjas. Even if he lacked such talents, he would not neglect them in the future. It was no wonder that the ruthless black market dealers and Konoha's White Fang willingly assisted him. "May Yahiko treat us, his brethren, with kindness." Senju, once dismissive, now bore admiration on his face. Deep down, he knew he lacked the courage to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold alone to rescue his subordinates. Coupled with Roronoa and Luffy's constant talks of peace, perhaps the day of harmony truly approached. "Ah, do you wish to return to the village with me?" Ao found himself in a quandary. If he took so many back, would Yahiko reward him generously? Madara had once stated that the vessel must not suffer damage. He could emerge for fresh air, but it was imperative to keep the vessel hidden. The rest was left to his discretion. By the time Grasamang's army arrived, the place would be deserted. Grasamang stormed into the kitchen, reaching out to touch the bottom of the pot. "They fled yesterday," he concluded angrily. "Damn it. Search for them and bring them to me." Chapter 51, The People as Soldiers. Ao returned with his companions the following day. In the early morning, the village was engaged in exercise. "The second session of the Akatsuki Village calisthenics begins now," Roronoa remarked. "Senju, let us finish our exercises before heading to the office." Ao, Roronoa, and Luffy found a clear space and began their exercises in front of the gathered grass ninjas. Ao had longed to participate. Previously, he and Madara had hidden underground, only able to listen to the villagers' exercises. However, once he was free, he lacked the time to join in, as Madara required his attention. Senju and his companions exchanged glances. Such mundane activities had not been publicized in the newspapers, and Grassflower was oblivious to their existence. The majority of the village joined in the rhythmic dance to the music. What significance did this hold? "To strengthen our bodies," one villager explained to a passing merchant. "Really? Perhaps we should give it a try." Senju and the others indignantly joined the exercise, just a few steps away from the man who had spoken. The villagers, curious about the sudden appearance of these well-trained individuals with calloused palms, soon realized their origins. They must be the people the village chief, Yahiko, had recruited. Observing their unusual demeanor, they wondered if life had been particularly arduous for them. "Would you care to try some candy?" one villager offered. "Hey, brother, how about some Ichiraka ramen? The little cart outside the school will surely become a cherished memory for a generation to come." Coughing to draw attention, another villager quipped, "So, would you like to know why my wife loves to sleep in? Come visit my new shop and enjoy some complimentary gifts. That will surely help boost my popularity." The villagers, exuberant and welcoming, caught the grass ninjas off guard. Some rummaged through pockets for sweets, others extended friendly gestures. while a few even wished to adopt them as their guardians. Such warmth was a stark contrast to their usual treatment. In the grass-hidden village, and throughout the ninja world, relations between ninjas and civilians were often fraught with tension. Take Konoha, for instance, where the renowned Tsukumo Hatake faced scandal precisely because the populace sought to drag the exalted ninjas down. Conversely, ninjas, relying on their prowess, often looked down upon the common folk, subjugating them through sheer force. The mutual disdain was palpable, with both sides eager to avoid one another. Yet here, they encountered villagers who regarded ninjas with such kindness. "But we are ninjas," exclaimed Sun Lu, unable to comprehend this unexpected reception. "Aren't you supposed to despise us?" The villagers responded with bemusement. "Why should we hold animosity? After all, ninjas are born of the people, serving the people. Our ranks are filled with the offspring of the populace, tirelessly working for the village's prosperity and security." Sun Lu was left speechless, grappling with the concepts presented by Yahiko. Is this philosophy truly espoused by Yahiko? "You seem rather young. How is it that your thoughts are so antiquated?" The villagers chimed in. "We are but a single cog in the vast machinery of the ninja world. Each of us plays a distinct role, yet we are all integral to its existence. Why should we harbor disdain for one another? Our ideas must evolve with the times, young man." An elderly man, with a shock of white hair, made this proclamation. Just then, the morning exercises concluded, and the foreman, Yebi, led a team of lower-ranked ninjas to assist the Uzumaki clan with construction. Some ninjas were even seen helping elderly citizens carry their belongings without charge. Sun Lu turned to Ryu and Zoro, realizing they were not merely boasting. He had thought they were trying to win him over as a pacifist leader. It was a pleasant surprise to witness such camaraderie between villagers and ninjas. In the ninja world, where aristocrats looked down upon ninjas and ninjas scorned the villagers, it was refreshing to see a perspective that embraced mutual respect. Upon entering the village, Yahiko was quickly informed of their arrival. It seemed that wealth indeed had the power to influence even the most obstinate individuals. The village's ninjas were summoned back, all on high alert against any potential threats from the grass ninjas. However, when Sun Lu entered the office, Yahiko realized his grave misconception and felt a wave of shame wash over him. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom," Yahiko declared, orchestrating a diversion for Sun Lu and his companions to proceed to his office. "Mr. Yahiko, what do you believe peace should entail?" Sun Lu inquired upon entering. Yahiko paused, reflecting deeply. He had only just met Sun Lu, yet he understood this individual would soon be an ally. Peace means that the people should not be compelled to do anything against their will. When the populace governs themselves, peace will naturally follow. As he spoke, a radiant aura seemed to emanate from him, reminiscent of a brilliant sun, casting away the darkness of wrongdoing. Sun Lu was moved to tears. Having spent a lifetime advocating against war, he felt as if he had finally encountered a true leader. "If you would not mind, I would like to pledge my loyalty to you as my leader," he declared, fully convinced by Yahiko's vision of peace. The grass ninjas in the vicinity echoed his sentiment. Bowing in unison, Yahiko, touched by their sincerity, waved them off. Meanwhile, the hidden blades of Tsukumo and the Uzumaki clan discreetly withdrew, ensuring that their secrets remained safe from Sun Lu's awareness. In the days that followed, the village's military ranking system was established. "I am but a fish, and Mr. Sun Lu is the water. I thrive in his presence." They spent the night discussing their ideals, resting side by side in Yahiko's office. The following morning, Yahiko was astonished to find his mastery of the 5 elemental chakra techniques had significantly improved, a likely consequence of Sun Lu's arrival. Upon inquiry, he learned that Sun Lu hailed from a branch of the Sarutobi clan, which explained his indecisiveness despite his evident strength. A command was issued from Yahiko's office, appointing Sun Lu as the instructor for the village's ninjas. Yahiko even offered him a share of the year's profits. "No, this is merely for the village. Accepting profits would undermine my principles," Sun Lu protested. Yet Yahiko insisted, and after some back and forth, Sun Lu reluctantly accepted. The results were remarkable. Sun Lu vowed to demonstrate a new side of the Akatsuki ninjas to Yahiko. Among the newly allied ninjas from the grass village were 11 jonin, 24 chunin, and 51 genin, 5 of whom had once been leaders of the grass village. However, in the Akatsuki, they would have to start from scratch. Yahiko fulfilled his promise, granting Sun Lu the title of captain, with Ryu willingly serving as his vice-captain. The village's martial hall was constructed by Yahiko near the bridge, recognizing the importance of education for both children and adults. While children attended mandatory classes, adults enjoyed a more flexible schedule for training. The ninjas of the Akatsuki and their newly joined comrades watched a humiliating video in the martial hall, remembering Yahiko's words, "Those who fall behind will be punished." Military discipline was paramount. Yahiko occasionally visited to lecture, emphasizing ideological education, while Sun Lu managed the hall day-to-day. With Sun Lu, often referred to as the ninjutsu PhD, leading the teachings, Yahiko felt at ease. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon erupted from behind Sun Lu, churning the lake and sending the ninjas standing on its surface tumbling into the water, soaked to the skin. Yahiko nodded in satisfaction, having uncovered yet another hidden talent within the ninja world. Days passed, and the transformation of the Akatsuki continued to unfold. Yahiko has announced that villagers wishing to venture out as merchants or travelers arriving from outside may come to the village chief's office to post tasks. Knowledge acquired solely from books is often superficial. True understanding comes from practical experience. No matter how well the martial arts hall teaches, it cannot substitute for the experience of bloodshed in the outside world. Sun Li also expressed his agreement. Although there are upper, middle, and lower ninjas in Shaoyin Village, Yahiko prefers the ranks of private and sergeant. Why was Hitaki Tsukumo targeted by Danzo? Because becoming an upper ninja would mark the pinnacle of his career. He could hardly expect to hand over the position of Hokage to him. However, the military rank system elegantly sidesteps this issue. Thus, starting from the rank of private, the lower ninjas began undertaking guard tasks. To familiarize the employers, Yahiko decided to classify strength by upper, middle, and lower ninjas when posting tasks. "Are you certain that 3 lower ninjas are insufficient to ensure my safety?" questioned a merchant from an unknown small nation, who discovered upon his return that the road had been overtaken by a band of mountain robbers. Reluctantly, he came to the office to post a task. The pricing was exorbitant. 3 lower ninjas without a guiding upper ninja charged him 60,000 ryo, equivalent to a high-level task in Konoha. High-level tasks in Konoha typically involve middle and even special upper ninjas, requiring a fee of over 100,000 ryo. Yahiko glanced at the list and clarified, "You are mistaken. It is not 3 lower ninjas, but 6. Does that make a difference? 6 lower ninjas for this price?" The merchant questioned incredulously. "This has been the price for years. Do not speak carelessly. Do you want it or not? The village is busy. And you know that upper and middle ninjas are constantly occupied. If you truly desire a middle ninja for escort, it will require additional payment." Yahiko was overwhelmed with his schedule, barely finding time to breathe, while he still needed to gather information and prepare the newspaper for the next day. However, Ah-Fei was indeed skilled, managing to eavesdrop on intimate conversations between couples. Henceforth, if any netizen claims to have overheard private discussions, Yahiko can confidently declare. There was no seating. Seeing Yahiko's indifferent demeanor, the merchant gritted his teeth and acquiesced. This trip abroad was crucial. Shao Village had recently become popular in the ninja world for its candy, and he feared it would spoil if he did not capitalize on the current trend. Nevertheless, he consoled himself that he would eventually recoup his losses. Soon, Yahiko dispatched 6 former lower ninjas from the grass village to accompany the merchant. They set off without delay, arriving at a mountain range by afternoon where the bandits had made their encampment. The merchant felt an inexplicable sense of dread as he hid behind the lower ninjas with his caravan members. As expected, a large group of bandits suddenly charged down from the mountain, brandishing their blades. The leader glanced at the 6 lower ninjas adorned with Shao Village forehead protectors and began to sing, "The Taste of Mackerel Pike." The newly enlisted lower ninjas were bewildered. After several days of training, they had heard this song before, sung by Yahiko to the director, Conan, known only to the villagers. Robbers singing? How absurd. Why are our people among the bandits? Before they could ponder further, the bandit leader brandished his sword, striking down. One lower ninja blocked with a kunai, eyes filled with confusion, yet perceiving the underlying intent in the opposing gaze. The merchant's caravan members cowered behind the carts, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a figure flew through the air. Surely, they would prevail. After all, they had 6 lower ninjas on their side. The merchant instinctively shielded his eyes, but after a moment, curiosity compelled him to lower his hand. What he saw left him dumbfounded. The 6 lower ninjas lay defeated on the ground. The merchant felt tears welling up. He had known all along that lower ninjas were of little use. "Quickly flee. I'll cover you." One lower ninja clung desperately to the leg of the bandit leader. Eyes filled with determination. Utilize the hidden reserve. The merchant was momentarily stunned. What was that? Suddenly, the lower ninjas revealed explosive tags hidden beneath their garments. What? You don't want to live? The bandits roared in shock. Do not fear. We will fulfill our promise to ensure your safety. The 6 ninjas assured the merchant's caravan with comforting smiles. The merchant's pupils dilated. What kind of smile was this? They were clearly facing failure, yet could choose to abandon their mission. Let them go. One lower ninja shouted, clinging fiercely to the bandit leader, addressing the remaining bandits defiantly. Despite Shao Village's weak strength, they would never abandon their employer. You, what are you playing at with your lives for such a meager sum? The bandit leader's face reflected his astonishment. This was not about money. The village had committed to their protection. They were willing to face death to ensure the merchant's survival. The caravan members fell silent, their nails digging into their palms. Though they were merely fulfilling a contract, as the bandit had said. What was this paltry sum compared to their lives? With these 6 lower ninjas, how foolish they had been to initially consider the price too steep. Tears streamed down the merchant's face. He regretted trying to save a few coins, putting 6 valiant men in such peril. Chapter 53. What is a village phone? What is happening? Just then, a man clad in an Akatsuki robe and wearing a black mask passed by. The merchant, upon hearing the voice, contemplated and suddenly recalled a name. Kakuzu. Mr. Kakuzu. Help, please. He cried out desperately. Kakuzu remained unmoved. If you want to save those 6, I demand 100,000 ryo. Kakuzu sprang into action. These bandits were no match for him, and within a short incense stick's time, they fled in disarray. The merchant was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears alongside his companions. No one could fathom the agonizing thoughts they had just endured. Click. Kakuzu pulled out a camera, capturing the image of the weeping merchants. You 6 are truly foolish. He chided the lower ninjas. The 6 lowered their heads in shame. It was not their fault. The bandits had been utterly despicable. The merchant hurried to defend them. Kakuzu furrowed his brow. Indeed, indeed. While accompanying the merchant, we have never encountered such commendable ninjas. One of the attendants stepped forward. Just moments ago, had Kakuzu not arrived, they had witnessed the 6 lower ninjas prepare to sacrifice themselves alongside the enemy. Such courage. Kakuzu recorded their words, his expression softening. When you are out in the world, you represent the face of Shao Village. He demanded 10,000 ryo from the merchant before offering a few final words and departing. After Kakuzu left, the merchant shook hands with each of the lower ninjas, proclaiming, "You are all exemplary." The caravan continued its journey home, encountering another wave of bandits along the way. The 6 lower ninjas, upon sighting them, swiftly defeated the bandits, sending them fleeing in terror. What a commendable display of courage. When we return, I shall treat you all to extra helpings. The merchant praised enthusiastically. Upon returning, he intended to promote the dedicated spirit of Shao Village. In the village chief's office, Yahiko observed a mountain range where groups of bandits sporadically emerged. The lower ninjas passing through the village had undoubtedly faced defeat. What a farce. Among the lower ninjas, there were some possessing the strength of middle ninjas. How could they struggle against a band of robbers? Yahiko eyed the intelligence report in his hands with suspicion. It was not until the first batch of 6 lower ninjas returned and recounted their experiences that Yahiko's expression darkened. He ventured to the mountain range that very night. Upon encountering his own, he signaled a warning. Those from other villages should not approach recklessly, as they were merely ordinary individuals devoid of chakra. Sacrificing themselves for the village would only yield a modest compensation. Would their families wish to embrace the cold embrace of a death benefit? Thus, they must protect themselves. Inside a small cabin, Kakuzu instructed the bandits formerly from the Akatsuki. Indeed, you have made a considerable profit in recent days. When I find a moment, I shall capture the moving scenes of the merchants, their praises gracing the pages of the newspaper. The rickety wooden door was abruptly kicked open. What are you doing, Kakuzu? Just as Kakuzu was about to act, he heard a familiar voice and quickly restrained himself. What brings you here? Yahiko asked, a smile on his face. If I don't come, will you allow our Akatsuki village to be exposed and vilified? Let me tally up how many side jobs Kakuzu has taken on. Minister of Finance. Responsible for liaising with Konoha Cinema, advancing the formation of regional task forces. Vice President of the newspaper, farmer, fan club president, and now, taking up the role of a mountain bandit. Are you aiming for the heavens? Yahiko exclaimed loudly, causing everyone in the room, except Kakuzu, to lower their heads. You will surely regret this, Kakuzu. I am the village chief, and I have been too lenient with you, Yahiko declared. How about 50-50? Yahiko shook his head. 40-60. That's my bottom line. Yahiko shook his head again. Do not push your luck. Kakuzu's eyes reddened with agitation, his Sharingan nearly awakening. The two quarreled through the night. Upon emerging, Kakuzu felt as though he had aged a decade. 90-10, Kakuzu muttered, bewildered by how he had exited the door. However, Yahiko only received a meager 1 ryo for a month's salary. This money was deposited into the village treasury for development, meaning he still had access to these funds. Contemplating this, Kakuzu felt considerably more at ease. The newspaper published an article showcasing the dedication of the Akatsuki ninjas. In Iwagakure, Noki had recently established a newspaper called the Iwa Rock Daily, which quickly became a commercial success upon its release. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen also launched a newspaper, the Konoha Morning Report. Sunagakure struggled financially. While Kumogakure's newspaper sales were dismal, these two villages could not compete. In Kurogakure, it was yet another day of isolation. Let them all weep. A lower-ranking ninja from Akatsuki discovered a formidable enemy and was prepared to sacrifice their life for their employer. On Naka's desk lay 3 newspapers, Iwagakure's, Konoha's, and Akatsuki's. Currently, these 3 entities formed a competitive triad in the market. While their newspapers were unremarkable, Akatsuki's publication boasted exceptional quality, consistently featuring hot topics. This week's highlight was the industrious Akatsuki ninjas, receiving widespread acclaim from merchants in the ninja world. According to intelligence gathered by Iwagakure Zumbu, this was indeed true. Initially moved, Noki had mocked Yahiko when a CH Nin from Akatsuki came to negotiate business, only for the CH Nin to fiercely retaliate. However, he soon realized the implications. This was merely a matter of not being able to defeat them. How adeptly Akatsuki marketed themselves, how shamelessly. Noki seemed to have learned something. If Akatsuki could promote themselves in such a manner, could Iwagakure not reverse this strategy, proclaiming that we need not perish together, for there is no enemy we cannot conquer? Excellent. This week's newspaper shall convey that message. Noki chuckled, continuing to follow the news from Akatsuki, staying abreast of events in their neighboring nation. Village mobile phone launch. What is this? Noki furrowed his brow. A 35-inch touchscreen? Yet the newspaper stated that this device could only be utilized within the second ring of Akatsuki Village. Akatsuki radiated outward from its office and schools, forming concentric rings. Only shops beyond the third ring engaged in external trade, and to this day, Iwagakure's spies could not penetrate the second ring due to the Vortex clan's concentrated efforts on the barrier, permitting only registered residents of Akatsuki Village to enter. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also perusing the newspaper, having noted the mention of the village mobile phone. Has Aoi conveyed any news today? He tapped his desk, and immediately, an umbu appeared. The umbu nodded and presented a classified report. Upon opening it, Hiruzen's expression darkened. Everything is normal in Akatsuki today. Have you eaten breakfast, Hokage-sama? Was this what he sought? He desired internal intelligence from Akatsuki. Initially, Aoi had sporadically relayed information, such as Yahiko's educational philosophy about children respecting their teachers and diligently studying. For they were the blossoms of Akatsuki that required careful nurturing. Hiruzen mused, indeed, as expected of my Hokage lineage, it must be that I taught Jiraiya. And Jiraiya taught Yahiko. He then turned to impart his long-forgotten principles to the Ninja Academy, changing the protagonist of the tale of the 2 doors to himself and his teacher, Tobarama Senju. Yet now, the messages he received were utterly trivial. They offered no more insight than what he gleaned from the newspaper. Had Aoi betrayed them? This was impossible. His grandfather had perished in the First Shinobi World War, and his father in the Second. The Aoi family had been loyal for generations. How could they betray? Hiruzen was utterly perplexed. Chapter 54. Tell me where White Zetsu is. I shall personally invite them out of seclusion. At that moment, an umbu suddenly appeared, whispering something into Hiruzen's ear. This rebellious child. Hiruzen glared in disbelief. They had plagiarized. Bah. Konoha had merely borrowed Akatsuki's educational philosophy. Akatsuki held classes once a week, while they conducted sessions every few weeks, sending Ninja Academy children to the capital of the Fire Nation to sweep the streets for training. Today, his second son, Asuma Sarutobi, had clashed with noble children, leading to a full-scale brawl. The academy children rushed in, even employing ninjutsu. Using ninjutsu against ordinary citizens warranted a 3-year prison sentence. with no leniency granted for youth. His son and the academy children were now detained. The leader he had dispatched, Orochimaru, was not the Hokage. Those nobles, furious to the core, would not listen to reason. He could only swallow his pride and plead for leniency. Such a significant event in Konoha naturally attracted the attention of the entire ninja world, including Yahiko. Among the detained was his subordinate, Obito. Rumor had it that Danzo was nearly laughing himself to death, finally having the opportunity to strike at the Uchiha. Just as he was preparing to send Akatsuki's own Akatsuki to gather first-hand intelligence. Akatsuki, are you resigning? Yahiko gazed at Akatsuki with a sense of loss. Where could he find another reporter adept in the art of the mayfly? It could be said that the Zetsu were born to be reporters, excelling in both interrogation and infiltration. He had even planned to initiate the foot-washing city project, since Conan was reluctant to have Akatsuki women engage in such work. Why not transform the Zetsu into attractive maidens and handsome men to wash guests' feet? Come, tell me where White Zetsu resides. I will personally visit with Nagato and Conan to invite them out of seclusion. Akatsuki nodded earnestly. He had saved enough money for Lord Madara's grand brick. He could afford to remain in the shadows. In the realm of exceptional talent, there is likely none who can compare to Akatsuki. Am I truly that remarkable? However, I have my reasons for departing, Yahiko. Go on. Yahiko feigned helplessness, waving his hand. Akatsuki was unwavering, his heart steeled, only bowing to Lord Madara. He stormed out. Someone, remove the door. It obstructs my view of Akatsuki's retreating figure. Yahiko suddenly bellowed. Akatsuki did not look back. Yahiko's forehead twitched with frustration. In this state, how could he not recommend a Zetsu? Get lost. Just consider my heart fed to the dogs. Underground. Akatsuki returned with a mobile phone and the specialty stinky tofu from Songa Tower. The Zetsu curiously gazed at their long-absent leader. Uchiha Madara, engrossed in reading the newspaper, instinctively wrinkled his nose at an unpleasant odor, feeling nauseous. Did you eat feces? He snapped. No. Lord Madara, look what I have brought back for you. Akatsuki presented the large brick and stinky tofu before Madara. Remove it from my sight. Madara held his breath, a hint of disdain crossing his otherwise stoic face. Do taste it, Madara. A Fei chuckled softly, using a skewer to pick up a piece of black, unappetizing tofu, poised to deliver it to Ban's mouth. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to perish? Ban glared at a Fei with his three-tomo Sharingan fixed upon him. A Fei, upon meeting Ban's gaze, displayed a hint of disappointment and withdrew his hand. Only then did Ban retract his Sharingan, turning his attention to the large brick laid out before him. Did a Fei purchase this for me? A complex thought flickered through his mind. A surprise attack ensued. In the next instant, a Fei shoved a piece of stinky tofu into Ban's mouth. Ban, alongside the other white Zetsu, exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Did the ground just shake? The elderly residents of the nursing home, who had been playing chess, were taken aback, wondering if the Akatsuki village had just trembled. Now, everything had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Elder Zhou Xian, why is the chessboard overturned? I have no idea. The slumbering Mi Yin in the office was also jolted awake. What transpired? Ban, having released his Susanoo, gasped for breath. His mouth smeared with remnants of the foul tofu sauce. Nearby lay a motionless Fei, his fate uncertain. Ban felt a sudden sweetness on his tongue and instinctively licked it. He fell silent, casting a glance at the chaotic mess of stinky tofu and the large brick tightly clutched by the fallen Fei. He turned his back and resumed reading the newspaper. It seemed that a Fei was destined to be abandoned by Lord Ban. It appeared to be the case. The white Zetsu were left in a state of shock, too frightened to approach the downed Fei. Even the black Zetsu was stunned. Had it not been for the well-dug base of the white Zetsu, Ban might have been buried alive as a formidable being. A Fei, go check on my successor, Ban suddenly spoke, tossing a Fei a summoning scroll without turning around. Hey, Ban. A Fei was not dead. Possessing Hashirama cells, he quickly recovered, rising energetically. Upon opening the summoning scroll, he expected it to contain some item, only to discover it held a staggering 20 million ryo. Am I a Fei a wealthy man now? Get lost. Following his emergence from the ground, a Fei's first act was to visit Songa Tower, where he ordered several takeout meals. Stinky tofu. Having noticed Lord Ban's brief indulgence, he began to relish the thought. Well, that means he likes it. There was also sizzling roast duck and charcoal grilled lamb. The feast cost him 1 million ryo. He was indifferent to money, lacking any real concept of its value. After the food was delivered to Ban, a Fei took his leave. In the office, Mian observed a Fei's return. On the desk lay 10 million Rio, a gift from a Fei. You mentioned wanting to purchase the newspaper office? Mian scrutinized a Fei, puzzled by his intentions. Lord Ban enjoys reading the newspaper, a Fei reasoned. One newspaper a week is simply too leisurely for the 3 major press offices of the ninja world. I, a Fei, intend to ensure that Lord Ban has a newspaper to peruse every morning. That won't do. Not only is your money insufficient, but the newspaper is the mouthpiece of our Akatsuki village. It cannot be sold to a private entity, Mi Yin firmly rejected. Before publication, it must first be reviewed by me to verify its contents. The matter of village opinion is no trivial matter. Is that so? Mi Yin, my good man, a Fei said, swaying enticingly as he spoke, each word deliberate. Water release. The nursing home gasped in shock. 2 earthquakes in a single day. Chapter 55, The Uchiha of the Land of Lightning. With the mission involving Ban and Mi Yin, a Fei traveled to the capital of the Land of Fire. Young Leaf Village Ninja had been detained in a dimly lit cell. It was evident that at such a tender age, they all sported Uchiha-style haircuts, with a few resembling the distinctive pompadour of Minato. Obito, with his Uchiha hairstyle, leaned against the wall, arms cradled behind his head, bored. Moments ago, he had been the loudest among them. Asuma, take out that noble. Asuma, are you blind? The ash from the burning pile nearly landed on my face. Asuma, a year older, found himself unashamedly imprisoned alongside the younger students, tossing his Uchiha hair defiantly. Those guys called us trash sweeping the streets. I couldn't stand by. He wondered if the red-haired girl would develop a liking for him because of his boldness. Meanwhile, the turban-clad Hibiki, hiding a slick pompadour beneath his headwear, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Among the chaos, Kakashi was also present. He was a Chunin tasked with protecting the children, inadvertently caught up in the turmoil. This batch of students was unwanted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amidst the cacophony of outrageous hairstyles, there sat a modest child with a watermelon head, hugging his knees in a corner. Appearing rather mundane. I clearly employed taijutsu. Why am I being detained? Youth. Is my father deceiving me? Outside, the Land of Fire's nobility was on the verge of a heated argument with the Leaf Ninja. We won't release the nobles, but we can consider it. Orochimaru. Do as you please. Orochimaru's nonchalant attitude infuriated the nobles. Typically, they were revered wherever they went. The 3rd Hokage. Even the 1st Hokage's arrival would be futile. Let us see who dares release him today. They felt humiliated in front of the public, having their children disrespected. The nobles glared at the middle-aged Murakami, dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, with disdain and anger. Send in the ninja. Is there no one left in the Leaf? Call for Minato. Indeed, summon Minato to discuss this. Recently, a saying had circulated. If you sought someone from the Leaf Village, look for Namake's Minato. In the Leaf, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a figure of influence. But once in the Land of Fire, it was only Minato they recognized. A Fei, relishing the unfolding drama, thought to himself, are these folks starstruck? News of the situation reached Akatsuki Village. Mi Yin stood speechless for a long time, then approached the window, gazing out at the streets of Akatsuki Village. Is this a farce? Summoning Minato to handle a star-chasing matter? These people have gone too far. His master did not comprehend that the Land of Fire could only have one spokesperson, nor did they understand the importance of self-sufficiency, relying solely on funding from the daimyo. To defend against external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. The Land of Fire was rife with discord. Ultimately, the Leaf would not rise in power. Mi Yin felt as though he was missing something, prompting him to order a custom short cigarette holder. He did not smoke, but rather intended to hold it while gazing sorrowfully out the window to appear profound. Mi Yin, there are unusual movements from the Uchiha. Nagato knocked on the door as he entered. Mi Yin nodded in satisfaction. Nagato, you are reliable. At least you know to knock. What unusual movements? Mi Yin seated himself at his desk, gesturing for Nagato to do the same. As Nagato sat, he elaborated. The Uchiha clan has heard that Obito has been captured, and they are mobilizing their entire clan. Even those on missions abroad are being summoned back. If the capital does not release him, they will storm the capital. Mi Yin coughed, caught off guard. The Uchiha truly. He was at a loss for words. This was even more chaotic than in the original storyline. What had Danzo achieved in the past few months? With nearly 200 pairs of Sharingan, Danzo must have felt overwhelmed. This was the Uchiha's confidence. Although their intentions were commendable, Mi Yin did not support their approach. The nobility could not be subdued by mere violence, just as the ninja clans could not. They held knowledge, and as long as one escaped, centuries later, their understanding could lead to the rise of another clan. Hence, Mian established schools and martial arts halls, hoping to provide ordinary individuals with opportunities for advancement. With the Uchiha awakening their Sharingan at the age of 7, they must protect such talent. I should have insisted on bringing Obito back last year. Nagato's eyes glimmered with admiration, though he soon appeared somewhat disheartened. Across the ninja world, nearly everyone coveted Obito, from Ban to Mi Yin and Nagato. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, a faction of Uchiha was hiding in the Land of Lightning, now rallying back to the village. Suddenly, Nagato chuckled, recalling something. Another 20 pairs of Sharingan. That should give Danzo a headache. Uchiha hiding in the Land of Lightning? Upon hearing this news, Mian's mind was consumed with contemplation. In the Land of Lightning, where did the Uchiha clan originate? Oh, Nagato. I truly adore you. Yahiko, in his excitement, leaned forward, grasping Nagato's bewildered hands, locking eyes with him intently. Nagato, feeling bashful, turned his gaze away. Yahiko. Upon visiting Yahiko, Conan pushed open the door and was greeted by this intensely affectionate scene. Conan, should I say sorry for the interruption? Ha ha ha, your timing is impeccable. Yahiko released his hold and laughed heartily at Conan. At this moment, Conan wished to bring Tsunade, who was engrossed in gambling outside the village, to give Yahiko a proper look. The mobile phone conference has been postponed for 2 days. Nagato and I have urgent matters to attend to. Yahiko, exuberant, almost forgot about the often overlooked force in the original story without Nagato's mention. Under their puzzled gazes, Yahiko made a call to Kakashi, instructing him to arrive at the office in 2 minutes. It was an emergency. Kakashi, thinking something dire had occurred, hurried over, clutching a well-worn book by pain, barely managing to put it down. Yahiko, I can understand. Nagato, does Kakashi-senpai want a wife or not? Kakashi blushed. No. What happened? He asked, placing the book back into his embrace. We are heading to the Land of Lightning. We'll discuss everything on the way. Time was of the essence. Yahiko lamented his inability to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Next time, he must trick his senior Minato into coming and get him drunk to learn the technique. Why should only you of the Leaf Village possess the legacy of our ancestor? Shouldn't I, Yahiko, the one most cherished by him, learn it too? Conan, I entrust the village to you. Yahiko handed the documents and pen to Conan, allowing the village to enter a custodial mode. I suspect you just want to slack off. Conan sighed, accepting the pen Yahiko offered. The key focus is on Kakuzu, she pointed out. Rest assured, the 5 great nations, aside from the Leaf, are all watching with keen interest. Even the village hidden in mist rarely speaks up. They cannot ignore the gossip of their neighbors. With the Uchiha's current stance, should the Leaf Village split, they might seize an opportunity. Unlike the small skirmishes against the Akatsuki, when the 4 major ninja villages targeted the great nation of the Leaf, Hanzo of the Salamander merely felt despair upon witnessing it. On the scene, Anoki stated, I want the Iwagakure Daily to print more copies. Just say the Leaf and the Fire Daimyo are at odds. Let our spies go all out. It would be best if they could infiltrate the prison and eliminate a Leaf Ninja Academy student. The 3rd Kazekage declared, I don't care. I just want the Leaf and the Fire Daimyo to sever ties. The 3rd Mizukage added, our Mist Village supports the independence of the Leaf. The 3rd Reikage inquired, Yahiko from the Akatsuki is coming to visit? What is the purpose of this visit? Chapter 56. Who says A isn't great? A is amazing. The village hidden in the clouds is perched atop towering peaks. Upon their arrival, Yahiko and his companions experienced mild altitude sickness and oxygen deprivation. Fortunately, as ninjas, they adapted swiftly within minutes. At the village's main entrance, A and Killer B were sent by the 3rd Reikage to welcome Yahiko. Initially, the 3rd Reikage intended to execute the cattle thief on the spot. However, prior to Yahiko's arrival, news of his diplomatic visit to the village hidden in the clouds had spread through the newspapers, garnering attention throughout the ninja world. Yahiko, it's been a while. How have you been? Has your little dog grown? Killer B, hey, not bad. Just a bunch of nonsense. You just want me to come back, right? Nagato and Kakashi covered their faces, witnessing another episode of madness. Ahaha. Yahiko, it's great to see you again. A extended his arms to embrace Yahiko, but Yahiko sidestepped. You weren't like this last time. You rascal. A's eyes widened in surprise until Yahiko playfully punched him in the chest, to which A responded with a light punch back. The third Reikage, not one to be outdone, recognized that the Cloud Village's press was in dire need of excitement. So why not capitalize on it? Several reporters from various publications were present, snapping photos with old-fashioned cameras, the flashes nearly blinding Yahiko. Yahiko, a talking dog? He claims he is here for Dog Weekly, hoping to feature me for some extra bones. Killer Bee, yo? A talking dog. Teacher. Beat. The two embraced, resonating with enthusiasm. Yahiko never expected that Jade Cho's rap would so thoroughly captivate Killer Bee. As the reporters' noses turned increasingly red, they questioned Killer Bee's antics. Wait. Aren't you the third most prominent figure in our Cloud Village? You can't behave like this. Come, let us show the teacher around the village. Yo, let us go. Keep up. A and B led the way, and just as Yahiko took a few steps, he sensed something amiss and turned to Nagato and Kakashi with a casual toss of his head. Impressive. The two were left speechless. Before their arrival, they feared the Cloud Village might be excessively difficult, especially Nagato, who used to come to rescue small animals. He now felt a twinge of guilt. The people of the Cloud Village, while certainly gangsters, were also genuinely generous. In the morning, Killer Bee took the trio to watch boxing. By chance, it was the 277th boxing championship of the Cloud Village. Two fighters, bare-chested, grappled within the ring. Yahiko watched with gleaming eyes, reveling in the masculine romance of it all, and promptly signed up to participate, casually claiming the championship belt. Pressure. A group of muscular, dark-skinned men revered Yahiko, who shone brightly under the spotlight. Below, felt a surge of competitive spirit, tearing his shirt off to reveal his powerful muscles, flexing his biceps. Elbow strike. He charged towards Yahiko, delivering an elbow jab. Master of the Hunyuan Taijikwan, Yahiko, lightning 5 consecutive punches. Yahiko, muda muda muda. Ora ora ora. At noon, Killer Bee treated them to a feast of roasted whole cow. The hefty black cow of the Land of Lightning was seasoned with sea salt and black pepper before being slow roasted. If only the heavy-set Eightfold had the opportunity to savor this, he would not have sought alms, and Qin Yuliang would not have faced defeat, allowing the Qing dynasty to invade. The apprentice had not suffered in vain. Yahiko, with his upper body wrapped in bandages, savored a leg of beef. Meanwhile, O was in poor condition, one eye swollen and bruised all over. Despite Yahiko being merely a child, the strength he displayed was unimaginable. Without reliance on chakra and purely through physical prowess, if he weren't skipping missions to hit the gym daily, he might actually stand a chance against this fellow. Yahiko thoroughly enjoyed himself. Today, A pushed him to exert his full strength, allowing him to relish the experience. Click. The sound of a shutter captured the moment. This Cloud Village. Truly shameless. In the afternoon, at the gym, A and B arranged for personalized fitness plans for the three of them. In his youth, Killer Bee was a scrawny little thing, but now, who knew what 8-pack abs were? From diet to fat loss and muscle gain, they covered every aspect. Hearing that excessive exercise could lead to diminishment, Yahiko pondered and decided to reduce the workload by 70%. Perfect. Nagato, make a note of this. Yahiko and Nagato hopped onto the treadmill, and Yahiko remarked, "We must establish a gym upon returning. It will build the villagers' strength and also generate additional income." However, he couldn't help but tease, "You have a treadmill in your gym?" As the evening approached, Killer Bee held a concert in the square. Initially, no one was expected to attend, but upon hearing that the special guest was Yahiko, the turnout grew. The Akatsuki concert once stirred a commotion in the Cloud Village, capturing the hearts of all the young villagers. At first, it wanted to demolish the cinema upon seeing Reikage-chan. Yet the contrast only drew him closer to the youth of the Cloud Village, forcing him to relent. At this moment, the crowd surrounding the stage was larger than the number of dogs. All the idle youth of the Cloud Village had come. A glance around revealed a sea of dark skin, with some lighter shades interspersed. The dark were overwhelmingly dark, and the light were overwhelmingly light. "The girl. My story unfolds because of you." During the concert, Yahiko sang a song, yet Kurabi did not seem satisfied. This was not the level of skill one would expect from a teacher. At the last concert in Konoha, the teacher had completely captivated the audience. "I am grateful for the teacher's visit to the Hidden Cloud Village, truly thankful for their presence here." Kurabi, with closed eyes, immersed himself in his rap. The audience was overwhelmed, but before them stood Yahiko, ready to sign autographs. "Young lady, study hard," he said, though not studying is also acceptable. As Yahiko scanned the crowd, he noticed a pristine girl with golden hair, a few years younger than himself, gazing eagerly from the front row. He found it quite absurd. Why was he advising the children of the Hidden Cloud Village to study diligently? He stepped forward to offer his autograph. "Thank you," she replied with a satisfied smile. Yahiko then turned to retrieve paper and a pen. "Is that all?" exclaimed the girl who had come with Samui. "Do you know how difficult it was for us to squeeze into the front row? Do you know the agony we endured listening to Lord Kurabi sing?" Nagato, having been in charge of intelligence for so long, silently noted Yahiko's actions. Yahiko actually enjoyed having him take notes. "Hee, you wouldn't want Conan to know, would you?" Night fell in the Hidden Cloud's office. The third Reikage ordered the village's Umbu to take advantage of the chaos and capture some Jinchuriki from Konoha. He reviewed Yahiko's itinerary for the day. Just visiting? Throughout the day, Yahiko had been playing with EI, casually winning a championship and hosting a concert. It appeared he had no particular objective, merely seeking to reminisce with Kurabi and foster connections with the Hidden Cloud Village. This pattern continued for 2 more days. Observing this, the third Reikage became indifferent and allowed them to roam freely. With the Umbu withdrawn, they were not likely to cause trouble. "Kurama, I've got you now. How about we explore the Land of Lightning today?" For 3 days, while EI was on a mission, Yahiko was taken around the Hidden Cloud Village by Kurabi. It was neither a holiday nor a festival, so there wasn't much entertainment to be found. Naturally, Kurabi, fearing retribution, sought permission from the third Reikage. They both agreed that as long as Kurabi did not leave the country, they could go wherever they pleased within the Land of Lightning. Who said the third Reikage was unkind? He was truly remarkable. Yahiko and his companions exchanged amused glances filled with mirth. Chapter 57, The Bloodpool Clan. At the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Hot Water, in broad daylight, Kurabi was seen clutching his stomach, desperately searching for a restroom. Yahiko had slipped him a laxative. After indulging in rich foods over the past few days, it was inevitable that he would be in distress. "Nagato, keep an eye on things. Shikamaru and I are heading to the exile of the Bloodpool clan." Hearing this, Nagato gestured in response. Yahiko and Shikamaru made their way to the Bloodpool clan's exile location, while Nagato waited outside the restroom for Kurabi. Indeed, the trio's objective was the Bloodpool clan. As descendants of Indra, they were distantly related to the Uchiha clan, akin to the relationship between the Senju and the Uzumaki. This clan possessed a formidable bloodline limit. The Blood Dragon Eye, which, when activated, could unleash Jinjutsu rivaling the Uchiha Sharingan. They also had skills in perception, replication techniques, and ninjutsu. However, as descendants of Indra, this clan had suffered greatly in the past when a clan member married into the Land of Lightning's feudal lord's harem, leading to their persecution and eventual exile to Hell Valley. This left Yahiko feeling quite melancholic. It was likely that the Uchiha were as desperate as ever to rescue Obito. Now haunted by the Bloodpool clan's tragic history. "What brings you here?" The clan leader, Uyukawa-in, arrived accompanied by several clan ninjas upon hearing the news. It was summer, and Hell Valley, surrounded by mountains, was stiflingly hot, causing Yahiko to sweat profusely and struggle to breathe. Even vultures circled high above, afraid to land in this hellish place that could melt stone. Their expressions were grim, not directed at Yahiko, but rather in response to their dire surroundings. "You live here?" Yahiko surveyed the area, finding it even worse than Sunagakure, as if they resided in the crevices of stone. Uyukawa unwaved his hand, a look of profound despondency on his face. "I happened to pass by and heard that there are still people imprisoned here suffering, so I came to take a look." "Is this how you have been living all these years?" "They say that a crying child gets milk." And Yahiko had long since developed the talent to shed tears at will. He felt a pang of empathy, turning away as if to hide his sorrow. For a moment, only the sighs of Uyukawa-in and his companions filled the air. Noticing Shikamaru's half-understanding expression, he felt compelled to share the grievances that had long burdened his heart, recounting the history of their clan. In a time long before the conflicts between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the women of our clan married into the feudal lord's household in the Land of Lightning as concubines. She was gentle and beautiful, much adored by the lord. Yet she became the target of jealousy from the official wife. Soon after, the lord passed away, and the official wife accused the Bloodpool clan's daughter of being involved in his death, subsequently unleashing her wrath upon the entire clan. With ruthless measures, she uprooted the Bloodpool clan from the Land of Lightning, exiling them to this Hell Valley, and even employed the Uchiha clan to oversee them. Yahiko finally learned the full history. A proud descendant of Indra, imprisoned in this desolate place due to a woman's palace intrigue? This only strengthened Yahiko's resolve to reform the ninja world. Follow me, Yahiko declared with unwavering conviction. You are unaware of our circumstances. Uyakawa-in shook his head in despair at the thought of the pressure from the Uchiha and the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning. Even if the Uchiha were temporarily absent, they would eventually return. Yahiko understood their apprehensions and sought to allay their fears. This is Shikamaru. To be honest, my master is Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, a prominent figure in the Hokage lineage. My uncle is Hanzo the Salamander, and I have a great apprentice named Karabi, who is the sworn brother of Ei from the Hidden Cloud Village. And I am Yahiko, known as Little Hashirama in the world of ninjas. The leader of the Akatsuki village, having established settlements in both Konoha and Amigakure, working for the prosperity and stability of our nations, Yahiko introduced himself with a bow. Uyakawa-in and his companions were taken aback. They had never heard of such a figure in the ninja world. Their information was limited, gleaned from conversations overheard while being held captive by the Uchiha. They had heard of Shikamaru, known as Konoha's White Fang, who had slain the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo during the Second Ninja World War. Shikamaru quipped, "Now they call me Akatsuki's White Fang." Jiraiya was indeed his teacher, and Hanzo was his uncle, while the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Karabi, was his great apprentice. Yahiko, sensing Uyakawa-in's skepticism, produced photographs with Jiraiya, Hanzo, and Karabi. The camaraderie displayed in the pictures illustrated their close relationship. These individuals were well-known figures, even in their confinement within Hell Valley. They had heard of them, prominent characters in the ninja world, and Yahiko had introduced 3 of them at once. Goodness, who is this young master experiencing life outside? If you wish for me to join, simply have your stern-looking butler call out. Yahiko also had a photo with Minato, the future 4th Hokage, but decided to refrain from boasting about it for the moment. Possessing the blood dragon eye, they were perceptive enough to recognize the extraordinary amount of chakra Yahiko exuded. Shikamaru, with seemingly lifeless eyes, exuded an air of confidence that was not common among ordinary people. Yahiko knew it was time to get serious. We have a structured organization now. Upon hearing this, the Bloodpool clan was equally intrigued. A structured organization? What are the benefits? Yahiko, the Akatsuki village will establish a guard division. The base salary for the ninjas entering the guard division is 6,000, with additional provisions of oil and rice during festivals. Kakashi was taken aback. Is authority being shared with me? Yahiko, the village leader, exclaimed Oyakuju in surprise. Mobilize all the clansmen. We must leave this wretched place at once. He commanded the accompanying ninjas. What about the Uchiha? Some clansmen expressed their concerns, casting anxious glances at Oyakujuan. Oh, that Uchiha Obito who awakened the Sharingan at the age of 7. He calls me big brother, Yahiko replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Oyakujuan, the Bloodpool clan. Indeed, this person exists. The Uchiha who oversees them has mentioned Obito. Since awakening his eyes, he is no longer the naive Obito. Before long, the Bloodpool clan had gathered, a rather pitiful assembly of 97 individuals. Had Yahiko not arrived, the Bloodpool clan would have met a fate similar to the Uchiha, annihilated by their own kin. There was little to collect. Each person brought a few sets of clothing and some provisions, and thus they set off with Yahiko. Leader, are we not going to verify things before following? Along the way, a clansman whispered to Oyakujuan. Fool, just look at the confidence exuding from Yahiko, the village leader. Do you think Akatsuki village is a mere ordinary village? It's unlikely to be much weaker than the 5 great shinobi villages. Oyakuju-in shot him a glare. True enough, perhaps the leader sees things more clearly, the clansman thought to himself. Kakashi led them back to the village first. Yahiko sought out Nagato. They needed to hurry. After disabling Kumogakure for a few days, the 3rd Raikage probably still believed they were sightseeing with Killer Bee. They had stolen cattle from the Land of Lightning and now were abducting people. Were Yahiko in A's position, he would undoubtedly be infuriated and carve a path through Akatsuki village. Fortune favors the bold, the timid shall perish. In Akatsuki village, the bloodline limit was a restroom. Oh no, I forgot to bring paper. Nagato, I need some paper. Nagato. That red-haired man ran off 10 minutes ago. Chapter 58, Cosmic Guard. Yahiko located Nagato, and the two quickly caught up with the group. What puzzled Yahiko was seeing Kakashi speechlessly clutching an eyeball. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with one eye, blood streaming from the empty socket. The rest of the clansmen, including Oyakujuan, looked on helplessly. What happened here? Yahiko approached and inquired, "Is Kakashi bullying someone?" "How bold?" Kakashi smirked slightly, explaining, "Just now, he wanted to witness my strength. The Bloodpool clan, like the Uchiha, can be a bit eccentric. Just moments ago, the strongest member of the Bloodpool clan, aside from the leader, wished to challenge me to a duel to verify my prowess. The outcome was evident. I won effortlessly. However, the Bloodpool has a tradition. The loser must offer an eye. Thus, the man relinquished his eye to Kakashi." Yahiko's expression stiffened. What kind of absurd tradition is this? To simply give away a bloodline limit to an outsider? "Mr. Kakashi, you have the right to wield my clan's blood dragon eye." Oyakuju voiced no objections, rather encouraging Kakashi to adopt it. Once Kakashi donned it, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable reputation in the ninja world, known as Kakashi of the Blood Dragon Eye. Oyakuju was quite eager for this. His clan was on the brink of extinction and needed to revitalize. Kakashi, unaware of Oyakuju's ulterior motives, regarded him with genuine sincerity. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Before this, he feared the Bloodpool clan might be similar to the Uchiha, a bunch of lunatics. However, it appeared that the Bloodpool clan was a forthright family. Yahiko stroked his chin, contemplating whether to encourage Kakashi to accept the eye. Why is Kakashi's chakra insufficient? Because this lad lacks restraint. At such a young age, he has grasped powers that do not belong to him and uses them daily. Of course, Yahiko referred to the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Exchange. Yahiko waved his hand, orchestrating the two to swap an eye. Kakashi would give his eye to the man, and the man would give his eye to Kakashi. Fortunately, the Bloodpool clan had medical ninjas on site to facilitate the exchange. After a brief adjustment period, Kakashi squinted one of his original eyes, utilizing the blood dragon eye to survey his surroundings. Everything around him appeared to unfold in slow motion. The details of the flowers and grass in the distance, as well as the minute glimmers of nail polish on Yahiko and Nagato's fingers that a normal eye could not discern, were now vividly clear. Suddenly, he reached out and caught a buzzing mosquito. "Die, mosquito." He casually crushed it. With a faint smile, he turned to Yahiko and Nagato. "I feel ready to challenge Hanzo of the Salamander." "You brat." Yahiko rolled his eyes. Is this how everyone acts when they awaken their eyes? Such unwarranted arrogance. Nagato met Kakashi's gaze with his own unique eyes. Having undergone an eye exchange himself, Kakashi swallowed hard. His curiosity piqued about experimenting with the Rinnegan. However, he sensed that the blood dragon eye required a slight consumption of chakra daily. As a weapon user, he could manage it within limits. Kakashi decided to cover the blood dragon eye with his forehead protector, only revealing it when necessary. Good steeds deserve good riders, and a good eye deserves a hero. Oyakuju felt a renewed hope for his clan's revival, watching with satisfaction as his clansmen observed. 2 days and nights passed. The Bloodpool clan, along with their families, was led back to Akatsuki Village by Yahiko. The third Raikage was livid upon learning of this, smashing 3 tables in succession. Killer Bee was punished with cleaning the restroom. Initially, he had contemplated ignoring the situation and deploying forces for direct assault. However, the newspaper brought good news. The publication was thriving, and not only that. The black cattle of the Land of Lightning sparked widespread discussion internationally. The reason was a picture of Yahiko gnawing on a beef leg in the newspaper. Those unscrupulous reporters had figured out how to ride the waves of popularity. Of course, Yahiko would issue a statement clarifying that he was eating Akatsuki Village beef, and the Land of Lightning should not get involved. At this moment, Oyakuju was utterly bewildered. He returned to the village under Yahiko's leadership. Entering the third ring, he led his clansmen behind Yahiko, Nagato, and Kakashi. Akatsuki Village's gambling den and the unique charm of the village had already attracted numerous visitors eager to experience the village. These visitors became a source of revenue, collaborating with local merchants to contribute to the village's development. On the streets, various foreign nationals could be seen, their faces a tapestry of fresh visages. Yet, they were easily distinguishable from the villagers of Akatsuki. The residents of Akatsuki were awarded a red Akatsuki emblem to wear on their chests, granting them access through the barriers set by the Uzumaki clan to enter the second ring. The second ring held secrets, the only place where spies from other villages could gather information. The third ring was merely a commercial street, devoid of any significant secrets. Those without the emblem would not be able to infiltrate. Upon touching the barrier, they would be marked. Following another round of welcoming ceremonies, Oyakuju and his clansmen entered the village, naturally drawing considerable attention. They reminisced about the lively songs sung by the children. Welcome to our village. Are these newcomers to our village? They don't seem very spirited. Discussions began to sprout among the crowd. These individuals, how should one put it, wore expressions that revealed a sense of despondency, a result of long-term depression. Kakashi cleared a path, leading Yahiko and the others toward the residential area of the second ring. In Akatsuki Village, civilians and ninjas resided separately. This concentrated living arrangement facilitated unified management and command, ensuring ninjas could quickly assemble upon receiving missions, thus enhancing their efficiency in responding to various emergencies. In a manner reminiscent of Konoha, living together in a chaotic amalgamation, when trouble arises, mobilizing becomes rather cumbersome. Why is it said that Yuyasiren has become foolish? Upon entering the Shinobi district, he discovers that the number of ninjas in the village hovers around 130 to 140. Yahiko affirms this figure, stating that there are a total of 136 ninjas, excluding the high-ranking officials. We have indeed boarded a treacherous ship. Tears of unwillingness streamed down Yuyasiren's cheek. 136 ninjas. Even the financially struggling Sunagakure can muster over 10,000 shinobi. When faced with the Uchiha, as well as Kimogakure, we are akin to ants shaking a tree. Do not panic. We have our own. Yahiko calmly wipes away Yuyasiren's tears with a piece of paper. No longer weeping, Yuyasiren gazes at Yahiko. Who is so formidable that we can confront the 5 great nations? Not Jiraiya, Hanzo, or Killer Bee. That would naturally be Nagato. Yahiko replies. During Tsunade's tenure, Konoha was rebuilt within a pit. Where did this pit originate? Pain pushed it. The ninjas from the Bloodpool clan have been assigned to reside in the Shinobi district. The district is spacious, allowing for casual living arrangements. Ordinary clan members have settled beside the Uzumaki clan, keeping company with distant relatives. The following morning, construction teams began erecting the buildings planned by Yahiko adjacent to the Shinobi district. The Uchiha Security Building in Konoha boasts a striking emblem, a design composed of shurikens and the Uchiha clan's fan. Under Yahiko's vision, the Akatsuki Village's emblem features a shuriken intertwined with red clouds. The building is aptly named the headquarters of the Cosmic Security Force. Yahiko serves as the captain, with Yuyasiren as the team leader. The Cosmic Security Force's mandate is to patrol the village and its surroundings for safety. Although the building remains incomplete, the ninjas from the Bloodpool clan have already donned uniforms hastily produced by the prisoners laboring at the construction site. The deep blue uniforms evoke an inexplicable sense of righteousness. One by one, the ninjas from the Bloodpool clan, clad in their uniforms, enter the dojo. To accommodate the newcomers, today's lessons primarily revolve around the shinobi and the civilians. Sun Lu, holding the teaching materials, casts a meaningful glance at them. I hope you do not resemble the Uchiha, he muses as he begins his lesson. Upon exiting, the members find themselves lost in contemplation. Their gaze is resolute as if they are determined to join a cause. Yet, they harbor fears, the fear that villagers might perceive them as ferocious beasts. Just as the Konoha citizens regard the Uchiha guarding them exude an aura of menace, proclaiming, better to be a warden in Hell's Valley than to remain in Konoha and face scorn. As they salute, a few members on patrol in the streets notice a villager casting an admiring glance at them, followed by a gesture of respect. What is this? Could it be that we, too, ninjas, can coexist harmoniously with the villagers? Smiles adorn their faces as they experience the feeling of being respected for the first time. Eager to reciprocate, they patrol with renewed dedication, intervening in petty squabbles between dogs and cats to preserve the village's decorum. After a day of patrolling, they hastily shed their uniforms, yearning to sample the famed Ichiraku ramen, lauded by the townsfolk. Arriving at the stall run by the husband and wife duo, they find a queue of students and adults finishing work. Engaging in cheerful conversation about their day, they join the line. Uncle, you must be tired from a long day. Please go ahead of us. In front of them stand the likes of Izuki and Xiaoxiong, who, upon recognizing the Cosmic Security Force, exhibit admiration. The books state that when danger looms, it is only the ninjas from the village who will selflessly come to your aid. The adults, having undergone literacy education and ideological training, understand that the village's peace hinges on the ninjas, and they cheerfully step aside. Tears dampen the pork foot noodles. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Reflecting on the Uchiha, then on themselves, they patrol the streets, pondering their worthiness. The Bloodpool clan is truly moved to tears. The stall owner, rather than choosing to offer a complimentary meal, discreetly adds extra slices of meat to their bowls. It becomes a mutual gesture of goodwill. The Konoha citizens fear the Uchiha, often parting ways in the queue, perhaps even hesitant to pay, leading to instances of complimentary meals. Over time, this fosters a sense of alienation between the Uchiha and the villagers. The Uchiha, in turn, become indifferent to the villagers, as fear only emboldens their arrogance. The reason the Uchiha struggle to integrate into Konoha lies in these very aspects. The people of Akatsuki Village cherish the Bloodpool clan, choosing to treat them with care and respect, viewing them as their own kin. This is the distinction. After today, the Bloodpool clan has fully integrated into the village. Upon returning, they continue to work on the building and advance salaries to the Bloodpool clan, with no signs of protest from Kakuzu. Upon inquiring with Conan, it turns out this old fellow has taken up a side job as Jiraiya's agent. The two are busy securing advertisements across the Shinobi world. It was Yahiko's enthusiasm for beef that prompted Kakuzu to discover this opportunity. Kakuzu is willing to accept any advertisement, from infertility treatments to sanitary products. There is no proposal he dares to decline. Coincidentally, Jiraiya has a penchant for travel, and the two find a perfect synergy. The press conference is scheduled for tomorrow. Will it be held internally within our village? In the office, Conan, dressed in her uniform, inquires with Yahiko. Yes. As long as our technology does not surpass that of previous generations, let us keep it under wraps for now. Chapter 59. Nagato, you are rather short, aren't you? Yahiko casually seeks out a house, decorates it, and the smartphone launch event is set to take place here. Outside, the Bloodpool clan diligently maintains order at the venue. Below ground, Uchiha Madara has heard about this event and closes his eyes, lost in thought. Once the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had previously sent individuals to oversee the Bloodpool clan and recognize their potential. Has he truly been swayed by Yahiko? Above him, two members of the Bloodpool clan stand guard outside, while the press conference unfolds within. Among the white Zetsu, only Obito possesses the Akatsuki badge, allowing him to move freely within the venue. Madara opens his eyes, observing Obito leaving to gather intelligence in the land of fire, leaving behind a hefty brick. Currently, this brick holds little significance for him, as he lacks friends to call. The solitude. In the days leading up to the press conference, he hears Yahiko's loudspeaker proclaiming that the new smartphone is groundbreaking and utterly phenomenal. Such flamboyant language. Behold this palm-sized square. Yahiko welcomes several Akatsuki Village reporters, introducing the significant figures from the village, along with the available townsfolk, as he ceremoniously showcases the 3.5-inch golden-sized smartphone. I shall name it the Village. Akatsuki Village has a purpose. Behind him, the screen displays various features of the smartphone. Yahiko proudly presents it to everyone, emphasizing the former grass village's allegiance to the Bloodpool clan. Culture. This is the unique characteristic of Akatsuki Village, designed to attract attention. What about the price? Kakuzu, seated in the front row with his arms crossed, curiously inquires. Excellent question. Yahiko gestures, and the numbers 16,999 appear on the screen. A collective gasp fills the room. Kakuzu nods in satisfaction, recognizing that the cost is merely 300 ryo, a staggering 56 times markup. Yahiko has matured. He is no longer a child. The villagers watching the event feel somewhat conflicted. A single smartphone equates to a high-ranking mission. As villagers, they naturally enjoy benefits, yet such a steep price causes discomfort. Nevertheless, it is somewhat acceptable. Their wages are 2 to 3 times higher than those from outside the village, and they have saved a considerable amount. But what of their old phones? Yahiko then shares a piece of delightful news. Those with bricks can trade them in at our smartphone store for a new model. We will evaluate on-site and provide immediate payment. The village chief is amazing. Yet, it is imperative to remember that once outside the village, the smartphone will be inoperable unless connected to our Akatsuki Village's internet to access the software. Yahiko emphasizes these important details as the press conference concludes. Yahiko left Kakuzu behind and addressed him, inquiring if he was recently unoccupied. If you are free, consider making a trip to Konoha. Kakuzu's eyes brightened at the prospect of earning more money. We could sell the discarded large bricks to Konoha, Yahiko suggested. Why conceal the first and second rings so deeply? Is it not merely to prevent other villages from discovering internal intelligence? After visiting Konoha, they would proceed to the Hidden Cloud Village, with Yahiko imparting his instructions. Kakuzu was given full authority over this matter. He could decide how much to sell and at what price for all 5 great nations. Yahiko reasoned that if the major nations found the prices too steep, they could opt not to purchase, as there was no need for Kakuzu to engage in any disputes that could potentially ignite the Third Great Ninja War. The press conference occurred in the morning, while the mobile phones surged in popularity by the afternoon. The villagers of the Akatsuki village became enamored with the mobile games, which, despite their lack of technical sophistication, were merely rudimentary two-dimensional games created by Bairu. The graphics were exceedingly crude, yet they still managed to astonish the villagers. Outside the mobile store, young couples eagerly exchanged their old phones for the latest model, squatting outside to activate and play their new devices. "Nagato, look how long mine is," one exclaimed. "It's even longer than mine," Nagato replied, feeling a twinge of insecurity as he observed Conan, whose snake game was twice the length of his. At that moment, Nagato felt a pang of inadequacy. He realized he lacked any gaming talent. "Maybe I am better suited for combat." Just then, Conan glanced at Nagato's phone, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Nagato, yours is a bit short, isn't it?" she teased. The echo of her playful taunts rang in Nagato's ears. "What did you say?" he retorted, his eyes burning with indignation. "Nagato, please don't be like that. I'm scared," Conan said, shaking his sleeve gently. She silently vowed to avoid mentioning anything short again. After a deep breath to calm himself, Nagato gently explained, "I understand. Let us play again." He was determined to uphold his dignity and not allow Conan to look down on him. As the price of the phones became a topic of speculation, a number of onlookers were curious about whether the devices were worth their investment, casting doubtful glances at Nagato. His discomfort intensified under their scrutiny, and he nearly succumbed to embarrassment. "Can't there be some respect for a game of blocks?" he thought, suppressing his frustration as he switched to the snake game, trying to change the subject. "Oh, Nagato, you switched games?" one bystander remarked. How did you level up so quickly?" Meanwhile, Bairu was rapidly exhausting himself in his lab. Having expanded his exclusive workspace, the room was brightly lit, filled with an array of scientific instruments. Clumps of white hair lay scattered across the floor, remnants of sleepless nights spent in deep contemplation. Ironically, he was a biology student, yet here he was, inventing the new generation of mobile phones. Before launching the phone, he had first created a bulky computer. The disparity between a phone that could only make calls and a computer was akin to that between Mike Tyson and a mere amateur. He needed to integrate complex software. Yahiko had even come to name the bulky computer boiling. Despite its potential, Bairu lacked experience in cooling systems, resulting in the lab becoming stifling as multiple computers ran at high speeds, radiating warmth. Presently, the former biology student had utilized his shadow clones to delegate tasks such as program development, artistic design, and sound setting, working on multiple fronts. Suddenly, footsteps approached, interrupting his thoughts. Bairu, with dark circles under his eyes from fatigue, stared at Yahiko, who was approaching with an eager expression. "I've completed the snake and block games for you. What more do you need?" Yahiko, noticing Bairu's nearly broken demeanor, felt a hint of guilt. But a few simple games were insufficient. "Make a leaderboard feature," he instructed. Bairu groaned in agony, massaging his temples. Yahiko was aware that this was an unreasonable demand, but it was a rite of passage. The initial struggle would eventually lead to comfort, immersing one in the ocean of science. Chapter 60. Those who offend the Uchiha shall be punished, no matter the distance. What else? Besides the leaderboard for users to compete for high scores. Do you have any other requests? Perhaps a fruit-slicing game? Without waiting for a response, Yahiko prepared to leave, sensing Bairu's barely concealed hostility. He left behind a small gift for Bairu and hurriedly exited the lab. The small gift contained 2 blood dragon eyes and a note. The blood dragon eyes were remnants from a fallen member of the Bloodpool clan. Unlike the Uchiha, who had maintained their dignity despite years of imprisonment, this clan had long since abandoned theirs, willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of their village's strength. Yahiko had not neglected them. In a show of gratitude, he provided support that far exceeded what the clan had received in years. Bairu, once a bullied outcast in Konoha, had sworn to be acknowledged by the village. Understanding his desire for strength, Yahiko gifted him the blood dragon eyes. Bairu glanced at the accompanying note. Yahiko, in a world where heroes are as numerous as fish in a river, you, Bairu, will always be my foremost champion. The elder has begun researching a sealing technique to freely control the blood dragon eyes. Equip them with confidence. By the way, do you fancy the Seven Tails? I will endeavor to capture it for you. Can you really catch the Seven Tails? Baira chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Yahiko, feeling a tinge of guilt for continually pushing Bairu, decided it was time to find him a collaborator. Before Kakuzu set off for Konoha, Yahiko issued one final command. Be sure to capture a man named Yano Kazusuke from Konoha. If you succeed, a bonus will be yours by year-end. This Yano was none other than the head of the scientific ninja tools team in Boruto, renowned for creating tools capable of storing jutsu. Even engineering an arm for Naruto that could absorb chakra. Kakuzu, motivated by the prospect of wealth, gathered the village's personnel to deliver a signal box to Konoha. Departing under the cover of night. Within 2 days, they reached Konoha. After a brief registration at the gates, Kakuzu was granted entry without suspicion. As the cinema was run by villagers from the Akatsuki, taking a deep breath, Kakuzu savored the scent of money as he observed the bustling streets of Konoha. Unlike the villagers of Akatsuki, who strapped their large bricks to their waists, these people walked freely, unencumbered. He visited the Hokage's office, where the atmosphere was notably tense. With no one available to receive him, the children from the Ninja Academy had been brought back by Minato, yet the ambition of the Uchiha loomed ever larger. Once again, the Hidden Cloud had attempted to abduct the Nine-Tails host, Kushina Uzumaki. However, the Uchiha, Mikoto, unexpectedly intervened, resulting in a chaotic confrontation that left the Konoha guards in disarray. You mean to say the Uchiha pursued and rescued Mikoto, while eliminating all the Umbu sent from the Hidden Cloud, leaving their heads displayed on nearby trees? In the office, the 4 key figures of the village, important personalities, the Umbu captain, the Jonin leader, and Orochimaru, stared in shock at the news conveyed by the Umbu. The dark figure timidly nodded, forever haunted by the scene he had just witnessed. A pair of blood-red eyes, adorned with the hook-like patterns of the Uchiha clan, stared unblinkingly at him. Informed the 3rd Hokage, those who dare to offend the Uchiha will face retribution, no matter how far they flee. If the Cloud Village wishes to engage, let them come and confront the Uchiha. Back when we Uchiha roamed the Land of Lightning, the Yagami clan was still unaware of their own existence. Those who capture the Uchiha have already paved their path to destruction. The Land of Lightning is destined for ruin. The rebellious Uchiha shouted at the timid dark figure. The dark figure recalled the incident, while Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a deep sense of discomfort. This group was utterly reckless. Do they not understand that war brings death? It has not been long since the Second Great Ninja War concluded. If anyone yearns for peace, it is undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is ironic, for before becoming Tobirama's student, he was educated at the side of Hashirama, molded into the Hokage that Hashirama envisioned. In contrast to Tobirama, Hiruzen placed greater trust in Hashirama's teachings. Hashirama once affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "My dear monkey, a day will come when people will understand one another. Look, the village leaders from the 4 villages now comprehend my thoughts. Doesn't that affirm my correctness?" Madara is undoubtedly mistaken. Hiruzen believed this wholeheartedly. 3rd Hokage, we must go to war. The Uchiha can lead the charge. It was the first time Danzo had heard such promising news since the Uchiha awakened their Sharingan. The Uchiha would represent the village in battle against the Cloud Village? Splendid. They would inflict mutual damage, allowing the village to manage logistics and provide support from the rear. Hiruzen cast a wary glance at Danzo. The risk involved was far too great, and he would never consent to such a plan. Danzo, sensing Hiruzen's hesitation, realized the latter was adhering to the ideals of the 1st Hokage. But you are merely a monkey. You lack the strength of the first. You cannot boast of his power. The two exchanged a glance, the tension in the air palpable as they prepared to argue. Let us publish a newspaper to elucidate the events of this incident, a raspy voice interrupted, belonging to Orochimaru. The Cloud Village has insulted us too greatly. I shall draft this issue. Tsunade nodded in agreement, her frustration evident. Another coward who dares not fight. In the office, there were no Uchiha present, aside from Danzo, and the prevailing sentiment towards war was grim. More deaths, a squandering of resources, and ultimately, they would gain nothing. Orochimaru had recently discovered that during the 2 great ninja wars, Konoha had not engaged in substantial conflict with the Akatsuki or the Rain Village. Unlike the 2 villages that had signed treaties and established beneficial trade agreements post-conflict. Unlike them, Konoha emerged from battles with demands for money and a larger share of missions, only to be left empty-handed. The Uchiha's temperament was, after all, a double-edged sword. Hiruzen gazed at his trusted aides, helplessly pinching the bridge of his nose. Chapter 61. Why does this large brick seem so outdated? Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, we have business to discuss. During a meeting, Hiruzen heard Kakuzu's boisterous voice. Frustrated, he set aside the Uchiha issue and instructed his eldest son, Sarutobi Shinjiro, to manage the easily agitated villagers, while asking Orochimaru to bring Kakuzu in. Before long, Kakuzu entered. Following Orochimaru, Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued by Kakuzu's proposal. Business? Are you here to negotiate with me again? This time, we might not be so dependent on you. Will it be 50-50 or 60-40? Konoha receives 6, you 4. Hiruzen feigned a smile, recalling how Kakuzu had once risked his life for profit. The cinema was a realm they struggled to comprehend, yet it had ignited a viewing frenzy in the village, allowing Kakuzu to reap significant rewards. Under the scrutiny of Konoha's upper echelons, Kakuzu nonchalantly produced a phone. Demonstrating its functions, he garnered the attention of all present. 520,979. 9 corresponds to the character Q, and 7 to Shin. No one could refute Minato's feelings for Kushina. This was the couple's phone number, purchased by Minato for Kushina just days prior in the Akatsuki village. As Kakuzu explained, the room fell silent, the weight of Minato's affection evident. The signal tower had already been erected by Kakuzu's men atop Konoha's telephone poles. Once the number was dialed, it rang twice before being answered by a female voice. Who is this? Is it you, Minato? The moment they recognized Kushina's voice, interest peaked, and all eyes turned to Kakuzu. Hello? Ignoring the eager anticipation of Kushina, Kakuzu abruptly hung up. Do not underestimate this device. Even if the other party is in the land of Earth, as long as there is a signal, we can connect instantly. Kakuzu, having procured a small stool from somewhere, sat back casually, crossing his legs. Hiruzen thought to himself, damn it. This seems like something we truly need. If what Kakuzu claimed was true, he could direct a team executing missions with just a phone call. If they encountered situations they couldn't resolve, they could contact his Hokage office for guidance. A smirk crept across Kakuzu's face as he leisurely swung his legs. Those familiar with Kakuzu knew he would never allow Konoha to profit at his expense. Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru, who, under ordinary circumstances, could certainly create such a device himself. After all, he was a man capable of cloning. Yet, at this moment, he merely shook his head. If we have something ready-made, why not utilize it? How much? Hiruzen gritted his teeth, a sense of humiliation lurking in his eyes. Consider it an apology to the Uzumaki clan. He reassured himself. 29.99, Kakuzu replied with a figure. That doesn't seem overly expensive, Mito commented, surprised. Yes, even the lower-ranked shinobi in the village could afford it after completing a few higher-level missions, Tsunade added. Satisfaction evident in her gaze as she regarded Kakuzu. It seemed that the Akatsuki village was not entirely devoid of understanding. Hiruzen chuckled, thinking perhaps Yahiko had matured. With a wave of his hand, he agreed to the trade deal. However, Kakuzu had one stipulation. The signal tower would require periodic chakra input from Konoha's ninjas. Logically, the phone bill should be charged to Yahiko's account, with the signal tower powered by Yahiko's men. But Kakuzu would never let himself take a loss. 29.99 was merely the threshold Konoha would have to meet. This is the village chief's phone number, Kakuzu stated, completing the phone card arrangement. Hiruzen, now in service range, began to load the phone with credits. In the ninja world, they understood English. Following the letters beneath the large bricks numbers, he pressed each one carefully. After a while, he finally comprehended, I am getting old. I cannot keep up with the younger generation. If only Yahiko had been born in my era. The call connected. This is Yahiko. A familiar voice echoed back. Hello, it is I, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are you disturbing my gaming session? The poor sound quality of the call nearly deafened Hiruzen. Gaming? This brick can do that too. How does that work? Although puzzled, Hiruzen couldn't help but smile mischievously. Hang up, and I might just send men to your village. Yahiko's silence was deafening. Respected teacher, what can I do for you? Oh, it is nothing. I am just an old man who enjoys conversing with the younger generation. You listened to Yahiko's gritted teeth, feeling the impotent rage of wanting to confront him but being unable to do so. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were as refreshing as a large bowl of ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. Following that, Sarutobi Hiruzen indulged in nearly 5 minutes of meaningless banter. Just as he was about to make another jest, a voice interrupted, stating, "Your balance has been exhausted. Please recharge promptly to restore normal communication services. Thank you for using our service. If there are any inquiries, please call customer service at 12138. This was the pre-recorded message from Kakuzu that suddenly emanated from the brick-like phone. Didn't I just reload 300 taels? How can I be out of balance in less than 5 minutes? He stared incredulously at Kakuzu, whose expression seemed to suggest that he had anticipated this outcome all along, his face resembling that of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Is the phone bill really that exorbitant? He growled. Whereas the exorbitance? Long-distance calls have maintained this price for years. Don't make unfounded claims. Reflect on whether your salary has increased over the years, and if you've put in the effort, Kakuzu countered. The population of Konoha village far exceeded that of Akatsuki village, and there were indeed many affluent individuals. As soon as the brick-and-mortar store opened, person after person with disposable income entered. Lin, I snagged the last phone. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan who awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7, Obito was not lacking in pocket money. After all, he was the only Uchiha under 15 who had awakened his eyes while watching a film. His clothing and living standards were the finest among Uchiha children, even receiving guidance in ninjutsu from the esteemed Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's lesser leader. It was no easy task for Madara and Yahiko to deceive him. Convincing a beggar who had been starving for half a lifetime to rebel against the emperor might yield an agreement, for the beggar was genuinely hungry and resentful. However, attempting to incite a wealthy merchant who lived in abundance would earn you a scornful rebuke. Obito was born into privilege, holding a brick in his hand. Obito, why does this phone look a bit outdated? Lin tilted her head, her bright eyes filled with confusion. Obito too felt puzzled. It did indeed appear somewhat used, as if someone had previously owned it. Chapter 62. Are you damaging my phone? Because you can only purchase second-hand phones. Kakashi, having completed his mission, casually passed by the phone shop. He was using the first-generation phone from the village, which had been sent to him by Kakuzu for a delivery fee of 50 silver taels. He rolled his eyes, inciting Obito's ire. Second-hand? Kakashi, what do you mean? Am I using a second-hand phone? Are you joking? Nothing much. Just that there's no point in discussing things with a failure who hasn't even registered in Akatsuki village. Facing an enraged Obito, Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. Obito rubbed his temples, activated his Sharingan, and placed the brick in Lin's hands before charging at Kakashi for a duel. Why is he so impressive? It was the confidence instilled by being an Uchiha. Obito, don't act recklessly. Lin attempted to restrain him, but failed utterly. Obito had lost his rationality. His fists crackled with a fierce wind. Kakashi sidestepped, but Obito unexpectedly crouched and swept his leg, sending Kakashi flying. Taken aback, Kakashi was astonished by Obito's progress in recent days. He had underestimated him. Come again. How does one describe heavy rain? Lin shouted, stop. Please stop. Don't fight any longer. Konoha accepted the price of 2,999 taels for a phone, yet they truly found that expense hard to bear. Long-distance call charges at 10 taels per minute? Why isn't Kakuzu being taken to task for this? Charging 1 tael per minute for in-village calls was also rather steep. Yet they could tolerate it. Kakuzu, 1T setting the prices so high backfire? A worried sales clerk from Akatsuki village eyed Kakuzu. No worries. I possess what he lacks. To earn money, one must be bold, Kakuzu mused, contemplating the numerous bills that threatened the village's financial stability. If he didn't take risks, the village would eventually go bankrupt. All right, since you've said that, what can a mere clerk do? I will lower the prices for the phones and calls. Just as Kakuzu continued to issue directives, a raucous voice erupted from outside. Lower the prices for the phones and calls. Who do you think you are? Kakuzu grabbed a stool and rushed outside. Who said that? A slightly plump youth and a stout boy with bushy eyebrows trembled at the sight. Noticing their unease, Kakuzu confronted them. Is it you who wishes to lower the prices? If you're so confident, why not ascend to the heavens? No. I was just joking with Fangzhu. The stout boy hastily waved his hands in denial. Fangzhu. Kakuzu recalled Yahiko's earlier instruction to capture someone named Yuan Yi Fangzhu to earn additional rewards. Yuan Yi Fangzhu? Upon hearing this, the plump youth stared blankly at Kakuzu. How do you know my name? Kakuzu offered no explanation. He swiftly grabbed Yuan Yi Fangzhu by the sleeve and pulled him to his side. And you? He inquired of the stout boy. Layman Diancie. The stout boy stuttered in response. All right, Scram. Kakuzu had never heard of that name. He made a call to Yahiko. Have you located Yuan Yi Fangzhu? Indeed. Sarutobi. I will resolve this over the phone. Be sure to bring him back. What about the rewards? Of course, of course. Hee hee, I will ensure it's done. By the way, this kid has a friend named Layman Diancie. Should we bring him along too? Kakuzu pondered, considering how useful it would be to have a young lad to fetch tea and run errands for him. How much time could he save for research and profit? The thought excited him. Layman? Yahiko on the other end of the line found the name oddly familiar. Wasn't it related to the invention of electric cars in Boruto? Something like Layman Electric? If so, then this could lead to significant advancements. I would rather believe it to be true than not. Bring that electric kid back to me. I will speak to Sarutobi. Kakuzu chuckled with delight. Dog this, dog that. Kakuzu yanked Layman Diancie over with a swift motion, leading both of them back to the phone store. After a period of reassurance and grand promises, the two began to feel a bubbling excitement. Could we truly gain the favor of village chief Yahiko, earning both military accolades and research opportunities? Perhaps even ascending to CH Nin in 3 years and J Nin in 5? Absolutely, Kakuzu nodded, sipping from a cup of tea that had seen countless brews, affirming their enthusiasm. You don't even need money. Just the title of CH Nin or J Nin is enough to excite you both. People nowadays truly had restless hearts. If they were to learn that the highest rank in Akatsuki Village could lead to a general position with all benefits included, wouldn't they be overjoyed? Kakuzu spat out his tea, watching the two of them embrace in exhilaration. Return it. Did you sell me a second-hand phone made of gold? Or is the cord made of gold? Selling it to me for 2,999 taels. I want a refund. A youthful voice chimed in, prompting Kakuzu to glance at the young boy with goggles. Do you think I, as a phone dealer, would sell you a second-hand phone? Kakuzu rolled his eyes. Look at this cord. It's already worn. You can't tell me it isn't second-hand. Replace it with a new one. The boy's incessant complaints grated on Kakuzu's nerves, prompting him to randomly select a nearly new phone from the counter. Hunger marketing. Those who understand will understand. Obito was taken aback, realizing there were still phones in the store. He furiously exclaimed, Isn't this still old? What are you playing at? Are you done? Do you want it or not? Obito had never encountered such an arrogant shopkeeper. In a fit of rage, he pulled out a shuriken and struck the phone. You dare damage my phone. Moments later, Obito experienced the harsh realities of society for the first time. It turned out the Uchiha clan wasn't invincible. He hadn't lost to Kakashi, but neither had he won. Yet with Kakuzu, he ended up with a bruised face. Find our Akatsuki village members. If you weren't a child, I would hit you, Kakuzu said impatiently. Akatsuki village? Are you with brother Yahiko? Obito stared intently at Kakuzu. Damn it. He is the successor of Yahiko's will. How dare you strike me? After attending school for a few days, Obito has gained some wisdom and meticulously planned his future path. At 20, he aims to take over his elder brother's village. At 21, he will return to Konoha to run for Hokage, and by 22, he intends to consolidate the two villages. Just the thought of it sends shivers of excitement through Obito. If he successfully accomplishes this, he will surpass all previous Hokage. Such beautiful aspirations, yet reality is often unforgiving. He cannot even protect the woman he loves. Rin has been lured away by Kakashi to play Snake, and in a fit of rage, Obito finds himself at a mobile phone store. You little brat, you've made me look foolish in front of Rin. That mangy mutt Kakashi dares to bark in front of me. Listening to Obito's familiar tone, Kakuzu nearly suffers an attack of glaucoma, were it not for Yahiko's young age. He might suspect Obito was Yahiko's illegitimate child with Konan. Chapter 63. The Akatsuki village can gather intelligence through phone tapping. Do you want a phone like Shikamaru's son? Seeing Obito's demeanor, Kakuzu realizes this cannot end well, and thus he produces his village's first-generation model. It wasn't purchased by him, but rather it was provided by Yahiko, who feared he might be unreachable. Obito dreams of having a cloud-patterned phone at his back. I'll sell it to you for 20,000 ryo. 20,000 ryo? That is outrageous. Obito looks at Kakuzu in dismay. Where on earth would he procure 20,000 ryo? Hey, where did Shikamaru's son go? It seems he took a little girl out for fun? Kakuzu suddenly remembers something, and Obito turns pale. The thought of Rin adoringly leaning towards Kakashi, both playing on the same phone, sends him into a panic. I'll go borrow money from Uncle Fugaku. Watching Obito's retreating figure, Kakuzu smirks, having him right where he wants him. After concluding business in Konoha, Kakuzu heads to the Land of Fire to negotiate with the daimyo. For a time, the Big Brick is all the rage throughout the Land of Fire. With his itinerary in the Land of Fire complete, Kakuzu hastens to the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, Yahiko remains in the Push City, within the Butlahu Research Laboratory. Faraway Yin and Reikage Electrode have become his assistants. The three of them are engrossed in tackling the conundrums posed by Yahiko. With the sweltering summer heat, how could air conditioning not be a subject of research? It must be said, their collaborative discussions yield rapid progress. Yahiko, unable to comprehend their terms like compression and evaporation, fiddles with a large computer, accessing the phone exchange. He can now eavesdrop on any conversation happening in the ninja world through phone usage. A hint of exhilaration fills him. Phones belonging to notable individuals are custom-made. As soon as they dial out, Yahiko can monitor them in real time. A. Currently on a call. Yahiko remains wary of the Hidden Cloud Village. As they have recently infiltrated Akatsuki Village with numerous spies, the elders have successfully flushed them out. These individuals possess little moral integrity and appear resistant to reform. Unlike the conflicted individuals from the Sea of Clouds, Yahiko simply seals their chakra and sends them off to Rain Village for mining. The Hidden Cloud Village harbors ill intentions. He directly operates the computer and begins to eavesdrop. Two small speakers beside the computer spring to life, immediately resonating with A's laughter. Ha! Kushina Uzumaki. You won't be so fortunate next time to escape. Kushina retorts, Minato won't let you off easily, will he? Yahiko's expression turns peculiar as he recalls those questionable narratives about A from his past life. Nonsense. Get out of my head. Jiraiya, currently on a call. Yahiko initially intends to ignore it, but it has been a while since he last saw his teacher, and as a student, he ought to show concern for his mentor. Jiraiya's lecherous tone echoes. Do you want to see how fast my hands are? Hee, of course, they are fast. Can't you tell from the movies? Where shall I meet you tonight? An unidentified woman chimes in. Stop it, Jiraiya-sama. Yahiko asks with a strange expression. Can I jump into their channel and say a few words? Bailuhu shakes his head. He finds it absurd but has grown accustomed to it. Jiraiya was always like this as a child. Faraway Yin and Reikage Electrode exchange glances, astonished that the one resembling a teddy bear is indeed Jiraiya-sama. I brought oil tonight. Frog oil. Subsequently, Jiraiya continues speaking, causing Yahiko, a young man, to blush. Truly, a master knows much. Bailuhu, puzzled, wonders why he would bring oil. For grilling? But isn't frog oil typically used with fire techniques? The other two instantly grasp the implications, their youthful exuberance igniting their blood, their experiments forgotten. They hastily suggest, Village Chief Yahiko, perhaps you should let someone else listen. Fine. Yahiko can't help but ponder whether Jiraiya's failure to win Tsunade's heart before turning 50 was intentional or merely an accident. Truly, experience has its advantages. If he had succeeded, wouldn't he that have shackled him? Yahiko feels a pang of jealousy. He pulls out a handkerchief and calls Tsunade, who is near the gambling den outside the village. What does that rogue Jiraiya have to do with Aunt Tsunade? Tsunade-sama, we don't need the money anymore. Listening to the pristine audio quality emanating from the first-generation model, the sounds of tables collapsing and gamblers pleading for mercy uplift Yahiko's spirits. He continues to observe the screen. Danzo has a mobile phone too? Shimura Danzo, currently on a call. That makes sense. The root has long been executing secret missions outside. So having a phone for remote command is indeed convenient. As for the phone bill, the root can cover it with some petty cash. Yahiko listens intently. No, rather. He listens openly. Danzo's sinister voice resounds. Where did you get my phone number? What business do you have with me? Please spare me, Lord Danzo. Our grass village has always shared a close relationship with Konoha. We must look at the monk's face for the Buddha's sake. The first leader of our village once clung to Lord Hashirama's leg, lamenting that he wished he were a Konoha citizen. This sycophantic tone sounds strangely familiar. Yahiko muses. Grasamang. Bailuhu reminds him from the side. Exactly. I almost forgot about him. He gave me 5 million last year. At this moment, Danzo queries, spare you? What do you mean by that? Within the root base, Danzo is utterly baffled, glancing at oil woman Ryoma beside him, as if to ask, have we had any interactions with Grass Village? There are too many small nations to keep track of. He himself doesn't remember. In the last office meeting, Saratobi, that old monkey, kept insisting that he targeted Grass Village, even claiming he extorted 5 million in black money from them. Now this Grass Village leader, out of nowhere, has obtained his newly registered phone number and is begging for mercy. Could it be that he has truly done something? But he genuinely cannot recall. Oil woman Ryoma shakes her head. Lord Danzo, Grass Village was in the midst of a split at that time. You mentioned that while they fought amongst themselves, we could benefit as fishermen. Danzo nods, leaning closer. Did you hear that? I have never targeted your grass village. At this moment, Amang, who remains at the base, is utterly bewildered. You have never targeted my grass village. Forget last year when you ordered Minato to come for people and extorted me. Just this year. Isn't Akatsuki Village a subordinate of Konoha? Son Lu has been poached by Yahiko to serve as an instructor for the military academy. The ninja world has long considered Akatsuki Village a protective barrier erected by Konoha against Hanzo. After all, without clandestine assistance, how could it have been established amidst the flames of the Second Shinobi World War? Chapter 64, A Dream of Nank. Obito's contemplation. He cautiously inquires, So Lord Danzo, that day, you truly didn't send Minato to Grass Village to demand people? Listening to Grass Amang's words, Danzo nearly erupts. Shake your head. Listen closely. Does it sound like there's water inside? Minato is not my subordinate. I cannot command Minato. Is Grass Amang truly this foolish? It seems you intentionally wish to wound my heart further. A genius like Watergate. Can that old monkey Sarutobi truly influence him? Listening to Danzo's increasingly agitated voice, Kuso Amang realized the truth. The one demanding people that day was not Danzo. Observing the current location of the Uzumaki clan, it is highly likely they are disguised within the Akatsuki village. Damn it. I had always believed that Konoha was cautious of the Uchiha misunderstanding, secretly nurturing the Uzumaki clan beyond the village, given the deep-seated grievances between the two clans. It is possible that I was deceived that day. In the laboratory, Yahiko slammed his hand on the computer desk. Who sold the phone to Kusagakure? After hiding the secret for so long, it has been exposed so easily? After eavesdropping for so long, Hayakawa and Reikage were left bewildered, having to say goodbye at their first meeting? At this rate, Akatsuki Village is doomed? After the unification of Kusagakure, the village boasts around 2,000 shinobi, while Akatsuki Village barely has 300. What to do? The two were anxious. Glancing nervously at Yahiko, and then at the approaching Pain, with hands forming seals, instructed them to rest for a while, sealing their senses with a technique. He approached Yahiko and listened to the first-hand information. Thankfully, you're here, Yahiko said, squeezing his hand reassuringly. Kuso Amang remarked, Lord Danzo, you may not be aware, but when Yahiko last visited Akatsuki Village, he demanded 70 million ryo in your name. I told him Lord Danzo is not a person who extorts. He replied. Danzo interrupted. What did he say? Kuso Amang continued. He said, Lord Danzo is asking for money out of respect. Do not be ungrateful. If you refuse, next time it will be the root. Lord Danzo, forgive my frankness, but isn't this tarnishing your reputation? Danzo's tone was ambiguous. Yahiko felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Having only wanted to rescue the tormented Uzumaki clan brothers, he never sought 5 million ryo. It was offered to him. How did it turn into 70 million ryo? Kuso Amang added, I knew that rat-like figure couldn't possibly be one of your subordinates, Lord Danzo. What a waste of 70 million ryo. Danzo, visibly irritated, declared, enough. Kuso Amang continued, Lord. Danzo snapped, I said enough, get lost. Danzo hung up the phone, leaving Kuso Amang unsure whether to be furious or relieved. Furious that he had indeed been deceived that day, yet relieved that Akatsuki Village had no ties to Konoha, allowing him to act freely. The major nations had signed a non-aggression pact, which did not concern their small country. Although Akatsuki Village lacked military prowess, its ability to attract wealth was evident. Capturing Akatsuki Village would free him from the constraints of the Grass Country's feudal lord. Moreover, it was said that Yahiko's beloved was exceedingly beautiful, renowned as the cold goddess of Akatsuki at such a young age. Kuso Amang had a penchant for other people's daughters. If he could bring Conan to his bed, Kuso Amang instinctively swallowed, summoning his trusted subordinates to gather in the command room. His subordinates, still enraged by Yahiko's previous deceit, forgot how they had once lured and tortured the Uzumaki clan brothers with bread. Gazing at the map of Akatsuki Village, Kuso Amang vowed, unless I avenge this grievance, I swear I shall not be a man. Kuso Amang successfully unified the fractured Kusagakure, defeating the small scholar Sarutobi, showcasing his considerable political acumen. Yet, some raised objections. Chief, we have just unified the village. Our shinobi are not yet acclimated. Engaging in battle with Akatsuki Village now would be unwise. Indeed, Kusagakure has faced years of conflict, leaving the populace displaced and the shinobi yearning for peace. Even if we were to win, it would not be a decisive victory. We should focus on training our shinobi and bide our time. Perhaps we can win without fighting. Moreover, we lack the funds to continue fighting. The two echoed in unison. If Yahiko were present, he would surely quell this dissent. But Kusuhamang dismissed them outright. The remaining individuals in the command room stirred with excitement. Once war was declared, they would earn military merit, and with merit comes wealth. Kusuhamang smiled at his remaining confidants, his disdain for Akatsuki evident. With 2,000 shinobi, they were in a position of strength, and Akatsuki was merely one village. That earlier conversation was merely an attempt to demoralize his forces. The chief is correct. Even Konoha does not concern itself with Akatsuki. I fail to see how Akatsuki can withstand our kunai. His subordinates nodded in agreement. Having decided to fight, Kusuhamang immediately mobilized the shinobi of the village. As those two had mentioned, Kusugakure was out of funds, and the feudal lord was unwilling to allocate resources. Thus, Kusuhamang opted for grave robbery. In Akatsuki village, all shinobi were summoned by Yahiko. In the streets, children were puzzled by the unusual anxiety displayed by the usually disciplined adults. The school was on summer break. The children remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat from Kusugakure. "Ah, you are too kind," one of the children exclaimed. At Matsuke's restaurant, Konan and her companions were treated to meal after meal by Obito. This establishment was certainly not for the average person's budget. A portion of deep-fried stinky tofu cost 8,000 ryo. Obito, who did not eat, enjoyed treating his subordinates to meals at Matsuke's. "Boss, shall I pack one portion of stinky tofu and sweet and sour pork for takeout?" The manager, who Yahiko had invited, greeted Obito with a broad smile. Obito nodded. The manager extended his hand, a silent agreement between them. Obito unrolled a scroll, feeling a bit embarrassed that he had spent 20 million ryo so easily. The manager chuckled, and Obito laughed in response, scratching his head awkwardly. Soon after, the four were unceremoniously ejected from Matsuke's. "How dare you dine and dash?" Obito, feeling his pride wounded, bid farewell to his companions and vanished underground. He returned to the underground base, where Madara had developed the habit of reading the news, Akatsuki news, Iwagakure news, Konoha news, all trifles to amuse his elderly self. Yet, he particularly favored Akatsuki news. Occasionally, the section for amusing stories featured tales from the nation of Huaxia. In a dream within a dream, Madara sometimes marveled at Yahiko's imagination. If a person were to gain wealth and fame only to awaken one day to discover it was all a dream, such a hollow joy could drive one to despair. Was the Eye of the Moon plan right or wrong? Yet, the Eye of the Moon plan was a legacy left by Sage of Six Paths, inscribed upon the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. At this moment in Madara's heart, Yahiko was still the Sage of Six Paths. Obito returned cheerfully, glancing at the littered takeout boxes around Madara. "Shouldn't we have White Zetsu clean up for Lord Madara?" Chapter 65. Yahiko strikes Nagato. One is willing to fight while the other is willing to endure. "Lord Madara, so it goes, this and that," White Zetsu number 2 remarked to Madara. Kusuhamang launched an attack on Akatsuki village. Presently, Akatsuki village was not united against a common foe, and instead, my eyes witnessed a rift forming between Yahiko and Nagato. Madara was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Kusuhamang would target Akatsuki village after unifying Kusugakure. Unlike Amigakure, which was impoverished and took decades to produce its few shinobi, Kusuhamang was not like Hanzo of the Salamander, who spoke of morals. He was merely a weathercock. Yet, at this critical juncture, according to White Zetsu, Nagato and Yahiko had turned against each other. Madara chuckled softly, the nature of his laughter ambiguous. Was it self-deprecating or simply resigned? In a dream within a dream, even if infinite Tsukuyomi is an illusory dream, it seems to attract the scheming ninjas. If even Nagato and Yahiko can fall into discord, then surely he and Hashirama were not immune to such rifts. What remains true in this world of shinobi? Madara has completely lost hope for the shinobi realm. "Madara-sama, that phone," Akatsuki cautiously interjected, noticing Madara deep in thought. After much effort to earn money for a large brick of a phone, a new model was released shortly thereafter, and he had spent all 20 million. Madara was well aware of the newly released model and cast a cold gaze at Akatsuki. "Do you think I have an abundance of pension funds?" "Madara-sama, the remainder is for Obito's living expenses, so do not harbor such thoughts." To understand why Yahiko and Nagato would come to a rift, one must look back to half an hour prior, in the Akatsuki village assembly hall. Unlike the high-level meeting rooms, this space was vast with numerous seats filled by the village's shinobi. All eyes were on Yahiko at the head of the table. What are everyone's thoughts on this battle? Yahiko asked, surveying the room. Back then, I should have perished. At least I could have watched a couple of films and listened to the teachings of our leader before death, Shunryu sighed. Oh, Rufu has been helping in the fields these days, he said, adjusting the straw hat gifted to him by the villagers, a smirk crossing his face. I am willing to be part of the assault team, exclaimed Kakashi. Konan was absent, her whereabouts unknown. After all, Yahiko often left the village, and she had taken on many tasks in his absence, such as handling 600,000 explosive tags. Kakuzu was also away, engaged in business discussions. A village model phone, still capable of receiving calls, sat on a chair, with the lab's Bailu listening intently. At this point, Yahiko felt quite annoyed. He had stated that they would fight without incurring phone expenses, yet Kakuzu had doubted him, insisting he wanted to swindle him out of money, and thus missed this meeting. Shunryu, Kakashi, Rufu, and others wore worried expressions, though occasionally their faces would twitch as if suppressing laughter. Yuya Saiken had his clan's eyes fixed on the new world. Leaving him with no retreat, he could only forge ahead into the darkness. Years ago, when there were fewer than 50 shinobi in the village, they dared to save the brothers of the whirlpool. Now that the village had grown stronger, they had even less reason to fear. It had been many years since the village leader had exhibited such a loss of composure. This matter was evidently of great significance. The other shinobi in the village were unafraid, yet some detected a hint of fear on Yahiko's face. Could it be that they were mistaken? Soon, Yahiko provided them with an answer. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, contemplating for a moment before seemingly arriving at a significant decision, muttering, "Let us surrender." Upon saying this, Yahiko's demeanor visibly slumped. What jest is this? Who dares to impersonate our esteemed leader? An uproar erupted in the meeting room. Look at our leader's expression. He must be genuinely enraged. We must tread carefully, Yuya Saiken thought, initially panicking until he heard a comment from beside him, realizing Yahiko was perhaps fishing for opinions, wanting to eliminate those in agreement first. Just then, a faster response came from Nagato, who abruptly slammed his hand on the table, standing up. What nonsense is this? Surrender? The members of the Uzumaki clan have red hair. We do not surrender. Many in the room felt a surge of indignation, thinking Nagato should have been the first to speak. Well then, let the second and third voices join in. It wouldn't hurt to earn some favor in the leader's eyes, they thought. Before they could voice their thoughts, Yahiko turned angrily to Nagato. Nagato, are you questioning my judgment? A sharp intake of breath echoed through the room. Was Yahiko revealing his true sentiments? That shouldn't he be. Nagato was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yahiko in disbelief. So you truly wish to surrender? What nonsense are you speaking? With our Akatsuki's strength, how could we possibly lose to the grass village? You. Nagato stood, as did Elder Shuzan, both pointing in exasperation at Yahiko. Kakashi pulled Shuzan back, patting his back as if to say an elderly man should not be angered. He looked at Yahiko with urgency, awaiting a concrete response. The others shared his anxiety. Leader, we haven't even fought yet. Who knows who will prevail? Do you underestimate the warden, Kakashi, who possesses the blood dragon eye? I have made my decision. Yahiko glanced at the crowd, his face revealing inner turmoil before he resolutely declared. Nagato protested vehemently. I disagree. The village is not without combat strength. Why must we surrender? Nagato's tone conveyed a sense of desperation, as if he were prepared to fight to the death, questioning Yahiko's desire to capitulate. What if I must? Yahiko narrowed his eyes at Nagato. If anyone wishes to surrender and negotiate with the grass village, they must first take my head, Nagato replied coldly. Neither raised their voices, yet their tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Nagato looked at Yahiko with disillusionment, as though seeing him for the first time after all these years. So you were so cowardly? Something was amiss. Everything felt profoundly wrong. Yuya Saiken, seeing that battle had yet to commence and the two leaders were at such an impasse, felt a sense of urgency as he pinched his thigh until it bruised. The remaining shinobi were scrutinizing the expressions of Nagato and Yahiko. It was quite believable that given the bond between the leader and Nagato, if they were to produce offspring, no one would be surprised. Yet today, the atmosphere felt distinctly unnatural. The next moment, Yahiko's reaction intensified their unease. You dare defy me? Yahiko still narrowed his eyes. Please, Nagato, do not question me any further. Would you? Had I known you would be this way, I should have left long ago. Nagato was utterly disappointed in Yahiko. What did you say? You wretched fool. You should have starved to death back then. Very well, bring me Nagato. I want him beaten with 10 sticks. What if I receive 10 strikes? If you have the capability, strike me 80 times. Do you think I would falter? Warden, Captain of the Universe Guard, Yahiko, why are you still standing there? Hearing this, Kakashi instantly teleported beside Nagato, sighing at Yahiko. After much deliberation, Yahiko had no choice but to comply with Yahiko's orders. Yahiko, you will surely regret this. I am the leader. Yahiko turned his back, unwilling to witness Nagato being dragged away with a face full of resentment. I want to hear the sound. Upon witnessing this, those with a bit of authority relaxed slightly. I want to hear the sound. Back then, Nagato should have starved to death. Had you truly starved to death, you would not be pleased. Chapter 66. Purchasing ninjutsu with a hefty sum. Humph. Outside, sounds of Nagato being struck and muffled grunts echoed. Surprisingly, Yahiko truly acted. This was beyond their wildest expectations. What was the leader planning? Subsequently, Yahiko outlined his surrender plan, which naturally went in one ear and out the other for most. Some who wished to counsel were pulled back. Time reveals a person's true character. After prolonged exposure, would the leader truly heartlessly strike at his advisor? What a jest. The shinobi of the village were to go to Director Conan to hand over their ninja tools. No one was permitted to resist when the grass village arrived. Yahiko emphasized this point. Dismissed. Having said all that needed to be said, once everyone departed, Yahiko rubbed his temples, hoping there wouldn't be too many fools in the village. Do I intend to abandon the Akatsuki village? I disagree. Outside, after receiving his punishment, Nagato roared. You will undoubtedly regret this. I am the leader. While he shouted from outside, Yahiko responded from within. The Akatsuki village began to mobilize. On the phone. Are you still alive? 52,099. What did you say? 80 strikes. What the hell? You deserve it. 52,099. Is it true? Yahiko glanced at a flurry of messages from a couple's number and suddenly smiled. It was essential to have Bailu who expedite the production of the small green bubbles. These messages couldn't convey emojis. Once the small green bubbles were out, he would certainly give Nagato a few. He decisively exited the messaging page and found Sarutobi Hiruzen in his contacts. Is it certain? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just in time. I was looking for you. On the other end. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered immediately. The grass hidden village seems a bit reckless. At least the rain hidden village warned the 5 great nations beforehand. But it appears this village is preparing to declare war without notice. Moreover, is this how the Uzumaki clan came into your possession? I am quite furious right now. Yahiko said. To be honest, I wish to purchase a ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. Ninjutsu? Selling you ninjutsu? As village leaders. Why would you think I would be willing to sell you ninjutsu? Yahiko replied. Because I have money. Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest was piqued. How much? 80 million for a high-level ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. How much? 100 million. Who raises the price right off the bat? Goodness. How much has Yahiko earned in his village? 100 million seems as effortless as asking for 1 yen. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively swallowed, suppressing his astonishment, and asked what ninjutsu he desired. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he could provide it. Thus and so, you wish for the explosive tag exchange technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face lit up with amusement. Initially, he thought Yahiko would ask for the multi-shadow clone technique, considering the numerous members of the Uzumaki clan, which he was prepared to refuse, but he decided to take a gamble, hoping Yahiko wasn't too greedy. Ultimately, he won the bet. Just this? Since Master Tobarama invented it. The Leaf Village has rarely even considered such a technique when selecting ninjutsu. The explosive tag exchange technique is categorized among the high-risk forbidden techniques, which even Master Tobarama seldom employed. The primary reason, it is a financial drain. 200 million. If Watergate were to deliver it, I wouldn't charge a penny. Watergate not only possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, but is also remarkably swift in his body flicker technique, making him arguably the fastest ninja in the Leaf Village. 200 million still pained Yahiko's heart, but the ultimate aim was to secure the Flying Thunder God technique from Watergate. Once he possesses that technique, Yahiko would be willing to pay not just 200 million, but even 7 or 800 million. At worst, he could make the Leaf Village's expenses slightly more than other villages. Huffing and puffing. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled 2 heavy breaths. Elite ninjas like Kakashi. After a lifetime of performing 340 A-ranked missions, barely earned around 300 million. For a mere A-ranked, tasteless yet regrettable ninjutsu, you asked for 200 million? Well, you two brothers haven't met in ages. It is only fitting to catch up. I'll call Jiraiya and ask him to stop gallivanting around for performances. You two should have a good chat. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained cautious. What if Watergate fell for Yahiko's trick? He was unaware of the recent happenings, as members like Kaien and others hadn't even bothered to check on him. Yahiko continued to play the dutiful grandson before Sarutobi Hiruzen. One can only imagine how the container began to feel bewildered. At this moment, beneath the ground, Obito snorted coldly. He was fully aware of the events in the conference room, as his underground base lay directly beneath the Akatsuki village. Had they dug the foundation deeper that day, Yahiko could have gotten ahead of him. It is nearly impossible to remain ignorant of what transpires in the village. Regarding Yahiko, he has always regarded this lad as one who boasts of being Hashirama while merely executing the teachings of that dead white-haired man. What does it matter to betray friends and family? It is simply their true nature. Obito's bias against Tobirama has always been significant, and it extends to Yahiko, who enjoys playing in the water. Gathering the nine-tailed beasts will ultimately require manpower. If he can guide Nagato to undertake this task, it would be quite suitable. Obito pondered his posthumous plans. Nagato, disillusioned with Yahiko, harbored doubts about the world and an intense desire for a fabricated peace. At this juncture, he contemplated sending White Zetsu to guide him. A person like Yahiko, who only knows how to scheme, cannot bring about peace. Only through force, seizing the nine-tailed beasts, resurrecting the 10 tails, and unifying the ninja world through might, can peace be achieved. Strangely, why did I suddenly desire unification? I merely contemplated briefly. Perhaps my inner balance now leans toward unification. But without Hashirama's world, what is the point of my unification? Without hesitation, he commanded White Zetsu to closely monitor Nagato. Not long after, White Zetsu relayed news. Nagato was working to win over the ninjas in the village. Chapter 67, Hanzo of the Salamander. Yahiko, is this? In the nursing home, Nagato grasped Zhou Xian's hand, asking with tears in his eyes, "You must support me, right?" Uzumaki Zhou Xian patted Nagato's hand, comforting him. Perhaps the village chief is simply momentarily confused. You young people should privately discuss matters. Seeing this, Nagato gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment before cautiously asking, "If Yahiko insists on surrendering, can you?" Zhou Xian suddenly erupted, covering Nagato's mouth, cautiously glancing at the elderly bystanders nearby. He lowered his voice and said to Nagato, "This is not how you should think." The old men and women lounging nearby shot them a glance. "Still acting, are we? There are no outsiders here. Who are you performing for? Do you think your acting skills are superb? I am cringing just watching." They too have experience as extras and possess some degree of acting skill. Just as the elderly were about to approach and give themselves a role, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared before Nagato, stating calmly, "Minister of the Mist, you have been relieved of your duties. Remember your current status." Still acting. The villagers were helpless. They vaguely guessed what the village leaders were up to. A ruse? The village chief Yahiko wishes to conceal the truth from the world, but they saw through it at a glance. Sigh. The thought of having to cooperate with a village chief who believes he possesses great acting skills is truly exhausting. The incident involving Nagato escalated under the influence of those with ulterior motives. Within a single day, the news spread throughout the entire Akatsuki village. Villagers whispered, "The domineering president and his little darling? Will it turn into a scene of her escaping and him pursuing, her unable to take flight? Outsiders, what is going on? The top leader of the Akatsuki village and his deputy are fighting?" The spies from various nations stationed nearby immediately relayed this news back to their respective villages. They failed to discern any discrepancies and reported it as is. In the Rain village, the rain continued to pour. The salamander Hanzo found himself gazing out the window at the village. Thus and so, it seems Yahiko has lost heart. It appears you have misjudged him this time. Hanzo, upon hearing this, remained silent, still looking outside. Many villagers had received remittances in the form of food from family members working in the Akatsuki village, and they were smiling. After a while, he sighed heavily. "You do not understand. Yahiko is trying to protect the villagers from harm. A battle? It would only bring suffering to the innocent in the village. The grass village once held the belief that those who surrender before an attack should not be killed, yet after the village's fall, They slaughtered all the ninjas who refused to surrender. Yahiko is likely considering the well-being of the ninja populace. As for Nagato, he ultimately does not share the same delicate emotions as us from the Rain Village. Upon hearing Hanzo's explanation, the villagers suddenly gained clarity and fell into a deep contemplation, realizing that what their leader said held some truth. Yahiko is indeed this. Hanzo gave a thumbs up. The villagers quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "You are right, Lord Hanzo. Yahiko is stronger than Hashirama. So what should the Rain Village do?" A villager inquired. After all, many from the Rain Village are working in the Akatsuki Village. And should the Grass Village launch an attack on the Akatsuki Village, they would not negotiate favorable terms of employment. The children playing outside should also return home and reign in their wildness. Hanzo made no move to assist the Akatsuki Village. He returned to his desk. On the table lay a roster containing the names of the Rain Village ninjas he favored. At the forefront stands Mihiko, followed closely by Conan. The third and fourth positions were of no concern to him. He lamented the day he let two promising talents slip away. In Sunagakure, recent political maneuvers by Raza have hindered Yakura's quest for vengeance against Mihiko. At merely 11 years of age, Sasori remains devoid of emotion, yet he is not Shibito. He believes it is beyond his capabilities to infiltrate Amigakure alone. Within the residence of Elder Chiyo, Sasori approached with an impassive expression. "What turmoil is Raza stirring lately?" he inquired. Chiyo, with a complex expression, observed him. "Sasori, you won't even address me as grandmother. What news from Amigakure?" Sasori pressed. Chiyo disclosed what she knew, albeit with reservations. The third Kazekage aims to cultivate a successor, while Raza has set his sights on the position of fourth Kazekage. Yakura too has shown interest, and the two are currently vying for faction support. Kusagakure seeks to eradicate Amigakure, a fact the third Kazekage is aware of. However, the presence of Amigakure obstructs any direct advantage between Sunagakure and Amigakure. Sasori nodded and departed without a backward glance. Lacking the marionette of the third Kazekage, he embarked alone on a mission for vengeance in Amigakure, carrying the legacy of his parents. The distances separating the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water from Amigakure are vast. Without traversing one or two nations, one cannot even glimpse Amigakure's borders. It must be noted that prior to Amigakure's establishment, Madara had selected this land wisely for Mihiko. Amigakure is Mihiko's maternal home, and Hanzo has nearly been bewitched by Mihiko, frequently writing to encourage him to return to the village to speak on the ideological tenets of Amigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, averse to warfare, refrains from instigating conflict. Thus, Amigakure need only contend with the northeastern Kusagakure. As for Iwagakure, currently, only Onoki among the 5 great nations has the opportunity to intervene. The Land of Earth borders Kusagakure, allowing Onoki to potentially form a coalition with them against Amigakure. Yet, he harbors a grudge against Kusakage's leader, who has slain many merchants from his village. As for the treaty, he chooses to conveniently ignore it. Disregarding martial ethics, he commanded elite members of Iwagakure's demolition unit, Kaku and Buntera, to take 1,000 shinobi to share in the spoils. Onoki plans to seize the chaos, aiming to dismantle both villages. However, he cannot overtly breach the treaty. Kaku and Buntera don the headbands of Kusagakure before departing. A phone call to Kusagakure's leader, Kusuramang, was met with silence on the matter of their impending actions. Preparations for logistics before the battle were underway in Kusagakure, with the supply department organizing kunai, explosive tags, and provisions. Kusuramang was not in a rush, instructing his intelligence unit to gather detailed information on Amigakure. The publicly available data was indeed clarified, yet the intelligence was peculiar. Mihiko is leading a surrender? Kusuramang questioned the intelligence officer before him. The officer, grave, nodded affirmatively, asserting that they had not erred. A spy reported that within Amigakure, the news spread that Nagato opposed the decision, leading to a violent altercation during a meeting. Nagato was struck multiple times and stripped of his position, subsequently punished to sweep the streets of Amigakure, a task that would soon extend to the third ring. Kusuramang, troubled and contemplative, gathered his subordinates for discussion. "Chief, I suspect foul play," one remarked. "Indeed," Kusuramang replied, his subordinates beginning to share in his doubts. "Let us execute a show of force. If Mihiko truly intends to surrender, I wouldn't mind sparing Conan's life." The suggestion was met with trepidation, as others shrank back like quails, silently repeating to themselves, The spoils belong to the chief. Chapter 68. Are you truly Kushina? Nagato spent 2 days sweeping the streets, grappling with confusion regarding the FAAD of surrender and the explosive tags meant for Kusura-mang. Why was he the one to bear the brunt of the punishment? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, ultimately breaking his broom in frustration. Initially, only the locals of Amigakure were privy to this situation until Onoki took action. He published the incident in the Iwagakure newspaper, which had never before approached the sales of Amigakure's papers. However, this edition rode the wave of gossip. And for the first time, Iwagakure's weekly sales surpassed those of Amigakure. With the intention of dismantling both villages, Kaku and Buntera led over 1,000 Iwagakure shinobi into Kusugakure. Kusura-mang, a suspicious and cunning leader, was reluctant to share the spoils with Iwagakure and pondered whether to betray Onoki and subsequently seek refuge in Kanahagakure. Thus, 2 villages, each with their own ulterior motives, formed an alliance. A vast coalition of 3,000 shinobi marched toward the borders of Amigakure. Inside the Matsakaku Tower, Minato hastily delivered scrolls, having gathered considerable intelligence along the way. These dishes are from Shangshi, my hometown, yet Mihiko does not hold them in high regard. Shangshi cuisine is not worthy of the spotlight, he mused. What is Shangshi cuisine anyway? This braised pork and crispy chicken are quite delightful. Minato savored the meal, impressed by his junior disciple's extravagant tastes, noting that it was quite remarkable to declare such delicacies unworthy. Next time Mihiko and Nagato visit Kanahagakure, I wonder what I should treat them to. Yoshinori, next time, let us forego the Shangshi feast. When I arrive, let us serve Lu and Cantonese cuisines instead. Mihiko called out from outside. The culinary offerings at Matsukaka Tower were well worth the price, with Mihiko's assistant having replicated a variety of dishes from his previous life in Huaxia. Sichuan cuisine is spicy, Cantonese is tender, and Sioux cuisine is rich, yet not greasy. The private room known as Little Tomato was exclusive to Mihiko, reserved for diplomatic occasions. After a few bites, Minato set down his chopsticks. Concern etched on his face as he gazed at Mihiko. Mihiko, is there anything I can assist you with? Mihiko met his concerned gaze. Can you eliminate 50 shinobi for me? Minato hesitated, but recalling Mihiko's character, similar to Hanzo, he cautiously probed. Is it for the villagers? Mihiko paused, taken aback. What do you mean? Kusura-mang had once remarked that for those who do not surrender, the day their village falls is the day of their demise. Mihiko was unaware of this sentiment. Indeed, you are correct, he conceded, downing his drink. In any other village, such actions might lead to an embarrassing situation, yet Mihiko perceived the concern in Minato's expression. At his age, he should be studying at the Ninja Academy, yet he tirelessly toiled for the starving villagers. Mihiko's actions had been noted. During his stay in Amigakure's first ring, the locals spoke highly of him. If only I were Hokage, Minato mused, pouring himself a drink. If I were Hokage, I would establish amicable relations with Amigakure, fostering mutual development. It was evident that Amigakure cherished peace and had no inclination toward warfare, enjoying cultural pursuits. By the way, what about you and Nagato? He probed further, having heard rumors of their discord and witnessing Nagato sweeping the streets earlier. Minato-sensei, did you seek me out? At that moment, Nagato entered the room. Minato stared at him in confusion, then glanced at Yahiko, perplexed. Aren't you two at odds? He muttered, feeling disgruntled. Yahiko didn't even look at Nagato as he entered. Humph, Nagato scoffed, taking a seat and pouring himself a drink. Minato was utterly bewildered, suddenly. He squinted and surveyed the two. Drink. At that moment, Yahiko and Nagato simultaneously raised their glasses, intending to clink them with Minato's. Minato, filled with doubt, was about to politely decline. He had learned from experience that whenever he got drunk, one of these two would be taken away by Konan, while the other would be whisked off by Kushina, leaving him abandoned at the Matsuke's pavilion. No drinking. He wouldn't drink unless Kushina was present. Before he could voice his refusal, Yahiko and Nagato suddenly flared with anger, looking ready to brawl. Nagato, are you looking for trouble? What did you say? I'm the one looking for trouble. Seeing this, Minato hurriedly waved his hands, urging them not to quarrel. Let us drink, all of us. He quickly clinked his glass with Yahiko-s, Minato-senpai. Nagato widened his eyes, raising his glass toward Minato. Minato smiled helplessly, refilling his glass and taking a sip. Yahiko shot a glare at Nagato, poured himself another drink, and raised it to Minato. Minato, seeing this, had no choice but to drink again. Yahiko provocatively glanced at Nagato. How outrageous. Nagato poured himself another drink, looking at Minato. Drink, I'm drinking. Minato sighed, realizing he had promised not to drink, yet here he was, compelled to take another sip. Seeing Minato drink, Nagato provocatively turned his gaze toward Yahiko. You jerk. Yahiko poured another drink. And so it went on, with Yahiko pouring and provoking, Nagato pouring and provoking. After an unknown number of rounds, Minato finally succumbed to intoxication, collapsing in his chair, his gaze unfocused, soon drifting into slumber. He was quiet and composed, demonstrating excellent drinking etiquette. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes filled with a subtle intimacy. Minato, wake up. Minato groggily opened his eyes to see a red-haired woman and a white-haired man pushing him. Kushina? Jiraiya-sensei? Minato mumbled, his mind a haze. What is Kushina doing here? He pulled Kushina closer, his drunken eyes surveying her face, shaking his head. You're not Kushina. Nagato was taken aback, looking at Yahiko, his lips moving slightly. See, I told you it wouldn't work. Minato-senpai isn't foolish. Yahiko shook his head nonchalantly. I said you should try. How could you drink to this extent? The Kushina that Nagato had transformed into placed her hands on her hips, puffing up her cheeks. Minato smiled foolishly, scratching his head innocently. I must truly be drunk. Yahiko's lips moved again, and after a moment of hesitation, Nagato complied. Do you remember what you said the day I was taken by the Umbu from the Cloud Village? He touched Minato's head. Minato, although intoxicated, felt his thoughts drifting back to that day when Kushina was captured by the Cloud Village Umbu. His head throbbed. He couldn't recall anything. You said you didn't want to lose me. After uttering this, Nagato's face flushed as red as a kettle. Minato nodded with a smile. You did say that. It seems you truly are Kushina. Chapter 69, Nagato's Last Dignity. Yeah, you promised to protect me. Minato, you are my most promising student. Yahiko, Nagato, both are frail, the prophesied child. You must strive. Yahiko patted Minato's shoulder. Nagato, it is time for you to sacrifice for the village. Yahiko, disguised as Jiraiya, looked solemnly at Nagato. Nagato bit his lip, hesitating for a long time before finally steeling himself. He embraced Minato. Minato, is it all right? Huh. Minato gazed adoringly at Nagato, the alcohol numbing his brain. Fool, Kushina wants to test your flying thunder god technique. Yahiko reminded him from the side. Minato had no defenses against Kushina. He wrapped his arms around Nagato. Haha, I have someone to accompany me now. You wouldn't know, but every time Yahiko and Nagato get drunk, there's always someone to accompany them. The next 20 minutes were filled with Minato's heartfelt confessions. For the sake of the flying thunder god, the two endured with heavy hearts. No one knew the psychological burden Nagato bore as he was embraced by Minato, pouring out his feelings. After all, he was a man. For the village, his sacrifice cannot be understated. Minato, flying thunder god, Nagato said, slightly irritated, poking Minato. Seeing Kushina's puffed-up demeanor, Minato chuckled foolishly and playfully pecked her on the lips. Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Nagato was truly about to summon the outer path Deva path, shaking Minato by his collar. Minato tilted his head to look at Nagato, realizing he truly was Kushina. Didn't I drink too much? Why would you argue with someone who has drunk? Yahiko, seeing Minato nearly choked, rushed forward to intervene. With red-rimmed eyes, Nagato looked at Yahiko, lamenting, I lost my first kiss. I'm no longer pure. If I pretend to be Kushina again, I'll become a dog. But this sacrifice was not in vain. All right, Minato. Quickly use the flying thunder god. Yahiko urged. Flying thunder god. With Minato's nod and shout. A flash of golden light appeared, and both Minato and Nagato vanished from their spot. That's the flying thunder god. Yahiko remained behind, his eyes shining with excitement as he pondered whether Minato-senpai had a flying thunder god mark in his village. It would be best to erase it quickly. Though intoxicated, Minato still had excellent aim. The next moment, Nagato was clamoring to be teleported back. How did you do that? Teach me. Nagato clapped his hands, his little fangirl demeanor showing. Being admired by someone he liked, Minato felt a bit overwhelmed. His face flushed from the alcohol, and with a whoosh, he teleported away. A cool breeze swept through. Yahiko and Nagato stared blankly at Minato. Did you hear that? Nagato scratched his head. Could you be a bit more specific? After pondering for a moment, Minato replied earnestly, feel the coordinates I left in the village and whoosh, teleport away. Yahiko and Nagato's expressions twitched. their minds clouded with confusion as they heard a few crows cawing in the distance. Are you intending for me and Nagato to develop the Flying Thunder God technique? This is as difficult as making meatballs with Konohamaru. Act cute, Yahiko commanded. Nagato clenched his fists, thinking, for the village. Which of the 5 great nations' second-in-commands could achieve what he had? Minato. Nagato's voice became higher-pitched, shaking Minato. Teach me the Flying Thunder God, please. Minato hesitated. Although he was intoxicated, his subconscious warned him that even if it was his girlfriend, he couldn't violate the village regulations. To learn the village's advanced ninjutsu with his companions required the Hokage's approval. Generally speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen would agree, as advanced ninjutsu either consumed a lot of chakra or was incomprehensible to non-geniuses. In reality, only a handful could master such techniques in the village. Should I call Hokage-sama? Minato said, groggily pulling out his phone. No way. Yahiko and Nagato instantly panicked. If Sarutobi Hiruzen found out, even if he was a proponent of peace, he would surely explode with rage. Though Yahiko often performed for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did so only when it did not cross the Hokage's bottom line. First, he was a disciple and had an emotional bond. Second, he was involved in matters concerning Tsunade, which Sarutobi Hiruzen might suspect. This had led to Sarutobi Hiruzen's unrestrained indulgence of him. But this involved the Hokage's heir. Adjusting Minato like this was tantamount to bullying an honest person. Minato, do you not love me anymore? Yahiko's lips quivered, wielding a heavy weapon. Nagato gazed up at the ceiling with tears in his eyes, truly crying. For the village, he was no longer the carefree Nagato he once was. Minato, do you not love me anymore? As he met Minato's gaze, tears glistened in his eyes. Watergate felt a sharp pang in his heart, and through his actions, he demonstrated his deep affection for Kushina. Nagato, with a fade of self-sacrifice for the village, drew closer. Yahiko, don't look. Yahiko turned away, granting Nagato a final semblance of dignity, and sighed quietly. If the Akatsuki village were to honor the 24 heroes of the Lingyan Pavilion in the future, Nagato must be the foremost among them. No, waiting for the future was not an option. He could not let Nagato feel forsaken. After repelling the forces from the grass village, he would make it happen. A moment later, Nagato's sorrow was profound, greater than death of the heart, more tragic than silence. He approached Yahiko in silence, discarding a scroll containing the Flying Thunder God technique. The two were fortunate. Watergate had recently been refining the Flying Thunder God technique, developing a second stage, the ability to utilize the technique for a second movement upon arrival at the designated mark. He often carried the scroll with him. Thank you for your efforts, Yahiko said, patting Nagato's shoulder before hastily transcribing the scroll and returning it. Watergate concealed the scroll, embracing Nagato and drifting off to sleep with a smile. Yahiko and Nagato dispelled their transformation technique. At the same time, Jiraiya, severely injured by Tsunade, was being carried in on a stretcher by the two. What a nuisance, you youngsters gathering here to make a fuss. I hope I'm not late. His chest ached, and his whole body was in pain. While passing through the fire country, he had been caught by Tsunade, who wasted no time in giving him a thorough beating. Upon returning, Tsunade still headed to the gambling house, instructing several medically talented ninjas to attend to Jiraiya's recovery. This turn of events was a windfall for the Akatsuki village, acquiring several medical ninjas for free. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances and smiled at Jiraiya, relieved he had not arrived late. A toast. A toast. We, the master and disciple, shall not return until we're inebriated today. I wonder if Jiraiya-sensei has any hidden treasures on him. Jiraiya observed the two, who seemed to have a harmonious rapport. Had he misjudged the intelligence? He initially intended to encourage them to reconcile over drinks. Watergate had passed out from drinking. However, with Yahiko's grin, he sensed the mischievous intent behind it. Jiraiya struggled to sit in his chair and clinked glasses with Yahiko. Cheers. Yahiko clinked, followed by Nagato, and the three, each with their own secrets, lost count of how many rounds they had consumed without becoming inebriated. Yahiko, Nagato, and Jiraiya. Hey, did you two use chakra to sober up? Jiraiya exclaimed. No using chakra to sober up. Chapter 70. Before the battle even commenced, Yahiko had already surrendered. The trio abstained from using chakra, drinking purely out of camaraderie. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Jiraiya ultimately emerged victorious. He cleverly disguised himself as Conan, procuring the complete script of the gambling hero. And as Kushina, He revealed the reasons behind the rift between them. Truly cunning. He too succumbed to intoxication, unable to withstand the revelry alongside the two. The following morning, only Watergate and Jiraiya were left in sorrow. Yesterday, Yahiko and Nagato had been taken away once more. Before departing, their bodies subconsciously urged them to perform. Like awakening to the ultimate freedom of the mind, the two engaged in a chaotic skirmish outside the Songha Pavilion. Early in the day, Nobita was tirelessly repairing the ravaged streets. Even if the leaders made mistakes, they could not shield themselves from accountability, and both were confined within the city. They were taken to an inn, sharing a room. Jiraiya-sensei, where is Kushina? Watergate, recovering from his hangover, rubbed his aching head and gazed at Jiraiya. Yesterday, he vaguely recalled Jiraiya and Kushina asking him for the Flying Thunder God technique. What Kushina? That was Konan, Jiraiya reminded him. Watergate broke into a cold sweat, beginning to doubt himself, as he hazily remembered kissing her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Watergate, what's wrong? I just need some quiet, Jiraiya-sensei. Overwhelmed, Watergate ruffled his wild yellow hair and descended to have breakfast. Not far away was the shop of Konan in the realm of Shinra-tensei, and across the street was the Rasen Ball shop. From afar, the owner of Shinra-tensei, Konan, greeted him with a wave, cousin-in-law. It must be a dream, he thought. Dreaming of Kushina? In the city, Yahiko and Nagato were eavesdropping in the Bailuhu laboratory after freshening up. Little did they expect that the Grass Village and the Rock Village had quietly formed an alliance. Noki had commanded a man named Kaku, anticipating that when the Grass Village and the Akatsuki Village clashed, 1,000 of his men would immediately turn against them, showing the Grass Village a thing or two. They could not have foreseen it. Far away, Fong and Raiden were listlessly assembling the first air conditioning unit for the Akatsuki Village. They longed to return to the afternoon they first encountered Kakuzu. The Grass Village targeted the Akatsuki Village. The Rock Village wanted to join the fray. What was the point of fighting at all? Should they inform the Grass Village to let them fight amongst themselves? Bailuhu inquired. Yahiko and Nagato looked at him as if he were foolish. What's wrong? Bailuhu was somewhat overwhelmed by their gazes. You, Bailuhu, the man who hand-cranked the camera. Are you looking down on me? Doesn't that mean we are revealing our eavesdropping? Nagato explained helplessly. Yahiko nodded, affirming that not only should they keep it quiet, but they must act as if nothing had transpired. Bailuhu expressed his concern. Are you truly prepared to infiltrate the enemy camp as planned and use the explosive tags to eliminate them? This was unprecedented in the ninja world. No one had ever resorted to such cunning tactics. The Akatsuki village was aware of the bitter ploy, but only a few trusted high-ranking members knew the truth. The rest were left to speculate. With fewer than 300 people in the village, Yahiko utilized formations and tactics. The concept of tunnel warfare astonished Bailuhu. Yahiko's current formations were indeed shocking. When faced with formidable strength, they would still be overwhelmed, but at least it was an improvement over their previous aimless brawling. What kind of formation? The Mandarin Duck formation, specifically designed to counter the Yamato. Yahiko explained that the village's ninjas had quietly begun training in the martial arts hall. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one capture the tiger cub? One must be ruthless to stand firm, Yahiko mused. He had always been dedicated to the village. Originally, this plan had been initiated by Nagato, but due to the blood feud between the Grass Village and the Uzumaki clan, and with Kushina having been a target for 2 days, sending Nagato was akin to a weasel visiting a chicken, wasn't it? Nagato. Yahiko called out to Nagato, and the two exited the laboratory. Water style, spicy heavenly competition. The two unleashed several ninjutsu techniques, turning the city upside down. In the dining hall, the inmates enjoying breakfast felt like crying. Many had committed serious offenses and had yet to be released, and could only shake their heads in silence at the commotion. As they delivered meals, Motoyuki observed the debris from the ceiling falling into the freshly opened food containers. You all better not eat at noon. Honglin was located at the border between the Rain Village and the Akatsuki Village, while the boundary between the Akatsuki Village and the Grass Village was known as the Red Forest. Both forests had their legends, said to commemorate the ninja deity Hashirama, planted by the local populace long ago. The joint forces of the two villages were gathered here. The Cloud Village sent word to spare Yahiko's life, while the Sand Village expressed a wish for Kakashi to perish. Konoha hoped for a peaceful resolution. Danzo reported that he would personally join the battlefield. Indeed, Danzo had come with a small entourage, including Yamamoto, the oil woman, and several root members. In a sense, Danzo was also a ruthless individual. as he truly came for the benefits. After the fall of the Akatsuki village, he anticipated reaping at least a portion of the profits. The representatives of the three-village alliance gathered around a round table. The Akatsuki village's press personnel and the big brick will be entirely handed over to the rock village. We can forego everything else. Tuanzong furrowed his brow. Are we left with only the toy factory and Phoenix bookstore? If that is the case, the ninjas of Akatsuki village shall belong to Konoha. The Uzumaki clan and the Bloodpool clan can be considered to return to their roots. My foundation indeed requires them. He then cast a subtle glance at Madara. Is there still the involvement of a Wagakure in this matter? It is indeed true. I have long coveted a piece of Akatsuki village, let alone Onoki. Kusa-Amang's nails almost dug into his palms. Are we to be left with nothing but the land of Akatsuki village? A report. Yahiko has submitted a letter of surrender. At that moment, a ninja from Kusagakure presented a letter. Kusa-Amang opened it, and the others looked on with confusion. Yahiko, trembling with fear, respectfully submits this letter. I, Yahiko, a mere village chief, have been blessed by the Sage of Six Paths and have taken on the mantle of leader of Akatsuki village, safeguarding its territory. Yet today, fate has turned against me. The king's army is formidable, gathering from all corners, an unstoppable force. Our supplies have run dry, and our troops are scant, though I wish to fight to the death. I cannot ignore the thousands of innocent lives within the village. If we persist in resistance, we shall surely suffer devastation. I humbly implore you, Lord Amang, to show compassion for my sincere heart, forgive my past transgressions, and treat my ninjas kindly, allowing the old to be cared for and the young to find support. Yahiko and the villagers shall be eternally grateful. I await your response with utmost trepidation. They haven't even fought, and he has surrendered directly? Chapter 71. One has never seen Onoki. Even if he is hailed as a hero, it is in vain. Kusa-Amang could only say that Yahiko was quite cultured, as reading this letter of surrender was exhausting. Sho and Bindara also expressed their difficulty in comprehending it. Tuanzong contemplated deeply. He could be considered a cultured individual as well. What do you think? Kusa-Amang inquired. Tuanzong shot him a glance, commanding, immediately seal off their chakra and imprison them. I need to consult with Lord Tsuchikage. In the end, Sho sighed despondently. Telephones are truly a marvelous invention. Onoki remarked. Let him surrender first. Then we shall send scouts to investigate whether there are ulterior motives at play. With a slight gesture, Onoki was informed of the situation. He shared Tuanzang's thoughts. This little potato's ideas could indeed be cunning. Yahiko, who was eavesdropping, learned of the developments and adjusted his strategy based on Onoki and Tuanzang's conversation. In the afternoon, new news arrived, shocking Kusa-Amang and the others. Nagato had revolted, and Yahiko had been ousted. The situation unfolded as follows. Nagato, seeing Yahiko's obstinacy, allied with the Uzumaki clan, Kakashi Hitaki, and several others to stage a military coup against him. Yahiko found himself besieged on all sides. Even Jinjutsu had betrayed him, and now he could barely find a warm meal. Bindara, upon seeing the intelligence report, couldn't help but feel a flicker of sympathy for Yahiko. What a tragic fate. As for Nagato's military insurrection, it was understandable. They could see the signs. The Uzumaki clan possessed a strong character. If they had shown even a hint of submission, they wouldn't have faced such a national calamity. Take advantage of his weakness, strike at his heart. Kusa-Amang, lacking any sense of martial ethics, gathered a grand army. 3,000 ninjas prepared for battle at Akatsuki village. Before the army set forth, a report arrived. A boy with orange-yellow hair and a man wearing a peculiar mask had come to surrender, standing before the allied forces. Kusa-Amang was halted by a ninja who bowed and reported. The boy's distinct features reminded Kusa-Amang of an old acquaintance, the scoundrel who had once swindled him out of 5 million ryo during his most desperate times, nearly leading him to ruin. Bring him to me. Kusa-Amang waved his hand, halting the advance of the ninja army. Before long, Yahiko and Kakazu were brought forth, bare-chested, their backs laden with thorns, covered in dirt and grime. The onlookers gazed at the two, who hung their heads in dejection. You are Yahiko? You are the student of that Jiraiya fellow? Kusa-Amang had never seen Yahiko outside of newspapers. It was indeed surprising that he had personally come to surrender. Kusa-Amang looked at the two, resembling lost dogs, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Building a village, yet in the process, you lost your wife and your subordinates, reduced to such a pitiful state. Yahiko, upon seeing Tuanzong, was momentarily dumbfounded. He quickly employed all his acting skills. Lowering his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Brother Amang, it is all my fault, all my fault. You may punish me as you see fit. I hope you spare the villagers of Akatsuki. Tuanzong felt disappointment, yet it seemed normal. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya had exhibited similar cowardice. He turned away, uninterested in their plight, focused solely on his own interests. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, with his head bowed, had a flicker of realization. He admitted that his earlier judgment of Yahiko and Kakashi had been flawed. However, this time, he vowed not to be mistaken. He estimated a 50-50 chance against Kusa. Perhaps I should eliminate him beforehand. Unbeknownst to Kakuzu's thoughts, Kusa approached Yahiko, sneering, I heard Conan advised you to abandon your roots for another. A true man would rather shatter into pieces than remain whole as a mere vessel. On the day your village falls, would she share a cup of poison to accompany you? Yahiko's eyes flickered with momentary struggle as he raised his head in indignation, only to lower it once more, realizing she had not considered the lives of the villagers. Sigh, it is quite suffocating. The two seemed to be adding unnecessary theatrics to the situation. And what about you? Have you considered them? Yes, Yahiko gritted his teeth and replied. Kusa chuckled lightly, pulling a thorn from behind Yahiko, the sharp tip grazing his back and drawing blood. He scrutinized Yahiko's well-toned physique, ready to unleash his pent-up frustration. Lord Kusa, you are being rather excessive, Bendara interjected, stepping forward to grasp Kusa hand. Kusa shot Bendara a glance, reluctantly relinquishing the opportunity to humiliate Yahiko before the crowd. Yahiko and Kakuzu exchanged puzzled glances with Bendara. Could it be that he would genuinely strike us? Just a moment ago, both had felt the urge to retaliate. Who says all blondes are villains? This little blonde seems quite decent. Thank you. May I ask for your name? Bendara, Amir J. Neen from Kusagakure. In the distance, Afei was working as a part-time journalist to afford a new phone for Madara, capturing the scene. Yahiko wished to deliver a speech on morality, but just then, Nagato's declaration of war arrived. It contained no substantial content, merely a challenge to Kusa to determine the victor at noon the following day in Akatsuki Village. Kusa nodded. Inform Nagato that I accept. The messenger, Ryuzuro, coughed 3 times in front of Yahiko. Yahiko nodded in understanding. Anyone familiar with Journey to the West knew what 3 coughs signified. The battle would commence at the witching hour. Compared to Akatsuki Village, Kusa was almost virtuous. He planned to launch a surprise attack at dawn. During this time, Kusa intended to extract intelligence from Yahiko regarding Akatsuki Village to minimize his own village's casualties. Preparing for a difficult confrontation with a Wagakure. You are not weak, you simply lack conviction. How ugly. Kusa delivered verbal insults before the 3,000 ninja coalition, as if this were the only way to avenge the 5 million Ryo he had lost the previous year. He patted Yahiko's shoulder as if he were a subordinate. Yahiko discreetly touched Kusa, leaving behind a small character for south on the hem of his garment, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, those who had been observing, including Madara, longed to deliver a beating to both Kusa and Yahiko. One, so disfigured, dared to adopt his tone, while the other, a coward fearing for his life, pretended to care for the villagers, just as Tobarama Senju had, displaying such hypocrisy. As night fell, Yahiko was assigned to the vanguard by Kusa. He promised that after the village fell, the lives of the ninjas would remain untouched, but the price was that Yahiko must lead the charge during the assault. One could hardly say it was a humane act. After providing some misleading information, Yahiko and Kakuzu found themselves sighing despondently amidst the eager ninja army. The weather was stifling, and they leaned against a large tree. Kakuzu, do you know? Jiaodu displayed a look of confusion, pondering what was known. The swift wind recognizes the resilient grass, and the turbulent times reveal the loyal subjects. In moments like these, only you remain by my side, he mused. Mayahiko exhaled a breath of frustration, gazing at the moon with a sense of melancholy. Although Jiaodu was aware that everything was merely a performance, Mayahiko's heartfelt words still struck a chord within him. However, he retorted, it's merely your money that interests me. Jiaodu, do you know who I admire the most? Mayahiko suddenly inquired. The topic seemed to drift, yet Jiaodu's curiosity was piqued. Who else could inspire your admiration? He asked. After a moment of contemplation, Mayahiko replied with admiration. One who has never seen Noki in person, yet claims to be a hero, is in vain. Chapter 72. Mutual Explosives. Under the moonlight, Jiaodu curiously scrutinized Yahiko, as if questioning his sanity. Who was it that mentioned Naka's grave was filled with dry bones? Yahiko smiled faintly in response. Not far away, two observers, who had been watching the exchange, exchanged bewildered glances. Bongdala commented. What is there to admire in that old fool? Cough, cough. I was just on the phone with Lord Tsuchikage, Sho replied. Noki was fixated on capturing Akatsuki Village, engaging in a costly long-distance call, and naturally overheard Yahiko's heartfelt lament. One who has never seen Noki in person, yet claims to be a hero, is in vain. Little Potato wept in the office, realizing this was a kindred spirit. No, a village rich in culture like Akatsuki must merge with a Wagakure. How could these uncultured ninjas grasp the allure of Akatsuki? Bongdala, you have guts, Sho said. Come a few steps closer. No, go directly and extract information. While Noki intended to undermine Bongdala, he also instructed Sho accordingly. Under Naka's guidance, Sho approached Yahiko. The will of stone, he thought. As Yahiko appeared lost in admiration. To avoid repercussions, Bongdala preemptively spoke. You admire Lord Tsuchikage? Noki and Sho responded. Yahiko feigned surprise, realizing Sho's and Bongdala's expressions, and quickly clarified. What admiration for Lord Tsuchikage? You misunderstood. I was praising Mr. Noki. Bongdala raised an eyebrow, nudging Yahiko with his elbow. Enough of the charade. I heard everything. Fool, Sho interjected, pulling Bongdala aside to explain. He means no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sho. Jiaodu nodded, understanding Yahiko's intentions. Yes, you misheard. Yahiko, feeling guilty, lowered his head and departed with Jiaodu. Bongdala, when you return, you will clean the toilets. Naka's furious voice echoed from the stone. After the two were reprimanded, Yahiko glanced at Jiaodu and retrieved a token from his pocket. In the past, the suspicious Tsuchikage feared Yahiko might betray them and had confiscated his stone. He was unfamiliar with the village's emblem. Dawn had arrived. The fall of Kusagakure was imminent. After sending his message, he gazed skyward. Nearby, the ninjas of Kusagakure and Iwagakure were still checking their armaments, envisioning the assault on Akatsuki Village at dawn. Meanwhile, Nagato, fully prepared, led all the ninjas of Akatsuki Village, forming several formations, advancing towards the Crimson Forest. Under the moonlight, these figures concealed themselves well, making no sound. Yet, they were still detected by scouts from Kusagakure and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, puzzled, chose to observe patiently. I will evade his brilliance. Bring me my sword. In the camp, Kusakage's Tsuchikage roared at his trusted aide. The ninjas quickly transitioned into combat readiness. With a command, 3,000 ninjas donned their gear, awaiting Tsuchikage's orders. Sho, take your subordinates and pierce through Nagato's ranks. Yahiko, I want you to throw the first kunai. Tsuchikage commanded, and Danzo acquiesced, assigning Yahiko and Jiao due to the vanguard. Sho, unwilling to let a Wagakure suffer losses, maneuvered himself into the second and third teams. Danzo lingered at the periphery of the battlefield. In the Crimson Forest, Tsuchikage observed the distant plains aglow with flames, presumably the troops dispatched by Nagato. However, having detected them in advance, a successful ambush would not be easy. Let them resist stubbornly, Tsuchikage scoffed coldly. He would personally oversee Yahiko. As the vanguard approached, they exchanged glances with Nagato and his team. Nagato looked at the now oversized Yahiko and shouted from afar, Yahiko, you have fallen. Had I known it would come to this, why did you not turn back? Yahiko's village chief was truly foolish. Why has it come to this? The ninjas behind Nagato sighed in dismay. Seeing the reaction from the opposing side, Tsuchikage, shielded by his ninjas, finally relaxed. Yahiko glanced at Tsuchikage, who was personally overseeing his battle, before shouting back at Nagato, everything is for the sake of the ninja populace. You do not understand. Why waste words with him? Yahiko, what are you waiting for? Are you softening? Tsuchikage angrily pointed at Yahiko, who appeared to be hesitating. In the second team, Sho felt discontent with Tsuchikage, knowing that Yahiko was the man personally chosen for protection by the Tsuchikage. However, facing the enemy, he refrained from voicing his grievances. Yahiko sighed, forming hand seals, and then flashed a brilliant smile at Tsuchikage. I am waiting. What are you waiting for? Tsuchikage momentarily faltered. What? Ah, Masawa, you fool. In an instant, Yahiko vanished, his own words escaping him, as torrents of water formed a prison, enveloping the first team of ninjas. Long ago, Water Door had signed a contract with Yahiko, becoming an actor for Akatsuki. Despite his frequent absences, Yahiko discovered that he had gained spatial talents and insights. After deceiving the Flying Thunder God, hundreds of shadow clones delved into the technique, and within a day, he had grasped the basics of Flying Thunder God. In a typical battle, upon seeing Yahiko charge, the first instinct of the others would be to scatter. However, they never anticipated that Yahiko would turn against them. Launching a sudden attack, caught off guard, the ninjas of Kusagakure found themselves trapped within the water prison. What a joke! With this chakra level, he is no redhead. Among those trapped, Yuzuya recognized the one who, years ago, would have bled at the slightest injury to the Uzumaki clan. Before Yuzuya could indulge in manic laughter, Yahiko sensed the treasury of Akatsuki Village, where a stockpile of explosive tags was stored. In that moment, the space within the vault began to ripple. Mutual explosives. In an instant, these explosive tags were summoned to the battlefield, densely attaching themselves to the enemies. Following Yahiko's command, they detonated in rapid succession, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds, with flames soaring into the sky. The series of explosions generated a tremendous shockwave, distorting the surrounding space and unleashing a gust of wind. Flying Thunder God. An orange flash darted across the battlefield. Even those escaping the water prison found themselves adorned with several explosive tags. Tsuchikage, dumbfounded, watched as Yahiko zipped by, only to realize that his body was now covered in explosive tags. Cough, cough. Jiaodu suddenly appeared before Tsuchikage and the others, swiftly extracting their hearts before Yahiko could activate them. The Tsuchikage was formidable within Kusagakure, yet outside the village, he was no match for true shadow-level powers. Even against Tsuji, he would falter. Tsuji merely lacked the political acumen, which led to his defeat at Tsuchikage's hands. Chapter 73. Allow me to show you the will of Akatsuki that flows within me. Withdraw. We will retreat until the explosive tags are depleted, then seek an opportunity. In the village of Iwagakure, Sho adeptly served as a member of the demolition team, possessing a profound mastery of explosive techniques. With a mere glance, he discerned the brilliance of the mutual explosive tag ninjutsu. Aside from the extravagant costs and the potential for self-harm, it was virtually flawless. Art is indeed explosion. The battlefield reverberated with Yahiko's sudden roar. Sho commanded the IWA Shinobi to retreat, and as he turned, he caught a glimpse of the fiery aftermath. Stop looking. Let us hasten our departure, Sho urged, grasping him firmly. Upon seeing Danzo, Sho self-deprecatingly shook his head, realizing that someone had fled even faster than he. Youth is a blessing. At the end of the day, they simply sleep. The mutual explosive tag, also known as the Tears of Kakuzu, evoked an insufferable sensation akin to a constricting serpent. The shinobi of Kusagakure could do nothing but watch helplessly as the explosive tags ensnared them from head to toe, culminating in detonation. The dense night was torn asunder by a scarlet flash, and the orange flames surged into the heavens, with 6 million explosive tags still detonating. Kakuzu felt a pang of regret, exerting more than double his usual power, knowing that each enemy he eliminated would at least spare him 100 explosive tags. Grandfather, utilize shadow clones. At your age, do not perish on the battlefield. Yahiko Rizoro, quickly advance. In the distance, Nagato's pupils reflected the fiery explosions, and he swiftly ordered his men to methodically hunt down enemies attempting to flee the range of the mutual explosive tags. Rizoro, having learned the dual-wielding sword technique from the Land of Iron, was compelled by Yahiko to also hold a blade in his mouth, thus forming a triad of blades. With one in his mouth and two in his hands, he charged forward alongside Rizoro like a specter. Caught up in the excitement, the two completely forgot about their fellow shinobi. Nagato's face darkened, compelling him to take command himself. Conan soared high with 2 paper wings, and in the darkness, an unlit explosive tag drifted past her, leaving her visage etched with confusion. Does Yahiko also hoard explosive tags? Where did all these explosive tags come from? Hasn't Yahiko surrendered? She lamented. I had suggested we first stabilize Kusagakure before contemplating an assault on Akatsuki Village. And yet, why was I not informed of Yahiko's surrender? In that moment, Kusagakure was in disarray. With the death of Kusakamoru, most of these individuals had been forcibly gathered by ruthless means, and their loyalty was tenuous. Faced with 6 million explosive tags, they resembled a disbanded mob, ready to scatter. That day, Two individuals expelled by Kusakamoru had just witnessed one being obliterated by Yahiko's explosives, leaving the remaining one despondently watching the fleeing shinobi. He then knelt silently, hands clasped behind his head, muttering, "I surrender, I truly surrender." Meanwhile, as Yahiko affixed explosive tags to his foes, he and Conan exchanged a knowing glance. After this battle, he had matters to attend to elsewhere. Nagato attempted to join the communication channel and succeeded. The three nodded in agreement. It was time for the Nanting Gate to re-emerge into the world. Conan waved her hand, and countless sheets of white paper swirled forth like ethereal butterflies. The dance of paper rain ensued, transforming the paper into a rain of blades that fell with a whistling sound. Nagato, wishing to keep his Rinnegan hidden from the media, was also feeling rather ominous at that moment. Under the cover of several allies, the shinobi of the village formed an orderly formation as they advanced. They coordinated seamlessly. When Kusagaku retaliated with shuriken or kunai, the frontline shield bearers immediately raised their shields. Should Kusagaku attempt an attack from the flanks or rear, the formation would fluidly adapt, pushing the enemy back into the fray with their long blades. "Mother, I surrender, I truly surrender." A cacophony of wails echoed across the battlefield. Witnessing the aloof and dignified Conan in the sky, a shinobi from Kusagaku knelt in tears, and amidst his sobs, he inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. Those who knelt in surrender were naturally spared. The shinobi of Iwagakure, upon witnessing Yahiko's betrayal and the release of explosive tags, decisively retreated. As Danzo fled, his mind was in a whirl. How could Yahiko have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and the mutual explosive tags? It must be the monkey who taught him, he thought. Indeed, a monkey cannot be a Hokage. What a fool. What a bear. Giving everything away. Art is explosion. The phrase echoed in Bandara's mind as he walked backwards, facing the distant flickering flames and murmuring to himself. Among the retreating forces, a youthful boy with peach-colored hair voiced his disagreement with that notion, countering, ordinary works of art often fade with time. Only by encapsulating life in its most perfect moment can it be preserved eternally. That is true art. This boy was Scorpion, who had infiltrated the forces of Kusagaku in his fervent quest for revenge against Kakashi. The taciturn youth found himself unnoticed by either village, as Kusagaku mistook him for an IWA shinobi, while Iwagakure believed he belonged to Kusagaku. Bandara glanced at him, but chose not to respond. Scorpion shot a sidelong glance at the blonde, pondering why he did not challenge him. Sho made a call to Noki seeking instructions. Noki sighed. "It seems we shall reap no rewards. Your explosive techniques and Bandara's clay bombs are no match for the Flying Thunder God. Withdraw." Initially, it was believed that Akatsuki Village would be easily defeated, yet Yahiko's acquisition of the formidable mutual explosive tags and the Flying Thunder God was unforeseen. Noki seethed. Was Konoha insane? It was within his comprehension for them to share the costly mutual explosive tags, but how could they have given away the Flying Thunder God? During a mission, Minato had clashed with Iwagakure, and his mastery of the Flying Thunder God had caused Noki considerable distress, evading capture like an eel. Although it was not yet the Third Shinobi World War, witnessing Minato in action could prompt one to abandon their mission. Nevertheless, it compelled Iwagakure to take heightened precautions, especially with Yahiko, who wielded the Flying Thunder God. Every day, he cursed Konoha 1,000 times. As Yahiko unleashed a plethora of ninjutsu, he found his chakra waning. Bracing himself against a tree, he desperately sought to locate the elusive Akatsuki member amidst the tumult of battle. Afei, sensing his presence, glanced over. "Should there be a threat to the village, I shall wield these hands to eradicate it. You will witness the will of Akatsuki that flows within me." As the protector of the village, he had no intention of retreating even a step. The malevolent Uchiha Yahiko released chakra, causing fissures resembling spider silk to form in the tree trunk. Afei, buried beneath the earth, pressed the shutter repeatedly. All eyes, whether standing or kneeling, were fixated on Yahiko. This man, he is truly reaching his limit. Afei thought, how can such a person exist in this world? A person like this is insane. Observing Yahiko's deliberately stern countenance, he felt a surge of suppressed anger, yearning to abandon the charade, to reveal himself as Uchiha Madara, and to rush forth and obliterate Yahiko. Chapter 74, Hans encounters Danzo. What on earth is Hans doing here? Where is Kusakamoru? Is he dead? Drag him over here. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. That is him. The members of Akatsuki were busy clearing the battlefield, strewn with dismembered corpses. The air thick with the scent of charred flesh. The one laughing maniacally was not Uchiha, but Uzumaki Kaisuke. The people of Kusagakure knelt, awaiting the vengeance of the Uzumaki clan. Kaisuke, observing the body of Kusakamoru being dragged over, wielded a stick he had procured from somewhere, mercilessly striking the corpse in front of everyone. The scene was one of posthumous humiliation. With each blow, the stick echoed with the intertwined fury and slightly deranged laughter of Kaisuke. Kusakamoru was nearly reduced to a pulp, yet no one stepped in to stop him. After the village's demise, having been deceived by Kusakamoru into becoming a mobile blood bank, they endured a life more torturous than death itself. Those who had not experienced such agony could never understand the suffering of being alive, yet tormented. A bag of rice must be carried to the second floor. Initially, the Uzumaki clan, unwilling to trouble Yahiko, never expressed their resentment towards Grass Shinobi Amang in his presence. They quietly dedicated themselves to sealing jutsu, forming barrier teams, and repaying the village chief without uttering a word. Today, the Uzumaki clan's long-standing vengeance was finally avenged, and tears streamed down their faces. With debts of vengeance settled, Yahiko turned his back, pretending not to see anything. Generally speaking, the ninja world has a concept of leniency towards captives, but this is the Akatsuki Hidden Village. The Uzumaki clan surged forward, determined not to tarnish the reputation of any good person, nor to let any wicked individual escape. Onlookers were left trembling in fear. Under Yahiko's arrangements, Yuyuki Shouen had gone elsewhere, while several members of the Bloodpool clan approached, glancing at the vengeful Uzumaki, and then at Yahiko. "What do you want?" Yahiko asked, observing the suddenly shy crowd. Chief, look at the Uzumaki clan avenging their grudge. What about ours?" One person shyly chuckled, rubbing their hands and looking at Yahiko. "Yours?" Yahiko replied. "The Uzumaki clan's enemy was Grass Shinobi Amang. You are from the land of lightning and the Uchiha clan?" The disparity between the two seemed as stark as that between a teddy bear and a tyrant, echoing in Yahiko's mind. "Are you trying to complicate matters for me? Nagato, continue cleaning up the battlefield. I will take Kakuzu to support Shomo and the others." Just then, Konan picked up an explosive tag from the ground, looking puzzled. And Yahiko quickly seized the melancholic Kakuzu, vanishing with a Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God is remarkable. After all, Yahiko's greatest admiration was for his ancestor, Senju Tobarama. The Akatsuki Hidden Village split into two groups. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Kakuzu, and a few others confronted the enemy head-on. Meanwhile, Kakashi Shomo, Senryu, Yuyuki Shouen, and Baryu were blocking the rear. At this moment, the four of them appeared somewhat bewildered, their heads filled with confusion. Before them were retreating IWA Shinobi and a few stragglers from the Grass Village, numbering around 1,200. Although it was not winter, the cold made them shut their eyes. It was said that after the explosion, few deserters would remain, and Amang would laugh heartily, mocking Yahiko's lack of strategy and Nagato's short-sightedness, as they unexpectedly emerged to deliver a beating. Indeed, the original plan did not include the death of Amang, although Yahiko felt guilty towards the brothers of the Uzumaki clan. As the village chief, he had to consider the future of the village. Amang's death meant that the Akatsuki Hidden Village would be completely exposed to the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain in the Third Shinobi World War. Without the Grass Village serving as a barrier and battlefield, Yahiko could hardly imagine the devastation that would befall the Akatsuki Hidden Village. "What do you intend to do?" Sho approached the four in front, the leader with white hair and one eye covered by a forehead protector, while behind him, 1,200 shinobi emerged from the woods. Barry wanted to cry without tears. Wasn't it better to stay in the lab conducting experiments? Why jump out now? He vowed that if he survived this time, he would delve into research and never step foot outside again. Over here, Kakashi Shomo suddenly pointed in a direction. Sho and the IWA shinobi frowned, puzzled about what the four Akatsuki members were up to. The deserter, Bingdala, was in a displeased mood, rolling 2 clay bombs in his hands, ready to show Kakashi Shomo some color. The next moment, Yahiko and Kakuzu appeared. "All right, let us go. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and retreat," Sho urged. Sho quickly pulled Bingdala, instructing others to retreat in the direction Kakashi had indicated. Inoki had already analyzed their chances against Yahiko. If Yahiko fought to the death, their odds were 85%. However, if Yahiko fought sporadically and unintentionally marked one of them, they could lead their comrades home. "Why aren't you leaving?" Bingdala halted. suddenly looking at the indifferent Scorpion, who remained unmoved. Go ahead, I'll catch up shortly, he said calmly. Oh, Bangdala mumbled, thinking he was quite the oddball. Before being pulled away by Sho. After the group left, the six looked at Scorpion, unable to help but marvel at the audacity of youth. Indeed, it was destiny. Yahiko scrutinized the beautiful member of the Akatsuki before him. Scorpion summoned his parents' puppets, coldly gazing at Kakashi Shimo. Do you know them? Except for Yahiko. The others simultaneously glanced at Kakashi Shimo. He squinted, remembering that this was Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, whom he had slain during the Second Shinobi World War. I don't know. Watching the young boy feign indifference, Kakashi felt tempted to tease him. Very well, Scorpion replied, expressionless. Scorpion attacked, and Kakashi Shimo, without even activating his blood dragon eye, swiftly struck, severing the arms of the parents' puppets. Scorpion retaliated with them, but Kakashi countered with several strikes. The sound of joints snapping echoing as the puppets fell to the ground. Believe it or not, Scorpion's parents had died at Kakashi Shimo's hands twice. The record was verifiable. Scorpion stared in shock at Kakashi. Was this the kind of opponent his parents faced back then? No wonder his grandmother didn't want to share information. He had thought his grandmother didn't love him. Before dying, people often have more to say, right? Grandma, you and uncle should come down soon so we can have a good family reunion. Puppeteers fear close combat the most, and Kakashi understood that Sunagakure loved to use poison. With a mere glance, everyone understood, and Kakuzu approached to swiftly knock Scorpion unconscious. Stop! Yahiko quickly intervened. Kakuzu halted, deeply puzzled. The last time he had fought Kakashi, Yahiko had spared him, perhaps out of respect for his strength. But should this pretentious kid also be let off? The village chief was truly hungry for more. Yahiko gestured at the fallen puppets. He is not weak. He just hasn't reached his peak yet. We might have the opportunity to collect the remains of the great Uchiha for him to craft puppets. Kakuzu looked on, astonished. Recently, the toy factory had hit a bottleneck. Unable to develop new categories, a worker like this was precisely what they needed. Another member of the Akatsuki had sought them out. Yahiko felt quite pleased. If Naruto didn't have the Akatsuki, would it still be Naruto? He wished Scorpion could invent and research steel armor. It shouldn't be too difficult for him, right? A cunning scheme. What a clever ruse. Danzo, along with his group, was on the retreat, having arrived in a dense forest. Danzo had never anticipated Yahiko's ploy. Where are we? Danzo inquired. We are currently near Honglin, at the junction of Akatsuki Hidden Village and Rain Hidden Village, the mountain wind replied. I suspect Yahiko is merely clever for a moment. If he were to set an ambush here and launch a surprise attack, we would have no way to retreat and would surely perish. Danzo suddenly laughed, but just after he finished, a rustling sound from the surrounding flora caught their attention. A man wielding a scythe and wearing a special mask led dozens of ranged shinobi charging out. Hanzo of the Salamander. Originally, he was there to support Yahiko, ready to rescue him at the first sign of trouble if the Akatsuki Hidden Village fell. But who did he encounter instead? Danzo. Damn. Hanzo. Can anyone tell me how Hanzo is here? Before Danzo could recover from his shock, Hanzo, swift as lightning, charged forward with his scythe raised. Chapter 75, The Five Nations Epic. In this battle, the Akatsuki Hidden Village reaped significant rewards. Hearing the commotion from Honglin, Yahiko quickly rushed over with Nagato and a few others. At that moment, Danzo and Hanzo were locked in fierce combat. Yahiko stealthily approached and knocked Danzo down with a well-aimed strike, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Uncle, what are you doing here? Danzo looked at Yahiko's big watery eyes, painfully closing his own, exclaiming, I hate Sarutobi Hiruzen. If I hadn't given the explosive tag to Yahiko, how could there be so many troubles? A person who is more adept at causing failure than achieving success. My dear nephew, it is a pleasure to see you again. I always knew you would emerge victorious. Uncle Hans. Hans handed the scythe to Amiyuki, casting a thorough glance over Yahiko before patting him on the shoulder. Amiyuki rolled his eyes upon receiving it. Recalling Hans's earlier assertion that Yahiko was destined to lose this battle and their intention to rescue him. Dear nephew, what could that possibly mean? Danzo and the root members were internally alarmed. The intelligence report merely indicated that Amiyuki Village and Akatsuki had formed an alliance. But it failed to mention that Yahiko was Hans's nephew. I am the butcher, and they must simply watch in silence. What is the matter with Nagato? Hans inquired, glancing at Nagato, who stood quietly beside Yahiko. Yahiko and Konan were children of Amiyuki Village, Nagato, though his father hailed from there, was ultimately not a pure blood of Amyuki. Yahiko elucidated the backstory. Ah, I see. Hans nodded, recognizing that his nephew was quite clever, having resorted to a scheme of self-sacrifice, certainly a man capable of great deeds. Remarkably, spies reported that Nagato had risen in rebellion, prompting Hans to consider mobilizing forces against Akatsuki. Well, Amyuki is indeed busy. I shall leave Danzo to you. After declaring this, Hans scratched his leg in a somewhat exaggerated manner. A mosquito bit him, only to succumb to poison. Yet, this did not hinder his performance of feigned distress. Observing Yahiko's grateful expression, he knew he had succeeded. Without taking a single cloud, one must maintain a long-term perspective. Hans departed with his men, having captured Danzo. With only a single casualty from Root, others remained unharmed. Excluding the heinous denizens of Grass Village, approximately 400 ninjas, who had not committed grave offenses, surrendered. These individuals possessed varying degrees of strength, mostly being genin, their chakras sealed and hands bound. The sight of over 1,000 disfigured corpses, including those who had fled to Rock Village, left a profound impact. However, as ninjas, they were psychologically prepared. When Akatsuki's forces pressed forward, 3 Chunin and 4 genin were sacrificed, and upon their return, they were naturally given a grand burial and a memorial stone. The battlefield was cleared by dawn. All individuals, including Danzo, were confined within the advancing fortress. After a moment of contemplation, Yahiko stated, the village treasury will allocate funds to establish a war criminal camp within the fortress, with those guilty of heinous crimes designated as Class A war criminals. Depending on the severity of offenses, they will be classified into B, C, and D categories. Class A will be executed immediately. Class B will face life imprisonment. Class C will serve between 3 and 20 years, and Class D remains undecided. Following his declaration, Yahiko lowered his head in dejection, as if the words of Uchiha, who proclaimed innate evil, were not his own, radiating an air of despondency. No one knew what thoughts plagued him. Upon returning to the village, he isolated himself in a small room for 3 days without food or drink. Outside the village, news of Akatsuki's victory in this battle spread rapidly throughout the 5 great nations, even shocking the reclusive Mist Village. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered where Danzo had gone. After searching for half an hour without finding him in Konoha, he was informed by Root that Danzo had gone on a mission. Well then, they would have to convene without him. Sarutobi listened to Narashikaku recount the events. Recently returned to the village, Minato, along with the Hyuga brothers and young Nin from other villages, were called in to listen. Haruno Sakura and Mito Minju expressed their discontent. Is this how you intend to utilize our teacher's explosive tags? To feign surrender and launch a surprise attack? This tarnishes his reputation. Sakura exclaimed, Sarutobi, your disciple is excessively cunning. Minato wished to voice his thoughts, but refrained, feeling his low status. The other young ninjas, uncertain of the Hokage's purpose in summoning them, listened attentively. Sarutobi took a puff of smoke. While cunning, Danzo was indeed useful. The involvement of Noki in this matter could not be concealed from those with ulterior motives. The joint forces of 2 villages, totaling 3,000, were repelled by Yahiko with fewer than 200 ninjas, a feat he could not accomplish. After this incident, Sarutobi began to re-evaluate Yahiko and Akatsuki. Previously, what was his impression of Yahiko? A writer of lewd literature? The founder of the bull-headed clan? A heartless merchant? However, following the Battle of the Red Forest, Sarutobi's perspective on Yahiko shifted. He recognized him as a man who would stop at nothing for the sake of his village. Akatsuki's early reports arrived, brought by Orochimaru, detailing the entire course of events. The Flying Thunder God technique was notably absent. After expressing gratitude towards Sarutobi for selling ninjutsu, the report included explosive tag photographs of Yahiko perched in a tree alongside several remarks he had made at that time. This issue of the newspaper primarily revolved around this incident. Photographs depicted Yahiko, emaciated and disheveled, having fasted for 3 days, filled with remorse, lying in a small room, while Konan showed her concern beside him. The village chief was deeply troubled by the use of deceit to secure victory in order to protect his beloved village. He felt a heavy burden, yet if given the chance to return to that day of deception, he would undoubtedly choose the same path, for it was to safeguard the village he cherished. The reference to she indicates Konan. Many empathetic women, upon reading this passage, were moved to tears. while the names of Ban and Hashirama were invoked, calling for their confinement. Below, the accompanying text clearly outlined Yahiko's journey from the Grass Village invasion to the present. In summary, 7 words encapsulated his sentiment. He felt guilt, but no regret. He was currently punishing himself through fasting. After reading the entire newspaper, Sarutobi was at a loss for how to express his feelings. Was it all an act, or was he truly remorseful? The newspaper contained a wealth of information. Reporter Afei conducted an in-depth investigation, enumerating the atrocities committed by the Grass Village. For instance, if Grasamang had an interest in a certain man's wife, he would send people to break the husband's legs and force subordinates to pry open the husband's eyes, compelling him to witness the actions of Grasamang. Yahiko would not neglect the denizens of Grass Village. Those without crimes would be offered employment. Beasts, may the bull-headed clan meet a tragic end. Everyone present, after reading the newspaper, spat in disgust at Grasamang. Yahiko's junior brother is correct. If someone seeks to harm Konoha, I too would make the same choice as Yahiko's junior brother, bearing the infamy myself. Minato stood close to Hinata Hayashi, and his agreement was overheard by the brothers, who nodded in agreement. Minato, known for his amiable nature, declaring such sentiments indicated that Yahiko's feigned surrender should not be scorned. Just then, the sounds of children playing dress-up drifted in from outside the office building. I want to be Yahiko. I'm going to attack Konoha, and you, as Hokage, must defend it. No. How could the Hokage possibly defeat Yahiko? Sarutobi, with keen hearing, felt a flush of embarrassment. Meeting adjourned. He had to address this matter. What has become of the current youth? He is, after all, the strongest Hokage. The Titanic incident had already placed Yahiko under a favorable light in the shinobi world. And now, with the display of his strength, a fervent admiration for him surged throughout the entire ninja realm. In the morning, upon the unveiling of the newspaper, by afternoon, a peculiar book titled The Prequel to the Five Nations followed. Rumor had it that it was penned by Pain, and the moment it entered the Konoha bookstore, it landed on Sarutobi's desk. Initially, Sarutobi was contemplating how Konoha should approach Akatsuki in the future, but this thought was quickly forgotten. He felt a surge of excitement. Five Nations Chronicles, a narrative of such grand scope? Could it be? Did it encompass all 5 villages? Seizing the moment when no one was around, he hastily flipped through its pages. Once upon a time, Kagaya opened the heavens, and from that day forth, the ninja world distinguished between purity and corruption. Kagaya? The protagonist of the tale is named Kagaya? Sarutobi smiled. What a lovely name. It evokes the image of a fair maiden with skin as pale as the moon. He continued to turn the pages. Kagaya, alone in the ninja world, remained unaware of how many years passed. One day, she realized that the sanctity of the ninja people lay within their souls. She shaped humanity with chakra and breathed life into them, bestowing upon them existence and wisdom. The first human she created was the sage of 6 paths, named Hagoromo, and the second was Hamura, whom Kagaya regarded as her own children. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to sense that something was amiss, yet his curiosity was piqued, compelling him to continue reading. 100 millennia had passed, and the tides of time had shifted, leading to a philosophical dispute between the sage of the 6 paths and Kagaya. Kagaya believed that love could encompass all, while the sage was firmly convinced that only the strong survive and the weak must perish. However, how could the sage of the 6 paths ever be Kagaya's rival? He had no choice but to remain in hiding. One day, while gathering firewood on the mountain, he encountered a powerful spirit beast, a member of the Pangolin clan. The spirit beast informed the sage that with ample firewood, the flames would rise high. Upon returning, the sage devoted himself to daily toil. Eventually, Indra, the elder son, and Azura, the younger son, were born. As the brothers grew, the 3 of them united to seal Kagaya, simultaneously sending her favored companion, Ya, who believed in the existence of love, into the cosmos. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, though this was a tale. He felt an unsettling conviction that Yahiko was recounting the history of the ninja world. But how did Yahiko possess such knowledge? Suppressing his curiosity, he pressed on to see what Yahiko would reveal next. After Kagaya was sealed, the sage of the 6 paths established the ninja sect, tasked with governing the now unified ninja world. He shared chakra through the medium of handshake. In no time, the ninja world thrived, entering a golden age, which the people referred to as the era of prosperity. This was Yahiko's first external probe. The ninja world was destined for unity. Those who perused this segment seemed contemplative, Yet after some reflection, they dismissed it. As they continued reading, they encountered the profound suffering that defined the sage's life. The strong survive, while the weak perish. There could only be one heir to the ninja sect. Discontent with his father's favoritism towards his elder brother Indra, Asura instigated a coup, ambushing Indra with 800 men in the Land of Fire, personally slaying him and usurping the title of heir to the ninja sect. To escape retribution, Indra's descendants adopted the surname Uchiha, while another faction, without a name, declared themselves a clan steeped in hatred and blood. I understand now, mother, how difficult it was for you back then. In his twilight years, the sage of the six paths knelt beneath the moon, weeping. Ultimately, Asura yearned for more than just the title of heir. One evening, he visited the sage for dinner. No one knows what transpired that night, but the servants could only witness the two figures drinking together, followed by a sudden quarrel and the sound of an axe. The next day, Asura ascended as the leader of the ninja sect. His rise to power was met with skepticism, for the hand signs used to release ninjutsu were the invention of his elder brother Indra. The Uchiha clan, dissatisfied with his reign, resolutely rebelled, seeking to restore peace to the world. Thus began a millennium-long war in the ninja realm. Chapter 76, Scorpion, the Young Scholar. The narrative concluded here, for this book merely served as a prelude. Is this truly the history of the ninja world? From the text, it appeared that Asura was nothing but a fool. For apart from the coup he orchestrated, what merit did he possess to lead the ninja sect? The one who invented the hand signs for ninjutsu was Indra, and the Uchihas were Indra's descendants, implying they, too, were progeny of the sage of the six paths. Yet, was there no concern for Kaguya, the divine creator of humanity? Love can encompass all. She reminds me of my mother. Throughout the ninja world, upon finishing the prelude of the Five Nations epic, discussions erupted in the streets. Kaguya, the creator of humanity, gained a new title, Mother. They discerned that Kaguya must have gone easy on them during that battle. The once divine sage of the six paths was now labeled a prodigal son by some mothers who associated him with Kaguya. The populace of the ninja world, unfamiliar with that segment of history, regarded Pain, hailing from Amigakure, as an authority on ninja lore, leading them to believe in its authenticity. After reading this book, the ninjas of the five great nations became increasingly convinced. The long-sought answers to their queries were unveiled. No wonder the Uchiha clan possessed such strength, allowing them to contend with the Senju clan for so many years. It was revealed that they were descendants of the sage of the six paths. In Konoha village, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the entire Uchiha clan nearly fainted from excitement, their hands trembling as they turned the pages. Do we, the Uchiha, possess such a history? I always said that with our powerful Sharingan, how could we be a clan cursed? This must be Asura's smear campaign. We must invade the Land of Fire. No. We shall unify the ninja world. It rightfully belongs to the Uchiha. It was undoubtedly that useless Asura's failure that led to the world's division. Uchiha Fugaku listened to the clamorous outcry of his clansmen, his heart racing with anticipation for what followed. Yet, he maintained a stoic facade, his legs trembling. A saying circulated among the villagers, Konoha's affairs are none of your Uchiha's concern, which chilled his heart. The Uchiha clan was one that thrived on flattery. They would throw themselves into danger to protect their beloved friends. Now, with the publication of this book, Fugaku dared not imagine how the Uchiha's reputation in the ninja world would be transformed. They were a clan that sought to restore peace to the world. Alas, he remained unaware of who authored this book. It was a mixture of love and resentment. The earlier passages had stirred excitement with thrilling tales. Yet now the narrative of the Five Nations epic resurrected that history. In Amigakure, Yahiko hid in a newly constructed cottage, sipping tea as Nagato reported news from outside. Observing Yahiko's gaunt visage and poor condition, Nagato felt a pang of sympathy. To avoid the scorn and suspicion of the five great nations, Yahiko had to feign guilt, fasting for 3 days and nights, crafting the Five Nations epic to draw the attention of the ninja world. This was the mark of a competent village leader. Just as Nagato was about to express his concern and urge Yahiko to eat something, he saw Yahiko set down his tea, pushing it toward Nagato with a troubled expression. Unable to swallow. Just moments ago, Conan had entered the underground hideout, brimming with joy, only to find the basement as desolate as a locust-ravaged field. Her pupils dilated. Where are my 600,000 explosive tags? 600,000 explosive tags vanished, with only 2 or 3 lying on the ground. Who is this insulting? Suddenly, she recalled the mutual explosive tags Yahiko had used that day. Conan, overwhelmed with grievance, flew to Yahiko's new cottage. Outside, numerous spies from the 5 great nations were eavesdropping. Witnessing a girl who looked as though she had been abandoned by a scoundrel storm into the cottage, her face a picture of sorrow. Is there a scoop to be had? They eagerly drew closer. Yahiko, where are my 600,000 explosive tags? Conan originally intended to confront him. Yet upon seeing Yahiko's exhausted demeanor, her tone softened involuntarily. I'm sorry, I used them without permission. Yahiko's shoulders sagged. His gaze fixed dismally on the floor like a neglected puppy. Clearing his throat, he presented a frail image reminiscent of Lin Dayu, weak and pale, as if he might faint from hunger at any moment. Upon seeing this, Conan's anger dissipated. Explosive tags could be purchased or recreated. She had no right to question Yahiko. She hurriedly approached him, wrapping him in an embrace to offer gentle comfort. Nagato, along with the spies outside, was left in shock. What the hell? It can be like this? As summer vacation began and the danger subsided, the customary summer activities were set to take place. Conan went to prepare a meal for Yahiko that afternoon. Leading the children and sweeping the streets was Yumino Irika. Among the group was a pale-haired boy, his chakra sealed, bound hand and foot, with only his legs, eyes, and ears able to move. Scorpion, born in the same year as Yahiko, had received a meager education in Sunagakure. Although he could read, his knowledge was limited, and he lacked any understanding of subjects like mechanics, electricity, or optics. He trailed behind the children without a word, feeling neither shame nor resistance. His life was firmly in their grasp. Though he could not fathom why Yahiko refrained from taking his life, he felt no gratitude, at most. He would let Yahiko off the hook in the future, but he was resolute in his desire to see Tsukumo dead. Scorpion, you shall officially join us as a junior on September 1st. The trio of Xiao and his friends chuckled as they approached Scorpion. Chapter 77, I am the teacher. Nearby, Dafo and Gio Assist shared knowing glances. Yahiko had sent a letter that morning, instructing them to keep a close eye on Scorpion, never expecting that Chio's grandson from Sunagakure would become their junior. Hee, as 2 soon-to-be second-year students, we are quite pleased with this first-year newcomer, they remarked, though their expressions soon turned glum. Dafo, we missed the Battle of Akatsuki, and thus lost our merit. With my strength, I could have at least earned a second-class achievement. Right? Alas, Yahiko remembers everyone's performance in that battle and will hold a commendation ceremony soon. I heard there would be medals and personnel changes. Even as a genin, one might manage to earn a third-class merit badge. Yet here we are, with our middle chunin strength, stuck in school, unable to gain anything. It's disheartening to think about. We lost our prime opportunities and will always be at a disadvantage in terms of seniority. Come now, children, keep up. At that moment, Kei waved his hand to signal the children to form a line. The chatter ceased as everyone jogged to follow. Under Kei's guidance, the streets were filled with the bustling figures of the Holiday Eagle Squad. Scorpion accepted a broom, displaying indifference towards everything around him. Kei, however, paid special attention to this boy named Scorpion. Was it pity? He was uncertain. He merely hoped for a child who could radiate sunshine and joy. He whispered to a few other teachers, "What's the story with this boy Scorpion? He seems so emotionally frozen, devoid of any feelings." The others nodded in agreement. They shared the same sentiment. No matter who approached Scorpion for conversation, he remained unresponsive, isolating himself from everyone. Among the teachers were 2 who knew they were spies for Konoha and had not forgotten their duties. They observed Kei, who appeared resolute in his intention to engage with Scorpion. They quickly interjected, "Kei, you're not planning to try and reason with this child, are you? I don't think he's the type to be easily consoled. Although Xiao has made some progress academically, he is still lagging behind. You would be better off focusing your attention on children like him." Despite being spies, they had developed a bond with Xiao and the others over the days they had spent together. With fewer ties, it would be less painful to part ways in the future. They hoped Kei would limit his interactions with the children, preventing him from becoming too entangled. Kei instructed the others to continue supervising the children, leaving behind a single remark before vanishing in an instant. The 2 teachers exchanged glances, puzzled by his sudden departure. In the village chief's office, it was Kei's first time taking the initiative to visit. With the storm having passed, Yahiko finally settled back into his office. He was enjoying tofu and pickles, his mood seemingly buoyant as he hummed a tune while playing with his phone. When Xiaonan noticed the food was ready, She took it out to cool. Knock, knock, Kay announced as he entered, taking in the familiar scene with ease. Xiaonan had gone to teach, and Yahiko, unable to reach her by phone, had resorted to calling her directly. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through the office, prompting his curiosity about the unexpected chill. Kay, relying on his years of experience as a ninja, instinctively glanced at the whirring machine on the wall. Air conditioning, he noted, knowing it would soon be installed in the dorms for teachers and staff once mass production began. Xiaonan, noticing Kay's confusion, explained, "What if the family doesn't want to return to Konoha? In the sweltering summer of Konoha, one can only resort to ice pops." As Kay stepped into the air-conditioned room, the sweat on his body instantly cooled. He proceeded to explain the purpose of his visit. "Do you wish to apply for a teaching position for the next batch of newcomers?" Yahiko pondered the feasibility of the proposal. Xiaonan readily agreed. "Yes. Your qualifications and character make you quite suitable as a homeroom teacher." Yahiko had a retort ready. But given that he had just used 6 million explosive tags on Xiaonan, he decided against provoking her further. "All right, it's settled," Yahiko nodded. "Thank you." Kay expressed his gratitude, then shared his desire to help Scorpion overcome his shadows. Xiaonan was delighted, while Yahiko looked on with a strange expression. Nevertheless, this matter seemed to benefit the village. "All right, regarding this issue, I will fully cooperate with you," Yahiko declared, waving his hand. And the second air conditioning unit for Akatsuki Village was directly sent to Uncle Yao. Initially, Uncle Yao had refused funding, but now he was willing to accept the air conditioning unit. Scorpion's parents had perished during the Second Shinobi World War, which might have led to his aloofness. Yahiko confided in Kay about Scorpion's general situation, expressing his insights. K's expression turned complex as he vowed, "I will help Scorpion emerge from the shadows." Having lost his own parents during the same war, he felt a deep resonance with this child, which only intensified his compassion. As Kay exited and returned to the bustling street, he observed groups of people engaged in lively conversations, discussing topics ranging from the Five Nations saga to Jiraiya's plans for a sequel. The children were also engaged in their own playful banter while cleaning. Yet, Scorpion stood apart. Enveloped in an invisible chill, his gaze cast downward as he diligently swept the ground before him. Kay looked at him with pity, sensing the boy might be suffering from a deep-seated emotional turmoil. "Scorpion, you can't just sweep one spot." He found a larger broom and demonstrated how to sweep in a broader motion, kicking up dust as he stepped back to continue cleaning. Scorpion glanced at him momentarily, but remained silent, lowering his head once more to resume his task. "This child is quite challenging," Kay mused, feeling a sense of frustration. "In that case, let us activate the plan." Kay had a fondness for Kaguya, believing in love's ability to encompass everything. It was love that gave life meaning. And in a world of love, nothing was impossible. He deliberately engaged Dafo and Geo Assist in discussing the Five Nations saga, hoping to pique Scorpion's interest. However, he soon discovered that the words of the Sage of Six Paths, in his later years of repentance, rang true. Human desires were like a rolling stone on a mountain. Once set in motion, they could never be halted. "That is not true," Geo Assist countered. "It's all about perspective. Love can create and destroy. When you protect a flock of sheep from wolves with love, that same love equates to destruction for the wolves, as they may starve as a result." Kay narrowed his eyes. This child possessed a remarkable memory, perfectly reciting lines from their discussions. Naturally, he felt compelled to defend Kaguya. Yet, he realized that as soon as the children heard the debate over the Five Nations saga, they all rallied behind the Sage of Six Paths. "Wait, how did this happen? Is this right? What has happened to the children today? It's too realistic." Chapter 78. Tsukumo, Shally has been waiting for you for a long time. On the bustling street, the children engaged in a lively back and forth, challenging Kay to the point of embarrassment. He exclaimed, No, the Sage of Six Paths is wrong." In the heat of the debate, he completely forgot about Scorpion. Yes, the Sage of Six Paths is correct." The fervor of the discussion escalated, drawing the attention of many onlookers, who began to join in the lively debate. It is evident that the majority is inclined towards the Sage of Six Paths, not for his reputation as a wayward child who instigated conflict between his sons, but rather for his profound philosophy. In contrast, Kaguya appears to be an innocent and naive figure, oblivious to the complexities of the world. The Kaguya faction, at that moment, faced a series of setbacks. One might wonder who could possibly rally them under their banner. It was a rather dull spectacle. Scorpion cast a cold glance over the noisy crowd. contemplating an escape amidst the chaos. Yet both Jay-Z and the Great Buddha, despite their quarrels, remained somewhat vigilant of him. This group had been bickering from afternoon until nightfall. Even Yahiko had heard of the matter. Kaguya is correct, Yahiko murmured. Why? Conan inquired, her expression one of confusion. Because of her beauty and grace. The Sage of Six Paths is simply too unattractive. Yahiko would never voice that thought aloud. Instead, he explained, Kaguya perceives the ninja world from a maternal perspective. To her, humanity is merely a collection of children, and she embodies the true essence of loving her people as one with their own offspring. Indeed, it was a genuine sentiment of maternal affection. The Sage of Six Paths' girlfriend was cast aside by Kaguya to become a white Zetsu, he added. At this, Conan's eyelashes fluttered, her expression shifting. Mother. She glanced at Yahiko, her cheeks instantly flushing like a ripe apple. Clearing his throat, Yahiko felt a bit awkward. As a prudent village leader, he had to consider not just the village's welfare, but also that of his family. In the future, if he were to have a son with Conan, he might visit the Hyuga or the Yamanaka families to consult them. As for a daughter, oh dear, with so many blonde-haired boys in the ninja world, they would all be doomed. What is wrong with you, Yahiko? Conan asked, her face flushed, while Yahiko's eyes reddened. It wasn't until nightfall that Yahiko finally calmed down from his anger. The day passed, and he made a call to Nagato, inviting him along with Conan to Ichiraku Ramen. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, they found it was the same familiar cart. The three of them pushed aside the curtain and entered, greeted by a refreshing coolness. Courtesy of the air conditioning. In their ninja world, air conditioning could be powered by chakra, which was quite convenient, albeit a drain on the Uzumaki clan's resources. Yahiko felt a twinge of guilt. Currently, there were only 2 air conditioning units in Amigakure, and any Uzumaki could easily supply the energy. However, when the day came that every household had one, the Uzumaki clan might consider leaving the village. This matter required urgent attention, and he intended to offer incentives to encourage the Uzumaki to have more children. It had been a year, and even with a few on the way, there were only a dozen or so children, far too few. Just then, as they entered, Kakashi Hatake appeared, accompanied by his 3 subordinates from his time in Konoha, Ray Eyes, Hyakawa, and Yuki, who were nameless in the original story. It was mealtime, and with the advantage of air conditioning, the small cart was bustling with patrons. Are they all eating? Yahiko observed, glancing at the crowded tables and those sitting on the floor. Among them were Hayama, Scorpion, the Yoshino family, several unfamiliar passers-by, and Obito. It appeared that someone had to sacrifice their spot. It would have to be Uncle Yoshino and Obito. Is it because you cast a dissenting vote when we discussed opening a foot massage parlor last year? Is that why you're holding a grudge? Uncle Yoshino, meeting Yahiko's gaze, had no choice but to squat on the ground with his bowl, offering his seat to Conan. Many others were also eating on the floor. The small ramen shop was packed with people, and thank goodness for the air conditioning. Stop babbling. Yahiko shot another glance at Obito. You don't eat, do you? Surely you don't mind the heat? And you don't need breaks, right? So what are you doing here? Yahiko gasped, realizing that Obito was indeed a chosen worker, which must have thrilled Kakashi immensely. Apart from the obvious advantages, Obito could serve as clothing, a caregiver, or even a prosthetic. Just thinking about it made Yahiko swallow hard. If he had 10,000 obedient Obitos, he could conquer the ninja world in a month. After all, his confidence stemmed from the various military strategies he had learned in his previous life. In this light, Obito was like a treasure trove, brimming with potential. I'll take a to-go order, Yahiko thought, not realizing that a glimmer of desire and greed had crept into his eyes as he looked at Obito, who remained oblivious. Still seated on the bench, Yahiko couldn't ask him to move. That was the comfort of having connections. He couldn't possibly let Obito take his meal to the ground. It would be a grave offense to delay Lord Madara's dinner. Even a second's delay would be a sin. Yahiko ordered a bowl of chicken soup ramen and squatted down, subtly focusing his attention on Hayama and Scorpion. However, Kakashi was keeping his distance from the elder Yoshino, appearing evasive, even flinching when he caught sight of him upon entering. There was certainly some intrigue unfolding. Which of the two should he observe first? Naturally, both at once. Nagato, noticing Yahiko's sneaky behavior, turned his attention to the 4 as well. Among them, Conan was concerned about the recent developments regarding Yaijing's situation. She had heard that many children were engaging in early romantic relationships, something that must be strictly prohibited. That little boy, Xiaoxiong, often sought Yaijing's attention, and she feared that their budding romance might hinder their studies and ninja paths. It was a small piece of gossip at best. Yahiko listened for a while before losing interest. Through the perspectives of the little toads, he concluded that Yaijings had a liking for the academically gifted Shimoyama. So Xiaoxiong was out of luck. Yoshino, the elder, called out to Kakashi. Have you made any decisions yet? Xiaoli has been waiting for you for quite some time. Kakashi, standing behind him, replied, I already have Kakashi. Hayama soon approached. Don't be shy with your teacher. Eat to your heart's content tonight. Scorpion remained silent. The Uzumaki clan was closely knit. This Uzumaki Xiaoli was related to Nagato's mother. She worked as a toy designer at a toy factory and was referred to as Aunt Xiaoli by Nagato. After losing her husband, she never remarried. As the Uzumaki clan had set a standard of loyalty, and the likes of Asuma never dared to approach her. However, Nagato had heard that Aunt Xiaoli had taken a liking to Kakashi at first glance. Chapter 79, Never Ride the Train in This Lifetime. It was clear that the Hitaki family was facing extinction. Yahiko could easily discern that Kakashi's implication was that he had successors, and he cared deeply for Kakashi. But Kakashi was destined to spend his life with Guy and his right hand. Nagato, we must take action, Yahiko said, his expression grave. Finding a wife for Kakashi, Yahiko believed, could be a mission of great significance, creating bonds, increasing the number of children, and nurturing his subordinates, all in one fell swoop. Whenever Yahiko bore that expression, Nagato understood that it was time for him to use his transformation technique to disguise himself as a woman. You want me to treat you to ramen? This is a banquet of sorts. I do not agree, Nagato exclaimed in a low voice. Can you bear to see the Hitaki family die out? Can you bear to see your aunt live in solitude? Yahiko once again took the moral high ground to chastise Nagato. Nagato, still young, seemed to contemplate the matter. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized. The Hitaki family is not extinct. What do you mean? He questioned. Isn't there a Kakashi? Although he wore a mask all the time, making himself seem aloof, it was clear he was rather handsome. While others were still in school, he had already become a sage nin. Surely, a young man like him wouldn't lack for admirers. Think of your aunt, Yahiko urged. Think. Enough. I agree, Nagato replied. His face flushed with indignation and embarrassment. What do you suggest? Yahiko whispered in Nagato's ear, outlining their plan. Meanwhile, Elder Yoshino was pressing, Kakashi, why not meet Xiaoli first? The elder's repeated pleas made it difficult for Kakashi to refuse, and he reluctantly agreed. He wouldn't truly consent, as he already had Kakashi. All right. I'll cover the ramen for today, Elder Yoshino said with a beaming smile, relieved that they could at least meet. He feared Kakashi wouldn't even agree to that. Scorpion, do you want some vinegar in your ramen? Hayama inquired, clearly treating Scorpion like a younger brother in concern. The Scorpion felt somewhat uneasy with the sudden concern, remaining silent as he quietly consumed the freshly prepared noodles. Not refusing meant he was accepting it. Hayi glanced at the situation. Having witnessed Mi Yen pursue his wife into the office several times, and promptly filled his bowl. Scorpion, Hayi rubbed his nose. That's too much, my apologies. The broth had turned nearly black, and Xiao Nan, not far from them, looked on with a sour expression, wondering what on earth these people were up to. Eating noodles was hardly a tranquil affair. Long Men, sulking in a corner and comforted by Mi Yen, resembled a matchmaker, while Fei, with his legs crossed and gazing into a mirror, awaited his noodles, creating a scene reminiscent of a world-renowned painting. Scorpion glanced at Hai but quickly returned to his meal, finishing with an unflinching demeanor. He was a tough character. Many initially believed that Scorpion's usual coldness was merely a facade, but today's display proved otherwise. Absolutely impossible to maintain such an act. Coughing after finishing, Scorpion couldn't hold back. His complexion grim, each breath now tinged with acidity. Hai pondered, sensing that perhaps Scorpion was not beyond redemption. Outside the village chief's office building, an awards ceremony was underway. Mi Yen presented medals to those who had distinguished themselves in the Battle of Chi Lin. Under public scrutiny, he began the ceremony, distributing military ranks and uniforms as well. Ordinary soldiers donned white tops with blue ties, while officers above the rank of lieutenant could wear their own attire, provided it did not tarnish the image of Shaoyin Village. The military uniform bore the word justice emblazoned in white on the back. Mi Yen assumed the title of marshal, but could not confer all ranks at once. Thus, the ranks were distributed. Major General to Kiki Sakumo, Sun Lu, and Vortex Xianwan, Colonel to Long Men, Xiao Nan, Jiao Du, and Bei Lu Hu, Lieutenant Colonel to Wu Chengyan, Lu Fu, and Lu Luo. Others were likewise honored according to their merits, with a Fei notably receiving the rank of major. Seizing the moment when Mi Yin was preoccupied with awarding others, Jiao Du discreetly took a bite of his medal, his eyes lighting up at the sight of gold. Just as the honored were basking in their accolades and the villagers' admiration, trouble brewed. The village chief, along with representatives from Konoha, Iwa, and Kumo, sought entry into the second ring. The awards ceremony was interrupted. Upon learning that the 5 great nations had sent envoys for diplomatic discussions, Mi Yin ordered them brought forth. Mi Yin, the village chief, and Hokage have matters to discuss with you. Shortly thereafter, Nara Shikaku arrived, accompanied by ninjas from Iwa and Kumo. What business could not be conveyed over the phone that requires such a lengthy journey? Mi Yin, embodying the spirit of hospitality, smiled in their direction. Take a look. Nara Shikaku, having a good rapport with Minato, came prepared with a letter, quickly retreating behind the ninjas from Kumo, fearing the crowd would turn against him. Shaoyin Village's small emergence had undoubtedly drawn the ire of the 5 great nations. The newspapers warned that unless Mi Yin succumbed to starvation, after so many years of being a shadow, they were not oblivious to the underlying schemes. They had even received word that Mi Yin coveted the entirety of Kusagakyur, seeking to absorb it. They could not idly watch Shaoyin Village grow stronger. Leading the charge was Sunagakyur, whose spies were already stirring. The events of the past left a mark on Yi Tsong, her back bearing the imprint of a kin witnessed by many, a shadow looming over her for months. Luo Sha was in urgent need of accomplishments to prove himself. The 5 great nations had their sights set on the 400 grass ninjas in the labor camp of the advancing city. Should Shaoyin Village continue its cultural pursuits without considering military matters, they did not suggest adopting a benevolent elder's demeanor. Yet, Shaoyin Village was precisely engaging in military endeavors. Konoha, Iwa, and Kumo sent warnings to Shaoyin Village. At the award ceremony, it was evident the 3 had coordinated beforehand, outlining their demands. First, the quantity of explosive tags must be approved by Konoha, Iwa, and Kumo. Second, the number of Shaoyin ninjas must not exceed 200. 10th, pay must be updated monthly. The final stipulation was driven by public sentiment. This scene was eerily familiar to Mi Yin. Just after winning the battle of establishing the village, similar warnings had flooded in from several countries. Mi Yin agreed to the terms, though he understood that agreeing and following through were 2 different matters. Alas, it seemed he could not ride the train in this lifetime. Mi Yin reflected on the unfortunate events of both his lives, suppressing his frustration with a tight-lipped smile as anger coursed through him, threatening to overwhelm him. Many from Shaoyin Village had once played minor roles in performances. The awards ceremony was interrupted by Konoha, Iwa, and Kumo, who presented various inequitable treaties. Their faces a mix of outrage and perhaps genuine anger. Throw them to the Rain Village to feed the mountain pepper fish. Village chief, hand over that pineapple-headed brat to me. I'll go in with a white knife and come out with a green one. I'll stab him in the gallbladder. Whether I go in with a white knife or come out with a white knife, I'll pick his brain and then go in again, coming out with a yellow knife to stab his waist bag. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku displayed a constipated expression. Hey, I'm just the messenger. All ninjas of Shaoyin Village, barring the sentinels, were present today. The crowd seemed eager to devour their intruders. This was also within the expectations of Nara Shikaku and his companions. Regardless of who it was, the village chief and the village would not endure such humiliation. Among the nobility of Shaoyin Village, Kiki Tsukumo drew his sword, showing no regard for the Nara clan. Mi Yin extended his hand to quell the rising tide of discontent among the populace. He gazed deeply at the envoys from the 3 villages. Your villages seem to hold me in low regard. Nara Shikaku replied earnestly, Village Chief Mi Yin, you should concentrate on the happiness of the ninja world. Allowing the ninja world to entertain while we ensure your village's safety. Is that not sufficient? One cannot divide their focus. Hokage is also looking out for your best interests. Mi Yin regarded him meaningfully, but chose to remain silent. Lord Killer Bee awaits your performance, Village Chief Mi Yin. Lord Tsuchikage greatly admires your literary talent and wishes to invite you as a guest. Undoubtedly, the 3 villages sought to persuade Shaoyin Village to abandon military pursuits in favor of cultural endeavors. Sunagakyur, nearly impoverished, cared little for cultural matters in other villages. 9 out of 10 individuals had seen a film, while in Sunagakyur, only 3 or 4 had. This was the most regrettable business Mi Yin had ever engaged in. The situation in Kirigakure was even more absurd. If village chief Mi Yin agrees to our conditions, there are great benefits to be had. The Hokage promised that if you comply, we could enhance trade and even cultural exchanges between our villages. Lord Killerby stated he could arrange a concert tour across the 5 great villages. Mi Yin felt a warmth in his heart. His disciple was not taken in vain. Was this an offer to keep him close for protection? One by one, they urged Mi Yin to acquiesce. But he retreated into his office, simmering in frustration. Witnessing this, the representatives from the 3 villages took turns entering to persuade him. Before entering, Nara Shikaku exchanged a knowing glance with Hai Yi, who was mingling in the crowd with Scorpion. The plan for subterfuge was his suggestion. Hearing recent intelligence from Hai Yi, he intended to become the new homeroom teacher, busy preparing lessons, aware that any missteps could reveal flaws. Thus, minimizing contact was advisable. The 3 members of the advancing city team had gone completely off the grid, leaving only Ichikawa and his companions as viable assets. Though Ichikawa was capable of teaching a class, the current momentum suggested that executing plans would take longer than anticipated. According to his projections from the previous year, Shaolin Village should not have developed at such a rapid pace. A year has passed, and those who have emerged as formidable ninjas from the village have gathered several accolades, diminishing the significance of the chunin within the village. Before entering the office, he pondered extensively. Observing the orange-haired Yahiko, whose gaze was sharp and expectant, he subtly nodded, ready to engage in a new round of discourse. At this moment, the office was solely occupied by the 2 of them, and it was finally Yahiko's turn to exert his influence. Please convey my regards to Master and my brother Minato, Yahiko said, stepping forward to clasp Nara Shikaku's hand and giving it a gentle pat. Shikaku was momentarily taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't they be embroiled in a heated verbal sparring? Yet, there was no trace of animosity on Yahiko's face or in his words. Could it be that Yahiko's demeanor was merely a refusal to bow to Iwagakure and Kumogakure? Did he harbor a favorable disposition toward Konohagakure? Such thoughts opened up vast possibilities for manipulation. However, Shikaku was unaware of Yahiko's true nature. All he knew was derived from Minato's accounts, which nearly deified Yahiko. As if he were the reincarnation of the first Hokage, they conversed about various mundane matters. The 5 Nations Chronicles needs to be updated. A single day's worth of writing is hardly sufficient. And as for my family, ahem, they desire your signed photograph. After this exchange, Shikaku found that Yahiko possessed an indescribable charm. He relaxed, treating Yahiko as he would a friend, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Yahiko had consumed all the benefits promised by Sarutobi Hiruzen, while neglecting the requests made by him. This was essentially the situation. After Shikaku exited, the next visitor was from Kumogakure. Please relay a message to Killer B, informing him that I have begun the research on the 3rd project we discussed last time. The air conditioning in summer is crucial, hence the delay in Project 3. Also, let him know to await my album, which will spread his rap throughout the ninja world. The Kumogakure ninja left in a daze, bewildered by the mention of Project 3 and the album. The subsequent visitor was an Iwagakure ninja. Yahiko directly handed him a sheet of calligraphy paper. Please deliver this poem to Lord Tsuchikage, as a token of my respect for Iwagakure. The sincerity on Yahiko's face left the Iwagakure ninja momentarily stunned. A poem? He glanced down at the content of the paper. To the second Tsuchikage. In life, be a hero among men. In death, a ghost of valor. To this day, I ponder without yielding, never willing to bow or bend. During the First Ninja World War, the second Tsuchikage tragically chose to perish alongside his adversary, reflecting a certain stubbornness. Yet, Yahiko would not highlight this. He was known for his candor. The poem was straightforward and easily comprehensible. Upon finishing, the Iwagakure ninja was moved to tears, reminiscing about the past when their elder was ambushed by Zuki Mangetsu. Although escape was possible, he had opted to confront the enemy, prioritizing the village's honor. Well done. This is excellently written. Lord Tsuchikage will surely be pleased. You are commendable. Without delay, the Iwagakure ninja exited, eager to present the poem to his village. 3 villages had now formed a connection with Yahiko. He was aware that their demeanor had not been particularly graceful, but with this bond, he would be more lenient when dealing with them during future encounters. The ninjas from Konohagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure departed, satisfied with Yahiko's tactful approach. Meanwhile, In the plaza, the awards ceremony was on hold, awaiting Yahiko's arrival. Kakashi Hitaki, draped in a cloak of righteousness, learned that someone had dared to plot an invasion during their award ceremony. What audacity! He exclaimed, ready to spring into action. He could not allow a moment of negligence to result in future burdens, so he focused intently, hastily utilizing the body flicker technique to rush for assistance. The spies from Awagakure planned to let the criminal escape the city. This was first-hand intelligence from the Umbu. Nagato was determined to rally all the ninjas in the plaza for a confrontation. Uzumaki Naruto, with a peculiar expression, noted that Kiri's little Lily had gone to request assistance from the laboratory, seeking to somehow infuse chakra into toys to bring them to life. Slow down. I have a plan, he interjected, halting Nagato and the others. Just a handful of them. Leave this to Kakashi. Little Lily, seize this opportunity. The tension was palpable as they deliberated on the prospect of letting the criminals escape. What are you standing around for? Let us get to fighting. After parting with the ninjas from the 3 villages, Yahiko heard the commotion and rushed over to join the others in eliminating the rogue ninjas dispatched by Sunagakure. Slow down. I have a plan. Chapter 81. Our Akatsuki village does not engage in human trafficking. Elder Uzumaki again proposed a rather audacious scheme, suggesting they disguise themselves as sand ninjas to confront Kakashi. This seems rather unwise, Yahiko mused, understanding the necessity of maintaining appearances. He feigned reluctance to comply with the elder's suggestion. Nearby, Nagato and others shared a look of concern, clearly anticipating that they would be the ones to bear the brunt of any backlash. Uzumaki's expression darkened. This group of youths lacked resolve. Nevertheless, he thought, being an old man, he could afford to risk it all for the sake of the village and the revival of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi was a straightforward man, and little Lily was shy. If he did not step up, what would become of these 2 children in their later years? Upon hearing these words, everyone present displayed resolute expressions, gathering around Elder Uzumaki. Let me use the transformation technique first. They clamored, unwilling to see their leader end up in a retirement home. It seemed that their previous hesitations had vanished. Kakashi, no matter the circumstances, would not allow his leader to reside in a retirement home, Nagato contemplated. Those lacking in strength should step back. Yahiko warned, concerned that Kakashi might inadvertently harm them. Only those who could fight would disguise themselves as sand ninjas. The news of Sunagakure's ambush on the city could not be concealed. Scorpion, have a popsicle. After exchanging glances with Nara Shikaku, Hayashi Ichiraku found himself recalling the faces of his childhood companions and felt a sudden urge to buy a popsicle, fearing any potential mishap with Shikaku. He selected a popsicle that could be split in half, thinking it would symbolize that their bond would not shatter. Thus, he was unaware of Sunagakure's infiltration. From a distance, he noticed Scorpion's expression shift dramatically as he dashed toward the city, prompting Ichiraku to hastily follow. Scorpion, where are you going? Ichiraku called after him, trailing behind as Scorpion rushed ahead. Aware of his own shortcomings, Scorpion sought to return to Sunagakure to learn puppet techniques from Chiyo, especially upon hearing of Sunagakure's arrival. However, Ichiraku was determined to accompany him, persistently following his every move. I want to visit the city. Scorpion, with his chakra sealed, was merely a strong, ordinary person. Ichiraku quickly caught up with him and, realizing there was no escape, quietly explained, "Is there someone familiar inside?" "Yes." Ichiraku, holding half of the popsicle in each hand, sighed. "Why not just tell your teacher? Your teacher can take you to visit. As a child, the warden would never allow you inside. Does he really trust me that much?" Scorpion gasped, exhausted from running, filled with confusion. "Why?" Ichiraku, seeing his distress, placed the popsicle in one hand and ruffled his hair, crouching down to indicate he should climb on his back. Scorpion, momentarily dazed, found his thoughts drifting to his childhood when his parents were alive, and he would rest on his father's back when weary. Unknowingly, he stepped forward and climbed onto Ichiraku's back. Ichiraku felt the added weight and smiled, rising to carry Scorpion toward the city. "Scorpion, if something happens, you must tell teacher Ichiraku. If you continue like this, he will truly be saddened." During this time, he refrained from using the body flicker technique, opting to walk as a protective older brother, guiding Scorpion along the way. At this moment, he feigned sorrow. "I cannot bear to see the warden's later years spent in a retirement home." In that instance, Scorpion felt a warmth in his heart that had long been frozen. In a moment of despair, Hayano Ichiraku had entrusted his hopes to the Scorpion, fully immersing himself in the task at hand. despite recognizing the feigned sorrow in Hayano's voice. Scorpion instinctively replied, "All right." "Ah, Scorpion. Hurry, it's about to drip on my hand." The popsicle in the tube was melting quickly, and Hayano fumbled to hand the crushed ice to Scorpion behind him. Observing Hayano's clumsy demeanor, Scorpion couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. Moments later, Hayano ushered Scorpion toward the prison fortress. The alarm blared, tearing through the air and resonating in their ears. The ninjas from Sunagakure stealthily infiltrated, unaware that in an instant, an unexpected action had triggered the piercing alarm. Well-equipped guards surged out of the fortress, responding to the alert. Deep within the fortress, the subordinate of the King of Hell swiftly transferred his toy experiment to the Raikage duo and rushed to offer support. The red-haired Uzumaki Mito followed suit. A group of 30 or so disguised Sunagakure ninjas found their retreat blocked by Hitaki Tsukumo. "The Akatsuki doesn't engage in human trafficking. Have you come to the wrong place?" Tsukumo's voice dripped with sarcasm. The Sunagakure ninjas recognized Tsukumo and turned to him. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Kazekage had even tacitly allowed the order to abandon the mission upon sighting the Konoha White Fang, a humiliating directive. When the yellow flash and the instant water body appeared, several villages openly embraced this tacit approval as an order. This was the foundation of Konoha. "Oh no, the White Fang of the Akatsuki." They faltered before the looming confrontation. "What is happening?" Hayano Ichiraku approached the fortress while carrying Scorpion, witnessing Tsukumo confronting a group of merchants, muttering under his breath. The two parties were at a standstill. "Lord Scorpion?" The Sunagakure ninjas turned upon hearing the murmur, spotting the unremarkable man carrying the grandson of Chiyo. It seemed the grandson was rather enjoying himself. Was this the cold Scorpion they were accustomed to seeing? How had he transformed so? "We are here to find Lord Scorpion." "We've found him. Splendid." "Lord Scorpion, Lady Chiyo misses you dearly. Please come back with us." They recalled how Lady Chiyo had been desperately seeking Scorpion lately and devised their plan accordingly. Letting the prisoners from the fortress escape? Leaving aside whether they would be slain by Hitaki Tsukumo, would retrieving Lord Scorpion earn us Lady Chiyo's favor? Tsukumo narrowed his eyes, questioning the truth of their claim. "You say you came to find me in the fortress? Should I believe you or not?" Yet, none noticed that Hayano Ichiraku's expression had shifted dramatically. "Chiyo, what relation does she have with Scorpion?" He set Scorpion down, his face grave as he fixed his gaze on him. Suppressing the fury within, he forced a strained smile and asked as gently as he could, "Scorpion, please tell me. What is your relationship with Chiyo from Sunagakure?" The tension in the air heightened, drawing the interest of everyone present, including Tsukumo. Gossip was a beloved pastime among ninjas, and none from Sunagakure would escape this moment. Holding his weapon, Tsukumo leaned in with curiosity. He was well aware of Yahiko's regard for Scorpion. Just recently, while seeking respite in the office, he overheard Yahiko and Conan discussing what color nail polish to get for Scorpion. "I have no relation with the old hag." Scorpion sensed the discomfort in Hayano's forced smile and felt an urge to clarify, fearing that a poor response might cost him dearly. "My grandmother has no idea what I want. All she offers is money, just money. Who are my parents? Who am I? Do I lack money? What I lack is love. But the old hag will never comprehend that." His demeanor grew anxious and flustered, perplexed by his own feelings, especially considering how short a time he had spent with Hayano. Yet, from Hayano, he felt an unfamiliar, genuine affection devoid of ulterior motives. Those who appear cold on the surface often possess heightened sensitivity to love. He cherished Hayano's concern for him. This was also the reason Yahiko had kept his distance, fearing Scorpion would sense something amiss. Chapter 82. Scorpion, is Chiyo truly your grandmother? Seeing Scorpion so eager to distance himself from Chiyo, Hayano believed him, sighing in relief. Scorpion, realizing Hayano trusted him, felt a complex mix of emotions. Could there be someone, aside from his parents, who would steadfastly believe in him? Unfortunately, there were still those who were blind to the truth. Lord Scorpion is indeed the grandson of Lady Chiyo, the nephew of Lord Chiyo. We have been ordered by both of our leaders to find Lord Scorpion. If he returns safely to the village, Sunagakure will undoubtedly reward your village handsomely. The ninjas from Sunagakure wished to leave quickly, the situation becoming increasingly precarious. In the distance, Yahiko and his companions, disguised as Sunagakure ninjas, shook their heads knowingly. They were quite familiar with this tactic. Meanwhile, Hayano Ichiraku regarded Scorpion, his eyes filled with a complex, inscrutable emotion. Is everything they say true? Is Chiyo truly your grandmother? Scorpion met Hayano's gaze, but felt compelled to tell the truth, so he nodded. I can explain. She is merely my biological grandmother. Well, biologically. She might not even count as that. However, Hayano wouldn't hear the explanation. His eyes reddened as if he had made a monumental decision. I will petition the village chief to assign you a new homeroom teacher. He felt conflicted facing the grandson of the man who had taken his parents' lives. During the Second Shinobi World War, his parents had perished due to the poison developed by Chiyo, and even Tsunade's hastily created antidote had come too late. Thus, he harbored hatred for Chiyo, just as she despised Hitaki Tsukumo. Although he was an undercover agent, he was still human. He had feelings, emotions, and a heart. With that, he turned away. In that moment, Scorpion regretted coming to the fortress. He could not fathom why Hayano, who had just shown him such affection, would turn his back upon learning of his grandmother's identity. Why? Shouldn't knowing my grandmother is Chiyo make you treat me better? Scorpion hastily followed after Hayano. Don't follow me. Hayano suddenly turned, a fierce expression flashing across his face, filled with disdain and loathing for Scorpion. Yet, seeing Scorpion's bewildered and confused demeanor, he struggled to adjust his emotions as he walked away, his expression a blend of complexity. Watching Hayano's retreating figure, Scorpion reached out, his mouth opening in vain. Unsure of what to say, after a long while, until Hayano's silhouette vanished, Scorpion's expression turned blank as he faced the Sunagakure ninjas. Lord Scorpion, it's time to go home. Lady Chiyo has been thinking of you. Ahem, follow me. I will take you to Lady Chiyo. The Sunagakure ninjas were exceedingly respectful. Scorpion's eyes darkened unconsciously, a chilling intensity enveloping him. Tsukumo observed Scorpion's calm demeanor as he approached, hands searching within his robes for something, sensing that perhaps intervention was unnecessary. Everyone stepped back. Tsukumo ordered his team to retreat half a li, his years of battle experience warning him of the gravity of the situation. Lord Scorpion, how may we serve you? The Sunagakure ninjas were preoccupied with thoughts of the rewards they would receive upon returning to Chiyo and Chiyo's nephew, oblivious to the growing tension. The leading ninja looked at Scorpion as he stepped ever closer. Who sent you here? Scorpion's icy visage revealed no hint of emotion. Lady Chiyo, of course. The leading ninja raised his voice, anxious that Tsukumo might not hear. Yes, yes. Tsukumo idly scratched his ear. No need to shout. I'm not deaf. Tell the old hag I have no intention of returning. That might not be appropriate. Orders from above command us to bring Lord Scorpion back. The Sunagakure ninjas appeared troubled. The orders were indeed fabricated. Chiyo had no idea where Scorpion was, fearing that the other villages would capture him as leverage, and thus they conducted their searches in secret. Well then, drink some water. Scorpion extracted a bottle of mineral water from his pocket and handed it over. The label read Shaohaha, and it was said to be the same mountain spring water that the Sage of Six Paths drank in his time. A favorite among the villagers of Shao, Yahiko was contemplating ways to open up the market for it. Noticing the hesitation among the Sand Shinobi, Scorpion's face reflected his dissatisfaction. Thank you, young Master Scorpion, for your generosity, the leading Sand Shinobi said, taking the bottle with keen interest, eager to commend Scorpion's kindness. One sip each, Scorpion instructed. Drink, everyone. The leader unscrewed the cap, and after taking a small sip, passed the bottle to the next person. The bottle was passed around, and each person took a drink. It was surprisingly sweet. The Sand Shinobi looked excitedly at Scorpion. Young Master Scorpion, can we return with you now? Though they faced punishment for their failed mission, they had successfully retrieved Scorpion. However, Scorpion remained silent, regarding the Sand Shinobi as if they were already dead. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. Suddenly, the first shinobi to drink began to tremble uncontrollably, as if his internal organs were being assaulted. His gaunt face contorted in agony, releasing a groan. You, young Master Scorpion, you. In the next moment, bright red foam of blood bubbled from his lips, trickling down his chin. His panicked eyes filled with despair as he gazed at Scorpion in disbelief. Before long, his body curled up, collapsing outside the city gates. His face a grotesque mask of horror. What happened? The remaining shinobi stared in confusion at their fallen leader. Suddenly, like a line of dominoes, one after another, the Sand Shinobi exhibited the same look of despair as they turned their eyes towards Scorpion. They realized the water they had just consumed was poisoned. Young Master Scorpion, I don't understand. We are one of you. They cried. Antidote, antidote. I need the antidote. Scorpion had brewed the poison himself, colorless and tasteless. As a master of toxins, He naturally possessed the antidote, but he would never reveal it. The poison concealed in the mineral water was something Yahiko had sensed and taken precautions against. However, he did not anticipate Scorpion would unleash it upon his own villagers, revealing the depth of his contempt for the Hyene clan. Just then, a Fae, preoccupied with seeking news, happened to pass by and witnessed the sand Shinobi collapsing after drinking the water. He picked up the empty bottle and exclaimed, "Shaohaha," then zoomed in for a close-up of the deceased Shinobi's face. With a flicker of his technique, he vanished. "Chase after them. Stop those photos." J-Tun, disguised as a sand shinobi, roared. "It's a business that profits from burning water." Families. Chapter 83. Chakra can only be transmitted through two means. Kill him. J-Tun's features twisted in rage. "Not so fast. The authority rests with me. Let us first address Shikamaru's marital affairs." Yahiko interjected, signaling to his companions. Behind him, Uzumaki Yukin, Senju Run, Tsutsuki H. Rin, and Nagato all nodded in agreement. With J-Tun present, it was Uzumaki Yukin who had provided a sum of money. "Remember not to expose yourselves," Yahiko cautioned. The six vanished, appearing before Hitaki Shikamaru. Scorpion pursued Hyene J-Tun as Shikamaru collected the bodies. The sudden appearance of six unfamiliar faces made him tighten his grip on his sword. Those who had experienced Uzumaki Yukin's transformation technique claimed it was remarkable, requiring no concern for exposure. "Does Sand Village still harbor you few?" Shikamaru scrutinized Yahiko, Yukin, Nagato, and J-Tun. These four evoked a sense of danger within him. The other two were merely fillers. Yahiko glanced at the bodies strewn about. Has Scorpion betrayed the village? Humph, relying on Lady Chio's protection to act recklessly. But with Lord Raza around, Sand Village cannot rise against us. Everyone retreat. This is an enemy you cannot face. Hurry and urge the village chief for reinforcements. Shikamaru did not catch Yahiko's last remark, raising a hand to stop those eager to fight alongside him, including members of the village's Bloodpool clan. Having undergone the Red Ideology indoctrination, they received a monthly salary of 6,000, and during holidays, Yahiko would send small gifts. The Bloodpool clan appeared to be even more loyal to the village than Yahiko, their leader. After all, there was nothing grave. Yahiko would rest soundly before 10 o'clock under Conan's watchful eyes, and as long as one villager roamed the streets, their presence could be felt. Seeing the determined faces of his clansmen, Tsutsuki H. Rin felt a flush of shame. He was indeed an inadequate leader. "Take her away," Shikamaru commanded, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his blood-red eyes, sternly ordering his companions to escort the lone woman present, Uzumaki Riri. Yahiko and the others felt a surge of reassurance. If they persisted, Kakashi would soon welcome younger siblings. A cough escaped Yahiko. He was ruthless in his words, feeling a momentary pang of guilt as he struck the hardest. He dared not employ water techniques or the distinct flying thunder god skill. Instead, he utilized the dark walking technique, swiftly forming seals. Shikamaru exclaimed, "Is this how you play dirty with the blood-red eyes for the first time? Are you certain you belong to Sand Village?" Yukin and Tsutsuki H. Rin moved to intercept Uzumaki Riri, ensuring the mission's focal point did not escape. Yahiko and the others clashed with Shikamaru. Darkness enveloped all, and the four slightly eased their pressure, casting several shadow clones to protect themselves while engaging Shikamaru from a distance, exchanging ninjutsu like artillery fire. Wind release, great breakthrough. Among the four, only Uzumaki Yukin possessed wind chakra. The other three wielded all 5 chakra elements. The 4 gusts of wind shot forth like bullets. Shikamaru, unwilling to be outdone, gathered blue chakra and unleashed wind release, vacuum sphere. A massive wind sphere, several meters in diameter, thundered forth. As the wind techniques collided, the surrounding air warped and contorted before erupting with a deafening boom, shockwaves radiating outward. Shikamaru realized he had acted rashly. One high-level jutsu had consumed an eighth of his chakra. He contemplated his next move, strategizing how to conserve chakra until Yahiko's reinforcements arrived. Yet the 4 adversaries seemed unperturbed by chakra concerns. Wind release. They offered no respite, each unleashing a sizable gust. Shikamaru scrambled to evade. Once proud of his family's inherited sword techniques, yet now found himself envying those whose parents belonged to the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Chakra could only be transmitted through 2 means, maternal and bloodline. There was no comparison. The Hitaki clan was indeed lacking. "I heard the famous White Fang of the Leaf as a child. Surely they won't be as weak as you, right?" Can't handle a few high-level jutsu without collapsing? Amidst the wind's howling, Yukin's taunts intermingled. Infuriated, Shikamaru gritted his teeth, fighting for his pride as a man, choosing to counter with wind techniques. As long as Yahiko's reinforcements arrive, we can resolve this peril. Meanwhile, Akatsuki Hidden established communication with his clansmen. They exchanged glances, as if the Cosmic Defense Team understood what their captain Yahiko and team leader Akatsuki Hidden intended to do, having seemingly conspired beforehand. The Bloodpool clan engaged with Akatsuki Hidden while the other prison guards tangled with Yukin. Unaware of these developments, Uzumaki Riri grew anxious. Watching as several wind techniques were unleashed, her legs almost buckling under the strain, all while being relentlessly mocked by the aging Shikamaru. Panic surged within her. If Shikamaru fell, none of them would escape. Where are Yahiko and the others? Shikamaru felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had truly lost control. How had he allowed this old man's jabs to drain him of chakra? It seems he doubts my capabilities. A man must never admit defeat. Even if he encounters Uchiha Madara, he should confront him head-on, delivering a couple of slaps to make it clear that the men of the Hitaki clan are formidable. Shikamo. Bite me. Hitaki Shikamo was unaware of when Uzumaki Rika had come beside him, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her arms covered with faint bite marks. He was well aware of the plight faced by the Uzumaki clan. It was he who had personally traveled to the land of whirlpools to retrieve Kushina. Observing Uzumaki Rika seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, her face pale, yet suppressing her fear, he felt a surge of compassion as she urged him to replenish her chakra. Shikamo shook his head. He could not engage in such barbaric acts. Seeing his hesitation, Uzumaki Rika glanced at the four spectators with their arms crossed and admonished him fiercely. Hitaki Shikamo, can you not be more manly? What are you acting like? As a man I once admired, you should have some courage. Bite me. Use my chakra to vanquish those scoundrels who mock and bully you. Those who threaten our village's peace. The scoundrels were naturally taken aback. Ignorance is bliss, they muttered to themselves, feeling somewhat vexed. They hoped that in the future, the two might come together, making it easier to undermine Hitaki Shikamo. Shikamo felt something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Faced with the passionate Uzumaki clan, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. But why was Sunagakure not launching a surprise attack? Only Hitaki Shikamo pondered such matters at this critical moment. Where are they running? Those inherently wicked Sunagakure brats. Let me see if their heads are displayed in the black market. At that moment, a sound echoed from afar. Chapter 84, The Underground Armory. The scoundrels were startled as they saw Yahiko and Nagato rushing towards them. Upon witnessing this, Hitaki Shikamo felt a glimmer of hope and, not being overly masculine, rolled Uzumaki Rika's sleeve back down. Having feelings for someone and lacking them are entirely different. When one has feelings, even the slightest gesture from the other resonates deeply. Uzumaki Rika was precisely that. She hid behind Hitaki Shikamo like a quail, as if the spicy challenge she had just made to him were forgotten. The scoundrels, realizing this, were enraged. Who dares impersonate them? Do they seek death? Conan, trailing behind Yahiko and Nagato, stood frozen for a few seconds. What are you doing? Run. I noticed your negligence and came to assist you. Instead of fleeing, they stood there, readying themselves to counterattack. Conan, with her head down, remained silent. Yahiko, grasping the situation, realized Conan was being clever. Damn it, it's the little Hashirama Yahiko. Hitaki Shikamo, consider yourself fortunate today. We are leaving. I will definitely return. With that, Yahiko dashed away, unwillingly. The other three quickly realized it was the renowned leader of Akatsuki, Nagato. We must flee. That is the formidable one who clashed with Uchiha Madara during the Warring States period. They bolted. Conan, noticing Hitaki Shikamo's intent to pursue, called out, "Do not chase the desperate enemy. Be wary of ambushes." Hitaki Shikamo found her reasoning sound and refrained from pursuing, instead commanding his men to secure the battlefield. Where have the guards gone? Only then did he realize that the cosmic police and the guards were engaged in fierce combat with two individuals. Unsure if it was for Yahiko's benefit or Uzumaki Rika's, Hitaki Shikamo tightened his grip on his white fang, eager to showcase his prowess as a man. Conan, watching the two fighters, helplessly covered her face. Not far away, a white Zetsu, monitoring the Akatsuki, observed everything. Was Yahiko disguising himself as a sand ninja to confront Hitaki Shikamo? Was there infighting? Humanity is so complex. He could not comprehend it. Thus, he promptly chose to delve underground to report to Lord Madara. Upon entering, a series of successful fruit slicing sound effects resounded. The white Zetsu approached, respectfully observing Uchiha Madara, who seemed rejuvenated, his face no longer gaunt. He was engrossed in the game on his device, occasionally swiping his finger across the screen. Beside his stone seat lay a platter filled with creamy rabbit candies and preserved plums, along with a bottle of refreshing Akatsuki mineral water, a reward for the hard work of Zetsu over the past days. Madara was currently challenging the top rank in Fruit Ninja, urging for quieter voices. It wasn't Zetsu who spoke, but Zetsu number 2, a sentient white Zetsu, whose voice mimicked Zetsu's, sounding rather cheeky. This Zetsu dared not interrupt. Standing quietly by, Madara sensed a burning gaze upon him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Annoyed, he accidentally sliced through the fruit. Uchiha Madara, Zetsu number 2. Zetsu number 2 fled. Oh, help. The Zetsu delivering the information was seized by the throat by Madara, feeling the chill of his gaze. Black Zetsu sighed, once again questioning if Madara was truly Indra. How could Indra be so engrossed in such trivial devices? Ever since Zetsu bought the phone, Madara had become obsessed with the games, determined to claim every top rank. Currently, aside from Fruit Ninja, every minigame title was held by Uchiha Madara, courtesy of Zetsu. He certainly had no interest in the affairs of the Akatsuki. Absolutely none. It's about Yahiko. There have been recent developments, Zetsu hastily explained. Madara frowned, releasing Zetsu. Zetsu quickly recounted everything that had transpired with Yahiko. Regarding Yahiko's impersonation of a sand ninja to confront Hatake Shikamo, Madara, who only understood male relationships and was oblivious to romantic entanglements, could not grasp its depth. However, he clearly understood the coercion of Yahiko by several villages in the Land of Fire to sign agreements. Yahiko had agreed. Had he begun to act? Madara inquired. No, Zetsu replied, adding, but he has reaped benefits. It is said that Konan favors a cosmetics store in the Land of Fire, and Yahiko has sent people to negotiate business there. Furthermore, various villages, fearful that Yahiko might resist, have agreed to lower prices, as per Nara Shikaku's words, hoping Yahiko would fulfill the terms. Madara scoffed, fools. If it were me, I would personally march into the Leaf Village and demand Sarutobi Hiruzen bow to me. Back in the day, Senju Tobarama could use the Flying Thunder God technique. He dared to strike at Zuki. This Yahiko is excessively cautious. What fear is there in confronting a monkey? Speaking of the troublesome Flying Thunder God technique, Madara had devised countermeasures, even dreaming of violently overpowering Senju Tobarama multiple times. At that moment, he heard construction noises from next door. Let us investigate. Madara set aside his device, after speaking with Zetsu. He curiously instructed Zetsu number 2 to check the situation. Shortly after, Zetsu number 2 returned. Lord Madara, the leader is Nobita, and they are constructing an armory next door. What? Madara was puzzled. Hadn't they just signed the agreement? What was Yahiko doing building an armory underground? No, you must keep a lookout. Do not let them breach the walls and discover our base, Madara urged. Understood. Zetsu number 2 led several Zetsu to redirect Nobita to dig in the opposite direction. Lord Madara, I have returned. Zetsu number 2 left, and Zetsu returned with a gift for Madara. The Chronicles of the Five Nations. Observing that many in the ninja world enjoyed it, he bought a copy for Madara. Madara initially intended to resume his gaming, but realized that excessive gaming might seem neglectful. Very well, I shall read today and cultivate my character. Lord Madara, do you need to relieve yourself? By the way, the Akatsuki mineral water appears to be toxic, Zetsu remarked, noticing the first water bottle. Ban paid no heed to Afei. After all, how could one so toxic still be alive until now? As he turned to the first page, Ban remained unmoved, yet the dark presence within his shadow, Kuro, was filled with excitement. Mother. He had actually seen his mother.